Aside from Jilingfeng and Xiao Yuanqi, the faces of the other Holy Land parties also sank when they saw the Fire God General's party's appearance. The Blood Moon sect was a public enemy in the entire Kunlun realm, not only the Eastern Desolation. That was different from the Demon Gate because the Demon Gate was founded by one of the 9 emperors, the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor was also someone who commanded all the demonic cultivators within the Kunlun realm. Even if the Demon Emperor had long fallen out with the Divine Dragon Empire, everyone knew that the Demon Gate was still considered a force within the Kunlun realm. But that was different for the Blood Moon sect. There were rumors that the Blood Moon sect had long colluded with fiends and turned their fangs on their own kind within the Kunlun realm. Their forces covered the entire Kunlun realm. Back then, when the Blood Monarch was still around, the Blood Moon sect's forces could be found everywhere within the Kunlun realm. If the 9 emperors didn't stand out, the entire Kunlun realm would have probably fallen under the Blood Moon sect's control. Fire God General, how dare a lackey of the demonic cult like you still dare to show yourself? Are you courting death? The Heavenly Flame sect's Yen Chihua coldly looked at the Fire God General, his facial expression becoming ugly. Not only he but the other Holy Land's geniuses also had disgust on their faces. After all, the Fire God General was arrogant at the Black Tortoise Sea, and yet he had been suppressed by Lin Yun to the point that even the Netherman Saint Armor couldn't let him catch his breath. While there might still be room for discussion when it came to Lin Yun, they had no room for discussion with those from the Blood Moon sect. Ha! Why can't I come? The Fire God General sneered. You guys, the so-called Holy Land geniuses, might seem upright on the surface, but you people aren't any better yourselves. You lost to Lin Xiao, and yet you want to stop him here and retrieve the golden purple dragon crown. Don't you guys feel ashamed of yourselves? He didn't go easy and jabbed at the sore spot of the Holy Land geniuses. How dare you? The Divine Tao Pavilion's Lin Qingyang coldly roared. The golden purple dragon crown is a powerful treasure, and Lin Xiao isn't strong enough. If it's snatched by someone else, it will cause dire consequences. We only want to preserve it for him, and we can even exchange it with him for something else. Don't treat us the same as you. The Fire God General snickered with mockery filling his pupils. He said, since your Holy Lands can safe keep it for him, why can't my Blood Moon sect? Or do you think my Blood Moon sect's offer can't match up to you guys? Everyone, let's not waste time with someone like him. Since he came to die, we'll capture him. This bastard from the demonic cult killed many of our people at the Black Tortoise Void Sea. So there's no need to be polite with him. Well said. The demonic cult's dogs are all scum, and anyone who runs into them should kill them. Someone from the Heavenly Flame sect already couldn't hold it any longer, and a gray-robed youth stood out. Back at the Black Thunder Vault, the Fire God General had killed disciples of the Heavenly Flame sect. That was because the Fire God General was too arrogant, and he didn't place anyone within his eyes. After he spoke, that person charged towards the Fire God General with his 5th stage profound life stage cultivation. He might have been fearful of the Fire God General back at the Black Tortoise Void Sea, but he didn't have any concerns outside. The youth appeared before the Fire God General in the blink of an eye, and unleashed a powerful flame intent the moment he got close. Terrifying fire clouds immediately appeared in the sky above everyone, emitting a horrifying aura. The Fire God General's face didn't change. He merely stepped back. As the other party approached, the Fire God General took 3 steps back but still took a punch to his chest. Shrouded in the flames, a palm flickering with golden radiance, imprinted on Fire God General's chest. This brought a smile to the faces of those from the Holy Lands, but their smiles soon froze on their faces the moment it appeared. This was because the Fire God General didn't take a step back, and their smiles became even more bizarre as the boundless dragon origin and flame intent poured into the Netherman's Saint Armor. The gray-clothed youth felt as though he had fell into a quagmire and didn't even cause a ripple on the Fire God General. What's going on? The gray-clothed youth's face changed, with shock filling his pupils. Ha! The Fire God General suddenly moved and held onto the other party's wrist before wearing a smile. Damn it! The gray-clothed youth roared, grabbing onto the Fire God General's wrist, with the intent of shaking the latter away. But something no one expected occurred. The moment they exerted force at the same time, the hand of that gray-robed youth was crushed. Mu Feng, come back! An elder at the pinnacle of the Nirvana stage from the Heavenly Flame sect roared. You should have obediently stayed behind, the Fire God General said as his right hand became shrouded in a crimson radiance. He then dug out the gray-clothed youth's heart with a gentle stab before crushing it with a clench. As blood splashed around, the torrential murderous aura immediately knocked the gray-clothed youth away. This left all the Holy Land geniuses stunned, and they looked at the Fire God General in disbelief. This was because the Fire God General was a lot stronger than when he was at the Black Tortoise Void Sea. A brief moment later, everyone came to their senses and understood that the Fire God General had long reached the profound death stage. How dare you! A white-haired elder from the Heavenly Flame sect finally couldn't contain his fury and released his aura that was at the pinnacle of the Nirvana stage. When the Nirvana aura filled his body, a terrifying aura came crashing down, making many people in the surroundings take several steps back. Good! The Fire God General laughed, and he faced the elder's palm head-on. But the power from the pinnacle Nirvana stage made the Fire God General's face become pale with blood dripping from his lips. But his face was sinister, and his eyes were covered in bloodshot. The runes on the Netherman Saint armor bloomed, and he managed to block this attack head-on. Even if he lost the battle, he didn't take a step back. This alone was shocking, even if he had borrowed the power of the Netherman Saint armor. This also further proved that the Netherman Saint armor could unleash different powers in different people's hands. Even if they possessed a Glory Saint artifact, they might not be able to take a blow from a Nirvana stage expert head-on, not to mention one at the pinnacle of the Nirvana stage. Get lost! The elder from the Heavenly Flame sect was thoroughly enraged and used brute force to force the Fire God General back. Ha ha ha! When the Fire God General landed on the ground, he smiled, as expected of the pinnacle Nirvana stage. I nearly suffered greatly because of it. He was confident in himself and wasn't furious even when facing the elder. It was as though he had just killed a dog and had never considered the consequence. Elder Mu, don't be careless, Xianxia warned. This is a matter of my Heavenly Flame sect. It has nothing to do with your Heavenly Tao sect. The elder roared, turning back to glare at Xianxia. Old man, you're really arrogant. The Fire God General wiped the blood off his lips and smiled. Speaking of which, the Heavenly Tao sect is on a whole new level than the Heavenly Flame sect. How arrogant even when death is imminent. The old man's gaze became cold, and he arrived before the Fire God General, wanting to suppress him. Even if the Fire God General possessed a Glory Saint artifact, it was practically impossible for the Fire God General to resist someone at the pinnacle of the Nirvana stage. Just when everyone felt that the Fire God General was about to go down on his knees, the mysterious black-clothed person that arrived together with the Fire God General's group took a step forth. As afterimages followed behind him, he grabbed onto the neck of the elder from the Heavenly Flame sect. This elder at the pinnacle of the Nirvana stage was like a chick in his hands and was lifted to the sky. In the next second, the black robe covering the mysterious black-clothed man ripped apart, revealing an old man wearing the Netherman Saint armor. But that wasn't all. A wave of Saint aura was also being emitted from this old man. Under the pressure he gave off, the Heavenly Flame sect's elder had fear on his face as he looked at the other party. Quasi-Saint. Everyone from the Holy Lands was horrified. The Blood Moon sect actually dispatched a Quasi-Saint over? Could it be they were laying down an ambush here? The Quasi-Saint of their clans were still on the way, and they still needed a day or two to arrive. But the Blood Moon sect's Quasi-Saint was already here, which meant they came prepared to wait for them. But weren't they a little too bold? After all, this would definitely draw intense retaliation from the 6 Holy Lands. Everyone was dumbfounded, and the Nirvana stage experts from the various Holy Lands recovered first. They quickly yelled, "Leave quickly. We'll cover you guys." The 5 Pinnacle Nirvana stage experts charged at that expert from the Blood Moon sect, wanting to cover the juniors of their sects, creating an opportunity for them to flee. But the Blood Moon sect's Quasi-Saint sneered before snapping the neck of the Heavenly Flame sect's Nirvana stage expert apart. He said, "You guys think you can escape? But that quasi-saint didn't stop there. A crimson radiance began to gather on his palm and sent the 5 pinnacle nirvana stage experts flying away. This made them throw out a mouthful of blood because that palm had dealt severe injuries to them, demonstrating the power of a quasi-saint. Even if it was only a quasi-saint, this still meant this person had taken a step into the saint realm. So the nirvana stage experts were useless in front of him, regardless of their numbers. This was a drastic difference in quality, and it couldn't be made up by quantity. As the fire god general soared to the sky, Ao Feng and Yen Songming both pushed out a palm on their shoulders. All of you stop. A blazing crimson moon appeared behind the fire god general, and he pushed his palm forth. His palm left behind ripples in the air, and an invisible power pressed down. This made Xiao Yuanqi and Ji Lingfeng throw out a mouthful of blood, their faces becoming pale and landing on the sea's surface. They both had shock within their pupils because the fire god general was too powerful. After leaving the Black Tortoise Void Sea, the fire god general was the same as a tiger being released into the mountain. With the Netherman Saint armor, it had brought his strength to an unbelievable height. Even if the fire god general was only at the 3rd stage profound death stage, the fire god general actually stopped all of them from escaping with the help of Ao Feng and Yen Songming. As the fire god general descended from the sky, he coldly said, "Behave yourselves. Hand over all of the treasures you guys gathered from the Black Tortoise Void Sea. Otherwise, no one will be spared." Everyone furiously looked at the fire god general. After all, why do they have to hand over the treasures they had collected from the Black Tortoise Void Sea after risking their lives? But the Blood Moon sect was completely lawless just because they had a quasi-saint around. It was pretty ironic because they were waiting for Lin Yun to come out. But they never expected to fall for the Blood Moon sect's trap instead. No one was convinced, but none of them dared to resist either. The Heavenly Flame sect lost 2 people, and one of them was at the pinnacle of the Nirvana stage. The quasi-saint didn't even give them a chance at all. Under the gaze of the fire god general, everyone had no choice but to retrieve their treasures from their interspatial bracelets. The 3 god generals then picked what they wanted among them. Many of the treasures that weren't from the Black Tortoise Void Sea were also taken away by them, demonstrating the 3 god generals' overbearing nature. This is the Blood Phoenix blade of my Ji clan, and it has nothing to do with the Black Tortoise Void Sea. Ji Lingfeng glared at Ao Feng, who took his blade away. "It doesn't matter what you say, only what I say." Ao Feng sneered and seized the blade. Just when Ji Lingfeng was about to flare up on the spot, he was stopped by Xiao Yuanqi, who whispered in his ears, "Calm down." The quasi-saint from the Blood Moon sect didn't make a move, but his aura belonging to a quasi-saint had enveloped this entire region, and everyone's movements were under his watch. As long as he wanted to, he could kill everyone here, including the 5 injured experts at the pinnacle of the Nirvana stage who were present. As for Ao Feng and Yen Songming, they returned to the fire god general with smiles after retrieving the treasures and were both excited. Ao Feng said, "Big brother, you're right. These people are only preserving them for us for the time being, and the treasures in the Black Tortoise Void Sea ultimately belong to us. What should we do now?" "Leave this place," Yen Songming asked. "The big fish has yet to come out," the fire god general said. "But the quasi-saints of the 6 holy lands will probably make it over in a day or 2. It has been half a month, and that brat might have left," Ao Feng said. "There's no need to rush," the fire god general said. He then looked at Ji Lingfeng and Xiao Yuanqi before he smiled. "With these 2 around, Lin Xiao will have to rush back, even if he had left. Someone's out." Right then, the Holy Lands parties exclaimed. For figures flew out of the Black Tortoise Void Sea at an astonishing speed. "Lin Xiao is out." The white-clothed person was Lin Xiao, and they were all surprised before their facial expressions became complicated. Their expressions were mostly a mixture of embarrassment and shame. This was a ridiculing scene, and they finally saw Lin Yun after half a month. But they became the Blood Moon sect's prisoners before they could even get the golden-purple dragon crown from Lin Yun, with all of their treasures seized from them. As Lin Yun's group of 4 flew over, they landed beside Xiao Yuanqi and Ji Lingfeng. When they saw that everyone was heavily injured, Their expressions couldn't help becoming weird. What's going on? And Lu Yan asked. Xiao Yuanqi bitterly smiled and knew Lin Yun must have come here after seeing them. He pointed out at a figure seated on the sea's surface and smiled wryly. That's a quasi-saint of the Blood Moon sect. But to his surprise, Lin Yun only nodded his head and didn't have much fluctuation in his mood. Not only Lin Yun but Lu Yan and Mei Zihua were surprisingly calm. Even the old beggar wore a playful expression, devoid of the fear and panic that everyone was expecting on his face. Brother Lin, leave immediately if you have the ability. They won't dare to do anything to us. Ji Lingfeng said. Leave? Who do you think he is, trying to leave in front of a quasi-saint? The face of the Ming cult's Huang Xuanyi was terrifyingly pale, but he couldn't help speaking mockingly after seeing Lin Yun. He continued, We can survive, but I'm afraid he won't be able to die easily even if he wanted to. But Lin Yun turned a deaf ear to Huang Xuanyi, and he said, Is everyone here waiting for me? Everyone's faces changed when they heard that, and they didn't dare to look at Lin Yun. This naturally made Mei Zihua and Liu Yan's faces change. They weren't fools, and they immediately figured out what was going on with fury in their pupils. Lin Yun wasn't surprised, and he had already expected this. He stayed in the demigod wine cellar for a long time and even went as far as undergoing his tribulation inside. He worried about this and wanted to increase his strength before coming out. But he never expected that they all fell into the Blood Moon sect's trap instead. Nirvana Banquet's champion, you're finally out. The fire god general descended to the ground and viciously looked at Lin Yun. He didn't bother concealing the murderous aura within his pupils. It appears that you have not learned your lesson back in the Black Tortoise Vault. Lin Yun smiled with a chill flashing within his pupils. You're almighty back in the Black Tortoise Vault with the golden-purple dragon crown on. Why don't you bring it out now? I'll give you a chance to put it on. The fire god general mocked. You want to take revenge? Lin Yun said, raising his eyes. You're really arrogant. Do you really think you're a figure just because my cultivation was suppressed back at the Black Tortoise Void Sea? The fire god general said with an eerie expression. When he looked at Lin Yun, there was a hint of mockery and fury blazing within his pupils. Lin Yun was clearly an ant-like existence before him. Even if Lin Yun was first on the Dragon Pulse ranking, he was only at the Dragon Pulse realm. But he had suffered great humiliation at the hands of Lin Yun back in the Black Tortoise Vault. Your gaze is annoying. Let me see if you can still maintain your arrogance after I dig those eyes out. The fire god general eerily said. As he flew out, his roar that contained his murderous aura swept out, along with his aura at the third stage profound death stage. When Huang Xuanyi saw this scene, a sinister smile rose on his lips because Lin Yun would probably die a terrible death at the hands of the fire god general. Yan Qihua, Yi Feng, and the others opened their mouths with complicated expressions, but they all had pity on their faces. Even if Lin Yun's fortune was heaven-defying, they didn't think he had a way out of this situation. Lin Yun was calm as he raised his head and looked at the fire god general charging at him. If it were before he underwent his tribulation, Lin Yun would have had great trouble facing those at the pinnacle profound life stage, not to mention someone at the third stage profound death stage. But he was now a lot stronger than he was before, and these people were destined to be disappointed. As a golden-purple radiance shone from his body, Lin Yun left behind afterimages as he took 3 steps forth and suddenly turned around. His speed had reached a terrifying height. When he turned around, his vitality was like a ferocious beast. He left behind ripples in the air, and this caused the fire god general to miss his attack. What's going on? Isn't he a little too fast? The fire god general passed through the afterimages, and he was deeply shocked. He was certain that Lin Yun wasn't so fast back in the Black Tortoise Vault. But Lin Yun was even faster without the golden-purple dragon crown? I don't believe it. Although the fire god general was shocked, he was still at the third stage profound death stage. He was confident that Lin Yun would lose if they clashed head-on. The fire god general soared to the sky with a crimson palm blooming from his palm. As a blood moon rose to the sky behind him, the blood moon became shrouded in a terrifying deathly aura, as well as a boundless dragon origin. He had fully unleashed his cultivation behind this palm, and he was confident that Lin Yun could do nothing besides running upon facing his attack. But Lin Yun merely squinted his eyes and pushed his palm forth. Ha! The fire god general sneered with mockery filling his pupils. He coldly said, "How ignorant! I'll sever one of your arms first." Just when the two palms were about to come in contact, the fire god general squinted his eyes with a murderous aura filling his pupils. He was at the third stage, profound death stage, and if they clashed head-on, he was confident that he could sever Lin Yun's arm, even if he didn't kill the latter. When the two palms came in contact, one was enveloped with a crimson radiance, while the other was enveloped with a purple radiance and sword aura that soared to the sky. When the terrifying sword aura swept out, it shocked everyone as they retreated, dragging their injured bodies. But some people couldn't avoid it in time and were caught in the shockwave, throwing out mouthfuls of blood while being sent flying away. They were all surprised without exception. That Lin Xiao is too bold. Someone at the Dragon Pulse realm dares to clash with the profound death stage head-on? Yifeng, Yan Qihua, and the other Holy Land geniuses were surprised when they saw this scene. As the dazzling radiance from the Fire God General and Lin Yun dissipated, the two still maintained direct contact with their palms. Everyone was dumbfounded, and they couldn't comprehend what they had witnessed. "You brat! What the hell did you obtain?" The Fire God General was shocked. He couldn't understand what Lin Yun got in the Black Tortoise Vault for him to become so strong, and there was a chance it might be even more significant than the golden purple dragon crown. "Why don't you take a guess?" Lin Yun replied. "Don't worry about it. After I dig out your eyes, my Blood Moon sect will have plenty of ways to make you speak." The Fire God General suppressed his fury and began to circulate his dragon origin. Not long later, he unleashed his cultivation at the third stage, profound death stage. This immediately increased the pressure on Lin Yun, and fine cracks also appeared on his sword aura. But before his sword aura was about to collapse, a sword vibration echoed from within his body that resisted the pressure from the Fire God General. It didn't take long for his heavenly dome sword intent to break through the shackles of greater mastery. This naturally shocked everyone because Lin Yun took another step in the heavenly dome sword intent. "Let me see how long you can hold on for," the Fire God General roared, and pushed his palm forth, forcing Lin Yun to retreat to the sea's surface. "Go back!" Lin Yun roared as 10 dragon pulses reaching 30,000 feet appeared, covering the sky and leaving everyone shocked. Is this his opportunity? Xiao Yuanqi and Ji Lingfeng were both dumbfounded, and they finally knew why Lin Yun stayed in the Black Tortoise Void Sea for so long. After all, the 10th Pulse Dragon Pulse Realm was the limit. This caught the Fire God General by surprise. He wiped the blood off his lips and was pushed back by Lin Yun. Lin Yun was probably comparable to a first-stage profound death stage in terms of cultivation. In addition to his heavenly dome sword intent, he was capable of facing someone at the third stage profound death stage, not to mention a monstrous genius like the Fire God General. If it were an ordinary genius at the third stage profound death stage, Lin Yun would have an easier time dealing with them. But if he had to face monstrous geniuses like the Fire God General, even if they didn't have a cultivation at the third stage profound death stage, it would be troublesome for him to deal with them. With that, Lin Yun had a clear gauge of his strength. On the sea's surface, Lin Yun forced the Fire God General back with a palm and took a long breath. The demigod wine accumulated within his body was gradually being released under this clash, and he could sense that his cultivation was rising a little. Netherski Seal. The Fire God General soared to the sky with crimson flames blazing within his pupils, and the saint runes began to bloom on the Netherman saint armor he was wearing. As an ancient aura swept out, it felt like a ferocious beast was awakened by him, and the aura he gave off began to rise. Remnant Dragon Finger. The Fire God General unleashed a crimson beam of light with his left hand on his right wrist. When the beam flew out, the sea was split apart like bean curd, which was the secret technique of the Blood Moon sect. Lin Yun turned around in mid-air and avoided this beam, but that beam soared to the sky, creating a hole in the dragon pulses. Before he could even respond, the Fire God General unleashed more beams, completely suppressing Lin Yun's aura and placing him in a dilemma. The remnant crimson radiance still lingered within the air for a long time, spreading to a few dozen miles away and even causing the surrounding space to distort. The black-clothed quasi-saint suddenly opened his eyes with surprise because the Netherski seal and remnant dragonfinger were vicious secret techniques of the Blood Moon sect. Upon being executed, an outcome would often be swiftly determined. But Lin Yun was calmly facing the Fire God General's attacks. "Take a finger from me too." When the Fire God General's movements slowed down, Lin Yun raised his brow, and the Iris Saint seal bloomed on the back of his finger, with his thumb pressing down on his middle finger. Lin Yun's dragon origin began to gather, and the Azure Dragon's sword soul flew out from his brows. His right hand became heated. Everything from his fingers to his wrist became white like jade. Accompanied by a sword vibrating from within his body, multiple swords rose from the sea. The swords were emitting a faint blue radiance, and each sword contained a powerful sword intent. With a gentle raise of his right hand, those swords were like grass being blown by a powerful wind rushing towards Lin Yun. There were thousands of swords revolving around him that looked like a dragon. Flicking divine finger, a terrifying sword aura exploded from Lin Yun. Flicking his finger, the swords began to combine into a real dragon. That wasn't an Azure Dragon, but it contained the Azure Dragon's profundity, with the swords forming its skeletal structure. This caught the Fire God General by surprise and sent him flying away. From the sheer impact, a huge hole appeared on the sea's surface and looked like an abyss. As for the Fire God General, there was a bloody hole in his chest as he threw out blood. The Glory Saint artifact failed to protect him? What secret technique is that? Everyone was shocked. The Netherman Saint armor might be swiftly repairing itself, but the Glory Saint artifact was damaged by Lin Yun's attack. Before everyone could come to their senses, a sword vibration echoed, and the flower burial sword flew to the sky from Lin Yun's left hand, instantly reaching the Fire God General. The Fire God General managed to block this attack by crossing his arms together. But before he could catch his breath, the flower burial sword returned to Lin Yun's hand and he swung it down. Azure Dragon Claw. Pouring the Azure Dragon's sword intent into his sword, a golden dragon claw was unleashed by a sword ray. This made the Fire God General's lips twitch, and he spread his hands out with a constellation appearing behind him. He didn't dare to hold back in such a critical moment and summoned his constellation. The painting was a blood moon, and moonlight shone from the painting when his constellation appeared. As the Fire God General threw out a punch, the crimson moonlight manifested into a fist that shattered the incoming dragon claw. To be able to force me to this point, you can be considered. Just when the Fire God General wanted to say something after resolving Lin Yun's attack, Lin Yun swung his sword again, executing the Azure Dragon sword art, Azure Dragon Tail. But unlike before, 3 paintings flew out behind Lin Yun as the 100-foot sword ray swept out in the form of a dragon's tail. The crimson moonlight was completely covered up as the 3 paintings shone brightly. The first painting portrayed a winged dragon, the second was the Kuanping, and the third was the demonic phoenix. Before the Fire God General could even finish his sentence, the dragon's tail lashed his face. The tail easily tore apart the Fire God General's dragon origin, leaving a bloody gash on his face. Azure Dragon Claw. Lin Yun naturally wouldn't allow the Fire God General to catch his breath and swung his sword down. As the dazzling sword ray manifested into a golden dragon claw and descended, the Fire God General's arms were numb when he tried to block Lin Yun's attack by crossing his arms together. Azure Dragon Claw. Lin Yun soared to the sky and unleashed another Azure Dragon Claw. This time, he empowered his attack with the 3 constellations and unleashed 9 dragon claws. Whenever the dragon claws soared to the sky, they suppressed the Fire God General in a domineering manner, making him throw out a mouthful of blood after 9 claws. As the Fire God General staggered to maintain his footing, he roared, "You bastard! Is this all you know?" "As you wish." Lin Yun turned around and thrust his sword towards the Fire God General's chest. But the sword failed to pierce it because of a huge obstruction. This scene made the Fire God General snicker. "You think I'll fall for the same trick twice? Do you think you can stab through the Netherman Saint armor? Don't be so sure about that." Lin Yun gently pushed his sword in after activating the glory spirits through his greater mastery of heavenly dome sword intent. This scene made the black-clothed quasi-saint furious as he roared, "Brat, you're courting death!" He immediately soared to the sky, wanting to kill Lin Yun with a flick of his finger and rescue the fire god general. As a quasi-saint, he naturally had that strength, which was why he watched from the side. But just when he soared to the sky, a figure dashed forth, and they exchanged a palm. As two saint auras exploded, the black-clothed quasi-saint and that person took several steps back. When everyone raised their heads to take a closer look, they saw that it was the old beggar was following Lin Yun. Squinting his eyes with a smile, Gu Jun stroked his beard. "Who's not a quasi-saint nowadays?" This naturally caught the black-clothed quasi-saint by surprise as he took several steps back. Quasi-saint. When the 6 Holy Land parties saw this scene, they naturally rejoiced with their eyes lighting up. "Banner Lord, save me!" the fire god general screamed, looking at Lin Yun with horror. But Lin Yun didn't bother with his scream and slammed his palm on the flower burial sword's hilt, sending the sword into the fire god general's chest. But the sword didn't stop there and turned around, stabbing through the fire god general's head. When Lin Yun held onto his sword, he gently shook it to shake off the blood. Everything happened in a split second and was so fast that no one could respond in time. After everyone noticed it had come to an end, the 6 Holy Land parties were completely stumped. The fire god general's corpse fell into the sea with a splash. The fire god general was a famous figure in the Eastern Desolation for over 2 decades, but he only caused such a small splash with his death. But Lin Yun wore an unsatisfied expression because he didn't even bring out his full strength in his fight against the fire god general. The black-clothed quasi-saint became furious when he saw this scene, but he fell into a dilemma when he saw Gu Jun standing before him. "Gu Jun, don't let him go. Stop him." When a Holy Land's genius saw that the black-clothed quasi-saint intended to retreat, he immediately spoke out. Those words naturally drew the black-clothed quasi-saint's attention, but he could only reluctantly leave. As for Gu Jun, he had no intentions of stopping this black-clothed man from leaving. On the other hand, Lin Yun sat on the ground with his legs crossed together and adjusted his breathing. He wasn't recovering from his injuries because he was barely even injured in the previous battle. So he was digesting the demigod wine within his body. After this battle, Lin Yun finally realized that he was lucky that he didn't explode from the 3 cups of wine back then. The accumulated energy within his body was greater than he had imagined, and he had barely used 1/10 of it in his battle with the fire god general. When he reopened his eyes, the other Holy Land geniuses turned their attention over. Most of their expressions were awkward and complicated as they looked at Lin Yun, while the Ming cult's disciples were furiously looking at him. This naturally drew his curiosity, and he turned to look at An Luyen who was walking over. He asked, "What's going on?" The Wind God General and Lightning God General weren't able to leave in time and were killed by Elder Gu. They both had many things from the Holy Land disciples. And Luyen explained, "What's the matter? You can just accept them." Lin Yun said casually, "This isn't the same. Many treasures belong to the 6 Holy Lands, including those they obtained in the Black Tortoise Vault. There are even—" And Luyen continued to explain. "Even what?" Lin Yun asked. "Young Master, Ji Lingfeng's Blood Phoenix Blade was also taken away by them," and Luyen said with a bitter smile. With that, Lin Yun finally understood what was happening, and it was no wonder why An Luyen couldn't decide. Even if they were to keep everything they obtained from the 2 god generals, the Blood Phoenix Blade wasn't something that they could take. This was why An Luyen wanted Lin Yun to decide which to keep and which to return. "Young Master, what do you think we should do? I have already tried to appease them earlier," and Luyen asked, looking at Lin Yun. "Return it to them," Lin Yun said without hesitation and decided based on his instincts. But that didn't mean he was kind-hearted. He already had a lot of harvest from the Black Tortoise Vault, and these treasures couldn't catch his attention. Those that caught his attention were Glory Saint artifacts, but those belonged to the 6 Holy Lands, such as the Blood Phoenix Blade. This was why Lin Yun might as well return them all since keeping them would spell trouble. Thus, he might as well return them to their owners as a favor. When the Holy Land's geniuses received their treasures, their expressions loosened up. After all, Lin Yun was domineering back at the Black Tortoise Vault, killing whoever stood in his way regardless of whether his enemy was a genius of the Holy Land or not. Thus, this was why everyone was afraid that he would leave with their treasures. But if Lin Yun knew what they were thinking, they would probably laugh out loud. After all, what treasure could be comparable to the golden purple dragon crown and demigod wine? What could compare to the black tortoise chains and thunder demon subduing beads? It wasn't that Lin Yun was arrogant, but he had obtained too much. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that what they harvested was garbage. Lin Xiao, thanks. I owe you one. Ha ha ha. Disregarding everyone else's thoughts, Ji Lingfeng laughed when he took back his beloved blade. The Heavenly Dao sect and Divine Phoenix Mountain's disciples all cupped their hands together as well. On the other hand, the Heavenly Flame sect, Divine Dao Pavilion, and Myriad Lightning sect's disciples looked awkward and embarrassed, wanting to dig a hole and hide in it. After all, they had waited for Lin Yun to show up with the golden purple dragon crown for half a month. But the Blood Moon sect snatched their treasures, and they had to rely on Lin Yun to take them back. This was the greatest mockery in the world. After a long silence, Xianxia finally spoke up and clasped his hands together. Thank you, Brother Lin. 2 companions of my sect died, but you have avenged their deaths. You're welcome. It's nothing to me. Lin Yun didn't put on any airs and responded by cupping his hands together. This time, the Heavenly Flame sect owes you one. When my sect's quasi-saint comes, I'll tell him the truth. Xianxia said. When everyone else saw Lin Yun's response, they breathed a sigh of relief and cupped their hands together as a form of gratitude. Owe him one? These belong to us to begin with. All he did was return them to the owners. Right then, a disorientated voice resounded as Huang Xuanyi jumped out. This naturally made everyone furrow their brows because they were unhappy with Huang Xuanyi's behavior. And him. We all suffered humiliation at the hands of that Blood Moon sect's quasi-saint, and he allowed that fellow to leave. If that Blood Moon sect's quasi-saint spreads rumors, it'll humiliate our holy lands. Huang Xuanyi pointed at Gu Jun and coldly said, You are to be blamed. Gu Jun immediately lost it on the spot, wanting to give Huang Xuanyi a slap to death. Do you dare to touch me? Huang Xuanyi said coldly. You can't beat a quasi-saint of the Blood Moon sect, and yet you want to take it out on me? Fuming with rage, Gu Jun smiled, squinting. So, I'm a sinner, according to you? Only you know what's on your mind then, and you're on your own. Huang Xuanyi said indifferently. Ha ha. Gu Jun smiled and stroked his beard. This scene left everyone stumped because they never expected Huang Xuanyi to be so shameless. As for you, Huang Xuanyi turned to Lin Yun and continued, My senior brother Xianxia was a genius. He'd become a saint's disciple after this, and yet you have committed an unforgivable sin by killing the disciple of my Ming cult. As a smear of sarcasm flashed across Xiao Yuanqi's pupils, he snickered. Why don't you say that your senior brother is a genius of the millennium? Why don't you say that your senior brother is the disciple of a great saint and not a saint instead? Xianxia showed displeasure on his face, and he joined in, Brother Huang, don't drag the Heavenly Flame sect into the feud between your Ming cult and Lin Xiao. If not for Lin Xiao and Elder Gu, who knows what humiliation we would have suffered today. Even if they didn't save our lives, they at least saved half of our lives. Yifeng stood out as well. Brother Yen is right. The golden purple dragon crown is a matter of its own, and we all owe Lin Xiao one today. Furthermore, we're all present in the matter between Lin Xiao and your senior brother, and we will only speak the truth. Lin Yun didn't say anything right from the start, but this gave him a high opinion of many of the Holy Land disciples. Back at the Black Tortoise Vault, they naturally used various means to obtain as much as possible and hoped that he would die there. But they didn't backstab him now and even stood out for him. Regardless of their strength, this showed Lin Yun a clear view of the grace of the Holy Land disciples. Compared to them, Ji Lingfeng was more impolite, and he sneered, Huang Xuanyi, if I remember correctly, Your eyes were blinded by Brother Lin, right? I never realized how shameless you can be. You dare to be arrogant before Elder Gu? But why didn't you stand out when the Fire God General robbed you earlier? In a nutshell, you're a piece of trash, and I'm embarrassed to stand out to talk about you. Which of us here can't crush you with a finger? Do you really think you're someone? Ji Lingfeng, don't push it. Huang Xuanyi roared. What can you do to me even if I push it? You're disgusting to look at. Elder Gu is a quasi-saint, and he's not in a position to kill you. But we're both of the same generation. So why don't you fight me instead? Ji Lingfeng smiled. Huang Xuanyi immediately cowered upon hearing that, and backed off. Right then, the pinnacle nirvana stage from the Ming cult stepped forth. What Huang Xuanyi said is a little too much, but he's not exactly unreasonable. To begin with, those treasures belong to us and he just returned them to us. Because he killed a disciple of my Ming cult, he should pay with his life, not to mention the golden purple dragon crown. There was no change on Lin Yun's face, but his gaze became colder because the Ming cult was starting to get on his nerves. Lin Xiao has passed the golden purple dragon crown to me, and I will hand it over to the pavilion master. So you guys can give up on it, since it's a hot potato in your hands. The Divine Dragon Empire will surely ask for it, and it's not something we can decide on. Gu Jun spoke out. He was saying it to pull Lin Yun out of this mess. Xiao Yuanqi nodded his head. That's reasonable. There's only one golden purple dragon crown, and it's unfair for anyone to have it. It's safe to put it in the hands of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion while we discuss the ownership over it. Hearing what he said, everyone fell silent, representing everyone's attitude. After all, the Heavenly Tao sect was the head of the 6 Holy Lands, and they had great prestige. Most importantly, this was a reasonable solution. After all, the 6 Holy Lands couldn't possibly start a fight over a golden purple dragon crown. Even if they ultimately obtained it, they might be unable to keep it. The faces of the Ming cult's disciples were ugly, and the other Holy Lands stood on Lin Yun's side. Right then, streaks of light flew over. They were the quasi-saints of the 6 Holy Lands who had finally rushed over. They were a few hundred miles away a moment ago and had already descended from the sky the next moment. 6 quasi-saints represented the 6 Holy Lands. They immediately rushed over from Heavenly Domain City when they got the news. But because of the distance, it would take a long time for them to get here without a saint-class worship, even if they were quasi-saints. As for why no saints descended, it was simply that the 6 Holy Lands had a branch each in the Heavenly Domain City, and most branches only had a saint. After all, Heavenly Domain City was only a small part of the Eastern Desolation, and there were at least 10 other similar cities in the Eastern Desolation. Even the Holy Lands had a limited number of saints, and it was already terrifying that they could dispatch a saint to be stationed in those cities. This was something that the Sword Sect couldn't accomplish, but those saints couldn't leave so easily. If they had to dispatch a saint, they would have to dispatch one directly from their Holy Lands, and the distance was an issue. So unless it was a great saint, it wouldn't be easy for them to arrive so quickly. The arrival of the 6 quasi-saints made the surrounding atmosphere subtle, and the Ming cult's disciples looked excited. They're really fast, Lin Yun muttered. That black-clothed quasi-saint from the Blood Moon sect probably sensed them, so he left so quickly. Lin Xiao, what should we do now? Mei Zihua asked. He was nervous and excited. Wait, I'm not confident about the Ming cult, but the other Holy Lands won't be so shameless. Gu Jun smiled with his eyes squinted while stroking his beard. When Lin Yun turned to look in the Ming cult's direction, he noticed the yellow-robed quasi-saint looking at him coldly, while Huang Xuanyi whispered in his ears. When quasi-saint looked at him, his face became even darker. It looks like we won't be able to resolve this matter so easily. Old man, are you confident in dealing with that yellow-robed quasi-saint? Lin Yun asked. 50%. Gu Jun wasn't fully confident because he had just become a quasi-saint and wasn't a quasi-saint proficient in martial Dao. Young master, I know him. He's the altar lord of the Ming cult in Heavenly Domain City, known as Quasi-Saint Changfeng. His cultivation is at the 3rd stage of the quasi-saint realm. And Luyen whispered beside Lin Yun. Lin Yun fell into deep thought when he heard that. These people better know when to stop or he wouldn't hold back any longer. He even killed a saint, and he could kill a quasi-saint if he gave it his all. No one noticed that Lin Yun's pupils were brewing with killing intent. If anyone knew that Lin Yun even dared to kill a quasi-saint, they would surely be shocked. Yuanqi, Lingfeng, Qingyang. Disciple is here. When the 6 quasi-saints arrived, they called out their sect's disciples and understood what happened here. The quasi-saint from the heavenly Tao sect was a gray-robed elder named Zhang Yang. When he heard what Xiao Yuanqi said, he involuntarily turned to look at Lin Yun. He's Lin Xiao? Zhang Yang asked, stroking his beard. Yeah. He's the one who killed the fire god general while Gu Jun of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion chased the Blood Moon sect's quasi-saint away. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire, Xiao Yuanqi said truthfully. After all, the black-clothed quasi-saint killed a pinnacle nirvana stage from the Heavenly Flame sect before Lin Yun's party came out, and they would have died if the Blood Moon sect wanted to kill them. The Blood Moon sect is becoming more rampant over the years. Zhang Yang furrowed his brows with a hint of concern in his pupils. The Blood Moon sect had been becoming increasingly high-profile recently, and the Holy Land's higher hierarchy naturally sensed it. They had a feeling that the peace in the Kunlun realm would soon change. Speaking of which, that little fellow has been rising really quickly. Given time, he'll definitely become an influential figure. Zhang Yang looked at Lin Yun with admiration in his pupils. After all, that was the 10th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm. To achieve it, one needed not only high aptitude but also luck. There was no doubt that Lin Yun would be a saint in the future. When the Golden Age comes, Lin Yun might even be able to reach the peak of the Kunlun realm. The other Holy Land's quasi-saints also looked at Lin Yun with admiration. If the golden-purple dragon crown was really in the hands of Gu Jun, a quasi-saint, it was no longer a matter they could take into their hands, and they could only wait for the saint of their sects to decide. Not to mention it obviously wasn't appropriate to take action now. Without mentioning that Lin Yun's party saved them. Just the fact that Gu Jun was a quasi-saint means he's no longer someone they could handle. After all, they might not be able to catch up if Gu Jun was determined to run. If that happened, there would be no room for maneuvering in the future unless they didn't want to have any interaction with the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion in the future. You're Lin Xiao. Right then, a cold bark resounded that captured everyone's attention. The Ming cult's quasi-saint walked over with a group of people, releasing his quasi-saint aura at the same time. Anyone could tell that this quasi-saint meant trouble. But his aura as a quasi-saint was soon blocked by Gu Jun's aura. At the same time, and Luyan and Mei Zihua also didn't hesitate to stand beside Lin Yun. That's me. Lin Yun looked at the quasi-saint and asked, what advice does quasi-saint Changfeng have for me? The yellow-robed quasi-saint was briefly stunned when his name was called out, and he said, I have no advice for you. I would like to ask you 2 questions. Did you kill Yu Wenxiu? I did. Lin Yun replied. Do you regret it? Quasi-saint Changfeng coldly looked at Lin Yun, gritting his teeth. He's stubborn, so he deserved it. Lin Yun replied. His strong response startled everyone, and the faces of those from the Ming cult were ugly. After all, Lin Yun had no intention of even apologizing to them. Altar Lord, why bother wasting time with him? Just capture him, Huang Xuani yelled. With a gloomy expression, Quasi-Saint Changfeng said, I'll seal your cultivation and bring you back to the Ming cult for punishment. If you're really from the Azure Dragon's lineage, get the seniors of your clan to collect you from the Ming cult. Let's see if you still dare to be so stubborn at that time. Everyone's heart sank because the Ming cult clearly had no intention of letting this matter rest despite knowing that Gu Jun was a quasi-saint. But Lin Yun merely raised his head and looked at the quasi-saint with a playful gaze. You can't stop me from leaving. You can give it a try if you want. I can't stop you from leaving? You're overthinking it. Quasi-Saint Changfeng sneered. When he finished, he reached out to Lin Yun, and Lin Yun had no intentions of taking a step back. On the other hand, Gu Jun was prepared and pushed his palm forth, facing Quasi-Saint Changfeng's attack. A majestic aura swept out when the 2 saints clashed. And Lu Yan and Mei Zihua both retreated 10-odd meters away before resolving the clash's shockwave. On the other hand, Everyone from the Ming cult was blown away, and not even those at the pinnacle of the Nirvana stage could withstand the shockwave. When the shockwave slowly died down, Gu Jun and Quasi-Saint Chong Feng were revealed in a deadlock with their palms. This surprised Quasi-Saint Chong Feng because Gu Jun was a musician, according to his information, and he had just recently reached the Quasi-Saint realm. But when they clashed, the saint aura within Gu Jun's body far exceeded his imagination. Just when he was feeling uneasy, a figure dashed over. It turned out that there was someone who didn't retreat from the shockwave created by the two quasi-saints. It was naturally Lin Yun who resisted the shockwave head-on, relying on his two saint physiques. The shockwave was something that even those at the pinnacle of the Nirvana stage couldn't withstand, but it wasn't that terrifying to Lin Yun. Azure Dragon Grasp. Lin Yun dashed forth like a sharp sword and disappeared. When he reappeared, his palm was already on Quasi-Saint Chong Feng's chest. Activating his Azure Dragon intent at the 6th grade, lightning began to rumble into the sky like an ancient Azure Dragon wandering in the clouds. Shortly after, a gigantic dragon claw descended from the sky, instantly empowering him. This caught Quasi-Saint Chong Feng by surprise, before throwing out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying away. He was engaged in a deadlock with Gu Jun, but then suddenly took an attack that immediately caught him off guard and left him heavily injured. Altar Lord! Everyone from the Ming cult panicked, and they hurried over to Quasi-Saint Chong Feng, furiously looking at Lin Yun. Lin Xiao, how dare you launch a sneaked attack on me? Quasi-Saint Chong Feng was furious. He was a dignified quasi-saint, and it was a humiliation for him to suffer in the hands of a junior, not to mention when there were other quasi-saints around here. Oh! Lin Yun wore a mockery expression and replied, I'm surprised you know what shame is. After all, a quasi-saint like you wanted to make a move on a junior like me. Do you know about shame? Then, well said. The quasi-saint of the Divine Phoenix Mountain smiled. Quasi-Saint Chong Feng, your sex junior, died in the hands of Lin Xiao because he was weak. So why are you trying to bully a junior? You're just embarrassing the Ming cult. Also, don't even think that you can take Lin Xiao away today. Lin Xiao isn't only the champion of the Nirvana Banquet and first on the Dragon Pulse ranking. He's also the fiancé of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion's Profound Fairy and the junior brother of Elder Mu Shuling. I'll be honest with you. My Divine Phoenix Mountain also owes him a great favor. Quasi-Saint Chong Feng's face became pale because those titles made him feel suffocating. Right then, the Heavenly Tao Sect's Quasi-Saint Zhongyang spoke out, Quasi-Saint Chong Feng, can you not tell that his attack earlier was a secret technique of the Azure Dragon's lineage? Otherwise, why do you think you fell for it? Can someone without any Azure Dragon lineage status learn such a secret technique? Let's not mention that a quasi-saint's disciple died. Your Ming cult can only suck it up even if a saint's disciple died. The two quasi-saints were warning Quasi-Saint Chong Feng to face reality. At the very least, Lin Xiao wasn't someone a quasi-saint like him could touch. With that, the faces of everyone from the Ming cult were ugly. I'm grateful that two seniors stood out for me. Lin Yun cupped his hands and glanced at Quasi-Saint Chong Feng before he left with his party. Young lad, please hold on. The journey might not be saved. So let me send you off. The Divine Phoenix Mountain's quasi-saint stepped forth with a smile. Let's go together. The Heavenly Tao Sect will also send you off. Zhongyang smiled and led the Heavenly Tao Sect's party over. The other quasi-saints also came to their senses and came forth with a smile on their faces. After all, there was no question that Lin Yun would surely rise in the future, and it was best to befriend him now than to become his enemy. Not to mention the golden-purple dragon crown was on Gu Jun, and they had to make a trip to the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion with him. The Holy Lands had to discuss what to do with a supreme treasure like that. Very quickly, the Ming cult was the only one left behind, and they were greatly humiliated today. But there was nothing they could do about it. This made the demonic cultivators nearby dumbfounded because they didn't expect it to end in this manner. Unbelievable. 5 of the Holy Lands are escorting Lin Xiao together, first on the Dragon Pulse ranking. He's really popular. Yeah. Who can imagine that the Holy Lands still had some resentment for Lin Xiao earlier? They're all so respectful now. After today, Lin Zhao's name will be even more resounding. But the Ming cult has really become a laughingstock this time. Everyone discussed it amongst themselves. Then again, it wasn't too surprising if they really thought about it. This was a world where only the strong were respected, and Lin Zhao used his strength to win the respect of the 5 Holy Lands. Even if the golden purple dragon crown wasn't on him, no one would become his enemy if they weren't fools. One had to admit that Gu Jun was shrewd in resolving Lin Yun's crisis so easily. Then again, the more important thing was how Lin Yun killed the Fire God General and how decisive he was when he attacked Quasi-Saint Changfeng earlier. On the way back to Heavenly Domain City, Lin Yun naturally chose to ride on the Sacred Alliance's Saint-class warship together with the other Quasi-Saints. To be honest, Lin Yun didn't want these people to come with him and wanted to find an opportunity to sneak away halfway. But these people were determined to send him back to Heavenly Domain City. Thus, this naturally caused some trouble for Lin Yun. After all, he couldn't stay in the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion any longer after this. 2 months have passed since his 6 months agreement with Lil Purple, and he had to go to the Heavenly Dao sect. I say, what happens if you can't take out the golden purple dragon crown later? Lin Yun asked Gu Jun as the 4 of them stayed in the same room. Gu Jun was smart to shift the pressure of the golden purple dragon crown to the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, but none of the Quasi-Saints were stupid. This was why they were determined to deliver Lin Yun back to the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion to ensure that no one would take the opportunity to leave with the crown. We'll see as we walk. Don't tell me you're planning to take it for yourself. Gu Jun smiled. Lin Yun didn't say a word, and Gu Jun continued, I advise you to let Saint Elder keep it. If it's on her, no one will dare to place any idea on the golden purple dragon crown. Mei Zihua and An Luyen also curiously looked over because the golden purple dragon crown was their biggest gain on this trip to the Black Tortoise Void Sea, and it was too precious. Now that everyone knew about it, there was no doubt that Lin Yun would draw great trouble for himself if he wanted to keep it. Lin Yun turned to look out the window. The Saint-class warship was speeding through the 7th layer of heaven, and the scenery through the window became distorted. I have to find a chance to leave, Lin Yun said. I'm afraid it'll be difficult. We're in the 7th layer of heaven, and even those in the Samsara Edict realm won't be able to last long outside. Not to mention it's impossible for you to leave silently on this ship, Gu Jun said. It won't be easy, even if you change your appearance. Not to mention it'll be troublesome if someone finds out. Young master, what are you worried about? An Luyen had meticulous thoughts, and she could tell that Lin Yun wasn't worried about the golden purple dragon crown. After a brief pondering, Lin Yun nodded his head. Don't you remember that there are still 2 people in the Starry Sky secret realm? Not to mention that the Wind Edgelord died in the Black Tortoise Void Sea, and the Lu Saint clan definitely won't let this matter rest. The Wind Edgelord wasn't the same as Yuanxiu. Yuanxiu was just the disciple of a quasi-saint. But the Wind Edgelord was the successor of the Lu Saint clan and received nobility from the Empress. The Lu Saint clan was one of the 4 ancient Saint clans in Heavenly Domain City, and they definitely received news that their successor died in the Black Tortoise Void Sea. Young master, you don't have to be too worried about that. No one saw that you killed the Wind Edgelord, and it'll be fine as long as none of us say anything about it. And Luyen comforted. I'm actually not too worried. If I had been worried, I wouldn't have killed him back then. I'm more concerned about those 2 we met back then instead. Lin Yun smiled. He had an ill premonition on the Saint-class warship, but he couldn't figure out where this ill premonition came from. After eliminating all the possible factors, he could only place it on the 2 who entered the Starry Sky secret realm. After all, he could already foresee the Lu Saint clan's revenge, and he did not need to have an ill premonition about it. Since he had an ill premonition, it must be something he didn't know about. He had no idea if the white-clothed man and woman were friends or enemies. That woman is really terrifying, not to mention we coincidentally boarded the same Black Tortoise ship. Her understanding of the Black Tortoise's inheritance isn't any lesser than mine. Gu Jun said fearfully. Don't care about her for now. I must find a way to shake off everyone when we get to the pier, Lin Yun said. He had decided to leave the moment they got off the warship, and he had a high chance of leaving if he was alone. I also have to find a way to deal with this mess, Gu Jun said, gulping down wine. The rest of the journey was quiet as Lin Yun spent his time meditating in his room. Lin Yun had a rough gauge of his strength through the battle with the Fire God General. Without using any external force, he could fight those at the 3rd stage of the Profound Death stage, and he could barely face those at the 4th or 5th stage. Now that he had reached the 10th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm, his dragon pulses have reached a limit of 30,000 feet. This allowed him to cross the Profound Life and Profound Death stages. Aside from that, there were also some surprises because he discovered that he could make a breakthrough to the Profound Life stage anytime he wanted. He had yet to digest the 3 cups of demigod wine, and it wouldn't take long for him to make a breakthrough. Furthermore, his breakthrough would be smooth without any obstacles when he made a breakthrough to the Samsara Edict realm. Thinking about it here, Lin Yun knew the bitter times had passed, and it was time for him to welcome the sweet times. After all, each breakthrough in the Dragon Pulse realm was dangerous, especially when he made his breakthrough to the 10th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm. It was no different from a life-and-death experience. But fortunately, that was only a test of the Black Thunder Martial Emperor. Even if he were reduced to ashes, as long as he kept the sword in his heart, the Black Thunder Martial Emperor would revive him and even grant him an even more powerful physique. Lin Yun carefully inspected it multiple times, and his Divine Dragon Bone and Profound Wither Key were still around. He didn't suffer any loss. It was a miraculous experience, and Lin Yun even wondered if the Black Tortoise Aura left behind in the tribulation contained a wisp of time-space Tao. Half an hour later, Lin Yun was awakened by An Luyen. "Young master, we're here." Lin Yun opened his eyes and saw a gentle smile on An Luyen's face. This naturally made Gu Jun and Mei Zihua envious. Heavenly Domain City had 4 piers, corresponding to the 4 major districts. It might be a pier, but it was no smaller than an island, and the size was even bigger than ordinary cities. "Let's go." Lin Yun stood up and they got off the warship. When they jumped off the warship, Lin Yun noticed that the pier was empty. The usually bustling streets were empty without a single person. "Young master, something isn't right," and Luyen whispered. Lin Yun nodded his head. Even a fool could tell that something wasn't right, naturally making Gu Jun and Mei Zihua furrow their brows. This meant that someone had sealed off the entire pier. Could it be that something happened to Heavenly Domain City? Lin Yun had many speculations in a split second, and the Holy Land's geniuses and quasi-saints were also surprised that the pier was so empty. Not a single person? This is weird. There are some things left on the ground. This means that there should have been people here around half a day ago. Yeah, just look at those wine jars. There is still wine in them. Not to mention the footprints are pretty fresh as well. Everyone looked around and was surprised. There's no need for everyone to panic. We cleared the pier 4 hours ago. We have some questions for the champion of the Nirvana banquet. We have no intention of targeting anyone else. Right then, a group of people appeared on a roof. The leader of this party was a blue-clothed youth, and the aura he gave off was at the pinnacle of the Profound Death stage. 2 quasi-saints were standing beside him, and they didn't bother concealing their cultivation. Aside from that, there were many Profound Death stage cultivators behind them, and this massive scale made everyone take in a cold breath. It's the Lu Saint clan. What are they trying to do here? What did Lin Xiao do for the Lu Saint clan to come with such a massive scale? The person who spoke seems to be the elder brother of the Wind Edgelord, Lu Chun. Something huge probably took place. Amidst the commotion, Lu Chun swiftly appeared before everyone and the large group. His face was gloomy, and he looked at Lin Yun with murderous intent flashing within his pupils. He asked in a deep voice, "Lin Xiao, did you kill my younger brother, the Wind Edgelord?" His words immediately caused an uproar. After all, the Wind Edgelord was one of the 4 young masters of Heavenly Domain City, not to mention that the Wind Edgelord was even conferred personally by the Empress. Just that alone meant that he was the successor of the Lu Saint clan. An Lian immediately retorted, "Lu Chun, the Wind Edgelord might have some feud with Lin Xiao, but don't spout nonsense. You have to give evidence for everything." "You want evidence?" Lu Chun asked with an eerie smile. "I'll give you the evidence, then." Bring that piece of garbage out. The figure was tossed out from behind Lu Chun. This person was covered in injuries with horror on his face. When Mei Zihua and Gu Jun took a closer look at this person, their faces changed because this person was Cheng Tong, who was on the same black tortoise ship as them. Aside from Lin Yun, Gu Jun, Mei Zihua, and the mysterious woman, Cheng Tong's group of 3 was also on the ship. Gu Jun immediately knew that they were in trouble. Lu Chen waved his hand and grabbed Cheng Tong's head. Cheng Tong, tell everyone what you saw back then. Cheng Tong's face was distorted in pain, and he looked at Lin Yun in despair before crying, Brother Lin, I have no choice. My 2 brothers are in his hands. The surroundings fell silent, and the quasi-saints all realized that the Lu Saint clan had come prepared. Lu Chen coldly looked at Lin Yun and asked, Lin Xiao, let me ask you a question. Do you recognize this person? If you say you don't, then I'll kill him for slandering you. The faces of Xiao Yuanqi, Gu Jun, and An Luyen changed because that was no different from moral kidnapping. Everyone's eyes also involuntarily fell on Lin Yun. As Lin Yun raised his head, he said, Let him go. I did kill the Wind Edgelord, and there's no need to implicate others in this matter. Everyone was surprised when they heard that because they didn't think Lin Yun was so straightforward. Wasn't that the same as courting death? The Lu Saint clan's purpose was evident by sealing off the entire pier and bringing 2 quasi-saints over. Ha ha ha! You have guts! Lu Chen laughed, and he strengthened his grip on Cheng Tong's head, snapping his neck. Then he coldly said, Since you 2 know each other, this person is your accomplice then, and he's also unforgivable. This scene startled everyone, and they involuntarily took several steps back. On the other hand, fury blazed within Lin Yun's heart, with his pupils filled with murderous intent. Everyone was startled by the sudden outburst of murderous intent coming from Lin Yun. At this moment, Lin Yun was like an Asura who came from hell, looking at Cheng Tong's corpse. Despite the fury in his heart, his face was calm and cold, making everyone's heart jump. He only met with Cheng Tong, and he could tell that Cheng Tong had suffered a lot of torture. This meant he persisted for a long time before ratting him out. Champion of the Nirvana banquet, come with us. Lu Chen indifferently looked at Lin Yun. He's a disciple of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. You want to take him away as you wish. Gu Jun released his quasi-saint's aura. Ha! Lu Chen coldly said, The disciple of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion can kill the heir of my Lu Saint clan? My father already said to capture Lin Xiao if he's willing to come. If he's not willing, we'll bring his head over. When he finished, the 2 quasi-saints beside him dashed forth. This immediately made Mei Zihua and An Luyen nervous. Even Gu Jun's expression became grave and nervous. He could only block a quasi-saint, and the other quasi-saint could easily capture Lin Yun's group of 3. Not to mention Lu Chen was at the pinnacle of the profound death stage. Aside from that, he also had 7 profound death stage experts around him. The Holy Land's quasi-saints all showed displeasure on their faces because Lu Chen was a little too arrogant, wanting to forcibly bring Lin Xiao away before them and even sealing off the entire pier. Even if the Lu Saint clan had joined the Divine Dragon Empire, it was only an ancient saint clan, and it wasn't a particularly powerful one amongst the ancient saint clans. So they were nothing before the Holy Lands. The Heavenly Dao sect's Zhongyang asked, Isn't the Lu Saint clan a little too barbaric? Let's not mention if Lin Xiao really killed the Wind Edgelord. Even if he did, he doesn't deserve to die. The Divine Phoenix Mountain's quasi-saint sneered. It's clear that Cheng Tong obviously had something to say, and who knows, maybe the Wind Edgelord wanted to kill Lin Xiao and got killed instead. This is the reason why you silenced him so quickly. That's right. Since when can the Lu Saint clan do whatever they want in Heavenly Domain City? Who in the world doesn't know that the Wind Edgelord repeatedly lost to Lin Xiao and even spread rumors to slander him? It's not an exaggeration that he courted death. Lin Xiao is a disciple of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, and your Lu Saint clan has no right to take him away. When Zhongyang spoke out, the other Holy Land's quasi-saints also spoke out. After all, they owed Lin Yun a favor, and there was no way they could watch Lin Yun bring taken away before their eyes. If they allowed that to happen, it would be a great humiliation to those who were from the Holy Lands. Moreover, the Lu Saint clan was nothing in the eyes of the Holy Lands. The Lu Saint clan might have some influence in Heavenly Domain City, but were nothing outside it. The Holy Lands standing out clearly caught Lu Chun by surprise, and he gritted his teeth. You guys want to interfere in the private matters of my Lu Saint clan? The other quasi-saints didn't say anything, and their intentions were clear. Right then, Huang Xuanyi stood out after receiving an instruction. He chuckled. This has nothing to do with the Ming cult. The Ming cult's quasi-saint said, My Ming cult won't interfere if the Lu Saint clan wants to kill him. The quasi-saint wearing a bamboo hat beside Lu Chun smiled. So the 5 Holy Lands want to join hands to bully the Lu Saint clan? He didn't seem to be from the Lu Saint clan, and he had no fear even when facing the Holy Lands quasi-saints. So what if we bully you? The Divine Phoenix Mountains quasi-saint snorted. Isn't your Lu Saint clan bullying Lin Xiao by bringing 2 quasi-saints over? What are you guys trying to do here? Trying to kill him in front of us? Then I'll kill him in front of you guys today. The man removed his bamboo hat, revealing a face that made everyone's expressions change. Zhuge Qingyun, Gu Jun exclaimed. Zhuge Qingyun was famous as Tian Xuanzi's strongest disciple. Before Jian Jingtian made a breakthrough, he was known to be invincible beneath the saint realm. It's really him. The Ming cult's quasi-saint was surprised, but the corner of his lips soon curled up. He initially planned to watch from the sideline as the 2 sides fought, but things changed with the appearance of Zhuge Qingyun. Lin Yun recalled his gaze from Cheng Tong. When he saw Zhuge Qingyun, the chill within his pupils grew even denser because the Lu Saint clan had taken the last straw by joining forces with the Profound Sky sect. The Lu Saint clan managed to invite Zhuge Qingyun? It looks like you guys already planned on taking my life, Lin Yun said indifferently while looking at Lu Chun. Lu Chun raised his head with murderous intent flashing within his pupils. He snorted. So what? You're the one I'm killing today, and my brother's death will be paid in blood. Brother Zhuge, please stop the quasi-saints from interfering. I'll slaughter that brat myself. How dare you? The quasi-saint of the Divine Phoenix sect flew into rage along with the other quasi-saints. The Lu Saint clan was really bold not to put the Holy Lands in their eyes. Gentlemen, let us not act rashly. Zhuge Qingyun took a step forth, and the aura he gave off easily bounced back the aura from the 5 quasi-saints. This naturally made everyone shocked. Wearing a smile, Zhuge Qingyun placed his hands into his sleeves and looked at the 5 quasi-saints with a playful smile. You guys want to play? He was clearly alone, but the aura he gave off easily suppressed the 5. Gu Jun wanted to help, but he was watched closely by the quasi-saint from the Lu Saint clan. As for Mei Zihua, he was anxious, but he didn't know what to do. Elder Gu will keep an eye on the Lu Saint clan's quasi-saint, while we hold back the other profound death stage cultivators. And Liu Yan's words made Mei Zihua calm down. Ha! Let me see who else can save you. Lu Chun released his aura at the pinnacle of the profound death stage and dashed forth. As a dazzling sword ray shone from within Lin Yun, he moved like an azure dragon with a powerful gale and roaring lightning accompanying him. He was much faster than before after his azure dragon intent reached the 6th grade. When Lin Yun and Lu Chun crossed paths, they both exchanged a gaze with their pupils filled with murderous intent. What a fast speed! Lu Chun was surprised that Lin Yun was actually faster than him. But his cultivation was at the pinnacle of the profound death stage, and he drew out a sword when they crossed paths. Die! When he grabbed onto his sword, a crimson radiance shone from his body, with his sword being thrust towards Lin Yun's throat. Lin Yun didn't bother dodging his attack at all. He reached out with his hand, wanting to grab Lu Chen's sword. How ignorant! Lu Chen sneered, and the dragon origin on his sword surged once again, flicking his wrist, wanting to engulf Lin Yun's entire arm. But when his sword fell onto Lin Yun's arm, it felt like it had landed on a saint artifact, creating a metallic clash. Before Lu Chun came to his senses, Lin Yun had already grabbed onto his sword and snapped it into 2. This made the sword pieces fly about and immediately made everyone scatter to avoid the sword fragments. Having his sword destroyed, Lu Chun was shocked. When he raised his head, he saw Lin Yun's cold and indifferent gaze. Lin Yun's eyes were filled with murderous intent, giving him the illusion that countless skeletons surrounded Lin Yun, with the floor turning into a sea of blood. This naturally scared Lu Chun to retreat, because the murderous intent within Lin Yun's pupils was too terrifying, making his scalp tingle. "You think you can flee?" Lin Yun wore an indifferent smile. His speed was like a ghost, causing the surrounding space to distort, with his palm landing on Lu Chen's chest. The impact made Lu Chun groan out in pain as he retreated, and this naturally caused an uproar. After all, who could imagine that Lu Chun would be injured in a frontal confrontation with Lin Yun? "Young master," the eyelid of the Lu Saint clan's quasi-saint twitched, wanting to help. After all, the Lu Saint clan had already lost the Wind Edgelord, and they would become a laughingstock within Heavenly Domain City if they lost Lu Chun. "Don't come. I'll kill him myself." Lu Chun was furious because his wounds weren't heavy, and his aura soon dispelled the sword intent left within his body. It was just that it made him look embarrassed, and it was mainly because he was scared by Lin Yun earlier, or he wouldn't have fallen for it. "Let me see what capability a puny rat at the Dragon Pulse realm like you has," Lu Chun roared, charging at Lin Yun. He was cautious this time, using his cultivation to suppress the space Lin Yun was in before pushing his palm forth. Lin Yun waited until Lu Chun got close to him before pushing his palm forth. When the two palms collided, the scene of Lin Yun being heavily injured that everyone was expecting didn't take place. On the contrary, Lin Yun stood firmly like an immovable mountain with densely packed silver scales covering the surface of his body, and a dragon armor enveloped him. The myriad scales armor. Lu Chun instantly recognized the armor that Lin Yun was wearing, and this naturally made him furious. "Lin Xiao, how dare you!" Lin Yun killed the Wind Edgelord and even used the myriad scales armor in public, naturally making Lu Chun even more furious. "This myriad scales armor belonged to your brother and is pretty useful. Oh, I forgot to tell you that your brother didn't go peacefully. Since I couldn't injure him because of the myriad scales armor, I could only break his bones piece by piece. His death wasn't peaceful, and he begged for mercy before he was killed," Lin Yun said, his words making everyone's scalps go numb. They couldn't imagine the death scene of the Wind Edgelord. "Lin Xiao." Lu Chen's heart was in turmoil, his eyes becoming bloodshot. Since he had lost his composure, he naturally had his flaws exposed. On the contrary, Lin Yun was terrifyingly calm, activating the myriad scales armor and instantly causing cracks in Lu Chen's aura. As blood dripped out of the corner of Lu Chen's lips, he took several steps back, with Lin Yun taking this opportunity to step forth and push his palm forth. This time, Lin Yun easily sent Lu Chen flying back while using the myriad scales armor, causing Lu Chen to fall to the ground. "Lin Xiao, I'll kill you." Lu Chen soared to the sky, unleashing 7 profound life and death channels simultaneously, with his aura reaching a terrifying height. Even if Lin Yun wore the myriad scales armor, the aura exploding from Lu Chen still pushed him back. He closed his eyes and allowed the powerful gale to blow on his hair. No matter how violent Lu Chen's aura was, Lin Yun simply stood there like a mountain with the scenes of Cheng Tong's death in his mind. The life of Lu Chen's brother was important, but the lives of others were nothing to him? How could there be such a reason in this world? Lin Yun's fury reached a limit with dragon origin filling his whole body, and the demigod wine within his body started gushing out. When he reopened his eyes, he saw Lu Chen charging at him. At the same time, 7 loud booms echoed from within his body, and his aura began to rise. Just like that, Lin Yun made a subsequent breakthrough under the eyes of everyone, reaching the profound life stage and instantly reaching the 7th channel. When the 7 booms reverberated, the sound waves caused the pier to tremble. The aura he gave off was violent, and it shocked everyone. After all, he immediately jumped to the pinnacle of the profound life stage of the Samsara Edict realm. Under his aura, Lin Yun easily raised his hand and sent Lu Chen flying away. As he soared to the sky, he coldly looked at Lu Chen, No one can save you today. Lin Yun's roar shook everyone's eardrums. No one expected that he would make a breakthrough right on the spot, reaching the pinnacle of the profound life stage from the Dragon Pulse realm and injuring someone at the pinnacle of the profound death stage. No, you don't. Just when Lin Yun wanted to step forth, the Lu Saint clan's quasi-saint dashed over. I'm your opponent. But Gu Jun, who had been keeping an eye on him, appeared before the Lu Saint clan's quasi-saint before the latter even stepped forward. The two quasi-saints pushed out a palm each, and their collision caused cracks to appear on the ground. This instantly created 7 cracks on the spacious pier, which continued to spread without stopping. The Lu Saint clan's quasi-saint took several steps back as Gu Jun hovered in the air. Stop that quasi-saint. And Lu Yen made her decision after a brief surprise. She changed her plan because Lin Yun would be safe if they managed to stop that quasi-saint. This was also dangerous because Lu Yen and Mei Zihua were still too weak to face a quasi-saint with their strength. But she couldn't be bothered about that now because the quasi-saint could inflict heavy injuries on Lin Yun if he had an opportunity. Protect the young master. The 7 profound death stage experts immediately dashed forth. The gray-robed old man, who was at the pinnacle of the profound death stage, roared as he pushed his palm forth. Heavenly Nether Seal. A palm of 10 feet that was enveloped in profound death origin flew forth, and the 7 of them had joined forces to besiege Lin Yun. They didn't want to give him the opportunity to make a move on Lu Chun. But Lin Yun merely glanced at them from the corner of his eye and waved his sleeve. 180,000 dragon runes flew out and manifested into an azure dragon under the empowerment of his 6th grade azure dragon intent. When the azure dragon collided with the black palm was easily crushed. What powerful azure dragon intent! An exclamation resounded from the surroundings because everyone knew that Lin Yun came from the azure dragon's lineage. His azure dragon intent was powerful to begin with, let alone reaching the 6th grade. Not to mention that Lin Yun was unbelievably young. Lin Yun naturally wouldn't pay attention to those gazes. After the azure dragon crushed the palm, the 7 profound death stage experts also reached him. Azure Dragon Grasp. Lin Yun suddenly turned around. A dragon roar echoed with thunderclouds rumbling in the sky, and a gigantic dragon claw flew out. With a gentle push, the dragon claw flew out, accompanied by a dragon roar. Very quickly, the 7, including the gray-robed old man at the pinnacle of the profound death stage, were forced to retreat. The 7 of them summoned their constellations with their dragon origin spreading out. But even so, they were still easily crushed by the azure dragon's claw. When they fell to the ground, all 7 of them threw out a mouthful of blood. No one expected Lin Yun to repel 7 profound death stage experts with his strength. With no one stopping him, he dashed forth and arrived before the shocked Lu Chun. Lu Chun had just swallowed a saint pellet to recover his injuries. When he saw Lin Yun dashing over, Lu Chun cursed and quickly evaded. Damn it! This brat is too fast. He kept avoiding, and his pupils became even darker. This was unavoidable, and Lu Chun wore a decisive expression. He suddenly turned around before throwing out a punch at Lin Yun in a tricky trajectory. If his blow at the 7th stage profound death stage fell on Lin Yun, it wouldn't feel good, even if Lin Yun was at the pinnacle of the profound life stage. But it was a pity that Lin Yun wore the myriad scales armor. As the corner of Lu Chen's lips twitched, he felt like his punch had landed on an iron mountain. Not only was he incapable of inflicting any injuries on Lin Yun, but he even felt a stinging pain coming from his fist. The myriad scales armor. Lu Chun gritted his teeth because the myriad scales armor belonged to his Lu Saint clan, but it now became an aid for Lin Yun. Before he could retreat, Lin Yun's punch landed on his chest, causing Lu Chun to throw out a mouthful of blood, sending him flying away. When he fell to the ground, he clutched his chest with one hand, and his face became terrifyingly pale. When he raised his head, Lin Yun wielded the flower burial sword in his left hand. Anyone could tell Lin Yun wanted to kill him, instantly making Lu Chun panic. He exclaimed, "Zhuge Qingyun, save me." Zhuge Qingyun was already paying attention to the phenomenon created by Lin Yun a long time ago, but he was held up because he had to face the quasi-saints of 5 holy lands. So when he swept his gaze over, he was shocked because it hadn't been long, and Lu Chun was already at his limit. Zhuge Qingyun, stay behind. Zhuge Qingyun wanted to leave, but the Divine Phoenix Mountain's quasi-saint stopped him from suddenly making a move. You're courting death. Zhuge Qingyun flew into a rage as a sun and a moon appeared in each of his pupils. As his quasi-saint's aura began to rise, he easily knocked the Divine Phoenix Mountain's quasi-saint flying away with a wave of his hand. This further expanded the cracks on the ground, causing the entire pier to tremble. But Zhuge Qingyun couldn't break free because the 4 other quasi-saints dashed over when the Divine Phoenix Mountain's quasi-saint made his move. As 6 quasi-saints clashed together, there were a total of 8 quasi-saints fighting on the pier, if Gu Jun and the Lu Saint clan's quasi-saint were included. Under the absence of saints, quasi-saints were the strongest fighting force within the Kunlun realm, and no one had expected such a grand battle just because of Lin Yun. The surrounding wandering cultivators and Holy Land disciples had already retreated when they noticed the battle. This is too terrifying. So many quasi-saints. It's hard to even see one normally, and yet 8 quasi-saints are here. Look! Lin Xiao is going to make a move. Everyone was shocked as they saw Lin Yun turning to coldly look at Lu Chun and flicking his finger. As the flower burial sword flew out from the sheath, it flew towards Lu Chun under the empowerment of his heavenly dome sword intent. This made Lu Chun widen his pupils. He wanted to avoid this attack by instinct, but everything happened too quickly. In his eye, the flower burial sword wasn't just a sword but was accompanied by a boundless sword aura that couldn't be avoided. As the tip of the sword stabbed at the center of Lu Chen's brows, sparks flew instead of blood. This naturally made Lin Yun furrow his brows as he saw a saint seal on Lu Chen's forehead. In the next moment, a powerful shockwave of saint aura exploded, and the flower burial sword bounced off. Lu Chun was so frightened that his face was terrifyingly pale, but he only took several steps back. I'm not dead? What a surprise. I thought I was going to die here. Lu Chun touched his forehead, and a mocking smile appeared on his lips. This was the saint seal left behind by the Lu Saint to ensure his safety. It was powerful, and it wasn't something he could control. It would only appear when his life was endangered. The saint seal of a saint lord. The Lu Saint clan's patriarch actually left a saint seal on Lu Chun. He probably won't be able to recover within a decade. It's understandable. After all, the Wind Edge Lord died, and the Lu Saint could only do this if he didn't want to lose another son. It's difficult for Lin Xiao now. Everyone began to discuss amongst themselves when they saw the saint seal on Lu Chen's forehead. Lin Yun flicked his wrist and unleashed 18 swords that were directed at Lu Chen's vitals in a split second, but they all bounced off because of the saint seal without exception. As blood returned to Lu Chen's complexion, he indifferently said, Lin Xiao, you better consider how to escape. Do you want to kill me? You can't do it. When he said that, another sword landed on his forehead again, making Lu Chun scream out. Lin Yun was manipulating the flower burial sword from afar, but he still couldn't break through the protection of the saint seal. But the power of Glorimetal Spirit managed to penetrate through the saint seal. For Lu Chun, it felt like a sharp needle had pierced his brows, naturally making him scream out in pain with his face distorted. Another Glory Saint artifact. Everyone watching this exclaimed, Stop him! Lu Chun lost his composure and let out a roar, causing the 7 profound death stage experts to dash over once more. But Lin Yun ignored them and manipulated his sword from afar to unleash countless attacks on Lu Chun. Although Lu Chun wasn't injured, he was experiencing excruciating pain, and the saint seal was slowly becoming dim under Lin Yun's barrage of attacks. Didn't you say that I can't kill you? Lin Yun stood with his hands behind him and summoned his sword back. When he held onto the flower burial sword with his right hand, he swung it as though he had a pair of eyes behind him, and his sword clashed against the gray-robed old man's sword. But since he had activated the glory spirits, the flower burial sword easily snapped the gray-robed old man's sword into 2. Before a glory saint artifact like the flower burial sword, even a saint sword was no different from being curd. When the gray-robed old man's sword snapped into 2, He was stumped as he looked at Lin Yun in horror. This is impossible? Is it impossible? Lin Yun swung his sword back at an even faster speed. But what happened next made the gray-robed old man even more astonished as he saw his own body. His head was decapitated, and this made the 6 remaining profound death stage experts terrified into retreating. But Lin Yun divided himself into 2 and unleashed 2 sword ray arcs, distorting space and pulling the 6 profound death stage experts into his sword arcs. Blood splattered in the next moment, with countless mutilated corpses falling from the sky. This naturally enveloped the pier in dead silence as they looked at the free-falling corpses. After all, they were all profound death stage experts, and Lin Yun easily butchered them. Lin Yun didn't hold back in his attack, immediately executing the flower burial sword with his cultivation at the profound life stage, unleashing an unprecedented power with it. Seeing the blood rain behind Lin Yun, Lu Chen's face became pale. He never expected Lin Yun to be so ruthless. But it wasn't over yet. Lin Yun's sword intent suddenly exploded, reaching complete mastery of the heavenly dome sword intent. As the sky shattered, 23 layers of heaven shattered in the blink of an eye. As the flower burial sword in his hand vibrated, it flew out and aimed at the center of Lu Chen's forehead. In the path of the flower burial sword, the air exploded with a shockwave spreading out. No! 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 Lu Chen could no longer maintain his composure and used his hands to try to back away. At the same time, the fear in his heart also reached an unprecedented height. Lin Xiao, the quasi-saint fighting Gu Jun, let out a roar, with his eyes becoming bloodshot. Even Zhuge Qingyun, who was facing the 5 quasi-saints, was briefly stunned as he looked at Lin Yun. Get lost! Zhuge Qingyun soon came to his senses and unleashed a 7-colored radiance from his palm, causing the surrounding space to distort with the sun and moon revolving on his palm. Profound sky cannon, universal reversal. Before the other quasi-saints could respond, Zhuge Qingyun pushed his palm forth, unleashing a black chaotic energy that exploded with a 9-colored radiance shining brightly. The entire pier exploded, catching everyone in it as the surrounding sea fluctuated. At this moment, it was even more terrifying than the sky falling apart. The 5 quasi-saints were injured, with their saint origins collapsing around them. When they turned to look at Zhuge Qingyun, their pupils were filled with horror. Zhuge Qingyun was too strong. Was this the strength of Tian Xuanzi's strongest disciple? He was practically invincible in the absence of saints. Champion of the Nirvana banquet, do you still remember me? Zhuge Qingyun turned around, ignoring the injured quasi-saints. He also didn't care about Lu Chen. His gaze was on Lin Yun, filled with a cold murderous intent. Lin Yun was in the air, standing on a stone board blown up by the air current. He suffered some light injuries because he couldn't avoid the shockwave in time earlier. He didn't immediately go after Lu Chen, but looked around to find An Luyen. Once he saw that Mei Zihua and An Luyen were being protected behind Gu Jun, only then did he feel relieved. But before he could calm himself down, a roar resounded that made him raise his head. How could he not remember Zhuge Qingyun? Lin Yun's face was terrifyingly dark because Zhuge Qingyun was Tian Xuani's eldest disciple. And who knew how many sword sect disciples have died in his hands 20 years ago? He was even nearly killed by Zhuge Qingyun outside the profound Wither Island. Now that they met again, Lin Yun instantly realized that Zhuge Qingyun was probably behind the Wind Edgelord coming after him. As for whose orders Zhuge Qingyun was under, it was obvious without saying. He had disguised himself for so long, and Tian Xuanzi still didn't want to let him go. Did that mean that they would rather make a mistake than let him off? I don't. But I've heard that you were invincible amongst those at the Samsara Edict realm, and yet Jian Jingtian still defeated you in 3 moves. Lin Yun said. Everyone was horrified when they heard him. After all, Lin Yun was too bold to publicly rip Zhuge Qingyun's scar open like that. On the contrary, Zhuge Qingyun felt uncertain because he wasn't sure if Lin Xiao was Lin Yun. But thinking again, it didn't really matter that much. So stubborn even when facing death. I only need 1 finger to kill you. Zhuge Qingyun's pupils flashed with murderous intent, but his pupils squinted just when he wanted to make a move. This was because he felt a dangerous aura. Soon after, he suddenly turned around and threw his punch forth. The flower burial sword that flew over was knocked away with a punch, and the dim sword radiated brightly as the sword intent exploded like fireworks. The flower burial sword had been knocked away several times, each time dispersing the sword intent on the sword. Like that, Zhuge Qingyun relied on his strength to knock out all the sword intent within the flower burial sword. This instantly left everyone dumbfounded. They couldn't imagine what would happen if the sword stabbed Zhuge Qingyun. They could only say that Lin Xiao was too bold. Zhuge Qingyun was someone who could face 5 quasi-saints alone, and Lin Yun's actions greatly shocked everyone. After all, Lin Yun was only at the profound life stage. When Lin Yun gently raised his hand, all the scattered sword intent regathered from the surroundings. That's really the Heavenly Dome sword intent at complete mastery. The Heavenly Dao Sex Quasi-Saint exclaimed at Lin Yun's sword intent. When Lin Yun utilized his sword intent, the surrounding spiritual energy had gathered towards his chest before turning into boundless sword intent that filled his body. His sword intent started to accumulate like a fully arced bow when his thumb pressed down his middle finger. As he flicked his finger, the flower burial sword flew out. Everything took place in the blink of an eye. The flower burial sword shot towards Zhuge Qingyun. Great golden heaven! A golden sphere appeared behind Zhuge Qingyun, and the incoming flower burial sword was knocked away. As another explosion occurred, the flower burial sword was sent flying away. But this time, Zhuge Qingyun took several steps back before regaining his footing. He had blood dripping from his palm, and this naturally made Zhuge Qingyun furious. The ground that Lin Yun stood on shattered into powder, and he was already gone. When he raised his head, he saw Lin Yun grabbing the flower burial sword and gently tapping his foot on the ocean, appearing 100 miles away. Run! Go on, run! Let me see where you can run to. Zhuge Qingyun had lost his rationale from the fury. After all, being wounded by a junior when he was a quasi-saint was embarrassing. He turned around and chased after Lin Yun. He was a quasi-saint, so he swiftly closed the distance between him and Lin Yun. But Lin Yun suddenly stopped. When he turned around, there was a person in his hands. It was Lu Chun, who was heavily injured under Lin Yun's Heavenly Dome sword intent at complete mastery but still alive. Strictly speaking, Lu Chun wasn't even heavily injured, thanks to the Saint Seal, but the Saint Seal had completely dimmed down. At this moment, Lin Yun held onto Lu Chen's hair and placed the flower burial sword on his neck. Holy shit! Everyone exclaimed, and their jaws fell off. They initially thought Lin Yun had chosen to flee, but instead he took Lu Chun as his hostage. Zhuge Qingyun, behave yourself if you don't want to see him decapitated, Lin Yun said emotionlessly. Senior, save me, Lu Chen exclaimed. Zhuge Qingyun stopped and was briefly stunned before he sinisterly smiled. Lin Xiao, you're stupid to play this trick with me. He turned around and headed in the direction of An Luyen. But what happened next shocked everyone. Lin Yun swiped his sword across Lu Chen's neck, decapitating him. This naturally made Zhuge Qingyun turn back around. When he saw the decapitated head in Lin Yun's hand, his face became pale, and his body began to tremble. Lin Xiao, you bastard! Zhuge Qingyun roared, completely losing his rationale with his face distorted. Lin Yun was an insignificant existence in his eyes, but Lin Yun had humiliated him repeatedly, which he couldn't endure. Zhuge Qingyun furiously roared, Lin Xiao, I swear that I'll kill you today. But Lin Yun replied to him by tossing Lu Chen's head away. This naturally made Zhuge Qingyun furious, and responded by destroying the head with a punch. Zhuge Qingyun's punch easily turned Lu Chen's head into a blood mist, and this naturally left everyone shocked because they knew that Zhuge Qingyun had gone insane. No one expected that the matter today would develop in this manner. Lu Chun was still arrogant just a moment ago, but he was turned into a headless corpse now. No one expected Zhuge Qingyun, who forced 5 quasi-saints back, to be forced into this state. As Zhuge Qingyun charged out of the blood mist, he turned to coldly look at Lin Yun. Lin Yun didn't move and merely stood with his sword behind him, calmly looking at Zhuge Qingyun. allowing Zhuge Qingyun's quasi-saint aura to blow on him and slowly approach him. Zhuge Qingyun's quasi-saint aura even made the entire heaven tremble, and each step he took would cause violent waves to rise on the ocean. But to everyone's surprise, Lin Yun was calm despite the approaching death. The deadly aura was naturally nothing to Lin Yun, especially when he had just brushed past death not long ago. When he was undergoing his 10th Dragon Pulse Realm tribulation, he experienced complete annihilation down to his will. "What kind of sword do you want?" The Black Thunder Martial Emperor's voice echoed beside his ears once more. That was a question that went down his soul. "What will you do if a quasi-saint wants to kill you?" The Black Thunder Martial Emperor's voice reverberated beside his ears once more. "I'll swing my sword without any hesitation. What if there's no turning back after you swing your sword? So be it." "Lin Yun, are you afraid?" "What do I have to be afraid of?" Lin Yun's pupils shone brightly, and he thrust his sword out, facing Zhuge Qingyun, executing the Firefly Radiance. When he swung his sword, the entire world became dark, the sword being the sole light source. Under everyone's disbelief, they watched as Lin Yun's sword pierced through Zhuge Qingyun's heart. They couldn't imagine how breathtaking this sword was. Not even a quasi-saint could dodge it. So Firefly's light can compete with the sun and moon. "Master didn't bluff me." Lin Yun threw out a mouthful of blood as a smile rose on his pale face before he was sent flying away. His sword had pierced through Zhuge Qingyun's heart, but the latter's palm also landed on his chest. Even with the myriad scales armor, this palm caused his heart to cave in, creating a terrifying palm print on his chest. This naturally made Lin Yun collapse into the ocean, with his blood dyeing the surrounding ocean red. Meanwhile, Zhuge Qingyun was stunned as he blankly looked at the flower burial sword embedded in his chest. This sword had pierced through his heart, reducing his heart into powder along with his internal organs. Even after Lin Yun was sent flying away, his sword was still around, bearing Lin Yun's pride, unleashing unbelievable power. A brief moment later, Zhuge Qingyun collapsed into the ocean with a blank expression. On the ocean, Lin Yun coughed while struggling to get back on his feet, but the intense pain made the corner of his lips twitch as he took a deep breath. But before he could continue, he threw out a mouthful of blood, making his face even paler than before. "It hurts?" Lin Yun gritted his teeth and tried his best to examine the severity of his wounds. The myriad scales armor had caved in under Zhuge Qingyun's palm. His ribs were cracked, and there were even some fine cracks on the blue dragon bone. His heart might have burst under that attack if he didn't have the blue dragon bone. But even so, he was in a serious condition because the myriad scales armor had been shattered with 10-odd scales stabbing into his internal organs, and he had 3 dragon scales near his heart. Whenever his heart throbbed, he would feel intense pain, and his entire body was bruised. It wasn't because the myriad scales armor wasn't strong enough, but Lin Yun still couldn't unleash the full power of the myriad scales armor with his current cultivation. One must know that Zhuge Qingyun was at the pinnacle of the quasi-saint, easily repelling 5 quasi-saints. Even if Zhuge Qingyun didn't use any martial techniques, it was enough to tear Lin Yun into pieces, but the myriad scales armor saved his life. This was the reason why defensive treasures were more expensive than offensive treasures. Lin Yun suddenly threw another mouthful of blood out because of the saint aura that Zhuge Qingyun left within his body. This is the power of someone at the quasi-saint? Lin Yun bitterly smiled because this price was greater than he had imagined. But he could do nothing about his current injuries, so anyone could easily take his head now. He had to force the scales out first, or he would die sooner or later because of his injuries. As long as he could remove the scales, his heart could pump normally, and his blood flow would return to normal. Once the blue dragon bone could be circulated, he would be able to recover from his injuries at a rapid speed. "Is he dead?" Lin Yun raised his head to look at Zhuge Qingyun and lightly furrowed his brows. The latter was lying on the ocean with the flower burial sword piercing his body. He wasn't sure about the internal organs, but he was confident that Zhuge Qingyun's heart was destroyed. Even if Zhuge Qingyun were a saint, he would be dead with his heart pierced without exception. And Lin Yun knew how terrifying the flower burial sword was after the glory spirits were activated. The heart was a person's greatest weakness, even if Saint Aura was special. But there was no exception that the heart was the greatest weakness of a quasi-saint. Then again, it was another question if they would die because of it. It wasn't because Lin Yun was looking down on his own strength, but the saint path was different from the mortal path. Even if he was strong at the profound life stage, he was still considered a mortal, and he was unlikely to kill someone who had just stepped into the saint path. Those at the quasi-saint could condense their saint aura. Strictly speaking, they already had one leg onto the saint path. It's hard for those on the mortal path to injure those on the saint path, not to mention Zhuge Qingyun was at the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm. As long as Zhuge Qingyun had enough opportunities, he could step into the saint realm anytime he wanted. Even if he didn't have enough opportunities, it wouldn't be an issue for him to step into the saint realm within 1 or 2 years. Lin Yun naturally wouldn't think that he could face someone at the quasi-saint realm, not to mention someone at the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm. He would probably be dead by now if he didn't have the myriad scales armor. He had risked his life during that earlier attack. Seeing Zhuge Qingyun lying unmoving, Lin Yun's eyes flickered and smiled. Tian Xuanzi would probably wear an interesting expression if he knew that his beloved disciple had died. But he wasn't too confident about it and wanted to give Zhuge Qingyun another sword to ensure his death. Bearing the pain, Lin Yun raised his hand, and the flower burial sword flew from Zhuge Qingyun's body, returning to his hand. When the sword returned to his hand, Lin Yun threw out another mouthful of blood and collapsed again. The surroundings were silent because everyone was shocked by what they had just witnessed. Although Zhuge Qingyun was careless because he didn't even use his constellation or full strength, it still couldn't conceal that Lin Yun's sword had taken their breath. Not to mention that Lin Yun was only at the profound life stage. How did he do that? The Divine Phoenix Mountain's quasi-saint was dumbfounded with disbelief that someone at the profound life stage had killed someone at the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm. Huang Xuanzi's face was eerie, and he whispered to the Ming cult's quasi-saint, "That brat seems to be half dead." The Ming cult's quasi-saint nodded his head. The other Holy Land's quasi-saints were heavily injured, and killing intent began to rise within his pupils after he came to his senses. He was too shocked earlier, so he failed to react immediately. But before anyone could move, 3 figures descended from the sky. They were Gu Jun, and Lu Yen and Mei Zihua. "Young Master Barrett, let me help you up." And Liu Yan's face changed when she looked at Lin Yun's injuries, and her lips trembled. But she soon regained her composure because she knew she had to help Lin Yun. "You're really lucky." Gu Jun breathed a sigh of relief but was inwardly deeply shocked. At the same time, he began to cautiously look around. Lin Yun took a deep breath when he was helped back to his feet by Liu Yan. This naturally made Liu Yan's face change, but Lin Yun comforted, "I'm fine. Help me up." "Okay." And Liu Yan tried her best to stop her hands from shaking. A moment later, Lin Yun sat down and placed his sword beside him. On the other hand, Gu Jun's gaze was on Zhuge Qingyun, wanting to confirm if the latter was dead. "Elder Gu, you can't leave now," and Liu Yan said, as Gu Jun fell into deep thoughts. And Liu Yan sat down and placed her palms on Lin Yun's back with her dragon origin pouring into Lin Yun's body. "Young Master, let me help you treat your injuries." With Liu Yan's help, Lin Yun managed to circulate the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Cauldron to force the dragon scales out of his body. Once the scales were forced out, he could easily recover from his injuries by relying on his physique. "Make your move quickly, or there will be no chance once the other quasi-saints have recovered," Huang Xuanyi urged, looking at Lin Yun recovering from his injuries. The Ming cult's quasi-saint glanced at the 5 sex quasi-saints and swiftly made up his mind with a cold light flashing across his pupils. "Lin Xiao, time to pay with your life for killing the disciple of our Ming cult." A roar exploded, shocking the other quasi-saints recovering from their injuries. They never expected that the Ming cult's quasi-saint would be so despicable as to take advantage of the situation now. Everyone knew that Lin Yun was half dead at this moment. "You're courting death." Gu Jun flew into a rage. But that wasn't all. The Lu Saint clan's quasi-saint also took this advantage to dash over. This forced Lin Yun with no choice but to face these enemies by himself. facing two quasi-saints. It didn't take long for Gu Jun to fall into a disadvantageous position because he was proficient in music and not martial Dao. And Lu Yan raised her head because Gu Jun was in a terrible state, and he was placing his life on the line to block the two quasi-saints. Thus, this naturally caused great exhaustion to his saint aura. Focus! Lin Yun's voice resounded, bringing An Liuyan's attention back. That old goat is getting on my nerves. I'll hold him down. You go and take that brat's life, the Ming cult's quasi-saint said to the Lu Saint clan's quasi-saint. When he was done, he immediately brought out his constellation and dashed towards Lin Yun. He first summoned a bright sun behind him, then pointed one hand at the sea with a moon condensing on the sea. Ultimately, the sun and moon combined into a Ming word flying towards Gu Jun. Gu Jun wanted to break free but could do nothing because the Ming cult's quasi-saint was determined to hold him down. No matter what he tried, he couldn't do anything, and his anxiety even made him reveal his flaws. Get lost! The Lu Saint clan's quasi-saint turned around and pushed his palm forth in Lin Yun and An Liuyan's direction. This naturally made everyone exclaim because if his attack landed, both Lin Yun and An Liuyan would lose their lives. Right then, zither music resounded. Mei Zihua was strumming his fingers across the zither, creating a violent storm. His hand speed was insanely fast, and 7 crimson musical notes flew out. When the first musical note clashed against the attack of the Lu Saint clan's quasi-saint, the second musical note had already arrived. This naturally startled the Lu Saint clan's quasi-saint into retreating. But it was too late because the third musical note flew over, leaving a sinister gash on his body. Quasi-master musician. The Lu Saint clan's quasi-saint looked at Mei Zihua with shock. Quasi-saint. The geniuses of the other holy lands were also shocked when they saw this scene. After all, those who were quasi-master musicians were comparable to those at the quasi-saint realm in the martial path. Lin Xiao, you can focus on treating your injuries. With me around, you won't die so easily. Mei Zihua smiled, revealing an arrogant smile. As he slammed his hands on the zither strings, musical notes flew out, and the vermilion bird seal on his forehead bloomed. Multiple waves reaching a few hundred feet rose from the ocean, and an ancient aura was being emitted from him. The immense pressure alone forced the Lu Saint clan's quasi-saint to take many steps back. Sky incineration flame. Mei Zihua smiled as crimson flames blazed within his pupils. Clenching his right hand, he pushed it forth, and a vermilion bird flew out from the zither. The Lu Saint clan's quasi-saint was stopped 10 miles away, but Mei Zihua's music had reached an unbelievable height. This made Mei Zihua smile as he gave up on the zither and flew forth with a flute. An ancient cry echoed across the sky as a vermilion bird descended, arriving beneath Mei Zihua. You bastard! Why didn't you help earlier? Gu Jun cursed after letting out a breath of relief at this scene. Mei Zihua smiled and continued to press down on the Lu Saint clan's quasi-saint with his immense aura. This naturally relieved An Liuyan, and she sensed the dragon scales within Lin Yun's body were starting to move. 10 odd dragon scales then shot out of his body the next moment, and the blue dragon bone released a dragon roar from within his body. As Lin Yun opened his eyes, the blood clots within his body crumbled as boundless vitality poured out from within his body, followed by a powerful heartbeat that gave everyone a feeling like a divine dragon had awakened. All of his broken ribs had instantly recovered. How is this possible? He has recovered? Everyone was shocked by what they saw. The shock this brought to them was even greater than when Lin Yun defeating Zhuge Qingyun earlier. After all, Lin Yun was heavily injured a minute ago, and yet he instantly recovered from all of his injuries in a flash. Not only had he recovered from his injuries, but his aura was stronger. It turned out that Lin Yun had undergone a quantitative change when he swung his sword earlier. Liuyan, I'm fine now, Lin Yun said. Before An Liuyan could reply, he soared into the sky and headed toward the Ming cult's quasi-saint. The flower burial sword also flew over to his side. He turned to look at the flower burial sword and smiled. Flower burial? Do you want to have a race? The sword replied with a buzz as if it was nodding. Let's race then. Lin Yun smiled. When he turned his head back, his face changed, and his speed increased with the flower burial sword quickly following behind him. Looking at the Ming cult's quasi-saint, Lin Yun coldly said, "A loser like you wants my life? Let me see how capable you are then." He wasn't boasting because the Ming cult's quasi-saint was injured by him when he was fighting Gu Jun back in the Black Tortoise Void Sea. Having salt rubbed on his wound, the Ming cult's quasi-saint threw out a mouthful of blood. "Lin Xiao, come if you dare. Ha ha ha. Here I come, then." Lin Yun laughed. This was too insane. Everyone was startled by this scene. After all, Lin Yun had just placed his life on the line to clash with Zhuge Qingyun earlier, and now he was placing his life on the line again to face another quasi-saint. One must know that the Myriad Scales armor was destroyed, so they didn't know where Lin Yun got his confidence from. "Is Lin Xiao insane?" Xiao Yuanqi exclaimed. "That fellow must be a monster." Ji Lingfeng was also shocked. He was arrogant and never cowered whenever he faced someone in the same generation, even if the other party was stronger than him. Even in the Divine Phoenix Mountain, Ji Lingfeng was a bright pearl. But he had to admit that he was filled with admiration for Lin Xiao. He dared to be arrogant when facing someone in the same generation, but he would back down if he faced someone who's a quasi-saint, unlike Lin Xiao. "Get lost." The Ming cult's quasi-saint knocked Gu Jun away and wore a sinister smile when he saw Lin Yun approaching him. His gaze was on Lin Yun's chest, where no scales were covering his chest. He was smiling, but that was the same for Lin Yun. Lin Yun then suddenly stopped when he was about to get close to the Ming cult's quasi-saint. This naturally made everyone wonder if Lin Yun had cowered. But Lin Yun suddenly opened his right hand and pushed his hand forth. The lightning flames that remained within his body gushed out and gathered in his right palm. In the next second, 9 shackles simultaneously flew out. The sky immediately became dark, with countless bolts of lightning flashing across the horizon. Lin Yun looked like a god of thunder at this moment as he roared, "All lightning, heed my order!" Countless lightning lit up his face, and the shackles instantly struck the Ming cult's quasi-saint, causing the latter to throw out a mouthful of blood as he was sent a few hundred meters away. But before he could breathe, his pupils suddenly narrowed because 9 lightning serpents were behind him. "You bastard!" The commotion caused by the 9 lightning serpents was great, and it even emitted a hint of Emperor Realm aura, causing the face of the Ming cult's quasi-saint to turn pale. He didn't hesitate to unleash all of his attacks but was still forced to retreat under the lightning. It didn't take long for him to be covered in wounds under the 9 serpents' attacks, and the lightning flames were seeping into his body through the wounds. Lin Yun had enjoyed this treatment back then when he underwent his tribulation, and it had replayed itself on the Ming cult's quasi-saint. "Ha ha ha! Come again!" Lin Yun clenched his fist, and the 9 lightning serpents returned to him. But before the Ming cult's quasi-saint could let out a breath of relief, the flower burial sword was already flying over under Lin Yun's manipulation. The Ming cult's quasi-saint bore the pain and knocked the flower burial sword back. Taking this opportunity, the Ming cult's quasi-saint retreated 10 miles away and relied on his saint aura to suppress the lightning within his body. On the other hand, Lin Yun stood on the sword in mid-air. "Wind, come upon my command!" Lin Yun roared as a powerful gale began to appear within the surroundings. Empowered by the powerful gale, this further brought Lin Yun's speed to a whole new height. Lightning! But that wasn't all. Lightning bolts were flashing along with another roar. His Azure Dragon intent was at the 6th grade, and he could command wind and lightning intents even without comprehending them. Under this momentum, the Ming cult's quasi-saint trembled, and he didn't dare to take the risk. He wanted to back off now. This was something that no one had expected. He also didn't hesitate to put his thoughts into action by turning around and fleeing. This instantly made everyone's jaws drop because a quasi-saint had fled in a fight against someone at the pinnacle of the profound life stage. How boring. I have yet to even bring out my strength. Lin Yun smiled. That fellow really knows how to put on an act. Ji Lingfeng cursed. Where's the Azure Dragon? Before everyone could come to their senses, Lin Yun roared as lightning began to rumble in the sky, with a massive dragon wandering in the clouds. The Lu Saint clan's quasi-saint, fighting Mei Zihua, was terrified when he raised his head. When Lin Yun pointed his finger, a massive azure dragon flew out, turning into a dazzling sword ray. His heavenly dome sword, intent at complete mastery, soared to the sky as a light pillar. As heaven shattered, Lin Yun executed the flicking divine finger. When the Lu Saint clan's quasi-saint saw this attack, it was already too late for him to dodge as the sword pierced through his chest. As blood splashed, the Lu Saint clan's quasi-saint took several steps back. The vermilion bird's aura, which he already had difficulty resisting, suddenly crashed down, and he was forced to retreat to where Lu Chen's corpse was located. Lin Yun descended from the flower burial sword and looked at the heavily injured Lu Saint clan's quasi-saint. The latter was really fast in fleeing. With his azure dragon intent at the 6th grade, complete mastery of heavenly dome sword intent, and the flicking divine finger, it was more than enough for him to inflict injuries on a quasi-saint. He couldn't injure someone who's a quasi-saint based on his current cultivation, but it was a different story if his azure dragon intent combined with his sword intent. After the Lu Saint clan's quasi-saint retreated to Lu Chen's corpse, he nervously looked around and muttered, "Why aren't they here?" He seemed to be waiting for someone, but the person he was waiting for didn't appear when he expected them. When he saw Lin Yun's group joining up, his face became pale, and he retreated 10-odd miles away. "Can we leave now?" Gu Jun asked, looking around. The Ming cult's quasi-saint had fled, and the Lu Saint clan's quasi-saint backed off. No one dared to face them openly now. This place wasn't calm, so it was best for him to leave now. "It won't be that easy." Lin Yun took a deep breath and continued, "Do you think the Lu Saint clan can seal off the entire pier with only 2 quasi-saints? This pier was the scale of a small city, and countless ships would stop there. Furthermore, the ownership of those ships weren't pushovers, so how could they possibly obey the orders of 2 quasi-saints? If there were no saints, it would be impossible for them to seal off this pier, and it would have to be more than 1 saint." Gu Jun and Mei Zihua's faces changed, but Lu Yan had already expected this, so she wasn't too surprised. "Where are they?" Mei Zihua asked curiously. "There's naturally a reason why they didn't dare to show up." Lin Yun had a speculation within his heart, but he no longer dwelled on this question. Since no one appeared, this meant that they were all blocked outside the pier, and it was natural who the mastermind was. Lin Yun looked at Zhuge Qingyun and squinted his pupils. "There's no need to hurry. Let me see if that old goat is really dead." It would naturally be a piece of good news that Zhuge Qingyun was dead, but Lin Yun wouldn't mind giving him another sword if he was still alive. Waving his hand, the flower burial sword dashed towards Zhuge Qingyun. Everything happened too quickly, but everyone soon realized what Lin Yun was trying to do. Thus, this naturally captivated everyone's attention. Strictly speaking, the 5 Holy Lands quasi-saints were more anxious than Lin Yun to know if Zhuge Qingyun was really dead. Even after seeing the flower burial sword swiftly getting closer to Zhuge Qingyun, the latter was still unmoving on the ocean. But suddenly, Zhuge Qingyun moved and slammed his right palm into the ocean, dodging the flower burial sword. As Zhuge Qingyun flicked his finger, the flower burial sword was knocked away, causing the sword intent contained within the sword to disperse. As the flower burial sword returned, Lin Yun waved his hand and grabbed onto his sword once more. "He's not dead." Everyone was shocked because Zhuge Qingyun really was still alive. Then again, it was completely understandable. Zhuge Qingyun's face was pale as he coldly looked at Lin Yun. "That old goat is really still alive." Lin Yun's face sank when he saw this scene. As Zhuge Qingyun glared at Lin Yun, he gritted his teeth. "You ruined 10 years of my cultivation." His words instantly left everyone shocked. 10 years of cultivation was nothing to a saint because they could swiftly replenish with the help of pellets. But for Zhuge Qingyun, 10 years meant he would have to spend another 10 years if he wanted to become a saint. This was a fatal blow to any quasi-saint. That was especially the case for Zhuge Qingyun, who could have become a saint in just 1 or 2 years. He could have even stepped into the saint realm in 6 months if he was fast enough. Upon reaching the saint realm, Zhuge Qingyun would have stepped into the top of the pyramid in the Kunlun realm. Zhuge Qingyun's face was terrifyingly cold, as if he could devour Lin Yun whole. If Lin Yun didn't unleash that last attack, he could have still slowly healed his injuries with his saint aura, and his injuries wouldn't be so serious. But he was forced to stop healing his injuries, so he would have to take at least 10 years to heal his injuries now. If Lin Yun had been slightly slower, he could have stabilized his injuries, but now it was all ruined. Gu Jun, Mei Zihua, and Enlilyan's faces became grave after hearing what he said. Zhuge Qingyun, Lu Chen died because of you. Why aren't you killing him? If you don't kill him today, you will surely be a target of the Lu Saint clan. The Lu Saint clan's quasi-saint spoke out, looking at Zhuge Qingyun with hatred flashing within his pupils. Zhuge Qingyun suddenly turned around, his cheeks trembling as though he was suppressing his anger. Am I wrong? The Lu Saint clan's quasi-saint coldly looked at Zhuge Qingyun. You're right. Lu Chen died because of me, and I will take revenge for him. Zhuge Qingyun indifferently said. Why are you still not making your move then? The Lu Saint clan's quasi-saint roared. No rush, no rush. Zhuge Qingyun lowered his head. But all of a sudden, he left an afterimage behind and appeared before the Lu Saint clan's quasi-saint. Everything happened too quickly, and this scene took place too quickly. Aside from a few quasi-saints, no one could clearly see his actions. Zhuge Qingyun's fist had pierced through the chest of the Lu Saint clan's quasi-saint. Everyone was shocked by this scene with their eyes wide open, looking at it with disbelief. Was Zhuge Qingyun insane to even kill the Lu Saint clan's quasi-saint? Aside from my master, no one dared to speak to me in this manner. You deserve to die. Zhuge Qingyun recalled his hand and threw a punch at the head of the Lu Saint clan's quasi-saint. As blood splashed, the corpse of the Lu Saint clan's quasi-saint collapsed on the ground beside Lu Chen's headless corpse. This scene shocked everyone. They couldn't imagine that Zhuge Qingyun had such power. If that's so, how much strength did he bring out previously? Leave separately. Lin Yun swiftly came to a decision and turned around. Undoubtedly, Zhuge Qingyun had gone insane, and he had lost his composure after realizing that he had to wait another 10 years to reach the Saint Realm. You think you can leave? Zhuge Qingyun sneered. He turned around and appeared before Lin Yun's group of 4. He was cautious and didn't approach Lin Yun but stood 10 miles away. In the next moment, a sun and a moon bloomed within his pupils, with layers of heaven overlapping above his head, with 7 elements overlapping behind him before condensing into an altar. The profound sky cannon. The other Holy Land's quasi-saints immediately recognized the technique Zhuge Qingyun used. After all, who in the Eastern Desolation wouldn't know the profound sky cannon? The profound sky cannon was an ancient cultivation technique that Tian Xuanzi had perfected. It was a complete pinnacle dragon spirit martial technique. Upon reaching the highest level, it might be able to surpass the dragon spirit martial technique. Tian Xuanzi became famous because of the profound sky cannon, making him known to be the strongest genius of the Eastern Desolation for the past millennium. Under Zhuge Qingyun's immense pressure, this made Lin Yun and the others terribly fall. They all retreated while under great pressure even before Zhuge Qingyun made a move. As Zhuge Qingyun raised his hand and pushed forth, Gu Jun, who wanted to bear the pressure on behalf of Lin Yun, Mei Zihua, and Enlilyan, was sent flying away. Mei Zihua and Enlilyan were unable to last long before they were sent flying away. With that, Lin Yun was the only one left. The flower burial sword flew and coiled around him, emitting a powerful sword intent to resist the aura of the Zhuge Qingyun. Zhuge Qingyun looked at Lin Yun. For some reason, he didn't make a move, but slowly said, You really share an uncanny resemblance with that person. You've grown so much in just 1 year, and you're not at all inferior to Jian Jingtian. If I'm him, do you even dare to attack me? Lin Yun smiled. Zhuge Qingyun was briefly taken aback with his pupils squinting. He was briefly puzzled before he was a little intimidated by the fangs Lin Yun showed. Narrowing his eyes, Zhuge Qingyun coldly asked, Are you trying to scare me? Lin Yun could even kill a great saint with the firmament saint cloth. If Lin Xiao really was Lin Yun, no one would dare to touch him and force him to use the firmament saint cloth. Naturally, even Zhuge Qingyun wouldn't dare to force Lin Yun to that point. After all, he had personally witnessed how Lin Yun killed the nether divinity ancestor back then. "Why don't you come and try it, then?" Lin Yun said, raising his brow. He had already decided to kill Zhuge Qingyun no matter what, even if he had to reveal his identity today. If Zhuge Qingyun dared to make a move, he would bring out the sovereign artifact, the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella. If he uses it now, he wouldn't have to pay a great price like he did in the past. A dragon's soul was refined into the umbrella, making it much more powerful than before. "Heh!" Zhuge Qingyun's pupils flashed with mockery. He sneered. "Do you think I'll fall for your trick? I have over 100 ways to kill you without getting close." Profound sky cannon, universal reversal. Zhuge Qingyun clasped his hands together and resorted to the move he previously used to injure the 5 quasi-saints. Suddenly, flute music echoed between heaven and earth, with every musical note seeming like a sharp sword. The music made heaven and earth tremble with the ocean rumbling. The 7 wheels created by Zhuge Qingyun were pierced with holes. As the light shone down from those holes, they easily left massive craters on the ocean, causing the entire ocean within 10,000 miles to rumble. This made Zhuge Qingyun throw out a mouthful of blood, and he was sent flying away before he could even unleash his attack. The 7 wheels also began to crumble under everyone's gazes, naturally shocking everyone there. On the other hand, Gu Jun was excited and muttered, "It's Saint Elder! Saint Elder is here!" Imperial tone. Zhuge Qingyun slowly landed on the ocean with his face becoming uncertain. "Zhuge Qingyun. No one can injure my big brother." A lady in red descended from the sky, and a white woman was holding a flute beside her. The lady in red's hair fluttered in the wind as she descended, looking extraordinary. She looked ethereal, as if she didn't belong to the mortal realm, having an indescribable beauty, as though everything else in the world was dim when compared to her. She was naturally Yu Weiwei. Looking at Yu Weiwei heading towards Lin Yun, Mu Shuling gently shook her head. She gave off a sacred and celestial temperament that was fitting for the Saint Elder of the heavenly fragrance pavilion everyone had heard of. But only a few people have seen her before. "It's Mu Shuling, the Saint Elder of the heavenly fragrance pavilion? I heard that she's from the heavenly fragrance divine mountain. She's Mu Shuling." Many people couldn't help looking at Mu Shuling and couldn't take their eyes off of her. After all, there had always been a legend revolving around her. Just when everyone's thoughts were drifting away, Mu Shuling turned to look in a direction where 3 outbursts of Saint Aura appeared. The Saint Auras came from the 3 saints of the Lu Saint clan, and this instantly made everyone's faces change. They were the ones who sealed off the pier. They appeared because they sensed Mu Shuling's presence. Now that Mu Shuling had come, they naturally didn't have to conceal themselves anymore. "We have long heard of the Saint Elder's name, but I'm afraid we will have to offend you today." The 3 saints didn't look at Lin Yun, but their gazes were on Mu Shuling instead. "Qing Feng, Sui Yu, Feng Yuan, please advise us." The 3 saints reported their names before cupping their hands and dashing towards Mu Shuling. The Saint Aura released by them covered the sky, and this made the faces of everyone change. Saint Aura bloomed from Mu Shuling's forehead, and she raised the flute to her lips once more. When she played the flute, a towering tree suddenly appeared that was rooted on her flute. At the same time, the Saint Aura began to rise as she played her flute. In the blink of an eye, the tree grew to 1,000 feet with multiple suns growing on the tree branches. Those suns looked like fruits. When 18 suns appeared, they emitted a dazzling brilliance that sent the 3 Saint Lords flying away with their Saint Auras crumbling. The heavenly mulberry. The faces of the 3 Saint Lords changed. But they were determined to take down Mu Shuling today, so they dashed forth again. As Yu Weiwei descended from the sky, Lin Yun asked, "When did you come?" "A long time ago." The Wind Edge Lord was vicious with his rumors, and I predicted that Big Brother Lin wouldn't let him off, based on your temper. Thus, I have been paying attention to the Lu Saint clan, and I was initially worried when you hadn't returned. Yu Weiwei smiled. "Will Saint Elder be fine?" Lin Yun asked. "Hehe. Don't worry about it because Big Sister is really strong." Yu Weiwei smiled. "I see. Zhuge Qingyun smiled when he saw this scene. He was frightened by Mu Shuling's appearance earlier, and was doubtful as to why the Lu Saint clan's powerhouses didn't appear. It turned out that the Lu Saint clan had long sent 3 Saint Lords over. They had really hidden them deeply, and even fooled him. Zhuge Qingyun turned to look at Lin Yun, and smiled. Who else can save you now? With a single thought, the shattered wheels slowly flew back and reorganized. Zhuge Qingyun now paid no attention to his injuries and wanted to take this opportunity to kill Lin Xiao. Lin Yun naturally sensed his moment and wanted to step forth, but Yu Weiwei stopped him. Yu Weiwei turned around with her pupils shining brightly. She smiled. Big brother Lin, can you let me stand before you this time? Before Lin Yun could say another word, Yu Weiwei smiled. Actually, Yu Weiwei is really strong. I have dragged you down on the heavenly path, so let me stand before you this time. Lin Yun wanted to refuse, but Yu Weiwei held onto his hand even tighter. Raising her head, Yu Weiwei's pupils welled up with tears. Big brother Lin, let Weiwei stand before you this time. I don't know when we will meet again, so let me dance for you. You saw it all? Lin Yun asked. Yeah. Yu Weiwei nodded with tears in her pupils. She saw how Lin Yun was sent flying from Zhuge Qingyun's palm with the myriad scales armor caving in. Lin Yun knew Yu Weiwei was feeling heartache for him, so he ultimately nodded. As Yu Weiwei joyfully wept, she smiled. Big brother Lin, play a song for me. What do you want to hear? An I Chong dress song, Yu Weiwei said. Lin Yun took out the divine indigo jade bamboo flute and played the An I Chong dress song. When his music spread out, it soon captivated everyone. Yu Weiwei finally moved, floating in the sky by gently tapping her foot on the ground. The light that shone down from the sky formed ribbons that coiled around her. At the same time, a seal appeared on Yu Weiwei's forehead, and a certain mysterious power that was sealed within her body slowly began to be released. Looking from a distance, the ribbons looked like fluctuating waves with Yu Weiwei dancing on them. The red ribbons looked like a massive ocean, and Yu Weiwei was dancing on the ocean. The dance performed by her was so beautiful that it couldn't be described with any words. But when her gaze fell onto Zhuge Qingyun, her smile became eerie, making everyone shudder. Her face was filled with murderous intent, and Yu Weiwei roared before she rose from the ocean. Wind bearing 4 seas. When Zhuge Qingyun saw this scene, he was startled, overwhelmed by the rumbling waves. This instantly made the corner of Zhuge Qingyun's eyes twitch with a bad premonition rising in his heart. The 9 profound heavenly dance. As the wind blew, waves rose on the rumbling ocean with an ancient and powerful aura sweeping out. When they swept towards Zhuge Qingyun, fine cracks appeared on the 7 wheels that he had just regathered. Profound sky cannon golden wheel seal. Zhuge Qingyun's lip twitched, and his hand signs changed, pushing his palm forth before the waves nearly consumed him. 100-foot golden wheel flew out, with an altar beneath the wheel, and the altar had saint runes intertwined on it. The golden wheel from the middle split the ocean open as it flew towards Yu Weiwei. As Yu Weiwei danced in the air, the red ribbons flew over and collided with the golden wheel. But in the next moment, Zhuge Qingyun had already charged forth. He was fast, even though he had just lost 10 years of his cultivation. He no longer looked as domineering as when he defeated 5 quasi-saints, but he was still a quasi-saint. When he stepped on the red ribbons, he immediately felt great pressure. He could sense a power within Yu Weiwei that didn't belong to her. Lass, you shouldn't be involved in this regardless of your background. Get lost. Zhuge Qingyun clasped his hands together, and the pressure he felt disappeared. He then pushed his palm forth, immediately destroying the red ribbons. Tearing apart the red ribbons, he arrived before Yu Weiwei in the blink of an eye. But right then, a melodious flute music that sounded like it came from the sky turned into ribbons that coiled around Yu Weiwei. While Yu Weiwei was accompanied by the flute music, she was soon immersed in it, resolving Zhuge Qingyun's attacks. At the same time, those ribbons coiled around her. But everyone soon realized that Yu Weiwei's celestial aura had gradually become dense, and the aura she gave off exploded. It's really beautiful. This is the legendary An I Chong dress song? It's really unbelievable. The phenomenon looked so realistic. The dress looked really beautiful on her, but it looked unrealistic because it was too beautiful. When the dress was formed, Yu Weiwei raised her hand, and the red ribbons easily forced Zhuge Qingyun to retreat. Yu Weiwei stepped in mid-air, and her movements were like a celestial dancing in the sky. As Yu Weiwei danced, silver sparks gushed out from her body. Silver spark tree. When she reached out with her right hand, a flash of sharpness flashed within her pupils, and she gently pushed forth. Silver fireworks bloomed in the sky, and silver flowers began to bloom. The sunlight that shone down from the sky merged with her like layers of water screens, and she passed through the layers of water screens. When she passed through the first layer, she looked even more beautiful. After she passed through all 9 layers, the mark on her forehead looked even more bewitching. This changed Zhuge Qingyun's face, and he unleashed a barrage of attacks. Zhuge Qingyun even resorted to summoning his constellation, but all his means were futile. When Yu Weiwei's palm landed on Zhuge Qingyun, fine cracks appeared on the saint aura around him. Everything looked like it was in slow motion as Zhuge Qingyun was pushed back, smashing apart the silver flowers. He would throw out a mouthful of blood whenever he smashed through one. Not good. Zhuge Qingyun was horrified to discover that his internal organs were planted with flowers that spouted within his body. Each of the flowers was beautiful, but they were slowly devouring him. This is the supreme secret technique of the heavenly demon clan. Zhuge Qingyun looked at Yu Weiwei, and the astonishment within his pupils couldn't be concealed. He began to wonder about the origin of Yu Weiwei. After Zhuge Qingyun flew out, Yu Weiwei began to spin in midair, and the speed of her rotations began to increase. The aura she occasionally released would cause waves to rise on the sea, leaving ripples in the surrounding air. At the very end of it, even space began to distort as more Yu Weiweis began to appear, soon reaching 1,000 Yu Weiweis. This was the scene of space breaking into multiple fragments, and Yu Weiwei was like flowing water moving through the fragments. How is this possible? All the spectators were shocked because not even a quasi-saint could cause such spatial fluctuations. Facing this, Zhuge Qingyun had beads of sweat dripping from his forehead. His face turned pale, and he could not resist because he had nowhere to escape. Zhuge Qingyun was even more confused than everyone else because Yu Weiwei was everywhere. A dance like a lotus flower. Yu Weiwei's performance took aback Mei Zihua. This is the profound fairy that accompanied the young master under the 3 lives tree? She's really beautiful. And Liuyan's eyes shone with splendor while looking at this scene. When the layers of space overlapped, Yu Weiwei descended from the sky with the ribbons around her emitting a faint radiance. When she descended, the seal on her forehead bloomed, slowly lifting the seal within her body. Under her palm, the 7 wheels that Zhuge Qingyun summoned had all shattered, causing the latter to throw out a mouthful of blood, and he was sent a few hundred meters away with disbelief filling his pupils. The power that he felt now was in contrast to the gentle push he had suffered earlier. But Zhuge Qingyun still gritted his teeth, unwilling to admit defeat, even if he barely held his front. Yu Weiwei's power wasn't the 9 profound heavenly dance, and it didn't belong to her. Profound sky cannon, universal reversal. Zhuge Qingyun resorted to the same attack, and 9 colored radiances shone from his body with chaotic energy intertwining on his palm. Zhuge Qingyun, you're finished. A loud roar echoed from the divine Phoenix Mountains quasi-saint, who had recovered. As he took the lead, the 4 other quasi-saints followed behind him and unleashed their constellations. When the 5 quasi-saints joined forces, their powerful saint auras swept out, and Zhuge Qingyun's attack was repelled before he could even unleash it. This made him throw out another mouthful of blood with his feet trembling. This time, the sun and moon within his pupils shattered. Lin Yun soared to the sky with the divine indigo jade bamboo flute in his hand, and carried Yu Weiwei before they returned to the ocean. Yu Weiwei raised her head to look at Lin Yun and smiled. Weiwei has done it. But as soon as she finished, she closed her eyes and fell asleep. Lin Yun immediately examined her before he let out a breath of relief after realizing that her life wasn't in danger. At the same time, the battle in the sky had ended. Tens of thousands of suns were growing on the mulberry tree, and golden crows flew out from the sun. As countless golden crows flew out, the three Saint Lords kept retreating, with their bodies covered in injuries and their faces becoming pale. Saint Elder is really powerful, as rumored. We will leave today. The leader of the three was unwilling, but he had no choice but to retreat. Mu Shuling lowered her flute and descended to the ground. She looked at Yu Weiwei, who was in Lin Yun's embrace with heartache in her pupils. If you dare let Weiwei down, I won't let you off. Mu Shuling glared at Lin Yun. Is she all right? Lin Yun asked. That's the heavenly demon inheritance that my aunt left for her. But it's still not time for her to use it yet. So she was forcefully using it. Mu Shuling said furiously. I'm not convinced. Zhuge Qingyun furiously roared with unwillingness filling his pupils. He was heavily injured and forced down on one knee under the pressure of 5 quasi-saints. Do you guys dare to fight me one-on-one? Zhuge Qingyun said, glaring at the 5 quasi-saints. The quasi-saint of the divine Phoenix Mountain roared. A quasi-saint actually lowered himself to make a move against someone at the profound life stage? Where do you get the face to demand one-on-one? Zhuge Qingyun was ashamed and furious at those words. His body trembled with anger, but he was powerless to refute. It was fine if he managed to kill Lin Yun. But not only did he fail, he even suffered heavy injuries from Lin Yun. This meant that he would become a joke after today. Others would only know him as a quasi-saint who was nearly killed by someone at the profound life stage. Holy lands with ancient inheritance want to take advantage of numbers? Do you guys think that there is no one in the ancient barren domain? A sneer resounded. This voice wasn't loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. When Lin Yun raised his head, he saw a lone boat slowly approaching, and a woman was drinking wine on the boat. This changed Lin Yun's face because this woman was the same person they met at the Black Tortoise Void Sea. But the white-clothed man was nowhere to be seen. Did that mean that the white-clothed man had lost? Who the hell are you? Get lost. The quasi-saint of the divine Phoenix Mountain furrowed his brows and pushed his palm forth, destroying the boat that the woman was on. But when his saint aura settled down, the woman was nowhere to be seen. Where's she? Everyone was puzzled, but Zhuge Qingyun's eyes flickered as everyone else fell into deep thoughts. While everyone was baffled, the ocean broke apart, with the woman soaring out of the ocean. When she soared out of the ocean, she raised the jar of wine in her right hand and took a huge mouthful of wine. This scene had left everyone briefly stunned. The woman spun in midair and looked at the Holy Land's quasi-saints. She smiled. Do you guys think that the ancient barren domain can be bullied, and the profound sky sect has no emperor? Who isn't a genius? She soared to the sky, and her laughter spread out, causing heads to blow apart from the sound waves alone. This scene left all the quasi-saints dumbfounded. Mu Shuling's face changed, and she raised her flute to her lips, playing a hurried and long musical score to resist the laughter. When the woman turned around, her long hair scattered, and a flower bloomed on her shoulder. When everyone looked at the woman again, they were deeply shocked because the woman was Tian Xuanzi in disguise. Everyone was dumbfounded when the woman turned into Tian Xuanzi, including the quasi-saint of the divine Phoenix Mountain. After all, no one would expect that the famous profound sky great saint would disguise himself as a woman. How is this possible? Lin Yun was completely dumbfounded, with surprise filling his pupils. But he soon regained his composure. If the woman was Tian Xuanzi, it was no wonder why he felt that she was familiar, having a feeling that he had seen that woman somewhere before. It all made sense now. Tian Xuanzi had even previously probed to see if he possessed a divine dragon bone, not to mention how he took care of Qin Tian back at the Black Tortoise Void Sea. But this made Lin Yun feel a chill run down his spine because Tian Xuanzi was too terrifying. Tian Xuanzi even resorted to disguising himself as a woman to get close to him. If his identity had been exposed back then, there was no doubt that Tian Xuanzi would have killed him on the spot. As for the white-clothed man, Lin Yun had no idea who he was, and he was puzzled. Holy shit! My heart's blood was dug out by someone as disgusting as him? Lin Yun could still maintain his composure, But Gu Jun cursed on the spot. He now knew why he felt uneasy when he first saw Tian Xuanzi. Not too far away, Mei Zihua and An Lian were also dumbfounded and couldn't accept this scene before them. Right then, blood dripped from Mu Shuling's lips when she played her flute, and her face became pale with signs of falling. Seeing this, Lin Yun stepped forth and placed his hand on Mu Shuling's back. After Mu Shuling regained her footing, she took a deep breath and barely recovered. So, it's the profound sky great saint. I apologize for being rude earlier, and I hope that you can overlook this. The divine Phoenix Mountain's quasi-saint said with an ugly expression. But he didn't have a choice but to apologize. Even if the divine Phoenix Mountain had a long inheritance and was much stronger than the profound sky sect, Tian Xuanzi was a great saint. Tian Xuanzi was a great saint standing at the top of the pyramid, and he could use a finger to kill him if he wanted to. Not only did he ridicule Tian Xuanzi when he was in his disguise earlier, but he even made a move against him. So there was no doubt that Tian Xuanzi had a reason to make a move against him as well. Tian Xuanzi stood in midair as though he belonged to a portrait. His beauty was unreal and out of this world, born a man with a feminine look. It doesn't matter. You should not be blamed because you didn't know about it earlier. Tian Xuanzi didn't hold it against the divine Phoenix Mountain's quasi-saint, and waved his hand to summon Zhuge Qingyun over to him. Master, this disciple is useless and should be punished. Zhuge Qingyun immediately cupped his hands when he came over to Tian Xuanzi. It doesn't matter. Don't forget that he's someone that even I failed to kill. Tian Xuanzi's gaze fell onto Lin Yun, and he smiled. Young lad, we meet again. Lin Yun had no expression on his face, and simply ignored Tian Xuanzi. But Tian Xuanzi wasn't bothered about it, and he squinted his eyes. But, should I call you the champion of the Nirvana banquet or flower burial? Flower burial? The faces of the 5 holy lands changed. They might not take it to heart if someone else said it, but they couldn't help taking it seriously since it came from Tian Xuanzi. After all, Tian Xuanzi was a great saint who could fight the Radiant Sword Saint. Everyone's gazes involuntarily fell on Lin Yun, who stood with his hands behind him. He had long given Yu Weiwei to Mu Shuling. When he raised his head, he softly said, If you want to kill me, it doesn't matter if I'm Flower Burial or the champion of the Nirvana banquet. It does matter. Tian Xuanzi's smile remained undiminished. Then he suddenly made a move with immense pressure crashing down on Lin Yun. The immense pressure made Lin Yun's bones begin to crackle with pain on his face, and his divine tortoise transformation was slowly disintegrating. Tian Xuanzi's face also gradually became grave, because Lin Yun had yet to show his true self, which naturally baffled him. Thus he pushed his palm forth even more. Knowing that his identity would be exposed today, Lin Yun sighed in his heart. But he felt a little relieved because who would want to disguise themselves and hide if they had a choice? You don't have to trouble yourself. That's right. I'm Lin Yun. Before Tian Xuanzi unleashed his pressure again, Lin Yun took several steps back and rotated in midair before landing on the ocean. His appearance underwent a drastic transformation from Lin Xiao to Lin Yun. His white clothes fluttered in the wind with a purple mark on his forehead. His flawless and handsome face was revealed before everyone. It's really him. Everyone in the surroundings was shocked. After all, Lin Yun's face was too familiar to everyone. After the battle in the ancient barren domain, the name Flower Burial had long spread throughout the Kunlun realm, along with his portrait. So even those who had never met Lin Yun before could recognize his appearance. There were rumors that Lin Yun had died because of his heavy injuries after the battle in the ancient barren domain, and many people believed it because it had been a long time since Lin Yun showed himself. Even if Lin Yun was alive, he would hide and not dare to show himself in public. He's Lin Yun. Xiao Yuanqi was filled with disbelief after watching how Lin Xiao transformed into Lin Yun. How is this possible? Not far away, Ji Lingfeng was also dumbfounded. All the quasi-saints present were also shocked, including the quasi-saint from the divine Phoenix Mountain. Who could have thought that Lin Xiao was Lin Yun? Who could have thought that Lin Yun did not hide, but disguised himself as Lin Xiao, obtaining first on the Dragon Pulse ranking and becoming the champion of the Nirvana banquet? Not to mention that he fought with a quasi-saint head-on, nearly killing the other party. Flower Burial, Yi Feng of the Myriad Lightning Sect and Lin Qingyang of the Divine Dao Pavilion also had shock on their faces. Lin Xiao was really Lin Yun. This shocked the quasi-saints so greatly that they had yet to come to their senses. Lin Yun possessed the firmament saint cloth, and he was also the disciple of the Radiant Sword Saint. This was probably the reason why Tian Xuanzi came. Zhuge Qingyun was also shocked, standing beside Tian Xuanzi, and coldly said, "Lin Yun, you're really bold to dare to show yourself. Why don't I dare? I'm not a criminal and I'm upright. I just regret that I failed to kill you earlier," Lin Yun said coldly, glaring at Zhuge Qingyun. Zhuge Qingyun's face changed. That sword from before was the greatest humiliation that he had suffered in his lifetime. "So you're the one who injured Qingyun. Lin Yun, you have given me a great surprise. Come with me," Tian Xuanzi said. Right then, Mu Shuling took out a medal. It was a golden medal containing a noble and majestic aura. The Imperial Dragon Order. Zhuge Qingyun's face changed when he saw the medal. The Empress bestowed the Imperial Dragon Order personally, and seeing the medal was the same as seeing the Empress. Tian Xuanzi calmly cupped his hands. "I pay my greetings to the Divine Dragon Envoy. Qingyun, quickly pay your respects." Zhuge Qingyun quickly cupped his hands together in Mu Shuling's direction. "Tian Xuanzi, since you recognize this medal, return to where you come from. Lin Yun can't die today," Mu Shuling said indifferently as she looked at Tian Xuanzi. "The Divine Dragon Envoy with the Imperial Dragon Order. Who in the world dare not to respect you? Anyone with the Imperial Dragon Order represents the Empress herself in the outside world." Tian Xuanzi smiled. His tone suddenly changed as he spoke. "Everyone in the world thinks that I want to kill Lin Yun, but I have never said that. Everyone in the world has misunderstood me, including the Divine Dragon Envoy and the Radiant Sword Saint. I only want to bring Lin Yun to the Divine Dragon Empire and meet the Empress. I never once said that I wanted his life." His words were confusing, instantly making everyone speechless, not knowing how to refute them. But Lin Yun coldly said, "Tian Xuanzi, you're shameless. Don't tell me that you were not behind the annihilation of the Sword Sect's golden generation 2 decades ago. You're not the one who imprisoned my senior brother, Jian Jingtian, in the fleeting Cloud Sword Sect. You dare deny that you're not the one who forced my master out of his seclusion when he's facing his tribulation. The annihilation of the Sword Sect and death of the Radiant Sword Saint is just the trend. The ancient Baron domain hasn't had an emperor for a long time. Since the Radiant Sword Saint can't be that emperor, I'll be that emperor in his stead. You can't save the Sword Sect and your master with your words alone, so you better follow me back obediently," Tian Xuanzi said calmly. "Come at me if you have the guts. Since I could kill the Nether Divinity Ancestor back then, I can also kill you today," Lin Yun said indifferently. Hearing that, Tian Xuanzi's face turned cold, and his smile gradually faded. "You have yet to completely recover from your injuries, right?" Lin Yun raised his head and coldly looked at Tian Xuanzi. The Sword Emperor, Yu Qingfeng, shattered Tian Xuanzi's Saint Pulses, destroying 100 years of cultivation from Tian Xuanzi. So there was no doubt that Tian Xuanzi's injuries were much heavier than his. When Lin Yun said that, Tian Xuanzi's face sank, and he indifferently said, "You would have killed me if you could. You managed to kill the Nether Divinity Ancestor because he was careless. Do you think that I will fall for it twice? You can come and give it a try." Lin Yun fearlessly looked at Tian Xuanzi. It was true that Lin Yun could no longer activate the Firmament Saint Cloth on his own accord, and he would die before he could kill Tian Xuanzi if he did. But it would be a different story if Tian Xuanzi attacked him. The Firmament Saint Cloth would be activated by itself then, and he would make Tian Xuanzi lose half of his life even if he couldn't kill the latter. "You think I don't dare?" Tian Xuanzi smiled coldly and waved his hand, unleashing an immense saint aura. Mu Shuling wanted to stop him, but the sheer force of the aura pushed her away. The purple flower on Tian Xuanzi's shoulder bloomed with countless petals flying out, forming a purple floral domain that separated the outside world, covering a few thousand miles of radius. Mu Shuling tried several times, but she couldn't break through the invisible barrier, no matter how she tried. She might seem calm, but her pupils were filled with anxiety. Even if the pavilion master is here herself, there's nothing she can do about this domain. Tian Xuanzi. Don't even think about hurting my junior brother. A roar echoed from the heavens and earth, causing the domain that Tian Xuanzi created to tremble. A white-clothed man appeared out of nowhere with a boundless sword intent released from his body, causing all 36 layers of heaven to shatter. The white cloth enveloping him swiftly unfolded before they flew out like sword rays, easily tearing apart the domain that Tian Xuanzi had created. When the white cloth and purple flower clashed, the sheer collision alone created a devastating power, and the shockwave emitted from it made everyone's scalps numb. Tian Xuanzi and the white-clothed man stood in mid-air as they began forming seals. As they clashed in mid-air, they were both radiating a terrifying aura. When the white cloth flew out, it revealed a white swordsman with a youthful appearance. He had a handsome and extraordinary appearance. The white cloth exploded when he flicked his finger, instantly tearing the floral domain into pieces. This made the floral fragments and white cloth blend together, putting the entire domain in chaos. When the floral domain was on the brink of collapsing, the white-clothed swordsman retrieved Lin Yun from the domain. He smiled. Tian Xuanzi. Don't even think about hurting my junior brother. When the floral domain was torn apart, Tian Xuanzi took several steps back, his face becoming pale. This is because he lost in the previous clash, making his aura uneasy. Seeing this, everyone instantly knew that Tian Xuanzi had yet to recover from his injuries. But Tian Xuanzi coldly looked at the white-clothed swordsman and muttered, Yi Guhan! Yi Guhan! Hearing the name Tian Xuanzi mentioned, the 5 holy lands were surprised as they quickly turned to look at the white-clothed swordsman. When they looked at the white-clothed swordsman, shock covered their faces. The Azure River Sword Saint. They blurted out, especially those from the Heavenly Tao sect, who quickly cupped their hands together. Yi Guhan was the eldest disciple of the Radiant Sword Saint, and he was known as the Azure River Sword Saint after he achieved enlightenment in the Central Plains Azure River. In reality, no one in the Eastern Desolation was familiar with the name Yi Guhan, and not many people had heard of him before. But if anyone mentioned the name Azure River Sword Saint, there was no one who hadn't heard of him before. He wasn't one of the 3 great sword saints in the Eastern Desolation, but the youngest sword saint in the Eastern Desolation who gained enlightenment in the Azure River. Aside from Tian Xuanzi, no one dared to call the Azure River Sword Saint by his name, just like how no one dared to call Tian Xuanzi by his name and addressed him as the profound Sky Great Saint instead. We pay our greetings to Saint Elder. The Heavenly Tao sect's disciples bowed respectfully. We pay our greetings to Senior Azure River. Those from the other holy lands were briefly stunned before they quickly bowed. Yi Guhan smiled and left Lin Yun behind him for protection. Tian Xuanzi, you're really shameless to be disguising yourself as a woman. I didn't know you had this kind of fetish. Despite everyone knowing that Tian Xuanzi had disguised himself as a woman, no one dared to mock him for it, especially after Tian Xuanzi injured the Divine Phoenix Mountain's quasi-saint. If that quasi-saint knew that the woman was Tian Xuanzi in disguise, he would not dare to act with arrogance. But Yi Guhan didn't have that reservation at all. However, Tian Xuanzi wasn't bothered by it, but differently said, You want to bring him to the Heavenly Tao sect? Who knows? Yi Guhan smiled. I can also send him to the Heavenly Fragrance Divine Mountain. But it's not bad to send him to the Heavenly Tao sect. Why don't you guess where I'll send him? Tian Xuanzi's face was still pale as he coldly said, Your stinking temper hasn't changed at all, and I really want to tear your face apart. After Tian Xuanzi said that, he threw out a mouthful of blood, with his face becoming paler. Seeing this, a cold light flashed across Yi Guhan's pupils, and the thought of probing Tian Xuanzi's injuries flashed in his mind. But because Lin Yun was beside him, he quickly gave up on that thought and smiled. I'm surprised you dare to come out of your rat hole when you've yet to recover from your injuries. You can get lost now. I'm afraid I might be unable to hold myself back if you stay any longer. It's still possible for me to kill you. Tian Xuanzi said without any change on his face. As soon as he finished, Tian Xuanzi appeared before Yi Guhan. This stunned Yi Guhan, but he calmly sent Lin Yun away with a gentle shove before he began dodging Tian Xuanzi's attacks. But he could only do his best to duck because he had lost the initiative. Tian Xuanzi's face remained indifferent as he slowly approached the scattered blooming purple flower. 10 moves later, the floral domain reappeared, and Tian Xuanzi's aura climbed to an unimaginable height. When Tian Xuanzi waved his hand, heaven shattered with a terrifying ravine appearing on the ocean. Tian Xuanzi took another step forth, and the waves in the ocean were immediately suppressed. Most importantly, he gave off a feeling that he was in a portrait fighting with Yi Guhan. It was as though he was isolated from the outside world. Great profound heaven! Tian Xuanzi roared, and the saint aura within his body rumbled with a powerful aura sweeping out when he chopped down with his palm. This immediately left cracks in the surrounding space. You're serious? I'll play with you then. Yi Guhan smiled, raising his palm forth against Tian Xuanzi's attack. When he raised his palm, a black sword reaching 10,000 feet appeared behind him. Divine nether sword. The seawater poured down from the sword like a waterfall as the black sword emitted a horrifying nether energy. Tian Xuanzi's attack was greatly hindered when this sword appeared, and his movements slowed. When the sword appeared, a black nether flower appeared behind Yi Guhan with the divine nether sword located at the center of the flower, emitting a black radiance. As countless black petals flew out, the petals clashed with the purple petals in mid-air. Under the collision, Yi Guhan used his fingers as a sword to stop Tian Xuanzi's chop. Thereafter, they both took several steps back, holding onto a petal each, one black and one purple. When the two petals flew out, the petals contained powerful saint auras that exploded in mid-air. The explosion made everyone's scalps go numb, and they could only retreat in terror, fearing that they might be implicated. As Yi Guhan rose to the sky, he summoned a sword from beyond the 36 layers of heaven that flew towards Tian Xuanzi, piercing his body. When the sword pierced through Tian Xuanzi, the sword disappeared. Hovering in midair, Tian Xuanzi smiled. Yi Guhan, you made no improvements even after so many years. You have really surprised me. But how many attacks do you think I'll need to kill you if I'm not injured? Why don't you come and try it? I'll wait for you in the heavenly Tao sect. Yi Guhan raised his brow. Squinting his eyes, Tian Xuanzi said, Don't worry, I'll come for sure. Not only the heavenly Tao sect but the 6 holy lands as well. 1 year from now, I will weigh the entire eastern desolation. He was decisive after experiencing Yi Guhan's attack. He waved his hand, and a portrait suddenly appeared from both sides. As the portrait slowly closed up, Tian Xuanzi pulled Zhuge Qinyun into the painting. Tian Xuanzi and Zhuge Qinyun disappeared when the portrait closed up as though they were never there to begin with. The pressure hovering above everyone's heads disappeared just like that, and the rumbling ocean calmed down a long time later. When everyone was sure that Tian Xuanzi had left, they breathed sighs of relief, especially the quasi-saint of the divine Phoenix Mountain. They realized that it was no fluke that Tian Xuanzi was known to be the strongest genius in the past millennium. That fellow is becoming more and more unfathomable. After Tian Xuanzi left, Yi Guhan didn't feel relieved, but his face became graver instead. Junior brother, are you all right? When Yi Guhan turned to look at Lin Yun, a smile appeared on his face once more. I'm all right. Lin Yun had yet to come to his senses. He did guess that the white-clothed man might be his senior brother, but he didn't expect his senior brother to be so young. His senior brother seemed to be about the same age as Tian Xuanzi. Based on their conversation, anyone could tell that they were both from the same generation. Because Yi Guhan was previously wrapped in white cloth, he thought that this was an old man. But it made sense when he thought about it again, since a saint could maintain their youthful appearance as long as they were willing. It was just that no one would pay attention to their appearance after entering the saint realm. Lin Yun was a little baffled and didn't know where to start. I'm grateful for the Azure River Sword Saint's help. Mu Shuling came over after she settled you way down. It's fine. We're a family. You don't have to be so polite. Yi Guhan smiled. His tone was pretty casual, which naturally made Mu Shuling somewhat unhappy. Azure River Sword Saint, do you plan on returning to the heavenly fragrance divine mountain with me? Or do you want me to bring him with me? Mu Shuling asked. Upon hearing that, Yi Guhan's gaze changed a little, and he smiled. There's no need to hurry. I still have some words to tell my junior brother, so I'll send him to you when I'm done. As soon as he finished, he grabbed Lin Yun and soared to the sky, disappearing into the 36 layers of heaven. The Heavenly Tao Sect's party still wanted to greet their Saint Elder and discuss the golden purple dragon crown, but they never expected that Yi Guhan would immediately leave with Lin Yun. Looking at the direction Yi Guhan left in, everyone's expression became awkward. Altar Master, don't tell me that Saint Elder is really going to bring Lin Yun to the Heavenly Tao Sect? Xiao Yuanqi asked, his tone filled with a hint of anticipation. The quasi-saint, Jiang Yang, shook his head and said, the Heavenly Tao Sect naturally won't fear Tian Xuanzi, but Lin Yun possesses the firmament Saint Cloth. Can you guarantee that no one will be tempted by it? Don't test people's hearts. This is the reason why Senior Azure River is probably going to the Heavenly Fragrance Divine Mountain. Xiao Yuanqi was disappointed when he heard that. If Lin Yun came to the Heavenly Tao Sect, the Heavenly Tao Sect would definitely be bustling. But it was a pity that he couldn't see it. Far away, and Luyen let out a breath of relief. Beside her, Mei Zihua looked in the direction Yi Guhan left and muttered, he's actually Lin Yun's senior disciple? It looks like the Radiant Sword Saint will have at least 4 Sword Saints as his disciples in the future. On the contrary, Gu Jun looked in the direction Tian Xuanzi left and muttered, I'll probably not be able to get my heart's blood back. But who do you think took the Black Tortoise Saint Cannon? And Luyen and Mei Zihua were stunned when they heard that because they didn't expect this matter today to blow up. Even Tian Xuanzi had shown himself, and many people had long forgotten about the golden purple dragon crown, not to mention Lu Chen's death. As for the golden purple dragon crown, they naturally forgot about it completely. When they saw Tian Xuanzi, they thought that the Black Tortoise Saint Cannon must have fallen in his hands. But after they saw Yi Guhan, this made it suspenseful. Yi Guhan brought Lin Yun into the 36 layers of heaven. They then descended on a barren mountain when they left the 36 layers of heaven. Lin Yun had no idea where they were, but they were probably far from the heavenly domain's unholy sea. They could be considered to be in the Eastern Desolation now. The Eastern Desolation was massive, and the ancient barren domain only occupied 30% of the entire Eastern Desolation. Beyond the ancient barren domain was a vast world that not even the 6 Holy Lands and Divine Dragon Empire could control. The Divine Dragon Empire wanted to control the entire ancient barren domain long ago, using it as a springboard to spread its influence throughout the Eastern Desolation. When they descended the barren mountain, Yi Guhan turned to look at Lin Yun before grabbing the latter by the shoulders. He smiled. Don't move. Let me take a good look at you. Not bad, not bad. You look so much better this way. Yi Guhan examined Lin Yun with his eyes squinted as though he was looking at a treasure, making Lin Yun feel somewhat uneasy. Come, sit down. You can ask me anything you want. Yi Guhan noticed Lin Yun's uneasiness and casually sat down on the ground. You were already present when I boarded the Black Tortoise ship? Lin Yun asked his first question. That's for sure. But I didn't have any way of verifying your identity back then. Who could have expected that Tian Xuanzi would be so disgusting and disguise himself as a woman? Yi Guhan smiled. Mentioning that, even Lin Yun couldn't help feeling a chill run down his spine. He still found that woman attractive back then, so he couldn't help feeling his scalp go numb. When you killed that demonic corpse and wanted to retrieve its saint origin, I had no choice but to show myself. Yi Guhan explained as he took out the saint origin shrouded in a demonic aura that looked like tentacles. He continued, I refined the demonic aura with my sword intent for a long time, but I only managed to refine a small portion of it. Do you know why I wanted to take it away from you now? Lin Yun's eyelid twitched when he heard that. He couldn't believe that Yi Guhan couldn't refine the demonic aura even with his sword aura. He was really lucky because this saint origin would be a hidden threat if he kept it with him. Thank you, senior brother. Lin Yun said. It's nothing. Yi Guhan smiled. Senior brother, Do you know how our master is now? Lin Yun asked after a brief pondering. With a sigh of relief, Yi Guhan looked at Lin Yun. Our master is ambitious, wanting to reach the height of the 9 emperors. Otherwise, he wouldn't have forced himself into this dead end. You don't have to worry about that for now, and you don't have to blame yourself for it. This is a path that our master has chosen for himself. What Yi Guhan said was the same as what Lil Purple told him. It's not that the Radiant Sword Saint couldn't make a breakthrough into the Emperor realm, but that he wanted to reach the same height as the 9 emperors or even surpass them. But this wasn't an easy path, and this was why he had yet to reach the Emperor realm when he was running out of lifespan. This was also what his master told him back then. The 9 emperors were legends, and the Southern Emperor was someone who had surpassed legends. So his master also wanted to compete with the 9 emperors. This isn't exactly bad for our master. The closer his lifespan reaches an end, the higher the chance he will have. Yi Guhan's eyes coldly flashed. He continued, after all, our master has always been the strongest beneath the Emperor realm in the Eastern Desolation, and I believe our master can take that step out. But Tian Xuanzi won't watch that happen. Not to mention he declared that he will challenge the entire Eastern Desolation a year from now. Lin Yun expressed his concerns. There's no doubt that Tian Xuanzi is strong. He has already become a great saint when I'm only a saint lord. Yi Guhan smiled. But he's injured and won't show himself again anytime soon. Didn't you see me teach him a lesson earlier? As for what he said about a year from now, that's the future, and who can be sure about it? Perhaps I'll make a trip to the profound sky sect before he comes out. Or perhaps he will run amok and die. The future isn't certain, after all. Yi Guhan's words made Lin Yun briefly stunned before he smiled. He was affected by his senior brother's optimism. Senior brother, how did you become the Saint Elder of the Heavenly Tao sect? Lin Yun curiously asked. I'm a descendant of the Central Plains Yi clan. I didn't join the sword sect when our master took me in as his disciple. As for the Yi clan, we're too tied up with the Heavenly Tao sect, so it's complicated. Yi Guhan smiled. Let's not talk about that. I have a question for you. 2 paths are laid before you, the Heavenly Tao sect or the Heavenly Fragrance Divine Mountain. The Heavenly Tao sect, Lin Yun said without any hesitation. Oh, Yi Guhan smiled. That Saint Elder's origin isn't simple, and the Blue Dragon record should be in her hands. The Empress probably invited her out of the Heavenly Fragrance Divine Mountain. I know. Lin Yun already knew about that, but Mu Shuling was too upright and serious, and Lin Yun couldn't help feeling uneasy around her. Most importantly, he even saw Mu Shuling's appearance back in the lake alongside Yi Xinyan, Su Xiao, Yu Weiwei, and An Luyen. Lin Yun was stumped when he saw Mu Shuling's face back then, and he wanted to avoid any entanglement with her because of Yu Weiwei. Yi Guhan naturally noticed the changes on Lin Yun's face and smiled. It looks like there's a story behind it. It's nothing, Lin Yun said, trying his best to maintain his composure. But luckily, Yi Guhan didn't continue to ask about it and smiled. But it will be a little more troublesome if you want to come to the Heavenly Tao sect. I have to conceal my identity? Lin Yun asked. Smart. Yi Guhan smiled. Junior brother, you're not only talented, but you're also smart. You don't have to worry about that. And I'll let you know when to come to the Heavenly Tao sect 2 months from now. What identity will I be using? Lin Yun asked. There's no need to hurry. You'll know when the time comes. Yi Guhan wore a mysterious smile, as though he was scheming something. As he spoke, he sighed. I would rather you go to the Heavenly Fragrance Divine Mountain, honestly. The Heavenly Fragrance Divine Mountain has always been mysterious, but leaving after entering is difficult. What about the Heavenly Tao sect? Lin Yun asked. The Eastern Desolation's 6 holy lands have a long history, experiencing the Dark Era. Each of the holy lands have their pros and cons. Yi Guhan explained. In reality, the holy lands are complicated, entangled with various strings of connections. It's not as pure as the sword sect, but we do have geniuses due to 100,000 years of accumulation. Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts when he heard that. This was because Yi Guhan didn't mention much about the Heavenly Tao sect, as if he didn't like the environment there. linking it to the Central Plains Yi clan that his senior brother spoke of. Lin Yun soon figured that Yi Guhan stayed in the Heavenly Tao sect because he had no choice. But none of them are comparable to you, junior brother. Yi Guhan's gaze fell onto Lin Yun, and he smiled. The Heavenly Tao sect is only so strong because of our accumulation. They might have a higher cultivation, but none of their potential is comparable to you. Lin Yun awkwardly rubbed his nose when he heard that. You don't have to look down on yourself. You're the disciple of the Radiant Sword Saint and the champion of the Ninth Heavenly Path. If you go to the Heavenly Tao sect, I believe you will let everyone know what the Radiant Sword Saint's disciple is made of. Yi Guhan said, retrieving a fruit and taking a bite at it. I have a feeling that a golden era will arrive once more. It has been 3,000 years since the 9 emperors forged their legend, and there have been many geniuses in those 3,000 years. But no matter how radiant they were, none of them could be comparable to the 9 emperors. Yi Guhan took another bite of the fruit and continued. As for you, I believe you will shine brightly in that era. I only want to take a look at the peak of the Kunlun realm and see if there are gods in the world. Lin Yun smiled. Raising his brow, Yi Guhan smiled. It looks like I have belittled your ambitions. It turns out that you want to forge a sword god's path. Lin Yun didn't deny that. This is our first meeting, so I should give you something as a meeting gift as your senior brother. But I came out in a hurry and brought nothing with me. Yi Guhan said, I'll treat this half-black tortoise Saint Canon as our meeting gift. The black tortoise Saint Canon is the ultimate inheritance of the black tortoise's lineage, containing many secret techniques of the thunder black tortoise. Just a single technique in it would be a great fortune, and it was enough for someone to walk far in the saint realm and establish a sect, even with just half of it. This was why great saints often appeared in the black tortoise void sea to search for the black tortoise Saint Canon a long time ago. Hearing what Yi Guhan said, Lin Yun was surprised because he thought that the black tortoise Saint Canon was in the hands of Tian Xuanzi. He never expected that his senior brother would manage to take half of it. He took the first half and I took the second half. We both have our concerns, and none of us can do a thing for each other. Yi Guhan smiled. But that fellow is a tad stronger because I was nearly trapped in there. As he spoke, Yi Guhan handed Lin Yun the second half of the Black Tortoise Saint Canon. This ancient book was forged with special beast leathers with many paintings and scriptures recorded on it. Just taking a rough look at it, Lin Yun could feel his head aching. He couldn't believe that his senior brother casually took something so precious out, and he didn't dare to accept it. He asked, "Isn't this a little too valuable?" Looking at Lin Yun, Yi Guhan smiled. "I have already memorized all the contents. You can take a look at it before handing it to that old man. You can't practice any of the secret techniques with your current cultivation, so just taking a look at it is good enough." Lin Yun nodded his head and ultimately accepted it. "All right, we'll end our conversation here then." Yi Guhan stood up with a smile on his face. "After you're done with your matters in the heavenly domain's unholy sea, come to look for me in the heavenly Tao sect. Our master asked me to teach you the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra. Speaking of which, how far have you reached in it?" "The 7th stage," Lin Yun said. Yi Guhan was shocked when he heard that, but soon smiled. "You have really surprised me. Judging at your current pace, you might be able to practice the Great Profound Sword Canon when you reach the Nirvana stage." Hearing about the Great Profound Sword Canon, Lin Yun's eyes lit up because it was the strongest cultivation technique of the sword sect. The attack that Yi Guhan used to injure Tian Xuanzi should be a technique of the Great Profound Sword Canon. Don't rejoice so early because practicing the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra is difficult. I'll send you back to Heavenly Domain City now. Yi Guhan smiled before grabbing Lin Yun and soared into the 36 layers of heaven once more. Yi Guhan left Lin Yun on a lone island outside Heavenly Domain City before he left. There were still many questions that Lin Yun still had yet to ask. But he looked at the outline of Heavenly Domain City before he sat down. "Let's sort out my harvest first." He had nearly 20 quasi-saint Black Tortoise cores, 18 saint Black Tortoise cores, and 2/3 of the demigod wine. Not to mention the Black Tortoise chains, golden purple dragon crown, the damaged myriad scales armor, and the second half of the Black Tortoise Saint Canon. To a certain degree, his harvest was unimaginable. More accurately, this harvest was much larger than his harvest in the ancient barren battlefield. Aside from that, there were also saint artifacts and secret treasures from the Black Tortoise Vault, but there was no doubt that each of them was a powerful treasure. But it was a pity that Lin Yun was fully armed with glory saint artifacts and couldn't be bothered with these saint artifacts. Some even reached the 9th grade saint artifact, but they were still inferior to glory saint artifacts. Strictly speaking, saint artifacts were best for Samsara Edict realm experts, and they could even use them at the quasi-saint realm. Glory saint artifacts were more suitable for saints because only saints could unleash their full power. After Lin Yun sorted through his harvest, he wasn't in a hurry to look through the Black Tortoise Saint canon. He sat down and began to meditate in order to digest his harvest from his battle with Zhuge Qingyun. During his life and death experience, Lin Yun reached a new height in his sword intent. After all, it wasn't every day that he could experience fighting with someone at the pinnacle of quasi-saint while being at the profound life stage. This dissolved Lin Yun's fear of powerful enemies, allowing him to make a huge breakthrough in his mindset. What's above the heavenly dome? With his heavenly dome sword intent reaching complete mastery, Lin Yun began to ponder the 5th grade sword intent. A brief moment later, Lin Yun opened all 7 of his profound life channels, allowing the profound life aura to enter his violet palace. Under the empowerment of the profound life aura, the might of his dragon origin began to rise, and a powerful dragon origin soon filled his body. This was a new experience for Lin Yun since he had just entered the profound life stage. The cultivation at Samsara Edict realm was to use the profound life and profound death auras to temper the dragon origin before reaching the nirvana stage. His dragon origin would be converted to a nirvana aura at that time. After his nirvana aura underwent 9 transformations, his nirvana aura would transform into a saint aura. Saint aura was terrifying because it could easily crush nirvana aura and was a means belonging to those on the saint path. But in order for the nirvana aura to undergo 9 transformations, it required great comprehension and resources. As for reaching the quasi-saint realm, it couldn't be reached by resources alone. A long time later, Lin Yun opened his eyes and muttered, "Those at the Samsara Edict realm are also known as kings, the last and most crucial step in the mortal path. It looks like I must head to the heavenly Tao sect no matter what." Now that he looked at it again, for years have passed since he arrived in the Kunlun realm. He stayed in the fleeting Cloud Sword sect for a year and the Sword sect for 2 years. As for the last year, that was his experience after leaving the Sword sect. For years' time, he had grown from a chick to a king, undergoing numerous life and death experiences. Breathing out a sigh of relief, Lin Yun took out the Black Tortoise Saint canon. He merely scanned through the cultivation technique and secret techniques portion and went straight to the sword techniques section. There were many sword techniques, but what attracted him the most was the profound thunder sword technique. This was a ghost spirit martial technique, and it was completely different from the sword techniques he practiced in the past. This sword technique was divided into the black tortoise and thunder serpent forms. Black tortoises were considered auspicious beasts and were revered as deities in ancient times by people. They had a long lifespan, powerful defense, and powerful strength. As for the thunder serpent, it would have 9 heads in its ultimate evolution. It was an ancient, ominous beast, the manifestation of disasters. The 2 forms were controlled by 2 seals, offense and defense. Interesting. Changing the forms between sword techniques through seals is simply unheard of. Lin Yun exclaimed. This sword technique might not be stronger than other sword techniques, but it provided him another angle to look at this sword technique, allowing him to build his foundation for creating his own sword techniques in the future. I can try and practice it, the black tortoise seal and thunder serpent seal, Lin Yun muttered. These sword techniques were special. He could achieve 2 different forms by alternating the seals. But the Thunder Serpent's lightning differed from Azure Dragon. The former was Yang Lightning, while the latter was Yin Lightning. As Lin Yun closed the Black Tortoise Saint Seal, he retrieved the Flower Burial Sword and began practicing it. He took 3 days to reach the entry level and stopped because he had other matters to attend to, so he couldn't keep practicing. Time to head to Heavenly Domain City. Lin Yun sheathed his sword and looked at the massive city that was in the distance. Relying on the divine tortoise transformation, Lin Yun easily disguised himself and entered Heavenly Domain City. He could hear that everyone was discussing the battle 3 days ago. It's really unbelievable that Lin Xiao was actually Lin Yun. I can't believe Flower Burial came to Heavenly Domain City and even became the champion of the Nirvana Banquet and first on the Dragon Pulse ranking. Not to mention that he even killed the Wind Edgelord. The Lu Saint clan even resorted to sending out their saints. But they couldn't do a thing to him. I heard that the Lu Saint wanted to come personally, but he was stopped by the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion's pavilion master. 2 of his sons were killed, but he couldn't do anything about it. He can be considered a figure in Heavenly Domain City, but he's nothing in the Eastern Desolation. Even Tian Xuanzi failed to take Lin Yun away. Along the way, Lin Yun could hear everyone talking about him, and his harvest in the Black Tortoise Vault was also disclosed. Him killing the Fire God General and saving the 5 Holy Lands was also spread out. Lin Yun roughly asked around for the Ming cult's information before he headed towards the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. He heard someone playing the Eru when he passed by an inn. Within the entire Heavenly Domain City, only Gu Jun and Mei Zihua knew how to play the Eru, aside from him, so this person should be Mei Zihua. When Lin Yun raised his head and bumped gazes with the person playing the Eru, it was Mei Zihua, as he had expected. Mei Zihua had his 9 maids accompany him, so Lin Yun gave him a smile before leaving. They had experienced life and death together, so they did not need to pretend not to know each other upon meeting. A smile between them far surpassed any words. When Mei Zihua saw an unfamiliar person nodding at him with a smile, he was briefly stunned before he regained his composure. He lowered his Eru and took a cup of wine from his maid. He smiled. "I'm tired of playing the same song. But, young master, you have been playing it for the past 3 days. So why are you suddenly stopping now?" A maid asked with a smile. "I have already seen someone I wanted to meet, so there's naturally no need for me to keep playing it." Mei Zihua smiled. "Oh!" The 9 maids were stunned before they ran towards the window, wanting to glimpse Flower Burial. But they couldn't see Lin Yun anywhere on the streets down below. "Young master, are we going to leave, then? There is chaos on the borders of the Empire's territory, and several highnesses want to lead the army themselves. The various clans in the Central Plains will also be going, and you also have to make a trip to the southern border." A maid smiled. The southern border is famous for using poisonous insects and hopping corpses. "Which highness is leading the army over?" Mei Zihua asked with a playful expression. "The 9th princess." "The 9th princess? Speaking of which, it has been a long time since I met that baldy, drifting goblet. I obtained so much wine, so it's enough for him to have a feast. Let's go." Mei Zihua smiled and left. "Young master, did you tell Flower Burial about your plan?" A maid asked. "The Black Tortoise Void Sea was dangerous, so I didn't have the opportunity. Not to mention it's not suitable for Flower Burial. Let's talk about it in the future." Mei Zihua smiled bitterly. They were so held up within the Black Tortoise Void Sea that he didn't have time to tell Lin Yun about his plan. He even claimed that he could protect Lin Yun with him around, but Lin Yun had saved him multiple times within the Black Tortoise Void Sea. An hour later, Huang Xuanyi was sitting in a serene room within the branch of the Ming cult, practicing the Sun Moon Saint canon of their Ming cult. He had the opportunity to regain his vision a long time ago, but he noticed that it was easier to practice the Sun Moon Saint canon after losing his eyesight. So he naturally wanted to take this opportunity to obtain the legendary divine Sun Moon Eyes. After reaching the Nirvana stage, the divine Sun Moon Eyes should be a success. I can take this trigram transformation pellet, then. No one will be my opponent in the quasi-saint realm at that time. Huang Xuanyi smiled as he looked at the jade bottle on the desk before him. This was his harvest in the Black Tortoise Vault, and he didn't tell anyone about it. It was rumored that this pellet could transform the physique, allowing one to achieve the 10th transformation in their nirvana aura. But the recipe for this saint pellet was long lost, so no one could refine it now. Not to mention all the ingredients needed for it had long gone extinct. "Humph. I'll take your life at that time." Huang Xuanyi's face suddenly became sinister. He also didn't expect that Lin Xiao was Lin Yun. He wouldn't have left so quickly 3 days ago, if he had known. Damn it! That bastard is too lucky. Even Tian Xuanzi failed to kill him. Huang Xuani gritted his teeth. One fine day I will. But before he could finish, a sword ray flew over and left a wound on his neck, where his blood was gushing out. A figure entered the room and sheathed his sword as Huang Xuani's head flew away. Lin Yun removed the jade bottle before ripping the black cloth from Huang Xuani's head. He calmly covered his eyes with it before activating the divine tortoise transformation, changing into Huang Xuani's appearance, and left. When Lin Yun came out, every Ming cult disciple greeted him along the way. When Lin Yun left the branch, he took out the jade bottle and muttered, "Trigram transformation pellet? This is a treasure." After he left, he ripped the black cloth from his head. Once the Ming cult discovered that Huang Xuani was assassinated, Lin Yun was already meeting Mu Shuling in the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. It was easy to sneak into the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. He changed his appearance to Gu Jun and entered before restoring his appearance upon meeting Mu Shuling. Mu Shuling was enveloped in a faint saint aura that resembled a veil of sunlight, making her seem ethereal. Beside her, Yu Weiwei was lying on the bed. When will she get up? Lin Yun was prepared that Yu Weiwei would fall into a deep slumber because she used a power that didn't belong to her 3 days ago. 3 to 6 months. Mu Shuling indifferently looked at Lin Yun. As Lin Yun took a step forth, he looked at Yu Weiwei and fell into dead silence. Honestly speaking, he was rather surprised back then because Yu Weiwei was stronger than he had imagined, in contrast to her feeble appearance. Will she be all right? Lin Yun asked. She'll be fine, but I have to bring her back. She will have to start undergoing the inheritance of the heavenly demon's bloodline. Mu Shuling replied. What is the heavenly demon's bloodline? Let's talk outside. The two left the abode and came to the lake on the snowy mountain. Looking at the lake, Mu Shuling asked, Do you know the difference between demonic beasts and the demon clan? I do. Lin Yun nodded. Regardless of demonic beasts or the demon clan, they came from the same lineage. Demonic beasts could carry on evolving, and they had 2 choices before them after they reached the end of evolution, either transform into a human or remain as beasts. As time passed, more demonic beasts transformed into humans, forming an individual race possessing the bloodline of demonic beasts. Thus, most demon clans were more beautiful than humans. On the contrary, demonic beasts would continue to strengthen their bloodline. The end of the demon clan's evolution is the heavenly demon's bloodline. But to bear that power, those of the demon clan must undergo an ancient ceremony with the blood of the gods as a sacrifice to bear the power of the heavenly demon. Mu Shuling explained. That's good, Lin Yun said. But it might not necessarily be a piece of good news to Weiwei. Otherwise, she wouldn't have left the divine mountain. The moment she inherits the demon clan's bloodline, it would be tough for her to leave it, just like how a prince inherits the throne. There are many things that you don't know, Mu Shuling said. Lin Yun fell into silence when he heard that. He knew little about Yu Weiwei's past and her family. He only knew a rough concept of the demon clan. He knew that the demon clan lived in solitude on a continent called the Heavenly Demon Continent, and that this continent was long separated from the Kunlun realm. There are rumors that the Blue Dragon record is in your hands. I have always been curious about the relationship between the Divine Dragon Envoy and the Imperial Dragon Order. He always wanted to know what the Imperial Dragon Order was long ago, and Tian Xuanzi even called her the Divine Dragon Envoy. So this naturally made Lin Yun baffled. He could sense that after Yu Weiwei fell into a deep slumber, Mu Shuling's attitude towards him had changed to dissatisfaction, but she didn't openly show it. The reason why Mu Shuling treated him so well was because of Yu Weiwei, and this was also the reason why Lin Yun didn't ask about it in the past. Mu Shuling might seem close to his reach, but she was far away from him in reality. The reason why he asked about it was because he was going to leave now. I'd tell you about it even if you didn't ask. The Blue Dragon record doesn't belong to the Divine Dragon Empire. That ancestral god left the Blue Dragon record to the Heavenly Fragrance Divine Mountain for safekeeping before he left. He never said anything about handing it to the Divine Dragon Empire. Mu Shuling replied. Then why? But just when Lin Yun wanted to ask, he was interrupted by Mu Shuling. Listen to me first. The heavenly fragrance divine mountain never interferes with the outside world, regardless of the battle of the gods or the dark era. But the holy maiden in that era was a friend of the ancestral god. And this was why the blue dragon record was left to the heavenly fragrance divine mountain for safekeeping. Lin Yun fell into deep thought. Judging from what Mu Shuling said, the heavenly fragrance divine mountain probably wasn't bothered about the blue dragon record. They probably wouldn't even accept it if it weren't for the ancestral god. The blue dragon record symbolizes the divine dragon era's fortune, and that Lord has left many treasures within the blue dragon record. Many people have wanted those treasures, but none have managed to succeed. Even the 9 emperors couldn't obtain any benefit while it's in the hands of the divine mountain. And even someone as strong as the southern emperor could only leave empty-handed. Mu Shuling explained. Then her facial expression slightly changed. That was until 3 years ago. 3 years ago? Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts when he heard that. 3 years ago, he parted with Su Ziao and left the fleeting Cloud Sword sect for the ancient barren domain. 3 years ago, a woman came to the divine mountain and passed the trial that even the 9 emperors failed. So I have no choice but to leave the divine mountain as per that lord's instructions. Who's that woman? Lin Yun asked with his face changing. You know her, Mu Shuling replied, turning around. Lin Yun's breathing became hurried. But before he could ask, Mu Shuling continued. It's someone you have been thinking about all the time. Mu Shuling's gaze suddenly became sharp, making Lin Yun feel suffocating. She clearly didn't flare up, but there was immense pressure coming from her, as though she could see through his thoughts. This was the first time Lin Yun had experienced something like this. He asked, Su Ziao. That's right. The 9th princess, Su Ziao. Mu Shuling affirmed. After she made it through the trial, she had to fight someone from the divine mountain. Wei Wei is the one who fought her. How is this possible? Lin Yun muttered to himself. You Wei Wei and Su Ziao met each other? Then again, it made sense after he sorted out his thoughts. Yu Weiwei definitely knew about Su Ziao's existence. After all, she told him that the princess of the Ji clan from the divine Phoenix Mountain was one of the 3 goddesses in the Kunlun realm. The other was Mo Xianxia. The last person was someone he knew. This last person should probably be Su Ziao. Why not? Don't tell me you think that was their first meeting? Mu Shuling indifferently looked at Lin Yun. Her words were calm but caused a wave within Lin Yun's heart. Yu Weiwei and Su Ziao had met each other before? Mu Shuling should be referring to before they both descended to the profound Amber Realm. But she never told me about it? Lin Yun muttered to himself. She did. Mu Shuling said. You forgot about it? She said that she doesn't mind. Lin Yun was stumped upon hearing that. That was what Yu Weiwei told him on the Dual Moon Lake. Back then, he didn't dare to look Yu Weiwei in the eyes, and he finally knew the weight of her words back then. Taking a deep breath, it took Lin Yun a long time to calm down. I didn't intend to tell you, but I have told you everything today. Remember not to hurt her heart anymore. Mu Shuling said calmly by the lakeside. She grabbed onto a snowflake and casually threw it out, instantly freezing the entire lake. You have already hurt her twice, never thrice. This scene made Lin Yun raise his brow, and he could feel a chill run down his spine. I wouldn't tell you about it if Wei Wei was awake. What is love? Mu Shuling muttered. Lin Yun wore a bitter smile and didn't know how to reply to Mu Shuling's words. He had always been the one who talked sense into others, so he didn't expect that he would be trapped by love himself. Since I have already given her my promise under the 3 Lives tree, I won't let her down in my lifetime. As long as I live, I will always stand behind her. Lin Yun said firmly. Just like that, the two stood by the lakeside for a long time. In the end, Lin Yun was the one who broke the silence and asked, Saint Elder, are you serious about inviting me to the heavenly fragrance divine mountain? No, Mu Shuling shook her head. I only said it on purpose to confuse others. Why? Lin Yun asked. Why join the divine mountain? Do you want to become someone like me? Mu Shuling suddenly asked. Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts because he couldn't find anything bad about Mu Shuling. Then again, the loneliness that enveloped her aside. "I will stay here for 3 days before leaving," Lin Yun said before he sat down by the lakeside. For the next 3 days, Lin Yun practiced the profound thunder sword technique, studied the black tortoise Saint Canon, and watched the slumbering Yu Weiwei. On this day, snowflakes danced in the air as Lin Yun stood with the flower burial sword in his hand. As he moved on the lake's heart, the flower burial sword was like a thunder serpent pouncing forth. Lin Yun divided into two, one wielding the black tortoise seal and the other wielding the thunder serpent seal, both executing the profound thunder sword technique. One was a powerful shield, and the other was a powerful spear. In the end, the thunder serpent manifested into 9 serpents, while a saint rune intertwined on the back of the black tortoise. As the black tortoise and thunder serpent merged, Lin Yun breathed out a sigh of relief because he had reached lesser mastery in this sword technique. But there were many profundities that he had yet to grasp. The profound thunder sword technique had a total of 9 moves, and he could practically execute all 9 of them. But he sensed a huge flaw, and it wasn't enough for him to face enemies with it. Sheathing his sword, Lin Yun walked towards the stone table. When he saw Mu Shuling coming out of the abode, Lin Yun smiled. "Saint Elder, let's have a drink." "1 cup," Mu Shuling replied after a brief stun. "I remember that when I first came to the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, Saint Elder gave me a bottle of wine. I'm about to leave today, so I'll return your gift with a cup of wine to express my gratitude for taking care of me in the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion," Lin Yun said while taking out the wine bottle containing the demigod wine. When he poured the golden wine into a cup, Mu Shuling's face suddenly changed as she exclaimed, "The demigod wine! Saint Elder is truly knowledgeable." Lin Yun was surprised as he looked at Mu Shuling. For some reason, he couldn't help feeling proud. If he remembered correctly, this was the first time he saw the shock on Mu Shuling's face, which was rare. Even if she were shocked normally, she wouldn't show it on her face, so this was the first time he saw a fluctuation in her facial expressions. "Saint Elder, please go on," Lin Yun said. He poured himself a cup of Millennium Flame because it was a waste for him to drink the demigod wine again. Mu Shuling raised her head to look at Lin Yun. She could guess that it was probably Lin Yun's harvest in the Black Tortoise Void Sea. She wasn't polite with him and gulped down the entire cup. When she was done, her face became rosy, and she was a little intoxicated, even with her cultivation. She gently massaged her head with her eyes closed. "Saint Elder, are you all right?" Lin Yun asked with his face changing. A brief moment later, Mu Shuling suddenly opened her eyes with her pupils shining brightly, and a powerful Saint Aura swept out from her. When a wave of Saint Aura swept out from her, Lin Yun crossed his arms to resist the pressure, but he was still pushed away. "Lin Yun, thank you for your wine. I'm making a breakthrough to the Saint Realm now." When Lin Yun stabilized his footing, he saw Mu Shuling floating towards the lake's heart. Coming to his senses, Lin Yun sighed in his heart. He only reached the pinnacle of the profound life stage, relying on the demigod wine, while Gu Jun relied on the demigod wine to reach the 4th stage of the quasi-saint realm. But Mu Shuling relied on the demigod wine to reach the saint realm. Now that he thought about it, his 3 cups of demigod wine have gone down the drain. Would the demigod wine have stronger effects if he was at the quasi-saint realm? Then again, that was just a casual thought because Mu Shuling had long reached the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm. Her mental energy was comparable to saints, and she even grasped the imperial tune. So even without the demigod wine, it was just a matter of time before she reached the saint realm. "Time for me to get going," Lin Yun muttered to himself. He first paid Yu Weiwei a visit and gently held her hand before leaving behind a letter. But before leaving the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, he went to look for Gu Jun. After returning to the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion as a quasi-saint, the latter received a glorious welcome. "Holy shit, you're really bold to come back." Gu Jun was startled when he saw Lin Yun. "I'm here to give you something." Lin Yun smiled. Gu Jun's smile disappeared, and he became cautious. He asked, "Don't even think about putting your ideas on me. I have no treasures that can attract your attention." Lin Yun's expression became weird. Could Gu Jun have had an opportunity in the Black Tortoise Void Sea? But we were together the whole time, so Gu Jun had no time alone. Wait, the black tortoise totem. Glancing at Gu Jun, Lin Yun instantly understood that Gu Jun probably figured something out from the black tortoise totem. Look at it yourself. Lin Yun couldn't be bothered about it and took out the black tortoise Saint Cannon. Gu Jun wasn't bothered about it initially, but his expression gradually became agitated. The black tortoise Saint Cannon. It's really the black tortoise Saint Cannon. Wait, why is there only half of it? Where's the other half? Half of it isn't enough to satisfy you? The other half is in the hands of Tian Xuanzi. So you can look for him if you want it. Lin Yun replied. Gu Jun's excitement immediately died down because he now had a phobia of Tian Xuanzi. He cursed. I won't let him go for forcibly retrieving my heart's blood. I'll go to the profound sky sect to crush him. Does he want to dominate the entire Eastern Desolation? Heh, are you serious about that? Lin Yun wore a playful smile. I'm naturally serious about it. Gu Jun's lip twitched. I'll leave this half of the black tortoise Saint Cannon in your hands. Without your help, I wouldn't have obtained the demigod wine nor reforged my physique. Don't be polite with me. Lin Yun smiled. Squinting his eyes, Gu Jun smiled. I naturally won't be polite with you, but can you give me a little more of the demigod wine? I'll help you squash Tian Xuanzi after becoming a saint. At that time, you don't have to hide anymore. No, Lin Yun indifferently replied. Gu Jun wasn't the same as Mu Shuling. Even if he gave Gu Jun all the demigod wine he had with him, he wouldn't be able to reach the saint realm. As for squashing Tian Xuanzi, it was a pipe dream because he didn't believe that Gu Jun dared to look for him. I'm off. Lin Yun bade his farewell after sharing a few cups of wine. Hey! Gu Jun called out to Lin Yun. I'll be leaving the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion soon. If you want to look for me in the future, come to the Eastern Sea. Okay, Lin Yun replied. Looking at Lin Yun's back figure, Gu Jun exclaimed, Don't die so soon. Tian Xuanzi, sigh. After leaving the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, Lin Yun paid the Heavenly Star Pavilion a visit, and also gave half of the quasi-saint black tortoise cores to An Luyen. Aside from that, he also gave her all the saint artifacts he obtained from the black tortoise vault. Young master, are you going to leave? And Luyen asked. Yeah, I'm going to the Heavenly Tao sect. Lin Yun honestly replied. And Luyen's hands briefly stopped. She had her expectations, but she didn't think Lin Yun would tell her where he would go. This also proved that Lin Yun trusted her completely. I'll be going into seclusion for a brief moment. Lin Yun said. Understood. Young master can stay here as long as you want, and I will ensure no one will disrupt you. And Luyen smiled. Lin Yun nodded his head and came to the seclusion chamber. He sat down and circulated the 6th stage of the Dragon Phoenix world, annihilating sword cannon. After his cultivation reached the pinnacle of the profound life stage, Lin Yun mainly focused on stabilizing his cultivation to temper his profound life aura into merging with his body. Thus, Lin Yun only spent half of his time on it and the second half practicing his sword techniques. He mainly focused on the divine firefly sword and sword of beginning. A month had passed in the blink of an eye. As a powerful technique that Lin Yun had created, Lin Yun tempered the sword of beginning again, adding his comprehension to it and reaching a whole new level. Standing up, Lin Yun took out the book recording the divine firefly sword. The divine firefly sword was created by the sword ancestor in the past, and the sword ancestor was someone who could compete with the blue dragon ancestral god. Many holy lands have a record of it, and this sword technique was pretty famous in the Kunlun realm. But the threshold was too high, and had a total of 13 sword forms. This was equivalent to a high-grade ghost spirit martial technique. Only those who've reached the Samsara Edict realm could practice it, requiring high comprehension. Lin Yun grasped the heavenly dome sword intent at complete mastery, and his cultivation also reached the Samsara Edict realm. This sword technique had a high advantage when fighting those in the same cultivation. Let's practice the first sword form to the manifestation stage, Lin Yun muttered. Only by reaching the manifestation stage with it could he convert it into being his, and he would completely grasp this first sword form. For the next month, He had tempered the sword of the beginning again before spending most of his time on the divine firefly sword. In addition to his battle with Zhuge Qingyun, his comprehension of the firefly radiance had reached a new height. He was confident that he could reach the manifestation stage in this sword form. Lin Yun sat down and went into meditation. Aside from the wind, the entire seclusion chamber was silent. For the next 7 days, Lin Yun maintained his meditation. As a powerful gale blew, one could see swords formed by wind coiling around Lin Yun. As the wind passed through Lin Yun, those swords easily passed through his body, as if he didn't exist. Without him knowing it, Lin Yun had become one with heaven and earth. Even the light of fireflies can compete with the sun. Lin Yun opened his eyes with light shining brightly on his brows. The surrounding wind suddenly shattered and turned into a speck of dust. The speck of dust emitted a faint radiance. This was the firefly radiance, but it was different from what it was in the past. The dust speck seemed like it was alive and had turned into an actual firefly. Life? Lin Yun's eyes flickered, and his gaze became gentle. He finally comprehended that the profundity of the firefly radiance laid in life. If the firefly radiance was alive, it would have its own spirituality. A firefly might be insignificant, but tens of thousands of fireflies would be a completely different story. Who said that the light of fireflies couldn't compete with the sun? Lin Yun used 2 fingers like a sword to thrust forth, and countless fireflies began to gather. When all the fireflies gathered at the tip of his fingers, they formed into a sword ray that seemed insignificant. But when he swung his fingers, the sword ray gave a feeling that anyone who got close to it would lose their life, and even the space couldn't bear this sword. Looking at this scene, Lin Yun couldn't help becoming excited, because he didn't expect the firefly radiance to be so powerful. Manifestation stage. This is the real manifestation stage, Lin Yun muttered. His talent was undoubtedly evident since he could reach the manifestation stage in the firefly radiance when he was only at the profound life stage. I have finally taken a step into the technique left behind by the sword ancestor. Lin Yun's pupils flickered because he knew that this was only the beginning, but after grasping the first form, it would be easier for him to practice this sword technique. At that time, he would have enough means to intimidate everyone in the Heavenly Tao sect, even if he couldn't use the Azure Dragon sword techniques. Picking up the book that recorded the divine firefly sword, Lin Yun began to look at the other sword forms. During these 2 months, he had spent a small part of his time stabilizing his cultivation at the pinnacle of the profound life stage, a small part on the Dragon Phoenix World annihilating sword cannon, and his remaining time on the divine firefly sword. He had reached the 4th sword form with the divine firefly sword in one go, and anyone who heard this would surely be shocked. After all, many holy lands have a record of the divine firefly sword, and not even swordsmen in the nirvana stage could grasp the 4th sword form. But Lin Yun managed to do it while he was only at the profound life stage. Within this secret realm of the heavenly star pavilion, Lin Yun's profound life aura became pure after 2 months of tempering. He had completely digested the demigod wine and reached the limit in his current cultivation. Perhaps I can try to make a breakthrough to the profound death stage. When reaching the Samsara Edict realm, Lin Yun relied on the demigod wine to reach the pinnacle of the profound life stage. In just 2 months, he would break into the profound death stage. Even with the demigod wine to lay his foundation, it was still risky for him to make a breakthrough so quickly in such a short period of time. Since he had to join the Heavenly Tao sect soon, he ultimately decided to give it a try. But wanting to reach the profound death stage was much tougher than making a breakthrough into the profound life stage. But as long as he could unlock his profound death channels, his origin energy would be able to undergo the tempering of the profound death aura and transform into the nirvana aura. Nirvana aura was the outline of Saint aura. Achieving it was equivalent to coming in contact with the surface of the Saint path. Lin Yun circulated the Dragon Phoenix World annihilating sword cannon to circulate his dragon origin through his dragon pulses. He was preparing to try and make his breakthrough into the profound death stage. In his first attempt, he was forced to open his eyes and threw out a mouthful of blood, with his face becoming pale. It's not easy. Is it because it's too fast? Lin Yun casually wiped the blood off his lips. After all, no one would forcefully try to break into the profound death stage. And it wouldn't be easy even with the help of the demigod wine. Not to mention that it was easier for others to make a breakthrough than it would be for Lin Yun. But Lin Yun had no choice and could only rely on himself. I failed earlier because I tried using my dragon origin to make a breakthrough, causing the profound death aura within my profound death channels to impact my heart's pulses. Lin Yun pondered. The heart's pulses connected his heart, which meant that those pulses were sensitive and weak, and the slightest stimulation would cause his meridians to shut down. The moment his meridians shut down, his breakthrough would be forcibly stopped, and even Lin Yun couldn't bear it, even with his physique. I'll try again. This time, Lin Yun circulated the blue dragon skybreaking art and mobilized the jade blue dragon runes to protect his heart's pulses. He didn't have a choice and could only carry on this path since he had chosen it. After protecting his heart's pulses, he empowered his dragon origin with profound life aura to make a breakthrough. He tried 100 times, rested briefly before using the blue dragon bone to treat himself, and took several gulps of the Millennium Flame. He had no intention of drinking the demigod wine for now. After all, it would be a waste to use the demigod wine to break through to the profound death stage. Not to mention that the effects would weaken every time he used it. He had drunk it once and didn't want to waste his chance. Over the next 3 days, Lin Yun tried over 1,000 times, and his profound death channels began to clear up. But as a result, cracks appeared on his skin, with blood dripping out. Every time he tried to clear his profound death channels, he had to carry on, or all his effort would go down the drain. It was so much so that his next attempt would become tougher than before, making it dangerous. In reality, making a breakthrough into the profound death stage was also painful, but Lin Yun's condition was special. He easily cleared all 7 profound life channels, allowing him to skip through this process. So the difficulty was all stacked up to the profound death channels now. After all, there were no shortcuts in cultivation. But Lin Yun's gaze was firm, and he had no intention of giving up. The pain was unimaginable and torturous. After all, he was walking on an unprecedented path as a sword god. Without him knowing it, and Lu Yen appeared. She held her breath as she nervously looked at Lin Yun, fearing that mishaps might happen to him. Young master can surely do it. And Lu Yen bit her lips as she looked at Lin Yun. A long time later, boundless spiritual energy appeared between heaven and earth before pouring into Lin Yun. The spiritual energy passed through the newly cleared profound death channels. After being tempered by the profound death aura, they coursed throughout his meridians before gathering within his violet palace. A brief moment later, Lin Yun's injuries disappeared along with the pain. With that, he had successfully cleared the first profound death channel, and his cultivation went from the Dragon Pulse realm to the first channel of the profound death stage in less than 3 months. Since he had cleared his first profound death channel, this meant that he could control the profound death aura. But he had no idea how powerful his dragon origin would become with the empowerment of the profound death aura. Lin Yun soared to the sky and pushed his palm forth, attacking a bronze statue that was a few hundred meters away. The bronze statue's chest had caved in under his palm. The bronze statue might seem like an ordinary statue, but it was forged with various precious metals, and there were many saint runes intertwined within the statue. The bronze statue's density was much higher than an ordinary saint artifacts, and it was comparable to a 1,000-rune saint artifact. When Lin Yun landed on the ground, he rejoiced because this was his strongest attack without using sword aura or any martial techniques. Even so, he could easily smash apart a 1,000-rune saint artifact. If he used a martial technique or sword intent, even ordinary myriad rune saint artifacts wouldn't be able to bear his attack. Most importantly, he was only in the first channel of the profound death stage. With the empowerment of the profound death aura and my dragon origin reaching the 10th pulse, this will strengthen my attacks by 5 times. Lin Yun said excitedly, letting out a breath. Young master, you succeeded, and Lu Yen smiled. When she came over, Lin Yun could smell a faint fragrance that shrouded her. Lin Yun looked at her and smiled. Lu Yen, you have also greatly boosted your cultivation over the past 2 months. How can my foundation be compared to young masters? My cultivation is higher than yours to begin with, but my foundation cannot be compared to yours, and you're catching up to me quickly." And Luyen smiled. "Actually, if you didn't spend time comprehending the sword and the limit of each realm, your cultivation would have been much higher than mine by now. Cultivation might be the foundation, but I can't lag behind in the sword. My sword is my greatest advantage against my enemies, and it's worth it, even if I have to spend a lot of time on it." Lin Yun smiled. "Yeah, so I must spend time comprehending martial intent now." And Lu Yen said, "Young master, are you going to the Heavenly Tao sect now?" "Yeah. I'll be leaving in a few days." Lin Yun nodded. The Heavenly Tao sect has a long history, but the internal competition is too intense. There are many experts within the sect, so you must be careful, even with the Azure River Sword Saint standing behind you." And Lu Yen said, "I know. I will take care of myself." Lin Yun smiled. "Actually, I have to leave soon as well." "Back to the Demon Gate?" Lin Yun was stunned but soon thought of Liu Yen's identity and figured it out. After all, Liu Yen was a 9-star demon venerable and was only here to train herself. She ultimately had to return to compete for the Holy Maiden's position in the Demon Gate. But for some reason, Lin Yun couldn't help feeling sad because he couldn't bear to part with her. And Liu Yen was a meticulous and gentle woman who always seemed gentle, standing by his side. Whenever he was with her, he wouldn't feel any pressure. Whenever he needed help, and Liu Yen would stand by his side without any hesitation, regardless of his enemies. Even someone as gentle as her would become fearless whenever she faced his enemies, and no man could deny her. Lin Yun had long accepted Liu Yen in his heart. Not only was she a lover of his, but he could feel at ease whenever he was with her. She was like a friend who could understand him well. "I know young master doesn't want to part with me. I also can't bear to part with you, but I don't have a choice. You're making swift progress in your cultivation, and I will be left behind if I don't work hard. I never want to see you stand before me again because it will only make me feel useless." And Liu Yen smiled. The sadness she felt was way stronger than Lin Yun's, but she had hidden it all within her heart as she put a smile on her face. "Are you going back to compete for the Holy Maiden's position?" Lin Yun asked, and Liu Yen's expression became bitter and sorrowful. She replied, "If I'm not strong enough, I will only become a puppet, even if I manage to become the Holy Maiden. If I had a choice, I would rather give up on my status as the princess of the Yin clan." Lin Yun was stumped when he heard that because he only realized now that he didn't understand Liu Yen. He should have thought of it. She should be from an ancient clan based on her powerful bloodline alone, and she had no choice but to go to the Demon Gate. It doesn't matter if you have a choice. As long as you're willing, you can always have a position by my side. Lin Yun smiled, and his gaze was unprecedentedly serious. And Liu Yen was stunned upon hearing that. She could tell that her emotions had affected Lin Yun, and she smiled. "That's a promise, then." Her gaze was gentle when she looked at Lin Yun. With a hint of bashfulness on her face, she raised her head to look at Lin Yun. "Young master, can you hug me?" Lin Yun embraced her without hesitation, and they could feel each other's heartbeat. After a night of warmth, Lin Yun quietly left while Liu Yen was still asleep. Before he left, he took out the demigod wine, filled a jar, and placed it by her bedside. He had no choice, even if he couldn't bear to part with her. Half a month later, Lin Yun activated the Iris Saint Seal when he was close to the Heavenly Tao sect. On a mountain a few hundred meters away, Lil Purple was sitting on the Iris sword box, looking in a certain direction. She suddenly sensed something and pouted her lips. "That scumbag finally thought of this Empress now. I can sense it." Lin Yun rejoiced as he sensed the location of the Iris sword box through the Iris Saint Seal, which meant that Lil Purple had come out of the Myriad Demon Peak. The Myriad Demon Peak was mysterious and forbidden. Even Emperor Realm experts wouldn't be willing to enter it. So Lin Yun had been worried about Lil Purple's safety, but she looked fine. This naturally made Lin Yun feel relieved, so he just had to wait now. Thus, he sat on the ground and cultivated the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Cannon. He had been stuck in the 6th stage for a long time because this cultivation technique required a lot of true Dragon Saint liquid, but he had no solution to this problem. After leaving the ancient barren battlefield, he had all sorts of harvest except true dragon Saint Liquid. A moment later, a heavenly dragon and divine phoenix flew from his body, with the surrounding spiritual energy rushing over. As he sat on the ground, an iris flower that looked like a lotus bloomed beneath him. He was basked in sword rays as the heavenly dragon and divine phoenix coiled around him, with golden light shining on his brows. A long time later, his sword heart sensed a hint of danger, and he opened his eyes to look in a direction. Looking at the empty space, Lin Yun smiled. "It has been a year since we last met, and you're ruthless. You're not afraid that you'll kill me? Humph, you're a scumbag," Lil Purple coldly said while standing on the iris sword box. Lin Yun squinted his eyes to look at Lil Purple. She was wearing a purple short dress with her silver hair draped on her shoulders. She had purple seals within the depths of her pupils, with gold and crimson runes on her forehead. Her aura became nobler than before, and she was giving off a faint saint aura. She had undergone a drastic transformation that was incomparable to what she was before, but she still looked like a little girl. Beside the sword box, Lil Red merely grinned, but it didn't dare to come forth to greet him. When Lil Purple's attack missed, she charged over to Lin Yun again, fuming in rage. She was fast, then appeared before Lin Yun in the next second. This naturally surprised Lin Yun because Lil Purple had become a lot stronger than before in just 1 year. Her cultivation had also jumped to the Samsara Edict realm. Then again, Lil Purple's strength couldn't be gauged by her cultivation, and Lin Yun decided to take Lil Purple's palm head-on after a brief pondering. Lin Yun could feel powerful lightning energy when their palms came in contact, before being sent flying away. This naturally surprised him because he could sense an ancient, powerful wind within the lightning. "You're all right now." Lil Purple's eyes lit up. Lin Yun was stunned before figuring out what she was talking about. When they parted, his dragon pulses were heavily damaged. His injuries had recovered 6 months ago, but he had already forgotten about it. But it seems like Lil Purple hadn't forgotten about it. "I'm fine now," Lin Yun smiled. "Hee, that's good." Lil Purple smiled before she charged forth once more. Knowing Lin Yun had recovered from his injuries, she no longer held back in her attacks. She was instantly enveloped in a powerful gale and lightning, which differed from thunderstorm intent. It was far more ancient than that, and it even had a hint of Saint Aura. Whenever Lil Purple attacked, her attacks would be accompanied by a howling wind and roaring lightning, and Lin Yun was actually suppressed by her without using his sword. 10 exchanges later, Lil Purple found a flaw within Lin Yun's defense and sent her palm forth. Behind Lil Purple, the powerful gale and lightning formed several terrifying dragons. "I'm sorry," Lin Yun apologized. Seeing the sincerity in Lin Yun's apology, Lil Purple ultimately went easy on him, and her palm stopped 3 inches away from his chest. Glaring at Lin Yun, Lil Purple replied, "Humph, you scumbag. Do you know how long I have been waiting for you?" "For whole months." Lil Purple raised her head. She pouted, "For months and 3 days. I'm telling you that I'm very unhappy right now. But I'm happy to see you." Lin Yun smiled. "As if you would rather have me die on Myriad Demon Peak. We agreed on 6 months, and yet you're nowhere to be seen." Lil Purple turned her head away. "You have been waiting here all this time?" Lin Yun asked in a guilty tone. "I didn't dare to go anywhere with the iris sword box and waited here." Lil Purple nodded. "I'm sorry about that." Lin Yun caressed Lil Purple's head. "It's still all right." Lil Purple's gaze became gentle. "I have Lil Red to accompany me, so it's not that boring. I have a lot of harvest from Myriad Demon Peak, too." "Oh?" Lin Yun asked with curiosity flashing within his pupils. "I found another one of the 7 sovereign divine runes," Lil Purple proudly said. Lin Yun nearly forgot about them because the iris sword box resembled a holy land. Back then, there were 7 sovereign divine runes, and he had to gather all of them to restore the secret realm within the sword box. "I'm guessing that it's the Extreme Wind divine rune," Lin Yun said. "At least you're not stupid. Let's go in and take a look." Lin Yun circulated his dragon origin and executed an ancient seal, the sky unlocking seal. With a wave of his hand, Lin Yun entered the Iris secret realm with Lil Purple and Lil Red. When his vision recovered, a barren world of darkness appeared before him. The ground was bare, and this place was rid of all life. The sky was dark, with lightning flickering across the sky. The Iris secret realm. Lin Yun sighed and walked over to the phoenix tree because he finally saw life in this secret realm. There were only a few tree branches back then, and Lil Purple was unhappy with her den. It took him a long effort to comfort her, so he couldn't help smiling upon thinking about it. Humph! What are you laughing at? Lil Purple glared at Lin Yun. Nothing much. Lin Yun examined the sapling. It had grown to a meter in height. MHM? You seem to have grown taller. Lin Yun exclaimed as he turned to look at Lil Purple. Can't I grow taller? Lil Purple glared at Lin Yun before approaching the sapling and muttered. When this tree is over 100 meters, I will be able to regain my true appearance. I bet you must have been breathtaking back then. Lin Yun said. That's for sure. After all, I'm the Divine Phoenix Clan's supreme heavenly slaughter empress of 4 seas, 8 barons, 36 heavens, and 72 earths, Lil Purple said proudly. If I regain my true form, I'll be even more beautiful than Su Xiao. Why compare yourself with Su Xiao? Lin Yun asked curiously. Lil Purple snorted, but she didn't say a word. How long will it take for it to grow to 100 meters? Lin Yun asked curiously. 100 years? Or maybe 1,000? Lil Purple muttered as her gaze dimmed down. Empress, what else did you get from Myriad Demon Peak? Lin Yun asked. I regained a portion of my memories. Myriad Demon Peak was implicated in the Battle of the Gods back then, and I might be from outside the Kunlun realm. Lil Purple said, recollecting her thoughts. From outside the Kunlun realm? Lin Yun asked. I'm not sure. Lil Purple shook her head. Back then, many people received the grace of that lord and many people came from outside the Kunlun realm to help. But that lord didn't appear even when the battle came to an end. Lin Yun knew she was talking about the blue dragon ancestral god. He said, perhaps he's already dead. Maybe. But I must find out what happened back then and how the 9 emperors rose to power. They might be related. Lil Purple sighed. Lin Yun was surprised to hear what she said. Oh right. Lin Yun, how did you spend your past year? Tell me about it. Lil Purple asked curiously. Lin Yun smiled and shared with her what he experienced in the past year. Lil Purple was naturally captivated by his story. When she heard that he had met up with Yu Weiwei, she had joy on her face. When she heard about the Nirvana banquet, she pouted. You saw so many people on the Three Lives Lake, so why didn't you see me? What are you thinking about? Lin Yun bitterly smiled. Speak. Did you see me? Lil Purple pursued. Lin Yun naturally didn't see her, and he told her frankly. After hearing what Lin Yun said, Lil Purple's eyes became red, and she puffed her cheeks. You heartless scumbag! I'm just joking. I naturally saw you, Lin Yun said helplessly. Lil Purple's eyes lit up, and she asked, Are you telling the truth? You're not allowed to lie to me. I'm serious about it, Lin Yun said sincerely. You scumbag! Lil Purple looked at Lin Yun with disgust, naturally making Lin Yun smile bitterly. Lil Purple was roughly still fuming. Lin Yun took a deep breath, and his gaze fell onto Lil Red. It had been a year since they met, and he could sense the Nirvana aura within its body. This meant that Lil Red had reached the Nirvana stage. On the contrary, Lin Yun was only in the first channel of the profound death stage. One must know that Lil Red possessed the ancient Dracope bloodline, cultivating the ancient Dracope art that could excavate the potential within its bloodline. In addition to the fact that Lil Red's power came from its pure strength, it might be able to confront quasi-saints. Thus, this was a huge surprise to Lin Yun. Lil Red, let me take a look at your full strength. Even if Lil Red had become black, Lin Yun was used to calling it Lil Red. Lil Red became an ancient Dracope that resembled a mountain before Lin Yun. As the ancient Dracope roared, It released a terrifying, baleful aura that was mixed with a ferocity that made Lin Yun's clothes wildly flutter in the wind. Because of the pressure coming from Lil Red, Lin Yun was forced to take 3 steps back. When he raised his head to look at Lil Red, he could feel an immense pressure coming at him, which naturally shocked him. 7th transformation of the Nirvana stage. Even if Lin Yun used his heavenly dome sword intent, he might not be able to obtain any benefits from Lil Red. Not to mention that it could still take on the cat form, which increased its speed. So he was unsure about who would win if they really fought. What is there to be surprised about? Lil Purple plucked a leaf from the phoenix tree and rolled her eyes. You couldn't cultivate for 6 months, but Lil Red and I experienced life and death within Myriad Demon Peak, basking in the Myriad Beast Lake. Lil Red has already awakened 10% of its bloodline. Hee. Lil Red was happy upon hearing Lil Purple's evaluation. Upon hearing that, Lin Yun turned to look at Lil Red, and he could feel that Lil Red had undergone a drastic transformation. He said, "The awakening of an ancient bloodline. Lil Red's achievement is at least a saint beast in the future." Not yet. Its attainments in the ancient Dracope art and martial techniques are too low. Most importantly, just 10% of the ancient bloodline isn't enough. Lil Purple shook her head. The ancient Dracope art might be slow to cultivate, but it will provide a sturdy foundation. As for its martial techniques, it's fine with you around. As for its bloodline, I still have demigod wine with me. You two can drink however much you can later. Lin Yun nodded. As Lin Yun spoke, he retrieved the demigod wine from his interspatial bracelet. Lil Purple and Lil Red's eyes lit up when he poured them a cup. Lil Red immediately returned to its cat form, wanting to gulp down the cup of demigod wine. What are you anxious about? Lil Purple glared at Lil Red and stowed the wine cup. Don't keep praising Lil Red. It has to reach the 5th stage before consuming the demigod wine. Lil Red scratched its head because it did not dare to snatch the demigod wine from Lil Purple. It then sent a pitiful look at Lin Yun. I forgot that the effects of the first cup are the greatest. Listen to Lil Purple. Anyhow, the wine is with me, so you can drink it sooner or later. Lin Yun said. Only after hearing that did Lil Red let out a breath of relief. Work hard on cultivating because I might need your help in the Heavenly Tao sect. Lil Red excitedly nodded its head upon hearing Lin Yun's words before pitifully looking at the demigod wine, then leaving with great difficulty. The Heavenly Tao sect. Are you still going to the Heavenly Tao sect? Lil Purple asked. I have come to an agreement with my senior brother. Lin Yun nodded. Actually, I haven't been wasting my time waiting for you. I feel that the Solar Lunar Divine Rune might be within the Heavenly Tao sect. Lil Purple said seriously. What are the odds? Lin Yun's eyes lit up. If you can enter the inner sect, I'll have 90% confidence. But the Heavenly Tao sect has strict guards, and you haven't been showing up. So I didn't dare to intrude upon the Heavenly Tao sect, Lil Purple said, looking at Lin Yun. Lin Yun fell into deep thought. Each of the Divine Sovereign runes were special, and the Solar Lunar Divine Rune was a very special one amongst the 7. Aside from being powerful, it could also bring the cycle of the sun and moon to the Iris secret realm. At that time, spiritual energy would gradually appear within the secret realm, and the growth of the phoenix tree would increase. Let's wait for senior brother to come before entering the Heavenly Tao sect. Lin Yun said. Hee, that's a promise. With the Solar Lunar Divine Rune, the location of the other Divine Sovereign runes will be clear. Lil Purple said excitedly. Lin Yun knew that Lil Purple had been looking for the location of the 7 Divine Sovereign runes. But this made him wonder if Lil Purple was bragging about her title as the Supreme Heavenly Slaughter Empress. Not to mention that even he could sense the sin within Lil Purple that stayed around, even after undergoing a rebirth. But so what? Lin Yun smiled. He would only care about those he cared about, and the opinion of others had nothing to do with him. In his eyes, Lil Purple was only a little girl who liked to brag. After leaving the Iris secret realm, Lin Yun took out a jade slip. This jade slip was left to him by his master, and his senior brother would be able to sense his location upon crushing it. Without any hesitation, Lin Yun crushed this jade slip. When the jade slip was crushed, a faint light wandered on Lin Yun's fingertips before disappearing. Now, he just had to wait, so he sat down to cultivate the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Cannon and stabilize his cultivation in the first channel of the Profound Death stage. 3 days later, when Lin Yun opened his eyes, a streak of light flew across the horizon, coming in his direction. When Lin Yun stood up, a powerful gale forced him to close his eyes, and he knew that his senior brother, Yi Guhan, had come. When Yi Guhan landed on the ground, the powerful wind made Lin Yun's clothes and hair violently flutter. Senior brother. Lin Yun took a step back and cupped his hands together. Yi Guhan wasn't only his senior brother, but was also a sword saint who could confront Tian Xuanzi. He might seem young, but he had a high status, and Lin Yun naturally had to be respectful. You don't have to be so courteous with me. Yi Guhan squinted his eyes, examining Lin Yun. You actually reached the profound death stage? With your cultivation and your age of 25, you can easily become a direct disciple of a saint, and it'll save you a lot of trouble. What are the grades of the Heavenly Tao sect's direct disciples? Lin Yun asked. In general, sect disciples would be divided into the outer sect, inner sect, direct disciple, saint disciple, and chief disciple. No need to hurry about that. I'll explain it to you slowly. Yi Guhan sat down and took out a jar of wine before he started explaining to Lin Yun. This is your identity starting from today. After sharing the rules of the Heavenly Tao sect with Lin Yun, Yi Guhan took out a portrait and handed it to Lin Yun. When Lin Yun opened the portrait, a handsome youth soon appeared. This should be the disguise that his senior brother got him. This person is a descendant of the Yi clan, but he was previously expelled from the Heavenly Tao sect because he made a mistake. So you can use this identity to go to the Heavenly Tao sect now. Yi Guhan smiled with his eyes squinted. Yi Qing Tian, Lin Yun muttered. This name was pretty domineering. Where's he? Dead. Yi Guhan said sorrowfully as he took a gulp of wine. After being expelled from the Heavenly Tao sect, he was humiliated upon returning to the clan. Due to that, he was anxious to make a breakthrough and lost his life because of that. But no one knows about his death now. What did he do within the Heavenly Tao sect? Lin Yun asked. Yi Guhan smiled. That's not important. You'll know about it in the future when you return to the sect. Lin Yun had an ill premonition when he heard that, but there was nothing he could do about it since this identity was prepared by his senior brother. This is the last part of the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra, and I got this nether flower from the Nether Sea for you. I was pretty lucky to obtain this 9-petaled nether flower. Yi Guhan took out a jade slip and a bewitching black flower. It's really the nether flower. Lin Yun rejoiced when he saw the jade slip. The cultivation of Divine Firmament Sword Sutra had a strong connection with nether energy and the nether flower. But after the Nether Sea was smashed into fragments, it became hard to obtain nether energy and a nether flower. Due to that, the Divine Firmament peak declined, so he was grateful that his senior brother personally traveled to the Nether Sea to obtain a nether flower for him. He smiled. Thank you, senior brother. Don't rejoice just yet, because I have a piece of bad news for you. Yi Guhan smiled. What is it? I have to leave the Heavenly Tao sect for a period of time. Yi Guhan smiled. Lin Yun's face changed because this meant that this was important since Yi Guhan made a sudden change of plans. He asked, Is it related to our master? Yeah. I have to take a trip somewhere on behalf of our master, and I'm not sure how long it will be before I'm able to come back. Yi Guhan nodded. He briefly paused before he smiled. Actually, I'm not in the Heavenly Tao sect most of the time. Where is senior brother going this time? Lin Yun asked curiously. Something related to the sword. Yi Guhan stowed his smile and said with a grave expression. Haha. Don't worry about it. Before leaving, I must teach you something, or you might be bullied within the Heavenly Tao sect. Yi Guhan soon smiled and continued. You should be able to handle the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra yourself. So I'll teach you how to grasp the Sword Heart and Divine Firefly Sword. Release your Sword Heart. Lin Yun followed Yi Guhan's instructions and released his Sword Heart. When he circulated the Sword Heart, The sword heart that should be invisible gathered to form a lump of light within his chest. It was in the form of a small pellet, and it was beating like a heart. Lin Yun could feel his heavenly dome sword intent filling his body, and he could see everything within 100-mile radius down to the microscopic level. He quickly closed his eyes to sense it. If he had to face dangers in the future, he would be able to sense it beforehand. The sword heart was miraculous, and no martial techniques could reach the same effects as the sword heart. Even if he possessed a secret technique, he still wouldn't be able to control it as he wished, unlike the sword heart. At the same time, the surrounding spiritual energy was endlessly being devoured by the sword heart. This allowed him to make another breakthrough at the profound death stage. Seeing this, Yi Guhan smiled. I'm really envious of your talent in the sword. Sword heart is something that many people fail to grasp even after reaching the Saint Realm. You can release it now. With a thought, Lin Yun released the sword heart. Do you know what sword heart represents? Yi Guhan asked. A little, Lin Yun replied. Only those who have grasped the sword heart can be called a sword saint, just like senior brother. Only by grasping the sword heart can one grasp the sword domain. Sword heart differs from sword intent, requiring a high level of talent in the sword path. That's right. Yi Guhan nodded. But you managed to grasp the sword heart while at the heavenly dome sword intent. Our master, Mu Shenkong, and I had grasped the sword heart after our sword intent reached the 6th grade because only those whose sword intent reached the 7th grade could grasp the sword domain. From this alone, your talent in the sword is even stronger than junior brother Jingtian. As he spoke, Yi Guhan held onto his chin with difficulty written on his face. Senior brother, what's the matter? Lin Yun asked. Your situation is a little special. If I teach you how to cultivate your sword heart, it's equivalent to using nirvana stages means in the Dragon Pulse realm. But you don't have any nirvana aura. Do you know what I mean? Yi Guhan smiled. I roughly understand now, Lin Yun nodded. But it's a waste if I don't teach you, Yi Guhan smiled. Senior brother, what's the sword intent beyond Heavenly Dome? Lin Yun asked. Oh? Why are you asking about it? Yi Guhan asked curiously. Senior brother, you can teach me that first so that I can cultivate my sword heart after my sword intent makes a breakthrough, Lin Yun said. Yi Guhan was stumped when he heard that, and he smiled. Junior brother, are you joking? Lin Yun didn't waste any words with him and released his heavenly dome sword intent at complete mastery. The flower burial sword also flew out and coiled around him when he released his sword intent. As waves of powerful sword aura swept out, it began to lap over him and formed into 36 layers, which meant he was one with his sword. You? Yi Guhan blankly stared at Lin Yun because he didn't expect Lin Yun's heavenly dome sword intent to reach complete mastery. Lin Yun sheathed his sword and dispersed his sword intent before looking at Yi Guhan with anticipation. A brief moment later, Yi Guhan said, the sword intent beyond Heavenly Dome is astral. Putting it in a nutshell, you can use sword intent to absorb the power of the stars, but you can only comprehend it by yourself. After breaking through the shackles of 36 layers of heaven, the sword intent can absorb astral energy and be converted into the astral sword intent before manifesting into an astral ocean and ultimately a star. Lin Yun's heart throbbed when he heard that, and he soon thought of Jian Jingtian's sword intent. His senior brother's sword intent was massive, like a bright star. Jian Jingtian's sword intent probably reached the astral sword intent. As for how to achieve it, you can only rely on yourself. I can't help you with it, but I can share with you how to cultivate it. Yi Guhan sat on the ground and shared his understanding of sword Dao with Lin Yun. As for the divine firefly sword, Yi Guhan personally performed it. With that, Yi Guhan took the role of his master during this period of time, giving Lin Yun all sorts of guidance. This included the profound lightning sword technique and carefree 9 swords. The Marshall brothers practiced swords throughout this period. They would either clash swords or chat, or Lin Yun would practice his sword while Yi Guhan watched from the side. Before they realized it, half a month had passed. On this day, Yi Guhan sighed, "It's time for me to leave now. You can stay in the Heavenly Dao sect and wait for my return." Senior brother, What's the difference between a holy land and a powerful sect? Lin Yun asked. Yi Guhan already knew that Lin Yun would ask him this. After all, every sword sect disciple would swear to bring the sword sect to become a holy land one day. You'll know if you go there, Yi Guhan said. Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts upon hearing what Yi Guhan said. It was just as Yi Guhan said. It was time for him to go to the Heavenly Tao sect. After Yi Guhan left, Lin Yun took out the portrait and began to observe it. It wasn't an issue for him to change his appearance with the divine tortoise transformation, but his temperament was a problem. Anyone could tell that Yi Qingtian was from a powerful clan, and this was reflected in his arrogance. His temperament was completely different from Lin Yun, so Lin Yun spent 7 days trying to grasp a hint of Yi Qingtian's temperament. He had also taken on Yi Qingtian's appearance. To be honest, Yi Qingtian's skin was as pearly white as a woman's skin, which simply made him look like a pretty boy. Anyone can tell from this face that this person needs a beating, Lil Purple commented. That's right, Lin Yun replied. Ha! I can tell from a glance that this face belongs to a scumbag. Speaking of which, what did this fellow do to be kicked out from the sect? Since he's already expelled, how can he return? Lil Purple asked. Lin Yun looked at the portrait and shook his head. It's not written on the portrait. Senior brother only told me that he's been expelled for a year, and a year has passed now. Who knows? Perhaps he peeked on an elder while they were bathing. Lil Purple speculated. Lin Yun's face became dark upon hearing that. Before ignoring Lil Purple, he began to study Yi Qingtian's information. Yi Qingtian was a direct descendant of the Yi clan and was the same age as Lin Yun. This was an arrogant person, but he feared the strong and only bullied the weak. During his time within the inner sect, he had violated the sect's rules, and would have been permanently expelled from the sect if he wasn't a direct descendant of the Yi clan. This instantly gave Lin Yun a headache, and he began wondering why Yi Qingtian was expelled. Let's go. Lin Yun stowed the portrait and activated his movement technique, heading towards the Heavenly Tao sect. Half a day later, a spacious ground with a bustling city appeared before him. This city was at least the scale for millions of people. In this place were 10 such cities, which was the outer sect of the Heavenly Tao sect. Lin Yun was shocked that a Holy Land scale could reach this far. This was still under the condition that the Heavenly Tao sect had restrained themselves. If one included their subsidiary forces, the sheer number of people would reach a terrifying height. When the Heavenly Tao sect was flourishing, the Heavenly Tao sect's forces covered the entire Eastern Desolation with a branch everywhere, and each branch was comparable to a Holy Land. Just the fact that they could use Heavenly Tao as their sect's name alone was enough to prove how glorious they once were. There were rumors that the decline of the Heavenly Tao sect was related to the 9 emperors. Even so, no one dared to underestimate the Heavenly Tao sect within the Eastern Desolation, which held a heavy weight within the entire Kunlun realm. Within the various cities, many outer disciples would interact with each other, exchanging their resources. Many inner disciples would also often visit these 10 cities as well. When Lin Yun entered a city under the appearance of Yi Qingtian, he saw many Heavenly Tao sect disciples, and he soon differentiated them between the outer and inner disciples. But he had no idea where to go and could only follow behind a group of inner disciples. It wasn't long before Lin Yun saw a familiar person, Xianxia. This was an old acquaintance, and they met several times within the Black Tortoise Void Sea. When the Ming cult placed him in a difficult position, Xianxia and Ji Lingfeng didn't hesitate to stand out for him. Strictly speaking, he owed Xianxia one. Xianxia was currently leading a group of inner disciples through the city, and they were all donning azure robes. Their cultivations were at the profound life stage. Lin Yun naturally changed his objective and was following this group of people. Senior brother, I think I saw Yi Qingtian, a person whispered to Xianxia. Xianxia's face changed when he heard that, and he turned around. When Lin Yun saw that he was discovered, he could only wear a smile and speak out. What a coincidence to run into senior brother Xiao when I'm returning to the sect. You really dare to return? Xianxia snorted with disdain. Lin Yun was briefly stunned when he heard that. I'm surprised that he has the guts to return. I have no idea where this sissy got the face to come back from. The inner disciples all looked at Lin Yun with disdain. Senior brother, shall we teach him a lesson? Someone suggested. Don't bother with him. We're not from the same peak as him. Xiao Yuanqi couldn't be bothered with Lin Yun and left with everyone following after him. This naturally made Lin Yun depressed, but he could only follow behind with a smile on his face right now. Lin Yun still hadn't gotten used to his disguise as Yi Qingtian when he had just arrived in the Heavenly Dao sect, so he couldn't get used to the many disdainful gazes from the surroundings, especially from an acquaintance like Xiao Yuanqi. But this also meant that his divine tortoise transformation had improved, and not even Xiao Yuanqi could see through his disguise. But he had a feeling that he was tricked by his senior brother. Lin Yun followed the group and left the city before arriving at the entrance of the Heavenly Dao sect. There were two towering peaks that have reached over 10,000 feet and looked like two swords from afar. The entrance was between the two peaks. Many inner disciples were queuing up before the two peaks, and anyone could sense the hidden threat within the surrounding mist. Evidently, there was a powerful sword array laid around the two mountains. This was probably the reason why Lil Purple didn't dare to intrude. Lin Yun took out a medal he had already prepared and followed Xiao Yuanqi's group into the Heavenly Dao sect's intersect. The surrounding scenery completely differed from the outside cities when they entered the intersect. It was a whole new world, and the density of spiritual energy here was on a whole different level. Yi Qingtian, why are you following me? We're not from the same direction. Your Indigo Thunder Peak is in that direction. Xiao Yuanqi turned to coldly look at Yi Qingtian and didn't bother concealing the disgust on his face. He and the other inner sect disciples had the same expression. After all, Yi Qingtian was a famous piece of trash in the Heavenly Dao sect, and anyone who was close to him would have their character doubted. But Xiao Yuanqi had pointed out a direction for Lin Yun. Are you dumb? I'm talking to you, Xiao Yuanqi said unhappily with his brows furrowed. Returning to his senses, Lin Yun smiled. Thank you, senior brother. I heard senior brother returned from the Black Tortoise Void Sea, so I was only curious to see if you had any harvest. Lin Yun had calmed down now, and easily found an excuse to deal with Xiao Yuanqi's question. Ha, you really dare to ask. What has senior brother Zhao's harvest got to do with you? Get lost. Stop following us. The group around Xiao Yuanqi reprimanded him. Lin Yun was merely calmly looking at Xiao Yuanqi. Xiao Yuanqi didn't reply, but said in a playful tone, Yi Qingtian, I never expected that you would really have the guts to come back. All the disciples around him were briefly stunned before they laughed out loud. Since senior brother isn't willing to tell me, I'll take my leave then. I'll pay you a visit another day, Lin Yun said indifferently. Seeing how Lin Yun cupped his hands and left made Xiao Yuanqi surprised. He said, Yi Qingtian, a year might have passed, but you're no longer the chief disciple of the Indigo Thunder Peak. You'll suffer if you go back. Yi Qingtian used to be the chief disciple of the Indigo Thunder Peak. Lin Yun didn't stop and continued to head towards the direction of the Indigo Thunder Peak. Along the way, everyone who saw Lin Yun was surprised before they wore disdainful expressions and immediately distanced themselves from him, as though he was a plague. An hour later, Lin Yun arrived before the Indigo Thunder Peak. The Indigo Thunder Peak was ranked at the bottom amongst the 108 peaks, with 300-odd inner disciples. Most inner disciples were at the profound life stage, with those who were younger than 35. Although there were those at the Dragon Pulse realm, none of them exceeded the age of 20. Undoubtedly, those who could make it as inner disciples weren't weak. The weakest of all 108 peaks already had such a terrifying foundation. When dusk approached, the entrance of the Indigo Thunder Peak was covered in leaves, and several disciples were cultivating on the plaza. Near them was a stone tablet with Indigo Thunder Peak engraved on it, and the three words emitted a powerful sword intent. With a glance, Lin Yun could tell that they must be comprehending the sword intent within those words. Senior brother Yi. The disciples were startled when they saw Lin Yun and quickly got on their feet. Yi Qingtian has returned. Quick, run. All of the Indigo Thunder Peak's disciples quickly ran into the peak, and it didn't take long for this place to be emptied. This made Lin Yun's face change, and he took a step forth to hold onto the last person. That person nearly fell to the ground upon being stopped by Lin Yun, and he wore an awkward smile. "Say, Chief Disciple Yi." That person quickly changed his tone when he saw that Lin Yun's expression didn't look good. Lin Yun didn't dwell on that, but asked, "How do I address you?" That person was startled before he awkwardly looked at Lin Yun and said, "Senior brother, how can you not remember me when it has just been a year? I'm Chun Feng, and you have guided me in my sword technique." His face was awkward when he talked about that. Clearly, Yi Qingtian's method of guiding him must be different. This person was probably bullied by Yi Qingtian a lot in the past. Looking at Chun Feng for a long time, Lin Yun asked, "Where do I stay? I can't remember. Lead the way." Chun Feng was stumped upon hearing that. After all, it had only been a year, so how could Yi Qingtian possibly forget where he stayed? But he suddenly thought of something, and his face changed. "Senior brother, don't make things difficult for me. I can't do anything about it." "Someone occupied it?" Lin Yun asked. Nodding his head, Chun Feng said, "The courtyard that belonged to you was bestowed to senior brother Lu Hao by the Peak Master." Lin Yun instantly figured everything out. Lu Hao should be the current chief disciple of the Indigo Thunder Peak. He said, "All right then. Bring me somewhere I can stay for now." "This isn't appropriate," Chun Feng said with a shaking tone. "Then I'll stay with you and guide you at night when there's time." Lin Yun replied in a casual tone. "And no need. Senior brother, come with me," Chun Feng said. He had no choice and could only find a remote courtyard for Lin Yun now. This courtyard was named the Tower Wave Pavilion. This courtyard was abandoned for a long time, and the spiritual array that was connected to the Saint Vein was destroyed. Chun Feng initially thought that Lin Yun would throw his temper, but Lin Yun merely waved his hand for him to leave. Even after Chun Feng left, he felt that it was unreal. At the same time, Lu Hao flew into a rage within a gloriously decorated courtyard on the Indigo Thunder Peak when he heard of Yi Qingtian's return. When he threw his temper, it immediately made the faces of the disciples who came to report to him pale. "That piece of garbage still dares to return. He must be courting death." Lin Yun simply tidied up the Tower Wave Pavilion before calling Lil Purple out. When Lil Purple came out, she chuckled. "That senior brother of yours is too unreliable." This gave Lin Yun a headache because Yi Qingtian seemed to be pretty famous within the Heavenly Tao sect. It was to the point that everyone avoided him. Even his junior brothers from the same peak didn't dare to stay around after seeing him. This further showed that Yi Qingtian was usually arrogant. But this was a piece of good news for him because he didn't have to interact with anyone this way. But just what did Yi Qingtian do to be expelled from the Heavenly Tao sect? He couldn't ask about it because it would make him seem weird, but he wanted to make it clear no matter what because it kept bugging him. Perhaps there is a deeper meaning for senior brother to be doing this. Lin Yun changed the topic and asked, "Can you sense the location of the Solar Lunar Divine Rune?" "There's no need to hurry. Let me see." Lil Purple began to calculate with her fingers, and rings of spiritual runes soon appeared on the ground. As a powerful gale appeared within the pavilion, it lifted Lil Purple away from the ground, and the spiritual runes briefly rotated before flying out the window. When Lin Yun and Lil Purple approached the window, they saw the spiritual runes flying in a certain direction and soon disappeared. Lin Yun asked, "Can you confirm the location?" The Heavenly Tao sect was massive, so they had to verify the location, or it would be hard to find the Sovereign Divine Rune. Lil Purple ignored Lin Yun's question and smiled. "The Solar Lunar Divine Rune is still here. I wasn't too confident before." "Lin Yun, try and find a map." The two looked around the Tower Wave Pavilion and soon found a map of the Heavenly Tao sect. The Heavenly Tao sect's inner sect had 2 palaces, 3 courtyards, and 108 peaks. The 2 palaces were the Heavenly Yin Palace and Dao Yang Palace. The 3 courtyards were the Profound Maiden Courtyard, Nether Orchid Courtyard, and the Holy Spirit Courtyard. The 108 peaks were beneath the 2 palaces and 3 courtyards in terms of position. "Do you know this Nether Orchid Courtyard?" Lil Purple asked. But Lin Yun shook his head because he had just joined the Heavenly Tao sect. Let's start from this place. I have a feeling that it should be somewhere close by. Lil Purple held onto her chin. But Lin Yun shook his head and said, the Solar Lunar Divine Rune is a sovereign divine rune, and it shouldn't be that easy to find. Most importantly, do you think that the Heavenly Tao sect doesn't know about the Solar Lunar Divine Rune? If they know about it, it will be harder for us to obtain it. Lil Purple fell into deep thoughts before nodding her head. That makes sense. But let's try to confirm the location first and see if the Solar Lunar Divine Rune is in the Nether Orchid Courtyard. You can go there tomorrow and I can verify. All right then. Lin Yun felt that the Nether Orchid Courtyard wasn't that simple. 30 minutes later, Chun Feng, who brought Lin Yun over, nervously returned. He said, Senior brother, the Peak Master asked you to go to the Indigo Thunder Hall. The Indigo Thunder Hall was equivalent to a main hall of a sect, and normally no disciple would be summoned over. What's the matter? Lin Yun asked. Senior brother returned without saying anything, and the Peak Master is very angry right now. The elders and deacons are all gathered there now. What did the Peak Master say? The Peak Master asked you to go there within half an incense of time, or don't ever come to the Indigo Thunder Peak again. Chun Feng said fearfully, fearing that Lin Yun might vent his anger at him. Let's go, then. Lin Yun got up on his feet and looked at Chun Feng. Lead the way. Chun Feng was stunned for a long time before he came to his senses. It appears that Yi Qingtian has changed. Didn't he know the consequences of angering the Peak Master? But he didn't dare to say a word and nervously led the way. On the other hand, Lin Yun felt helpless because he had already caused such a huge din upon arriving, and he probably wouldn't have any peace while in the Heavenly Tao sect. Lin Yun never expected that he would be summoned by the Peak Master so quickly. He initially wanted to be familiar with the rules here in case his identity was exposed, but he could only see how it goes now. The Indigo Thunder Hall was located at the summit of the Indigo Thunder Peak, and the hall was forged with purple jadestone with a purple waterfall above it. Even at night, this place was dazzling, and the waterfall looked like it was pouring down from the sky, containing massive lightning attributed spiritual energy. When Lin Yun raised his head, he could see several people cultivating within the waterfall. This made him curious about the cultivation of the Peak Master. He speculated that the Peak Master should be a quasi-saint at the bare minimum, making his face grave. After his fight with Tian Xuanzi, his thoughts of the divine tortoise transformation became conservative since he would be forced to undo his disguise under great pressure. This meant that if someone was suspicious of him and made a move, there was a high possibility that his identity would be revealed. Lin Yun secretly circulated the divine tortoise transformation to make himself look more like Yi Qingtian. After entering the Indigo Thunder Hall, dozens of people were already there. They were all elders of the Indigo Thunder Peak and all at the Nirvana stage. Aside from that, there were some inner disciples and a few saint disciples there as well. A person was seated at the very top, and his eyes were closed. Yi Qingtian, how dare you return? Who allowed you to return? A purple-clothed old man roared in Lin Yun's direction. Lin Yun turned to look at this old man. This person's cultivation was at the first transformation of the Nirvana stage. This person should be the law enforcement elder of the Indigo Thunder sect. It has been a year, so why can't I come back? Lin Yun pondered Yi Qingtian's personality and arrogantly said those words. Even if you come back, you should kneel outside the Indigo Thunder Peak for 7 days and 7 nights for the Peak Master's forgiveness before entering the peak. A gray-robed elder reprimanded. You brought shame to the Indigo Thunder Peak, so who allowed you to step into the peak? Kneel down. A terrifying nirvana aura swept out from the gray-robed old man, and all the inner disciples were immediately immobilized by that aura. If it was the original Yi Qingtian, he definitely wouldn't be able to bear the aura. But Lin Yun didn't fear it. It had to be the aura of a quasi-saint to force him down on his knees, and that was under the condition that he didn't use his trump cards. The sect allowed me to return, so I'm naturally here. Or are you saying that the Indigo Thunder Peak has surpassed the sect? Lin Yun indifferently asked. When the gray-robed old man saw that Lin Yun was unfettered under his aura, he was shocked. This included all the elders present in the hall. Although the gray-robed old man didn't use all his strength, one had to be at least at the profound death stage to withstand his aura. But Yi Qingtian was less than 24 years old this year. This meant that Yi Qingtian had reached the profound death stage at the age of 24. It's no wonder why that fellow dared to return. Was this the reason for his confidence upon returning? Within the Heavenly Tao sect, anyone reaching the profound death stage before age 25 could become a saint disciple. Saint disciples didn't mean that they could become the disciple of a saint, but they would listen to the teachings of saints. To become a saint's disciple, one had to become an outer disciple of a saint at the very least. Putting it in a nutshell, one had to catch the attention of a saint and be taken in as a disciple. Strictly speaking, only the direct disciples of saints could be called saint disciples. But as long as one becomes a saint disciple, regardless if they were taken in as a disciple by a saint, they could instantly pull the gap with inner disciples and receive better treatment. The Indigo Thunder Peak was ranked at the bottom in the Heavenly Tao sect, and they didn't have many saint disciples. If Yi Qingtian could become a saint disciple, this would naturally give him the confidence to return. Just when all the elders fell into deep thoughts, a group of people barged into the Indigo Thunder Peak. The one leading was the chief disciple, Lu Hao. When Lu Hao came in, he coldly looked at Lin Yun. Yi Qingtian, you have repeatedly violated the Heavenly Tao sect's rules, relying on your identity as a descendant of the Yi clan. Your sheer existence brings shame to the Heavenly Tao sect. So where did you get the face to come back? Peak Master, I suggest crippling him and throwing him out of the Indigo Thunder Peak. We can't keep a scumbag like him in the sect. The gray-robed old man nodded his head and said, Lu Hao is right. Not only do we have to expel him from the Indigo Thunder Peak, but we also have to teach him a lesson. Lu Hao and all the inner disciples behind him rejoiced upon hearing that. As long as Yi Qingtian was expelled, Lu Hao's position as the chief disciple would be stabilized. Lu Hao immediately gave an eye signal to the inner disciples, and they also spoke out, Peak Master, Yi Qingtian is arrogant and often bullies his fellow disciples and is disrespectful to the elders. We can't keep him around. They immediately all echoed. As for Chen Feng, he wanted to speak out on Lin Yun's behalf, but the surrounding atmosphere made him cower. On the contrary, Lin Yun wondered how much hate did Yi Qingtian acquire to be hated by so many people. The gray-robed old man sneaked a peek at the Peak Master. When he saw that the Peak Master didn't say a word, he knew that the Peak Master had silently acknowledged their decision. After all, the Peak Master never liked Yi Qingtian. With that, the gray-robed old man charged towards Lin Yun without any hesitation. Yi Qingtian, I'll punish you today as a law enforcement elder. The nirvana aura within his body circulated. He wasn't planning on simply punishing Lin Yun, but crippling his cultivation. When Lin Yun sensed the killing intent from the gray-robed elder, he squinted his eyes and began to accumulate his dragon origin. This old fellow was probably on the same side as Lu Hao, so they must be behind this matter today. Otherwise, it would make no sense as to why the Peak Master would be alarmed by his return. To be honest, the gray-robed old man's cultivation at the first transformation of the Nirvana stage couldn't catch Lin Yun's attention. Just when everyone felt that Lin Yun would be crippled by the gray-robed old man, Lin Yun suddenly made his move. Not only did he not retreat, but he even sent the gray-robed old man flying with a palm. When the gray-robed old man landed on the ground, he took 3 steps back before stabilizing himself. This scene shocked everyone present. Lin Yun had released his aura at the profound death stage along with a powerful sword intent accumulating within his brows. At this moment, Lin Yun looked even more arrogant than before. The profound death stage. How is this possible? How did he reach the profound death stage when he had just reached the Dragon Pulse realm a year ago? Everyone was dumbfounded. Although they already had speculations before, they still couldn't conceal the shock on their faces after witnessing it. Lu Hao was especially shocked because he planned to teach Yi Qingtian a lesson today. He didn't come here to watch Yi Qingtian show off his strength. The gray-robed old man's face was ugly, and he planned on using his full strength. Just when he wanted to make a move, a powerful pressure enveloped him from the peak master. The peak master opened his eyes and coldly said, "Stop!" His voice echoed within everyone's eardrums, which made everyone feel terrible. His voice contained the aura of a quasi-saint, and the aura emitted from him was even stronger than Gu Jun. This meant that the peak master was at least at the 5th stage of the quasi-saint realm. The gray-robed old man was immediately immobilized, and he quickly went down on his knees. "Peak master, I have no intentions of disrupting Peak Master's rest and only wanted to teach Yi Qingtian a lesson." But the Peak Master immediately ignored him and looked in Yi Qingtian's direction before nodding his head with a smile. "Yi Qingtian, not only did you reach the profound death stage in a year after leaving the Indigo Thunder Peak, but your sword intent even reached the Heavenly Dome sword intent. You have really given me a huge surprise. Can you tell me how you managed to do it?" The Peak Master was curious, and this included all the elders and disciples present. Lin Yun already thought of an excuse and said, "Nothing much. I refined half a saint origin, and it happened to belong to a sword saint." When he said that, all the elders present became jealous of Lin Yun's fortune. "Your cultivation is still understandable because it's not hard to reach the profound death stage if a senior is willing to help you. But the Heavenly Dome sword intent isn't that easy to obtain, and you wouldn't be able to grasp it without talent." The Peak Master smiled. "It looks like you have changed. I won't hold the past against you, then. The Saint Disciple ceremony is half a month from now, and it looks like our peak will have a representative now. The selection for Saint Disciples was held once a year, and the Indigo Thunder Peak only had 5 to 6 Saint Disciples. Their last Saint Disciple was 7 years ago, but they finally had a chance now." The Peak Master's face immediately changed when he sensed Lin Yun's cultivation, and his attitude towards Lin Yun immediately changed. "Congratulations, Peak Master!" All the elders immediately cupped their hands together. "Yi Qingtian, you can go back now. I have to report your situation as soon as possible, or you won't be able to attend the ceremony." The Peak Master's gaze fell onto Lu Hao, and he said, "Lu Hao, disciple is here." Lu Hao went to his knees, feeling uneasy. Since Qingtian is back, he will regain his position as the chief disciple, the Peak Master said, and he disappeared with a flash. On the other hand, Lin Yun merely looked at Lu Hao and the gray-robed old man before leaving. When he walked out, Lu Hao immediately caught up with him. "Senior brother, you're the chief disciple, and I should be crippled and expelled from the sect," Lin Yun said with a playful smile. When he heard that, Lu Hao's face immediately became pale, and he knew Yi Qingtian would hold a grudge against him. Now that Yi Qingtian would become a saint disciple, the difference between their status would become huge, and Yi Qingtian could easily toy with him. Lu Hao immediately went on his knees without any hesitation. "Senior brother, please forgive me. My life is worthless." As he spoke, Lu Hao slapped himself and soon began bleeding from his lips. This scene left all the inner disciples dumbfounded, and they immediately knew that Yi Qingtian had returned when they saw this scene. Shaking his head, Lin Yun found this to be meaningless and indifferently said, "Carry on kneeling, senior brother." The group who asked for Lin Yun's expulsion earlier immediately came forth. They knew that Yi Qingtian would soar to the sky to become a saint disciple at the age of 24 and even grasp the Heavenly Dome sword intent. They immediately followed behind him as his lackeys. Lin Yun mimicked Yi Qingtian's character and laughed as he left. This relieved Lu Hao because he knew he was saved since Yi Qingtian didn't pursue it. It's just that his future within the Indigo Thunder Peak would become bleak. "Senior brother, let me bring you to your initial courtyard." Chun Feng smiled, wanting to lead the way for Lin Yun. He was feeling uneasy earlier, but he was excited now. But Lin Yun wasn't in a hurry to return, and it didn't take long for him to leave the peak with a group of people following behind him. "Senior brother, the Nether Orchid Courtyard is up ahead," Chun Feng warned. The other Indigo Thunder Peak disciples stopped with awkward expressions. "The Nether Orchid Courtyard is my objective," Lin Yun said as he continued to walk forth. The group was immediately dumbfounded, with disbelief on their faces. But when they came to their senses, Their expressions immediately became exciting. Hurry up and follow behind senior brother. Haha. Senior brother is still as arrogant as always. Follow him. Our senior brother is a real man. The group echoed as they followed Lin Yun in excitement. Only Chun Feng nervously spoke out. Senior brother, you can't go to the Nether Orchid Courtyard. Sis, you forget what happened back then? Bai Shuang, senior sister Bai is still around. Lin Yun stopped when he heard that. That was a familiar name. Was that the woman he fought against when he was getting himself ranked on the Elysium Core ranking? Bai Shuang was a core disciple of the Heavenly Tao sect and came from an ancient saint clan. She was the strongest genius of the Bai clan in the current generation, reaching the pinnacle of the Empyrean realm at 13, Elysium Core realm at 14, and Dragon Pulse realm at the age of 19. There should be only one Bai Shuang. Thinking about it, Lin Yun continued as he replied, Then I'll go and see her. Chun Feng was immediately dumbfounded, wondering if his senior brother was really that fearless. Lin Yun continued, ignoring everything else, and soon distanced himself from everyone else behind him. In the end, Chun Feng gritted his teeth. He discovered that Yi Qingtian seemed to have forgotten many things. Then again, it wasn't surprising because he was heavily injured a year ago, not to mention refining a saint origin might mess up his memories. Senior brother, you really can't go there. Have you forgotten that she's the direct disciple of the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint? Chun Feng quickly caught up to Lin Yun. The Heavenly Jade Sword Saint? That name sounds familiar. Lin Yun held onto his chin because he had heard of this name before. Chun Feng was shocked and explained, Senior brother, they're one of the 3 sword saints in the Eastern Desolation. They're in existence on the same level as the Radiant Sword Saint. At this moment, Chun Feng confirmed that something had gone wrong with Yi Qingtian's head. After all, how could someone not even remember the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint? Yi Qingtian probably didn't want to remember that incident, thus forgetting everything. What has it got to do with me, then? Lin Yun probed. He didn't even know if the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint was a male or female. But since this person could be put on the same level as his master, they should be at least 1,000 years old. It wasn't an exaggeration to call someone of this level an old monster, and it made no sense for Yi Qingtian to provoke an expert like that. This? Chun Feng contemplated for a long time, then wiped the sweat on his forehead. I have no idea how to tell you about it. I have a grudge against him? Lin Yun asked. I don't think so. I secretly learned his inheritance? Of course not. I injured his disciple? How is this even possible? You don't have that strength. Chun Feng blurted in a hurry, and he quickly lowered his head when he saw Lin Yun's face sinking down. Then why can't I go there? Lin Yun was determined to visit the Nether Orchid Courtyard to see if the Solar Lunar Divine Rune was there. But when he arrived outside the Nether Orchid Courtyard, he saw a stone tablet before him. Wielding a sword and waiting for the breeze, a gentleman's sword. The Nether Orchid Courtyard. Lin Yun recited the words on the stone tablet. The front of the courtyard was covered with nether orchid flowers. The flower burial sword suddenly began to vibrate, making Lin Yun fall into deep thoughts. When he looked at it clearly, he noticed that those nether orchid flowers contained a massive sword intent. They were long mature but stopped from blooming under a certain power. The moment those flowers bloom, they would form into a horrifying sword array. How bustling! Lin Yun retracted his gaze and saw that the Nether Orchid Courtyard was brightly lit with many people inside. Under the light, their shadows were reflected on the window. Chun Feng tiptoed to take a peek before speaking out. Senior brother, they should be holding a sword discussion gathering. Sword discussion gathering. Lin Yun now knew that Chun Feng would explain many things to him as long as he kept quiet. He had just become a saint disciple, and all the disciples on the Indigo Thunder Peak wanted to flatter him, including Lu Hao, who previously occupied his courtyard. It was boring because Lin Yun had yet to truly make a move, and everyone already started flattering him. Then again, this must be related to Yi Qingtian's personality. Before he even asked more about it, Chun Feng smiled. Yeah, they will hold it once every 3 to 5 months by saint disciples. The host this time is the chief disciple Bai Shuang. This is the reason why the sword discussion gathering is so bustling this time. Lin Yun briefly pondered Yi Qingtian's personality and wore a smile. But his confident smile was an entirely different scenery in the eyes of the Indigo Thunder Peak's disciples. Senior brother is really a man. He's absolutely dashing. Hee. I bet senior brother must be remembering the past. Ha ha ha. Even if our senior brother is a scumbag, only he saw the scenery of the Nether Orchid Holy Maiden. Don't tell me senior brother is really going to the Nether Orchid courtyard. If he dares to enter, I'll recognize him as the chief disciple of the Indigo Thunder Peak for the rest of my life. Lin Yun's lip twitched when he heard those words, but he could only respond with a smile. He didn't expect these people to misunderstand his intention, which made him wonder what Yi Qingtian did in the past. It was still all right before, but he was really panicking a little now. Then again, he couldn't explain and could only put on an act and continue forth. Right then, a snicker resounded. Ha ha ha. I was wondering who it was to look so familiar. Isn't this the legendary genius of the Yi clan, Yi Qingtian? I just heard that you've returned, and the first thing you did was to come to the Nether Orchid courtyard. Lin Yun turned around and saw a blue-robed youth walking over. Senior brother. There from the Blue Curtain Peak. Chun Feng's face became pale, and even his speech became stuttered. The group of Indigo Thunder Peak disciples were startled by this scene before they scattered. They either lowered their heads or raised their heads to look at the scenery in the surroundings. Get lost! But the disciples of the Blue Curtain Peak weren't polite as they stepped forth and pushed all the Indigo Thunder Peak disciples away. None of the Indigo Thunder Peak disciples dared to speak. Everyone who was gathered behind Lin Yun just a moment ago had long scattered away, hiding in the bushes to look in this direction. The person leading the party from the Blue Curtain Peak was called Ho Feng. He had a dashing appearance and looked extraordinary. When he came before Lin Yun, his pupils were filled with mockery. On the other hand, Chun Feng was terrified as he hid behind Lin Yun, trembling in fear. He even secretly signaled Lin Yun to leave this place. But Lin Yun had already come, so why would he leave? Yi Qingtian, what are you doing here? Ho Feng asked with a playful smile. To participate in the sword discussion gathering. Lin Yun indifferently replied. The disciples of the Blue Curtain Peak burst into laughter, and even Ho Feng couldn't hold back his laughter. Ha ha ha! Did you guys hear that? This piece of garbage wants to attend the sword discussion gathering. Ha ha ha! Senior brother Ho. He must have gone insane. That's possible. After all, senior brother Zhang, you didn't go easy on him back then. Ha ha ha. Yi Qingtian is here to participate in the sword discussion gathering. Ha ha ha. There's no bigger joke than this. The Indigo Thunder Peak disciples had shame on their faces, with some who couldn't leave in time and could only pretend that they weren't here. As for Lin Yun, he didn't even bat an eye at Ho Feng and carried on walking into the Nether Orchid courtyard. This scene naturally made Ho Feng furious. After all, a piece of garbage like Yi Qingtian actually dared to disregard him. Ho Feng was pretty famous within the Heavenly Dao sect, since he was ranked in the top 200s within the inner sect, aside from the saint disciples. On the contrary, Yi Qingtian couldn't even be ranked within the top 500s a year ago. Yi Qingtian might be the chief disciple of the Indigo Thunder Peak, but the Indigo Thunder Peak was ranked at the bottom amongst all the peaks within the Heavenly Dao sect. As for saint disciples, they only had 5 to 6. Otherwise, the Peak Master wouldn't have rejoiced when he saw Lin Yun's cultivation at the profound death stage. So Ho Feng naturally wouldn't put Yi Qingtian in his eyes. Yi Qingtian would have reached like a rat whenever they met in the past. Yi Qingtian, why aren't you kneeling and barking like in the past? Otherwise, you won't be able to come out of this unscathed today. Senior brother Ho, it looks like Yi Qingtian needs to be taught a lesson. It appears that he has forgotten it all after a year of no beatings. The Blue Curtain Peak's Ho Feng had an extraordinary background, and all the disciples around him naturally wanted to stand out in front of him. Senior brother Ho, let me teach him a lesson. A person carrying a sword box dashed forth, not putting Yi Qingtian in his eyes. Evidently, he still considered Yi Qingtian to be the same person as before, and wanted to teach Yi Qingtian a lesson to make him go down on his knees and bark like a dog. This person's name was Chang Tian, and his cultivation was at the 8th stage of the Dragon Pulse realm. Even the Yi Qing Tian from a year ago wouldn't be placed in his eyes. He was fast as he left behind afterimages in his path. But Yi Qing Tian suddenly disappeared in front of him. In the next second, a sword flashed before him. When Chang Tian regained his vision, blood was gushing out from his right shoulder, sending him flying under that sword. Even his right shoulder was nearly severed under that attack. How is that possible? Everyone was dumbfounded, with disbelief filling their pupils. Lin Yun had sheathed the flower burial sword so quickly that no one could see what had happened. They could only see Chang Tian being sent flying away, and Lin Yun didn't even move. So they began to look around to see if someone was hiding in the surroundings. Don't appear before me in the future, or it won't end with just a wound on your shoulder, Lin Yun indifferently said. Holy shit! Is this all real? That sword from Senior Brother is too dashing. Senior Brother is really strong. The Indigo Thunder Peak's disciples, who pretended not to know Lin Yun a moment ago, immediately stepped out from the woods. Chang Tian, what's going on? You actually lost to a piece of garbage like him? Did you go easy on him? The Blue Curtain Peak disciples roared. Chang Tian had shame on his face before he lowered his head. I was careless. That piece of garbage seems to have become stronger compared to a year ago. Get lost, you trash. Ho Feng kicked Chang Tian away and roared. You can't even beat a piece of garbage like him. You have completely embarrassed the Blue Curtain Peak. He has gotten stronger? Let me show you that a piece of garbage will still be a piece of garbage. After kicking Chang Tian away, Ho Feng dashed forth. His movement technique was even more profound than Chang Tian's, instantly disappearing before everyone as though he had teleported. He couldn't accept that Yi Qing Tian could suddenly become strong when he was a piece of garbage a year ago. After all, Senior Brother Zhang, you nearly crippled Yi Qing Tian's cultivation a year ago. When Yi Qing Tian left the Heavenly Tao sect a year ago, he was no different from a dog. When Ho Feng reappeared, he stood before Lin Yun and coldly said, Yi Qing Tian, do you know why everyone hates you? But Lin Yun merely looked at Ho Feng calmly. An opponent of this level couldn't arouse his interest. That face of yours is annoying in the eyes of others. When he was done speaking, Ho Feng used his fingers like a sword to stab at Lin Yun's face. Facing his attack, Lin Yun merely stomped his foot on the ground and gently retreated. His hair fluttered in the wind when he regained his footing and was 10-odd steps away. This performance made all the eyes of the Indigo Thunder Peak's disciples light up with disbelief. After all, Ho Feng was fast and ruthless, and there was no way Yi Qing Tian could avoid this attack a year ago. Even if he could barely avoid Ho Feng's attack, Yi Qing Tian would be pathetic, unlike how he easily dodged the attack this time. Could it be that Yi Qing Tian had truly risen? He disappeared for a year and became a king when he returned. So this naturally made the Indigo Thunder Peak's disciples excited. Right then, the disciples guarding the Nether Orchid courtyard came out. They were donning white robes, passing through the Nether Orchid flowers and wielding their swords. The commotion caused by Lin Yun and the Blue Curtain Peak's disciples was great, and they had long discovered it. It was just that they couldn't be bothered with it before. The person leading the party was Yi Qing of the Nether Orchid courtyard. He carried a sword in his hand with a jade ornament hanging on his waist. His cultivation was at the 3rd channel of the Profound Death stage, and his talent was outstanding amongst all the disciples in the Nether Orchid courtyard. Senior Brother, it's Yi Qing Tian. The faces of the Nether Orchid courtyard's disciples changed. Even Yi Qing was stunned when he heard that because he never expected to run into a scumbag like Yi Qing Tian here. That bastard actually dares to appear in the Nether Orchid courtyard. He's too arrogant. Wasn't he already expelled from the Heavenly Tao sect? Senior Brother Yi, should we teach him a lesson? The Nether Orchid courtyard's disciples were furious and emotional. Even Yi Qing had disgust in his pupils and said in disdain, There's no need to dirty your hands with a scumbag like him. Lin Yun was facing off with Ho Feng, but he naturally heard those words. He inwardly sighed and wondered just how hateful was Yi Qing Tian as a person that everyone wanted to teach him a lesson. It looks like you're not welcome in the Nether Orchid courtyard. Ho Feng smiled and drew his sword to unleash 10-odd sword rays. He unleashed a total of 72 sword rays, and those sword rays combined to form a dragon. His sword aura vibrated in the air, and this scene made the eyes of all Nether Orchid Courtyard's disciples light up. Even Lin Yun had to admit that this sword technique was pretty impressive. This was a sword technique, and it was also a sword array at the same time. This was the Cho Dragon Sword Array. In the eyes of others, just the dragon aura alone was enough to intimidate everyone, and anyone trapped within it would definitely be dead. It's the Cho Dragon Sword technique. The Nether Orchid Courtyard's disciples took in a deep breath, and they exclaimed, "It's the ultimate technique of the Blue Curtain Peak. It's not only a sword technique but also a sword array. It has a high requirement for the talent in the sword. That Ho Feng is pretty impressive to reach this level in the Cho Dragon Sword technique before becoming a saint disciple. Can Yi Qingtian block this sword? Are you joking? A piece of garbage like him will probably go down on his knees immediately. Let's just wait and watch." Ho Feng had charged over with the Cho Dragon Sword Array, which looked like a terrifying dragon. But facing his attack, Lin Yun couldn't even be bothered to draw his sword and merely flicked his finger, executing the flicking divine finger. As he circulated the divine firmament sword sutra, a black nether flower appeared beneath his feet, and the nether energy released by his finger turned into a beam of sword ray. When the sword ray clashed against Ho Feng's attack, Ho Feng was sent flying away, and the Cho dragon began to fall apart. As the nether energy fell onto Ho Feng, it quickly began to corrode the dragon origin around him, soon leaving holes in his dragon origin. Just when Ho Feng wanted to get up on his feet, he threw out a mouthful of blood before falling onto one knee. The nether energy had penetrated into his body, causing great damage to his internal organs. This scene naturally left everyone stumped. Was this all an illusion? Ho Feng was actually defeated with just one move? How was this possible? The Netherworld Sword Art. When did you practice the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra? Ho Feng kneeled on the ground, looking at Lin Yun in disbelief. Hearing what Ho Feng said, Lin Yun understood what was happening. Since his senior brother didn't remind him not to use the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra within the Heavenly Tao sect, this meant that Yi Qingtian must have practiced it. "There are many things you're unaware of," Lin Yun said indifferently. Everyone in the surroundings looked at this scene with disbelief. After all, they never expected Yi Qingtian, who was so weak a year ago, to suddenly become so powerful. "Get lost. Don't ever let me see you again," Lin Yun said, completely showing the arrogance of Yi Qingtian. When he was done, he walked toward the Nether Orchid Courtyard. This scene made all the Indigo Thunder Peak's disciples come to their senses and charge forth. "Stop right there." Yi Qing and the other Nether Orchid Courtyard's disciples came to their senses and stood before Lin Yun. "Lecher, get lost immediately. The Nether Orchid Courtyard doesn't welcome you. So don't blame us for being impolite if you dare to take another step forth." A Nether Orchid Courtyard's female disciple furiously looked at Lin Yun. The other male disciples were furious and glared at Lin Yun as if he were their greatest foe. This made Lin Yun suspicious because the Nether Orchid Courtyard's reaction towards him was a little too great. Yi Qing raised his eyes and looked at Lin Yun. "Yi Qingtian, get lost if you don't want any trouble. The Nether Orchid Courtyard is holding a sword discussion gathering, and this isn't a place you should come. I'm here to participate in the sword discussion gathering," Lin Yun said indifferently. "Do you think you're qualified? Look at yourself in the mirror. Even if we don't hold what you did against you, when did your Indigo Thunder Peak possess the qualification to partake in the sword discussion gathering? Aren't all the disciples in your Indigo Thunder Peak garbage? Don't you have any self-acknowledgement?" Yi Qing snickered in disdain. Not only did he mock Yi Qingtian, but all the Indigo Thunder Peak disciples as well. This naturally made the Indigo Thunder Peak's disciples furious, and they roared, "So what if we're not qualified to participate? Can't we go in and take a look? Who said that the Indigo Thunder Peak's disciples aren't allowed into the Nether Orchid Courtyard? Aren't you guys a little too domineering? How noisy!" Yi Qing raised his eye with a hint of ferocity flashing across his pupils. He then unleashed several strands of sword rays by flicking his finger. Those who spoke earlier immediately suffered a huge hole in their chests. Yi Qing was at the third channel of the profound death stage, and he naturally could suppress all the Indigo Thunder Peak's disciples as he wished. This scene terrified Chen Feng, and he quickly hid behind Lin Yun to dodge Yi Qing's attacks. The other Indigo Thunder Peak's disciples were terrified and fell silent, not daring to say another word. Someone unhappily raised his head to look at Yi Qing, but was immediately sent flying away by a sword ray the next second. Yi Qing indifferently said, "You guys are right. The Nether Orchid Courtyard doesn't welcome anyone from the Indigo Thunder Peak. You guys are just pieces of garbage and the shame of the Heavenly Tao sect. Is that so? What if I insist on entering?" Lin Yun raised his head to look at Yi Qing. He didn't fear Yi Qing, who was at the third channel of the profound death stage. "Ha!" Yi Qing sneered. "I'll tell you honestly. Today's gathering is for geniuses who will be conferred as saint disciples in half a month. You will only be humiliated if you enter, and I'm afraid your existence will dirty everyone's eyes." "The profound death stage?" Lin Yun smiled. "What a coincidence, because I have also reached the profound death stage." When he finished, Lin Yun released his life and death channels, releasing an aura belonging to the profound death stage. The Nether Orchid Courtyard's disciples were shocked when they saw this scene, and they couldn't believe that Yi Qing Tian was at the profound death stage. Yi Qing also squinted his eyes because Yi Qing Tian could easily become a saint disciple if he reached the profound death stage at such a young age. His status within the sect would drastically transform when he becomes a saint disciple. Brother Ye's finger technique was pretty good, and I also have one myself that I'd like your guidance on. Lin Yun wasn't polite to Yi Qing and stabbed with 2 fingers. A nether flower bloomed behind him as a sea of flowers overlapped, instantly bringing the power of his attack to a terrifying height. Yi Qing didn't even place Yi Qing Tian in his eyes at all, so he naturally didn't expect that Yi Qing Tian would dare to attack him, which naturally startled him. In a hurry, an orchid sword seal appeared on his chest, but Lin Yun's fingers had already tapped on his chest before the seal could fully bloom. The sword ray on Lin Yun's fingers easily pierced through Yi Qing's chest. Before Yi Qing could retreat, Lin Yun pushed his palm forth and landed on Yi Qing's chest. The massive power made Yi Qing's chest cave in, sending the latter flying away. But Lin Yun didn't let Yi Qing go so easily and dashed forth before dropping his foot down. Once his foot fell down, he stomped on Yi Qing. After he was done, Lin Yun sneered, "The Nether Orchid Courtyard doesn't welcome the Indigo Thunder Peak? Watch how I go in, then." Lin Yun stomped on Yi Qing's head, causing the latter to lose consciousness. He didn't even bat another eye at Yi Qing, having only taught the latter a small lesson. After he was done, he stepped across Yi Qing's body and walked toward the Nether Orchid Courtyard. Naturally, this left all the Nether Orchid Courtyard's disciples dumbfounded, because they didn't expect Yi Qing Tian to become so strong. Holy shit! Is this senior brother's return as a king? Isn't this a little too terrifying? Just what did senior brother experience in the past year to become so powerful? All the disciples of the Indigo Thunder Peak were beyond shock, but they soon rejoiced. Chen Feng quickly followed Lin Yun when he saw the latter walking forth. Along the way, no one knew if he did it on purpose, but he also stepped on Yi Qing's face. As for the other Indigo Thunder Peak's disciples, they naturally followed behind and continued forth, stepping on Yi Qing. This immediately made the faces of the Nether Orchid Courtyard's disciples dark. When they came to their senses, they quickly stepped forth and helped Yi Qing up from the ground. The place where the sword discussion gathering was held was brightly lit, and everyone here was happily chatting with each other. Everyone from the various peaks were there, but 2 parties stood out amongst everyone there. One party was donning white clothes with a nether orchid flower decorating their collars, and they were emitting a powerful sword aura. They should be the host of the sword discussion gathering, disciples of the Nether Orchid Courtyard. The other was a group of people donned in blue robes, looking elegant and emitting a powerful mental energy. There was no exception that they were all powerful spiritualists and should be disciples of the Holy Spirit Courtyard. Aside from the profound Maiden Courtyard, 2 of the 3 courtyards were here. Just when Lin Yun wanted to ask Lil Purple if she could sense the solar lunar divine rune, he noticed that the nether orchid courtyard had fallen into a dead silence. The entire banquet became quiet, and everyone was looking at him as if they had seen a monster. At the same time, a gaze harboring killing intent also fell onto him. When Lin Yun raised his head, it came from a white-dressed woman, the nether orchid holy maiden, Bai Shuang. Looking more closely at Bai Shuang, Lin Yun was shocked because this was the girl he previously met when he was being ranked on the Elysium Core ranking. Everyone from the nether orchid courtyard practiced sword techniques because the nether orchid courtyard only had the inheritance of sword techniques. The other peaks had various martial techniques, including swords, blades, and palms. But the nether orchid courtyard was born for swords. The last time he met Bai Shuang was when it was only her clone, and Lin Yun couldn't help feeling breathtaken to see her in person. Bai Shuang was donning a white dress decorated with orchid flowers. She had pearly white skin and flawless features. The word peerless wasn't enough to describe her beauty. This woman was absolutely gorgeous, and Lin Yun didn't hold back in looking at her. At the same time, he was inwardly alarmed because he couldn't see through her cultivation. This meant that she was at least at the nirvana stage, and it was no wonder why she was the nether orchid holy maiden. But Lin Yun wasn't surprised by that because Bai Shuang was already at the Dragon Pulse realm 3 years ago. As the nether orchid holy maiden and the disciple of the heavenly jade sword saint, it wasn't surprising that she could reach this height in just 3 years. It would be strange if she couldn't do it. When everyone saw how Yi Qingtian fearlessly looked at Bai Shuang, this instantly made everyone within the nether orchid courtyard furious, and they didn't conceal the disgust within their pupils when they looked at Yi Qingtian. Who the hell do you think you are? Who allowed you to come in? What a bummer. When did he come back? I thought he was crippled by Zhang Yu a year ago? Where did he get the guts to come back from? This lecher is still the same as before. How dare he blatantly look at the holy maiden? The silence within the nether orchid courtyard was soon disrupted as everyone threw their cups on the floor. Lin Yun could also sense more killing intent falling onto him. He had no change on his face, despite panicking within his heart. And he said, "Empress, can you sense the sovereign divine rune? I can't come out, so it'll take longer. Try and hold on for a little longer." Lil Purple said from the Iris secret realm. "Yi Qingtian, what are you doing here? Get out. Don't you know that we're holding the sword discussion gathering here?" Everyone from the nether orchid courtyard was furious, wanting to take down Yi Qingtian. But Bai Shuang didn't say a word. They would be bullying Yi Qingtian with their numbers if they made a move. But the other peaks naturally didn't have that much reservation. A blue-robed, elegant youth said, "Yi Qingtian, what is a piece of trash like you doing here? Get out. Don't you know that we're holding the sword discussion gathering?" Right then, the Indigo Thunder Peak's disciples came in, and they couldn't help feeling a little afraid upon looking at this formation. After all, the disciples of the Nether Orchid Courtyard, Holy Spirit Courtyard, and 10-odd Peaks disciples were glaring at them. There were a few hundred people gathered here for the sword discussion gathering, and they were all top-tier geniuses in the inner sect without exception. "Senior brother, that person is Su Yi of the Blue Frost Peak. You fought him 2 years ago," Chen Feng whispered to Lin Yun. He didn't dare to say that Yi Qingtian was taught a lesson by Su Yi, and he could only say that they fought in the past. This Su Yi was another one of Yi Qingtian's old friends. At this moment, Lin Yun felt that everyone he ran into within the Heavenly Dao sect had taught Yi Qingtian a lesson. But this made him even more curious as to just what did Yi Qingtian do in the Heavenly Dao sect to be hated by so many people? "Are you sure? How long will it take?" Lin Yun inwardly asked. He didn't like this place, especially by Shuang's gaze. From that gaze alone, he could tell that there must be a story between Bai Shuang and Yi Qingtian. "Shut up and buy time," Lil Purple said in an annoyed tone. Within the Iris secret realm, the extreme wind and myriad lightning divine runes were hovering beside her, while slowly pouring their energy into her body. Lil Purple had to absorb the 2 sovereign divine runes if she wanted to confirm if the solar lunar divine rune was in the Nether Orchid Courtyard. She could sense it as long as the sovereign divine rune was here. With no choice, Lin Yun could only embolden himself and step forth. Mimicking Yi Qingtian's arrogance, He smiled. Junior brother Su, why are you asking the obvious? I'm naturally here to support senior sister Bai. How can it be called the sword discussion gathering without me? As he spoke, he looked around and discovered that there were no empty seats around. Junior brother Su? Su Yi was stumped by Lin Yun's form of address. He and everyone else were also dumbfounded, wondering if they had heard it wrongly. There might not be a clear line to differentiate between senior and junior brothers. Still, those from the Indigo Thunder Peak were of pitiful status, and they could only bow and address others as senior brother no matter who they saw. Thus, everyone was naturally shocked to hear how arrogant Yi Qingtian was to address Su Yi as a junior brother. Excuse me. Seeing that there were no empty spots, Lin Yun walked forth and patted the shoulder of the person before him. His action naturally infuriated that person, roaring, "This is my spot. Don't touch me and get lost. It belongs to me now." Lin Yun wore a charming smile with his eyes squinted. He then immediately grabbed that person by the shoulder and threw him out before that person could respond. He had used the power of the Azure Dragon and Blue Dragon in his move, and that person flew out like a cannonball. This scene instantly left everyone dumbfounded, and they were even more shocked than Lin Yun's form of address toward Su Yi earlier. As for the disciples from the Indigo Thunder Peak, they were long dumbfounded by this scene. Lin Yun sat down, picked up the spiritual fruit before him, and shoved it into his mouth. He smiled. "It tastes pretty good. Junior brothers, come over and have a taste." As he ate, he ignored the gazes of everyone else seated at the table. A warm current flowed into his body when he swallowed the spiritual fruit, and his cultivation improved a little. It looks like the Nether Orchid Courtyard had taken out their treasures to host their guests. Lin Yun naturally wouldn't let this opportunity go, and swallowed a few more spiritual fruits. He had to admit that the spiritual fruit tasted pretty good, and his action was no different from being arrogant in the eyes of everyone. There was a nameplate on this table with Soaring Bird Peak engraved on it, and this meant everyone at this table should be disciples of Soaring Bird Peak. The party's leader was a youth named Zhang Jinglong, with his cultivation at the pinnacle first channel of the Profound Death stage. He would be conferred as a saint disciple half a month from now. He was even younger than Lin Yun and naturally in his prime. So he naturally never experienced this situation before, and he lost his temper. Zhang Jinglong slammed his palm on the table and charged towards Lin Yun. "Yi Qingtan, you're courting death." When he got close in midair, Zhang Jinglong reached out to Lin Yun's neck. He was confident in his strength and wanted to hold Lin Yun by his neck and humiliate the latter. His speed was fast, and he only took a single second to arrive before Lin Yun. Lin Yun, who was focused on eating the spiritual fruits, pushed his palm over without raising his head. He didn't even place Yi Qing, who was at the third channel of the Profound Death stage, in his eyes, not to mention someone at the first channel of the Profound Death stage like Zhang Jinglong. Zhang Jinglong had swiftly charged over, but was sent flying out even quicker. When he was sent flying back, he coughed and threw out a mouthful of blood. This scene naturally left everyone present shocked, and they couldn't believe that Zhang Jinglong was defeated with one move. "You bastard!" This naturally made Zhang Jinglong furious. But just when Zhang Jinglong wanted to charge over again, Lin Yun laughed. "Wine, please!" Lin Yun slammed his palm on the ground, and the wine in the jar before him splashed out. He raised his head to gulp down the wine. The wine was strong, and this made his face rosy. The Soaring Bird Peak's disciples, who were still seated at the table, were sent flying away by the force of Lin Yun's palm before they could even respond. When they flew out and fell onto the ground, they all threw out a mouthful of blood with their faces distorted from the pain. With that, the disciples of the Soaring Bird Peak were eradicated just like that. "Good wine," Lin Yun laughed. Zhang Jinglong, who wanted to dash forth once more, was horrified by this scene and no longer dared to make a move. This also caused a series of exclamations within the Nether Orchid Courtyard, and everyone turned to look at Yi Qingtian with shock in their eyes. Even Bai Shuang was surprised. Sending those disciples flying away and causing the wine to splash out from the jar wasn't surprising. But it was another story because Lin Yun accomplished both with one palm. Most importantly, not a single droplet of wine was wasted, and the spiritual fruits on the table weren't affected by the shockwave of Lin Yun's palm. Others might not be able to see how extraordinary that was, but Bai Shuang could. Why are there suddenly so many empty seats when I'm only having a drink? No one else wants to sit here? Let the disciples of the Indigo Thunder Peak sit here. Then, Lin Yun looked around and smiled with his eyes squinting. The disciples of the Soaring Bird Peak gritted their teeth, but they didn't dare to say a word and could only turn to look at Bai Shuang. The disciples of the Indigo Thunder Peak were also trembling in fear as they uneasily looked at Bai Shuang. Chen Feng, come over and sit here. Since senior sister Bai didn't say a word, she naturally has no issues with it. Don't underestimate the Nether Orchid Holy Maiden's breadth of mind. Lin Yun waved his hand. Chen Feng didn't dare to go against Lin Yun's words and could only walk over with his head lowered. When the other Indigo Thunder Peak disciples saw that Bai Shuang didn't say anything about it, they quickly walked over and sat down with joy on their faces. Holy Maiden. The Nether Orchid Courtyard's disciples finally couldn't hold it back anymore and turned to look at Bai Shuang. Bai Shuang's expression was cold, but she didn't flare up on the spot and replied, "Let's wait and see what he's trying to do." Yi Qingtian was so arrogant in just 1 year, naturally confusing everyone. Yi Qingtian, how dare you disregard me? A roar echoed. Lin Yun, who was raising his cup, turned to look at where the roar came from. It came from the Blue Frost Peak's Su Yi, who lost his temper when he saw Lin Yun ignoring him. Lin Yun sneered, lowering the cup to the ground. Why can't I disregard you? Many people hate me. So who do you think you are? Lin Yun's words left everyone dumbfounded. What he said might sound arrogant, but it was actually shameless. So this naturally left all the Tenod Peak's disciples dumbfounded by how shameless Lin Yun was. Even the Indigo Thunder Peak's disciples were stumped as they looked at Lin Yun with disbelief, and the corners of their lips twitched. Chen Feng sighed because he knew that only Yi Qingtian would say something like that. Within the entire Heavenly Dao sect, no one was as shameless as Yi Qingtian. As for Su Yi, he was naturally furious to the point that he drew his sword and dashed forth. Who the hell do I think I am? I'll let you know shortly. Drawing his sword, Su Ye's dragon origin exploded, and a terrifying chill swept out. The other Peak's disciples were surprised because it was a different story if someone drew their swords in a confrontation. But they could also understand why Su Yi did it because even they wouldn't be able to hold themselves back if they ran into someone as arrogant as Yi Qingtian. When Su Yi dashed forth, he was like an icy bolt of lightning flashing forth with frost and lightning intent contained in his attack. Aside from that, his sword intent had also reached the complete mastery of the firmament sword intent. His cultivation wasn't simple either because he was at the pinnacle second channel of the profound death stage. So in their eyes, Yi Qingtian would naturally suffer at the hands of Su Yi today. But Lin Yun merely raised his head and smiled, not intending to get up. This was a pretty good attack, which meant that the Holy Land's geniuses had a sturdy foundation in their martial techniques. But it was a pity that Su Yi ran into him. Su Ye's attack might seem flawless in the eyes of others, but it was filled with flaws in his eyes. Boring? Lin Yun shook his head with disdain on his face. But when the sword was about to stab him, he gently waved his hand, smacking the sword with the back of his hand. His simple attack landed on the greatest flaw of Su Ye's attack, and this smack contained his boundless dragon origin. After Su Yi dashed forth, he had suddenly stopped in mid-air and began spinning around. After Su Yi spun 3 rounds in mid-air, he had shame and rage on his face after he stabilized himself. Gulping down another spiritual fruit, Lin Yun wore a mocking smile. Junior brother Su, that's a pretty nice dance you have there. I'll slaughter you. Su Yi immediately lost it. But just when he was about to move, Lin Yun's gaze suddenly turned cold, and he gently flicked his finger against Su Ye's sword, causing the sword to smack against the latter's chest and send him flying around. Senior brother. The faces of the disciples from the Blue Frost Peak changed, and they quickly stepped forth to support Su Yi. The surroundings fell into silence because Yi Qingtian had defeated 2 peaks so easily, which wasn't like the Yi Qingtian they knew. This piece of garbage became stronger? Just what did he experience in the past year to become so powerful? Did he receive the infusion from the Yi clan seniors? He practically crawled out of the Heavenly Tao sect a year ago. I can't believe that he has actually risen. A discussion broke out from the surroundings, and they all unhappily looked at Lin Yun. You're weaker than I've expected, junior brother Su. You have fallen before I can even bring out my strength. Lin Yun raised his cup and smiled at Su Yi. Su Ye's face turned red. He wasn't a fool and knew he was no longer Yi Qingtian's opponent. But he could do nothing and could only accept Yi Qingtian's mockery. Holding onto his chest, Su Yi no longer had any face to stay around and quickly left the Nether Orchid courtyard with his fellow disciples. Yi Qingtian, don't rejoice so quickly. I was careless today, and you're shameless to purposely hide your strength. Senior Sister Bai, can I participate in the sword discussion gathering now? Lin Yun lowered his cup and raised his brow at Bai Shuang. Bai Shuang's face was cold, but she said, I have never seen someone as shameless as you before. You're not afraid that I'll kill you for appearing before me? When she finished, a terrifying killing intent swept out that caused the surrounding temperature in the Nether Orchid courtyard to drop, and the killing intent made everyone tremble in fear. They all knew that Bai Shuang was genuinely furious, and everyone else immediately turned to look at Lin Yun with a playful expression. Senior brother, why don't we leave? Chun Feng whispered. The Indigo Thunder Peak's disciples couldn't withstand the killing intent. Lin Yun felt a chill run down his spine, and he could feel that Bai Shuang wanted to kill him if she had no reservations. But that reservation could be broken at any moment, and he could sense her suppressed rage. Hold on for a little longer. Lil Purple's voice came from the Iris sword box. Lin Yun had no choice but to toughen his scalp. Senior Sister Bai, do you misunderstand me? I have never misunderstood you. If you want to sit here, take 3 swords from me, then. Bai Shuang disrupted Lin Yun and flicked her finger. She shot out a sword ray that turned into a figure wielding a sword. When that figure dashed forth, it manifested into a terrifying phenomenon with a sword ray that could cut apart the ocean. Lin Yun stabilized himself and gently patted his hands on the table, sending the disciples of the Indigo Thunder Peak away. Senior brother is finished. The faces of Chun Feng and others changed when they saw this scene. After all, Bai Shuang was the Nether Orchid Holy Maiden, and she could easily suppress Yi Qingtian with a hand if she personally made a move. Everyone else in the surroundings wore a playful expression while watching Bai Shuang unleashing an attack against Yi Qingtian. Lin Yun did not dare to take this attack lightly and secretly executed the Azure Dragon Grasp. As a vortex of thunderstorms appeared within his palm, Lin Yun reached out, and the incoming attack was grabbed by his sword. This scene was bizarre, giving everyone the illusion that Bai Shuang didn't attack at all. Everyone from the Nether Orchid courtyard was briefly stunned and surprised. A few people raised their cups in midair and looked at this scene with disbelief. Looking at all the overturned wine and fruits on the table, Lin Yun waved his hand and seized a cup from someone. Before that person could respond, Lin Yun gulped down the cup of wine and gave Bai Shuang a smile. That's one move. Yi Qingtian had a handsome face to begin with. His skin was even fairer than a woman's, which naturally made him even more charming. For a moment, all the female disciples forgot about what he had done, and their hearts couldn't help but ripple. But their faces soon turned red, and they quickly dispelled their thoughts because Yi Qingtian was a lecher. Yi Qingtian, it looks like I have underestimated you. Bai Shuang swiftly regained her composure after a brief shock. It's fine. Our misunderstanding will be lifted in the future, and you will discover that there are many factors about me that you have underestimated. Lin Yun replied with a casual smile, not knowing that his words, with Yi Qingtian's face, had a hidden meaning for everyone. Everyone in the surrounding area broke into an uproar. Many of them thought that Yi Qingtian had changed, but it appears that he was still the same Yi Qingtian from a year ago. Senior brother is a true man. Everyone from the Indigo Thunder Peak had respect filling their pupils because their senior brother was probably the only one who dared to speak this way to Bai Shuang. But Lin Yun's face froze because he could sense that the surrounding atmosphere wasn't right. But he had already said those words and couldn't take them back. Bai Shuang responded with a finger flick, unleashing another sword ray that turned into a black shadow that charged forth. This time, the table before Lin Yun was severed into two before he could even respond. Just when that sword was about to land on Lin Yun's chest, the latter stood up and clasped his hands together. The nearby cups flew out, streaking across the air while containing a powerful sword intent. Each cup weighed like a mountain, and 9 landed at a different spot in the shadow while the last cup landed firmly on the sword tip. As a powerful gale blew over, Lin Yun closed his eyes as his hair fluttered in the wind, revealing his handsome face. This made Lin Yun inwardly heave a sigh of relief, and he wore a smile when he reopened his eyes. Everyone in the surroundings was long dumbfounded as they stood up in disbelief. Even the Nether Orchid Courtyard and Holy Spirit Courtyard's disciples were dumbfounded and couldn't believe what they saw. If Yi Qingtian had dodged this sword or faced this attack head-on and destroyed it, it wouldn't have brought them so much shock. Not only was Yi Qingtian capable of finding 9 flaws in this attack, he even used a special way to resolve it, which was simply unheard of. After all, Bai Shuang's attack was sudden, and it didn't give Lin Yun time to prepare. In other words, her attacks were no different from sneak attacks. Under everyone's gazes, Lin Yun raised the cup on the sword tip and gulped the wine down. The shadow also began to dissolve as the 8 other cups fell to the ground. But Lin Yun laughed as he opened his mouth. Wine! The wine from the 8 cups flew into his mouth, making his face even more rosy. Ha ha ha! Good wine! When he tossed the cup in his hand on the ground, the cup shattered, which shocked everyone. After all, smashing an empty cup in someone's territory was no different from provocation. Caressing his hair, Lin Yun smiled with his eyes squinted. Junior brother Su might be a little ugly, but he's right that one should fight upright. But it's fine since senior sister Bai is so pretty. When Suyi heard those words, his face changed because Lin Yun didn't forget to step on him while flirting with Bai Shuang. But Lin Yun wasn't bothered by what others thought, and he smiled at Bai Shuang. Senior sister, you have 1 move left. Lin Yun's words made the faces of the Nether Orchid Courtyard's disciples ugly because he was simply too arrogant. He was also shameless because anyone could tell that Bai Shuang didn't use her full strength earlier. After all, she was at the Nirvana stage, and there was no way Yi Qingtian could withstand it if she used her full strength. But Yi Qingtian made it sound like he could take 2 attacks from Bai Shuang, not to mention that he even dared to provoke her even more. Despite seeing that Lin Yun had gotten a lot stronger compared to a year ago, this didn't mean that he had the qualification to speak those words to Bai Shuang. Not only him, but many of the Nirvana stage saint disciples could only look up to Bai Shuang. Senior sister, don't go easy on him and teach him a lesson. This lecture is too much. Based on what he did a year ago, no one will say a thing if senior sister cripples him now. The Nether Orchid Courtyard's disciples spoke out. Yi Qingtian is a scumbag to begin with. There's no need to go easy on him. Yeah, there's no need to go easy on someone like him. So what if he has gotten much stronger than a year ago? He's still the same person he was before. He's the shame of the heavenly Tao sect. The other Peak's disciples echoed along, and Yi Qingtian instantly became the public enemy. Half of the people looked at him with disgust, and the other half were jealous of him. Many people panicked due to Lin Yun's performance because no one could accept that Yi Qingtian had risen in position. Empress, are you done? Lin Yun pursued as he began to panic. A little more time, Lil Purple replied, and her reply made Lin Yun speechless. Bai Shuang coldly looked at Lin Yun. Yi Qingtian? You're saying I'm not upright in launching a sneak attack against you? Senior sister, you've misunderstood me. I'm just praising your beauty, and there's no one like you amongst all the women I've met. Lin Yun smiled. Shut it. Bai Shuang's face became cold, as if Lin Yun had crossed her bottom line, and her suppressed killing intent swept out. With a wave of her hand, 9 swords of the Nether Orchid Courtyard's disciples flew towards Lin Yun. When the 9 swords flew over, they didn't display any phenomena this time and only flew towards Lin Yun, containing powerful sword intent and dragon origin. Bai Shuang had used her sword intent, and it had reached the level of quasi-heavenly dome sword intent. Anyone could tell that Bai Shuang was no longer holding back under her rage, and the Nirvana aura in her attack had far surpassed the first channel of the Nirvana stage. Facing this attack, not many people present were confident of fending it off. Lin Yun closed his eyes and used his sword heart to observe the surroundings. When he closed his eyes, he could clearly see the trajectory of the 9 swords, and the flaws were fewer than Lin Yun had expected. There might be many flaws on the surface, but some were traps, mixing the real and fake. Lin Yun took a deep breath because he realized he had underestimated Bai Shuang. The latter might seem furious, but she launched her attacks meticulously. She had already discovered that he was proficient in finding the flaws in the sword techniques of others and thus set up this trap for him. Although Lin Yun could quickly resolve this attack if he brought out the Heavenly Dome sword intent, her actions piqued his competitive spirit. Since Bai Shuang liked to put up a strong front and suppress him, he would go against her thoughts. Then, he opened his eyes with a smile because he finally found the flaw and allowed the 9 swords to get close to him. Just when everyone thought Lin Yun would turn into a porcupine, Lin Yun suddenly grabbed onto one sword, ignoring the other 8. "Senior brother!" The Indigo Thunder Peak's disciples exclaimed with their faces changed when they saw this scene. But what happened next was bizarre because the 8 swords brushed past him, with 2 brushing past his face. This scene naturally shocked everyone because he was too bold. In this attack, only one was real and the other 8 were fake. The sword Lin Yun grabbed was the actual attack directed at him. But if he moved, the other 8 swords would become actual attacks directed at him. So Bai Shuang's attack tested not only his eyesight but also his courage. How is this possible? Bai Shuang's face finally changed, and she couldn't help asking, "How did you manage to tell?" Clasping his hands behind his back, Lin Yun smiled at Bai Shuang. "This further proves that our hearts are connected. Hey scumbag, stop flirting with her. We can go now. The Solar Lunar Divine Rune is truly here, so we can come back another time to determine the actual location." Lil Purple's voice resounded within Lin Yun's mind. Right then, the broken sword physique was activated, and the Saint's sword trapped in Lin Yun's 2 fingers snapped. This instantly made everyone take in a cold breath because they had never seen anything like this. They didn't see Lin Yun do anything, and yet the sword suddenly snapped into pieces. Shaking his head, Lin Yun sighed before he smiled. 3 moves are over. I should stay behind, but it's a pity everyone's prejudice against me is too great. So I might as well leave this sword discussion gathering. Bai Shuang was stumped when she heard that because she had no idea what Lin Yun was trying to do. After all, Lin Yun wanted to stay behind just a moment ago and suddenly wanted to leave after 3 moves. This made her even more confused about Lin Yun's objective. "Yi Qing Tian." Bai Shuang couldn't help calling out. But Lin Yun simply ignored her and walked out of the Nether Orchid courtyard with a jar of wine. "Ha ha ha. People laugh at me for being insane, and I laugh at them for being unable to see through me." Lin Yun laughed as he drank his wine and left. He knew he couldn't turn back now and quickly left under everyone's gazes. His pace was initially slow, but he sped up 5 steps later and quickly became blurred. Is this still the same senior brother we know? Isn't he too dashing? Quick, follow him. The Indigo Thunder Peak's disciples came to their senses and quickly followed behind Lin Yun. When Lin Yun left the Nether Orchid courtyard, he heaved a breath of relief because he had accomplished his objective. He inwardly asked, "Is the Solar Lunar Divine Rune here? I'm highly confident about it, but can't verify the location. It looks like we made the right decision in coming to the Heavenly Dao sect," Lil Purple said in an excited tone within the Iris secret realm. "That's good. I nearly couldn't keep on acting anymore. Humph, you seem to be enjoying it in my eyes. After all, the Nether Orchid Holy Maiden even called out your name at the end of it. Cut it out. Who knows what Yi Qingtian did in the past? Bai Shuang nearly lost it, wanting to slaughter me for real. As long as I dare to retaliate, everyone in the surroundings will flock over, and I'll die unjustly then." Lin Yun was putting on a facade earlier. Even if he had no idea behind the story about Yi Qingtian, he could tell that Bai Shuang's killing intent wasn't fake. Everyone else is shocked, but no one noticed anything unusual about you. I think that's because you and Yi Qingtian are the same kind of people. Both of you are scumbags. Shut it, Lin Yun said with his face turning dark. How could he possibly be the same kind of person as Yi Qingtian? Senior brother, slow down. I can't catch up with you. Chun Feng gasped for breath as he ran over. When he looked at Lin Yun, his pupils shone brightly with respect. Senior brother. The other Indigo Thunder Peak's disciples swiftly caught up and looked at Lin Yun with reverence. After what happened today, they had come to look at Yi Qingtian in a new light. A smile returned to Lin Yun's face, and he looked at the Indigo Thunder Peak's disciples with a playful gaze. When he wanted to mimic Yi Qingtian's tone and mock these people a little, sounds began to echo above the Nether Orchid courtyard. When Lin Yun turned his head over, he saw a group of women. Their hair was tied into buns, donning waist dresses, and ribbons covering their top. Furthermore, they all wore a smile as they played different instruments while flying in the sky. The woman leading this party wore a white dress while playing the lute, and she looked like an ethereal fairy filled with boundless charm when she turned around. When Lin Yun looked closer at her appearance, he was so shocked that his hand holding the jar of wine froze in midair. This was because this woman was his senior sister Xinyan, Yi Xinyan. So he naturally became dumbfounded as though he was struck by lightning. After all, he never expected that he would run into her here. Although her temperament had changed, Lin Yun could easily recognize her with a glance. She was the same senior sister Xinyan who cared for him at the Firmament Sword Pavilion. He still remembered how he drew his sword under that blizzarding night, and he wouldn't forget Yi Xinyan even if he died. When his expression fell into the eyes of the Indigo Thunder Peak's disciples, it shocked them as they wore lecherous expressions. This was the senior brother that they knew of. Senior brother, that's the direct disciple of the Serene Dust Great Saint from the profound Maiden Courtyard, Miao Yin. Senior brother, you can't provoke her. Her master, the Serene Dust Great Saint, is famous for being ruthless. She's not at all inferior to the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint, Chun Feng warned. Junior brother Chun is right. When senior sister Miao Yin just came to the Heavenly Tao sect, many people tried to harass her, but they were all killed by the Serene Dust Great Saint. The Serene Dust Great Saint is terrifying, and there are rumors that she has long surpassed the Great Saint realm. Her cultivation is deep and unfathomable, and even the sect master has to treat her carefully. The other Indigo Thunder Peak's disciples warned, fearing their senior brother might have ideas towards Miao Yin. But Lin Yun frowned when he heard that name, and he shook his head. He believed that Miao Yin was Yi Xinyan. He ignored everyone else and hurried back into the Nether Orchid courtyard. I have to go back again. It didn't take long for Yi Qingtian to reappear in the Nether Orchid courtyard. Why is that fellow back again? Everyone in the Nether Orchid courtyard was shocked, not knowing what Lin Yun was trying to do. Even Bai Shuang had furrowed her brows with a hint of fury within her pupils. After all, Lin Yun had utterly ruined the sword discussion gathering today, and he even left when she tried to stop him. But Lin Yun returned a brief moment later, which naturally confused everyone about what Lin Yun was trying to do. Lin Yun ignored everyone's gazes and walked towards the direction of the profound Maiden Courtyard's disciples and looked at Yi Xinyan. He just wanted to hear her voice, so they didn't have to acknowledge each other. He just had to hear her voice to know if she was Yi Xinyan. Lady Miao, you look like a friend of mine. Have we met before? Lin Yun was direct and asked Miao Yin. Is that fellow insane? He's going after Miao Yin. Oh my god. Is he insane? He's still the same Yi Qingtian we know. He hasn't changed at all. Everyone in the surroundings could no longer maintain their composure and were left dumbfounded. But this scene also made many people giggle. We have not. Miao Yin replied. Senior sister, he's Yi Qingtian. Yi Qingtian, are you tired of living? Get lost. Don't think that no one dares to touch you because you have the Azure River Sword Saint backing you up. If you enrage our master, no one can save you. A woman beside Miao Yin hollered. But Lin Yun wasn't furious by her words. He had joy on his face instead. He was absolutely sure that Miao Yin was Yi Xinyan. Then I must have made a mistake. Big sisters, I'll be taking my leave then. Lin Yun smiled, then left. This was enough, even if Yi Xinyan didn't recognize him. On the contrary, he wouldn't have the courage if they had to acknowledge each other. This puzzled Yi Xinyan because Lin Yun seemed like he had seen her before. Yi Qingtian, where do you think the Nether Orchid Courtyard is? Your garden where you can come and go as you wish. A handsome youth beside Bai Shuang slammed his palm on the table. His name was Luo Chang, and he was only 23 this year with a cultivation at the pinnacle third channel of the profound death stage. After a year of experience outside, he had his encounters and would be promoted to a saint disciple half a month from now. He also planned to use this sword discussion gathering to stand out. But he never expected Lin Yun to steal all the limelight, especially his last move against Bai Shuang's attack that nearly drove him insane from jealousy. In reality, not only him but half of the people here had disdain for Lin Yun, while the other half looked at him with jealousy. When Lin Yun looked at the flame blazing within Luo Cheng's pupils, he smiled. Junior brother, we're all disciples of the Heavenly Tao sect, and we should interact often. I welcome everyone here to the Indigo Thunder Peak. Interact? Yi Qingtian, how dare you say that? You disguised yourself as a woman a year ago. You sneaked into my Nether Orchid Courtyard celestial pool and hid there for a year, ruining the reputation of countless girls and even our holy maiden. Luo Chang snickered. As he spoke, the surroundings fell into silence. Luo Chang could sense countless cold gazes on him. He immediately knew he had a slip of the tongue and roared, Yi Qingtian, how dare you tell us to interact often? Who dares to let you walk around? The corner of Lin Yun's lips twitched, and his face turned red, even for someone as shameless as him. After all, he finally realized what a bloody brilliant genius Yi Qingtian was. Even Lil Purple couldn't help laughing when she heard that. Lin Yun, stand your ground. If you fail to hold on, your identity will be revealed. Lin Yun also knew he couldn't step back at this moment, or his identity would have loopholes. Wearing an awkward expression, Lin Yun could only grit his teeth and reply, who doesn't like beauties? Not to mention someone as beautiful as senior sister Bai. Don't tell me you guys don't have similar thoughts in your heart. I don't think there's anything wrong with liking someone, and I'm only more courageous than you guys. The surroundings fell silent as everyone became dumbfounded, looking at Lin Yun. Just how shameless was Lin Yun to say those words? Courageous? You're just a lecher, Luo Chang said. If liking someone means bearing the scoldings from everyone in the world, I'm willing to do it, but I have done nothing wrong. If there's something I have done wrong, it is that I shouldn't have fallen for someone like senior sister Bai. After all, I'm an abandoned chess piece of the Yi clan and known for being a piece of garbage within the Heavenly Tao sect. How can I possibly be compatible with the Nether Orchid Holy Maiden? Lin Yun's tone sounded sorrowful and bitter. No one could tell if his words were true, but it made many of profound Maiden Courtyard's disciples take pity on him. After all, Yi Qingtian was crippled by senior brother Zhang a year ago, and it was admirable that he dared to return. After all, everyone stronger than Yi Qingtian naturally wanted to give him a beating within the Heavenly Tao sect. Bai Shuang's pupils flashed with doubt. Looking at Lin Yun's bitter expression, she recalled the poem he had recited when he left earlier. It did make some sense now, and this also made her take pity on him. But for some reason, something didn't sound right somewhere. Luo Cheng's face had turned green from anger, and he roared, Yi Qingtian, I have never seen someone as shameless as you before. That's not what you said when you begged senior brother Zhang for forgiveness back then. Seeing that Luo Chang was determined to bite onto him, he smiled weakly. If I didn't suffer the humiliation back then, how would I have changed after coming back? For the past year, I dreamt about returning to the Nether Orchid Courtyard every day. Not to prove that I'm strong, but I just wanted to prove that I will take back what's mine. As he spoke, he ripped open his clothes and revealed his chest. Bai Shuang, everyone thinks I'm wrong, but I don't care about that. If you think I'm wrong, you can stab me to death, and I won't frown or dodge your blow. His determined gaze was filled with sincerity, and it had moved many people. But this made Bai Shuang bashful and furious at the same time. There were so many people here, so how could she stab him to death now, even if she wanted to? If she wanted to kill him, she would have done so a year ago, and she didn't have to wait till now. Lin Yun inwardly counted to 3 before tidying up his clothes. He smiled. It looks like I have not fallen for the wrong person. Senior sister Bai can't bear to kill me, and that's enough. He stopped at this point so that he could come down the steps and immediately turn to leave. But Luo Chang had no intentions of letting him go and roared. Yi Qingtian, Senior Sister Bai is kind and can't bear to kill you. But not me. When he was done, he drew his sword and arrived before Lin Yun. The speed of his sword shocked many people because Luo Chang didn't hold back his cultivation in this attack. Practically simultaneously, he drew his sword, which had already arrived before Lin Yun, and his attack focused on speed. He was so fast that no one could respond in time, but Lin Yun's sword was even faster than him. With a gentle clash, Luo Cheng's sword was knocked away. When Lin Yun sheathed his sword, a sinister gash appeared on Luo Cheng's chest with blood splashing out. The dragon origin covering him couldn't put up any resistance against Lin Yun's sword. With that, Luo Chang, who was at the 3rd channel of the profound death stage, lost Lin Yun's sword to the sky. But before he left the Nether Orchid courtyard, he couldn't help looking back at Yi Xinyan, who went missing 5 years ago. But he was surprised when he turned around because he saw that Bai Shuang had also raised her head to look at him. Her pupils were serene and deep. This made Lin Yun wonder if Bai Shuang fell for him. With an arc rising on his lips, he turned around and left without hesitation. Lin Yun easily knocked Luo Cheng's sword away, and his next attack heavily injured the Nether Orchid courtyard's Luo Chang, causing a great shock to everyone in the Nether Orchid courtyard. After all, Luo Cheng's cultivation was at the 3rd channel of the profound death stage. In addition to the fact that he originated from the Nether Orchid courtyard, he was stronger than other inner disciples. Many people still couldn't believe what they saw until Lin Yun left. They were greatly shocked by Yi Qingtian's transformation after a year. Most importantly, what he said before he left was no different from confessing to the Nether Orchid Holy Maiden. Yi Qingtian is too strong. How did he unleash his attack earlier? Since he defeated Luo Chang, he'll become a saint disciple in half a month. It has been a year since he left, and he has undergone a drastic transformation upon his return. It's as though he is a completely different person. But he hasn't changed at all. He's still as shameless as before. There isn't anyone as shameless as him within the Heavenly Tao sect. Why are you guys saying that? He's pitiful and you guys are still bullying him. What's wrong with liking someone? The other Peak's disciples yelled about how shameless Yi Qingtian was when they came to their senses. But the profound Maiden Courtyard's disciples had an entirely different view. They felt that Yi Qingtian was romantic, and their pupils were blazing when they looked at him. Lin Yun's words touched half of them, and his appearance attracted the other half. After all, Lin Yun's skin was smoother than a woman's. He might seem a little feminine in the eyes of men, but it was what women liked. Yi Qingtian's temperament was similar to Tian Xuanzi, a man with a feminine appearance. But Tian Xuanzi looked more ethereal and unreal, while Yi Qingtian felt more amicable to others. Looking at her junior sisters charmed by Yi Qingtian, a smile rose on Yi Xinyan's lips. She found Yi Qingtian pretty interesting. After all, everyone despised him not too long ago, and yet their opinion of him had changed. But she wasn't like the others. She could tell that Yi Qingtian was putting on an act. His words might sound sincere, but they were just flowery words if one looked at them closely. It wouldn't change that he had disguised himself as a woman and sneaked into the celestial pool. It was just that his emotional words easily won the excellent feelings of others. Did he see me before? Yi Xinyan couldn't connect Yi Qingtian with Lin Yun because their temperaments were too different. If Lin Yun had Yi Qingtian's flowery words, she wouldn't have left even if she knew he was lying. After thinking about it, Yi Xinyan's mood dropped. Holy Maiden, what should we do now? The Nether Orchid Courtyard's disciples beside Bai Shuang asked. Disperse, Bai Shuang said. Through Yi Qingtian's actions, there was no way they could continue holding the sword discussion gathering. Even if she forcibly held it, there would no longer be any meaning. But she looked in Lin Yun's direction with her brows furrowed. She felt that there was something wrong with Yi Qingtian's words, which wasn't something the usual Yi Qingtian could say. In the past, Yi Qingtian was shameless, and definitely wouldn't have the grace he showed today. Bai Shuang had seen Yi Qingtian many times, and her impression of him was terrible. Not only was he a coward when facing the strong, but he even relied on his handsome face to get close to many female disciples. Even if he was shameless this time, his words were more pleasing to the ears, even if she knew those words were fake. Could Yi Qingtian change so much in just 1 year? Is the solar lunar divine rune really in the Nether Orchid Courtyard? Lin Yun left the Nether Orchid Courtyard and transmitted his voice to Lil Purple. Yeah, but I'm not sure of the actual location. It might be inside the Nether Orchid Courtyard, it might be somewhere close by, or it might be in a secret realm. Lil Purple said. Sent it the same as no result? Lin Yun frowned. The Nether Orchid Courtyard was massive, and the hall they were in was just the tip of the iceberg. If the solar lunar divine rune was in a secret realm, it would be extremely troublesome. Hee hee. You must use your scumbag talent to interact with Bai Shuang more often. She's more familiar with the Nether Orchid Courtyard than you. Lil Purple said with a playful smile. But Lin Yun ignored her because he felt that he was fooled by Lil Purple today. He was nearly exposed, and he had never expected that Yi Qingtian would sneak into the female shower by disguising himself as a woman. It was no wonder why everyone's faces were ugly when they looked at him, and even the Indigo Thunder Peak's disciples didn't want to get involved with him when he just arrived. Senior brother. Chun Feng came over when he saw Lin Yun landing on the ground. When Lin Yun raised his head, all the other Indigo Thunder Peak's disciples had left. Only Chun Feng was left behind. He asked, Chun Feng, who's Zhang? He wasn't too bothered when he heard this name before. After all, too many people within the Heavenly Dao sect bullied Yi Qingtian. But Zhang Yu's name was being mentioned too much, and Lin Yun gradually noticed something wasn't right. After all, it appeared that Zhang Yu had heavily injured him a year ago when he was expelled from the Heavenly Dao sect. Chun Feng was surprised as he looked at Lin Yun. He exclaimed, Senior brother, you don't remember Zhang Yu? He nearly crippled you a year ago. Lin Yun was long prepared for that question and explained, I forgot many things over the past year. Don't ask what I've experienced over the past year. Just tell me who he is. Looking at Lin Yun, Chun Feng suddenly felt respect for him. After all, Yi Qingtian's improvements over the past year were unimaginable. As for whether Yi Qingtian was the same Yi Qingtian, he never doubted that before because Yi Qingtian's temperament was the same, and the other peak disciples never thought of it before. Senior brother, Zhang Yu is the saint's disciple of the Daoyang Palace, and he's one of senior sister Bai's pursuers. Chun Feng whispered. Luo Chang has a good relationship with him, which is why he stood out earlier. Lin Yun fell into deep thought. After all, saint disciples and saints' disciples were different. A saint disciple was only qualified to listen to the teachings of saints, and this was the same as a lecture. But a saint's disciple was the direct disciple of a saint, and that was a whole new different case. Senior brother Zhang, you can be ranked within the top 10 of the Daoyang Palace, and he's a direct descendant of an ancient saint clan. Chun Feng explained. But you don't have to worry about that because he's not in the Heavenly Dao sect. It doesn't matter even if he has returned. Lin Yun replied indifferently. Chun Feng was stunned and intimidated by the aura Lin Yun gave off. But he didn't know if it was real, and whispered, A year ago, when you were expelled from the sect, Zhang Yu broke your limbs and crippled your dragon pulses. When he heard that, Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts. He now knew why Yi Qingtian would run amok and die. Chun Feng naturally wouldn't go into details before him, but he could predict what happened back then. Yi Qingtian was probably humiliated in public and had to beg for mercy. Lin Yun sighed because Yi Qingtian was pretty pitiful. He said, You can go back first. I want to walk around. Senior brother, do you remember how to return to the Indigo Thunder Peak? Chun Feng asked. Of course I do. Lin Yun sent Chun Feng on his way and started strolling around the Heavenly Dao sect. The Heavenly Dao sect had 2 towering mountains under the night, the Heavenly Sword Mountain and Dao Sword Mountain. Before Lin Yun came here, he heard about the story between the 2 swords and the 2 mountains. There were legends that the 2 mountains were formed from the corpse of the ancient sword god, and the 2 swords were their weapons when they were alive. But it was a legend because it had been thousands of years since the heavenly sword and Tao sword were drawn out. It was unknown if the two swords existed. After all, the heavenly Tao sect had existed in the Golden Era, and if the ancient sword gods were real, the era they were from must be even older. Even Lil Purple, who slept for 100,000 years, would be nothing compared to the two ancient sword gods. The heavenly Yin and Tao Yang palaces were the two strongest palaces within the heavenly Tao sect, each occupying a mountain. The disciples would receive a lot of benefits from cultivating on the mountains. Then again, the three courtyards' locations were also unique. The courtyards' locations weren't inferior to the two mountains. When Lin Yun looked towards the two mountains, he could only see two blurred outlines in the darkness. Lin Yun, this heavenly Tao sect isn't simple. It has existed since ancient times, and I remember that the heavenly Tao sect should have 3 mountains and 3 swords. Lil Purple's voice resounded. Where's the other sword, then? I don't know. The Iris Sword Saint came to the heavenly Tao sect many times in the past, and there were rumors that the ancestral god also visited the heavenly Tao sect multiple times. Lil Purple explained. A sect cannot be casually named. Just daring to name their sect with heavenly Tao alone means that the heavenly Tao sect isn't simple. Holding onto his chin, Lin Yun muttered, "It looks like the heavenly Tao sect has a lot of secrets." A white-clothed figure suddenly flew out from the Nether Orchid courtyard and went into a certain direction. This was a white-clothed woman with an unfathomable cultivation that couldn't be detected. It was as though she was a ghost. Her appearance made Lin Yun curious, and he tried to scan her with his heavenly dome sword intent. But before his sword intent could even get close, his sword intent was knocked back. This instantly made Lin Yun's face pale. "Let's go and take a look." This aroused Lin Yun's curiosity, and he secretly followed her. When he arrived at the foot of the Tao Sword Mountain, he watched as the white-clothed woman immediately entered the mountain, and he quickened his pace. "Stop right there. Why are you here in the middle of the night? Come tomorrow if you want to cultivate on the mountain." But before he could climb the mountain, he was stopped by 2 deacons at the Nirvana stage. Then, "Why can that person enter?" Lin Yun asked. The 2 deacons snickered when they heard Lin Yun's question, and one of them laughed. "Are you an idiot? How can you be compared to the heavenly Jade Sword Saint?" Lin Yun was stumped when he heard that the white-clothed woman was the heavenly Jade Sword Saint. His identity had already been disclosed when he tried to scan her with his sword intent. The heavenly Jade Sword Saint was someone on the same level as his master, possessing unfathomable attainment in the sword. Compared to her, he was like a firefly before a bright moon. "I'm sorry about that. I haven't returned to the heavenly Tao sect for a long time, and this is my first time seeing the heavenly Jade Sword Saint. So I failed to recognize her." Lin Yun cupped his hands together. "It's fine. When you formally become a saint disciple, you'll have the opportunity to cultivate on the mountain. As long as you're a saint disciple, you'll have an opportunity to cultivate on the mountain once a year." The 2 deacons could sense Lin Yun's cultivation at the profound death stage, and he seemed pretty young. This was the reason why they were polite to him. "Thank you for your explanation." Lin Yun no longer stayed there and left. "That brat seems a little familiar." I also felt that he was familiar, but I can't recall who he is. He should be a newly promoted saint disciple. The 2 deacons casually chatted as they looked at Lin Yun's leaving figure. A lump of saint radiance appeared before the white-clothed woman reached the mountain. When the saint radiance disappeared, a white-bearded old man walked out from the saint radiance. He was the palace master of the Daoyang Palace, Thousand-Plume Great Saint. "Martial Ant, what are you looking at?" The Thousand-Plume Great Saint curiously looked at the figure that was at the foot of the mountain. "A young lad dared to scan me with his sword intent." The heavenly Jade Sword Saint's appearance was a woman in her 20s, but her eyes were shining like bright stars. A faint golden seal on her forehead contained a sacred, powerful, and ancient aura. "Who's so bold?" The Thousand-Plume Great Saint smiled. "Nothing much. I didn't expect him to secretly follow behind me after his sword intent was reflected." The heavenly Jade Sword Saint explained. Hearing that, the Thousand-Plume Great Saint smiled. "Which Peak's disciple is so foolish?" If I didn't make a mistake, that person should be a junior of your clan, the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint said casually. My clan? The thousand-plume great saint was inwardly alarmed. His name was Yi Chenyu, and the Yi clan had a powerful force within the Heavenly Dao sect. Since the forces in the Heavenly Dao sect were complicated after so many years, it ultimately formed into 4 factions that were wielded by the strongest clans. As the thousand-plume great saint looked in Lin Yun's direction, he immediately became furious. Yi Qingtian. Typically speaking, someone of thousand-plume great saint status shouldn't know a junior like Yi Qingtian. He knew about Yi Qingtian because he was too famous within the Heavenly Dao sect. It's that bastard. I'll bring him over and apologize to you, the thousand-plume great saint furiously said. Lin Yun was already far away, but this distance was nothing to a great saint. There's no need, the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint said. I naturally won't be angry over something this small, and there's a reason why I talk to you about him. Oh, the thousand-plume great saint came to his senses. After all, the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint naturally wouldn't lower herself to Yi Qingtian's level, so there must be another reason behind it. The sword intent he used to scan me has reached the Heavenly Dome Sword intent, the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint said. How is that possible? The thousand-plume great saint's face changed. Since when is there such a genius from my clan? The fact that Yi Qingtian could grasp the Heavenly Dome Sword intent at the profound death stage was enough to speak of his talent, and a genius of his caliber was rare, even within the Heavenly Dao sect. It looks like you don't have enough understanding about the juniors of your clan, the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint said. I just didn't expect it. The thousand-plume great saint bitterly smiled. After all, someone who could grasp the Heavenly Dome Sword intent at the profound death stage was enough to attract his attention. If he knew about it beforehand, he would have arranged a meeting with Yi Qingtian. Not long ago, Gohan told me that he discovered a genius swordsman within the clan, but I wasn't too bothered about it back then, the thousand-plume great saint said. That genius he spoke of should be that Yi Qingtian. I didn't expect him to undergo a huge transformation in just a year. Did he intrude on the Yi clan's ancestral ground? The Heavenly Jade Sword Saint's gaze was on Lin Yun, but she didn't reply to the thousand-plume great saint. She didn't tell the latter that Yi Qingtian's Heavenly Dome Sword intent wasn't at the initial stage but at complete mastery. A brief moment later, she said, I'm here tonight to tell you I have received a letter from the Hidden Sword Manor's Manor Lord. The Sword Assembly will begin soon. There were different levels of the Sword Assembly, held by the Hidden Sword Pavilion around the Kunlun realm. But the one held by the Hidden Sword Manor was a grand festival for swordsmen, aside from the Skysolid sect's Qingfeng Assembly, and it was held once every 2 decades. The Heavenly Dao sect might not be a sect that focuses on the sword, but they have a legacy in the sword path, and the representative was the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint. Choose a date to gather all the swordsmen into the Daoyang Palace, and let me observe them, the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint said. There's no need for Martial Ant to come personally for this matter. The thousand-plume great saint smiled. It's not the same this time, said the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint. Not only does this sword assembly concern my reputation, but it also involves something important. So I can't treat it lightly. All right, I'll try and arrange for everyone to gather. The thousand-plume great saint gravely nodded after hearing what the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint said. I'll be going to the Heavenly Yin Palace now. The Heavenly Jade Sword Saint left. The 2 palaces were on the same level when regarding status, but the Daoyang Palace, controlled by the thousand-plume great saint, had a slightly higher position. However, the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint's seniority and reputation were too high. Meanwhile, after Lin Yun returned to the Indigo Thunder Peak, he then entered the Iris Secret Realm before he breathed a sigh of relief. Although he knew the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint wouldn't do anything to him, he still couldn't help feeling fearful throughout the trip. It was so much so that he even felt such an intense stare on his back. It was as though a hand would cross the distance and grab a hold of him at any moment. He realized that the Heavenly Dao sect was a place of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. He had to be cautious in the future, or his identity might be exposed, even with the Divine Tortoise transformation facing Saint Realm experts. His senior brother wasn't in the sect, so it was best for him to maintain a low profile. He spent an hour before he gradually calmed down. Witnessing by Shuang's cultivation sparked Lin Yun's desire to become stronger. My cultivation is still too weak, and saint disciples are only the surface of the heavenly Tao sect. The true experts are those saints' disciples. He retrieved the nether flower and plucked a petal off before refining it between his palms. The nether flower contained massive nether energy. Could not only strengthen the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra but could also swiftly increase his profound death stage cultivation. While within the Iris secret realm, Lin Yun spent 13 days before he finally refined this petal. It was only one petal, and yet he had already spent so much time on it. With just this fact alone, anyone could tell how precious the nether flower was, and he could predict that it wasn't easy for his senior brother to obtain it. When he circulated the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra, it had finally reached the 8th stage with the help of the nether flower's petal. He still had a long way to go before reaching the 12th stage, but he finally broke through the bottleneck and made a breakthrough. Most importantly, he reached the 2nd channel of the profound death stage with the help of that petal, and it was equivalent to 1 year of cultivation. But it was thanks to the nether flower and his senior brother. The benefits of refining it for the first time were naturally the greatest, and the 9 remaining petals probably wouldn't have such a good effect anymore. For another 2 days, Lin Yun practiced the Divine Firefly Sword. His cultivation of the sword increased with the breakthrough in the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra. But there was still no sign of him grasping the astral sword intent. After those 2 days, Lin Yun left the sword box in his courtyard and left behind a cup of demigod wine for Lil Red within the Iris secret realm. The Heavenly Tao Sect's conferring ceremony would be held once every year, and the location was on the Heavenly Tao altar between the 2 mountains. Every conferring ceremony would be bustling, with everyone gathered from the 2 palaces, 3 courtyards, and the 108 peaks. Since it had been so long since the Indigo Thunder Peak last had a saint disciple, the entire Indigo Thunder Peak was excited, especially after what happened in the Nether Orchid Courtyard half a month ago. This incident brought Yi Qingtian's prestige to a new height. Even those older saint disciples couldn't be compared to him. The previous chief disciple, Lu Hao, already ran over with a saint robe before dawn. This was something that only saint disciples could wear, embroidering the symbol of the Indigo Thunder Peak. When Lu Hao looked at it, his pupils were filled with envy. "Senior brother, Master asked me to send this over to you. As for Master, he has already gone to the Heavenly Tao altar to wait for us." Lu Hao smiled as he offered the saint disciple's uniform. When what happened within the Nether Orchid Courtyard spread out, Lu Hao finally gave up and knew he couldn't become enemies with Yi Qingtian in the future. After Lin Yun changed his clothes, he glanced at the crowd and said, "Chen Feng, you come with me?" "Yes." Chen Feng nodded and stood beside Lin Yun. As for the other Indigo Thunder Peak's disciples, they could only follow behind the 2. Lin Yun was afraid that his true identity might be exposed, so he got Chen Feng to follow beside him. When they arrived at the Heavenly Tao altar, Lin Yun was shocked by the multitude of people. All the disciples from the 108 peaks were there, including the existing saint disciples. There are many geniuses amongst the saint disciples this year, and they will naturally become the center of attention. Coincidentally, the 3 beauties of the Heavenly Tao sect are here, which is why it's so crowded with people. Chen Feng explained. 3 beauties? Who else aside from the profound maiden Miao Yin and Nether Orchid Holy Maiden? Lin Yun asked. Chen Feng revealed a smile, already expecting this from Lin Yun, since he would only focus on the women and not the geniuses. But he couldn't help feeling baffled that Yi Qingtian had forgotten the 3 beauties, which made him wonder what Yi Qingtian experienced over the past year. In Chen Feng's view, Yi Qingtian must have encountered an opportunity, and this was why he could undergo a rebirth, despite his severe injuries. Although he didn't say anything about it, this didn't stop him from feeling respect for Lin Yun. Aside from them, there's the Heavenly Yin Holy Maiden, Chen Feng explained. They walked towards the Heavenly Tao altar as they conversed. Lin Yun had a rough understanding of the conferring ceremony, and this ceremony wasn't like what he had imagined because the conferring ceremony was intense. There was a spacious plaza before the altar named the Chess Dao Field. The ground was similar to a chessboard, and saints usually held their lectures there for saint disciples. But since today was the conferring ceremony, there weren't any restrictions, and many people were gathered there. Generally speaking, the one hosting the conferring ceremony was a saint elder. Saint elders were rarely seen, even within the heavenly Tao sect, and each held a noble status. Lin Yun came last because the newly promoted saint disciples from the 108 Peaks were already gathered there. Senior brother, what you did at the Nether Orchid Courtyard has long spread out, and many people aren't happy with you confessing to the Nether Orchid Holy Maiden. Keep a low profile if someone comes after you later during the conferring ceremony. I'm afraid that many people might be coming after you, Chen Feng said with a nervous tone. He was pretty confident about Yi Qingtian's strength, but his senior brother was too arrogant and easily provoked others. That was especially when what happened at the Nether Orchid Courtyard spread out. Many people would come to the Indigo Thunder Peak every day, wanting to challenge him, and some even suggested a death match. Amongst those people who came, there were Bai Shuaying's pursuers, and there were also those who couldn't stand Yi Qingtian's arrogance. But the Indigo Thunder Peak dealt with their challenges, and they didn't even tell Lin Yun about them, fearing that it might disrupt Yi Qingtian's cultivation. Upon hearing that, Lin Yun had disdain on his face, but he still nodded with incredible difficulty. Since they were all newly conferred saint disciples, their cultivation would only be at the 5th channel of the profound death stage, at best, which was already the limit. According to the heavenly Tao sect's rules, the conferring ceremony was held once every year, and anyone who could reach the profound death stage could be conferred. So unless it was those disciples who didn't come back for a few years, the highest one could reach within a year was only the 5th channel of the profound death stage. But generally speaking, it was already impressive if one could reach the 3rd channel of the profound death stage. Based on his means, if he used the myriad scales armor, black tortoise chains, and the thunder demon subduing beads, he wouldn't even fear facing enemies at the nirvana stage, not to mention the 5th channel of the profound death stage. Even if he didn't use any treasures, he wouldn't fear facing someone at the pinnacle 7th channel of the profound death stage. So he only felt bored now and hoped that the conferring ceremony could end quickly. No matter how much Chen Feng praised the conferring ceremony, Lin Yun was not interested in it. A battle of this level could never be compared to the intense battles he had experienced at the Black Tortoise Void Sea. The Nether Orchid Holy Maiden. Chen Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Senior brother, the Nether Orchid Courtyard's disciples, and Nether Orchid Holy Maiden are here. Lin Yun raised his eyes and looked in by Shuaying's direction. She was as beautiful as always. She had smooth and jade-like skin, but she had a sharp temperament. Her appearance wasn't exceptionally beautiful, but she had a unique temperament. Her beauty wasn't breathtaking, but she looked serene and exquisite. To a certain degree, someone like her could easily attract the attention of men. The moment she appeared, she instantly became the center of attention, with countless gazes on her. Yi Qingtian, I thought a coward like you wouldn't come to the conferring ceremony. A cold roar echoed as Luo Cheng walked over with a cold face. Oh, Lin Yun replied. Hearing Lin Yun's half-hearted reply, Luo Cheng's pupils coldly flashed. The conferring ceremony hasn't started yet. Why don't we have some fun and determine the winner between us in 10 moves? Whoever loses will give up becoming a saint disciple. What do you think? Luo Cheng's words echoed across the plaza, instantly attracting everyone's attention, including those on the chess Dao field. Someone finally stood out to challenge Yi Qingtian. I was wondering if the saint disciples were all scared to challenge him this time. A piece of trash like Yi Qingtian shouldn't appear within the conferring ceremony. He's just a lecher. How can someone like him possess the qualifications to become a saint disciple? He's the shame of the heavenly Tao sect. I heard he went into hiding after causing an uproar at the Nether Orchid Courtyard for half a month. Amidst the surrounding discussions, everyone turned their attention over. But Lin Yun merely scoffed and didn't even bother with Luo Cheng. Yi Qingtian, you have already cowered for half a month. Are you still planning to cower? Luo Cheng roared, not wanting to let Lin Yun off. I cowered for half a month? Why didn't I know about that? Lin Yun turned to look at Chen Feng. Chen Feng whispered to Lin Yun and told him what had happened over the past half a month. And Lin Yun couldn't help smiling. He nearly forgot what he did at the Nether Orchid Courtyard. It's not easy for the Nether Orchid Courtyard to produce a saint disciple, and I have no interest in you. So get lost. Lin Yun wasn't polite to Luo Cheng with his words. His words naturally caused an uproar, and even Luo Cheng's lips twitched when he heard that. This was because what Lin Yun said was the other way around. It should be hard for the Indigo Thunder Peak to produce a saint disciple. As for others, they were surprised because Yi Qingtian showed no intention of lowering his head and was even more arrogant. Ha! Luo Cheng scoffed. Yi Qingtian, where did you get your face from? My Nether Orchid Courtyard produces at least 10 saint disciples every year, and it has been many years since your Indigo Thunder Peak has produced any saint disciples. Then, where did you get the face from to challenge me? You can't even take 2 attacks from me and still want to determine a winner between us within 10 moves. Lin Yun laughed. Having his embarrassing deed exposed, Luo Cheng lost himself to his anger. I was careless back then. Come and fight me again, if you have the guts. Get lost. I have no interest in a loser like you. If not because I'm afraid senior sister Bai might be heartbroken. Do you think I'll waste my saliva talking to you? Lin Yun replied. The face of Bai Shuang, who was walking to her seat, became cold upon hearing what Lin Yun said, and she barked, Luo Cheng, come back. See? Senior sister Bai is afraid I'll injure you, and it'll be hard for the Indigo Thunder Peak and Nether Orchid Courtyard to interact in the future. Lin Yun smiled. Bullshit. You're a lecher. And there's no way my senior sister will fall for someone like you. Luo Cheng couldn't hold it because Bai Shuang had a special status within the Nether Orchid Courtyard. Not only was she the holy maiden, she was even the dream lover of all the Nether Orchid Courtyard's disciples. This was why Luo Cheng couldn't contain himself when Lin Yun mentioned her. Who knows? How can someone like you possibly understand the rapport between us? Lin Yun smiled. Right then, a sword ray flew over. But Lin Yun quickly reacted and managed to dodge the attack at the price of having several strands of his hair severed. The boundless sword aura also forced Lin Yun back 3 steps before he regained his footing. When he raised his head, he saw that the attack came from Bai Shuang, and he nearly couldn't react in time. Yi Qingtian, I'll tear your mouth apart if you speak any more nonsense here. Bai Shuang coldly looked at Lin Yun, flashing murderous intent within her pupils. She wasn't a little girl who Lin Yun's words could subdue. When she came to her senses that night, she realized Lin Yun had swapped the concept within his words. No matter what he said, it wouldn't change the fact that he was a lecher, which was why she couldn't contain her anger when she heard his shameless words. After Lin Yun regained his footing, he smiled. I'll listen to senior sister. I won't talk about our secrets in front of others. Lin Yun responded that he didn't sense Bai Shuang's anger and replied with amorous words. Hearing what Lin Yun said, Bai Shuang knew that this was a shameless person and no longer talked with him. Thus, she could only vent her anger on Luo Cheng and roared, Luo Cheng, come back. Are you still trying to embarrass yourself? Luo Cheng was placed in a difficult position, but could only suck it up and return. Before he left, he glared at Lin Yun. When everything was settled, the atmosphere became heated because everyone could sense that the conferring ceremony this year wasn't going to be the same as usual. Not long later, the remaining people from the 108 Peaks and the 2 other courtyards came. When the profound Maiden Courtyard's disciples came, Lin Yun saw Yi Xinyan again. Unlike Bai Shuang, Lin Yun restrained his emotions for her. He knew that she had a sensitive identity, and that he couldn't reveal his identity to her. It was best for him not to show any connection with Yi Xinyan, or it might bring trouble to her. It was best for him to protect her in the dark and repay what he owed her. Regardless of whether it was Big Brother Xinjua's death or that Yi Xinyan was forced to marry the crown prince because of him, he owed her a lot. Lin Yun quickly retracted his gaze when their gazes bumped into each other. But Yi Xinyan felt an even stronger familiarity with Yi Qingtian this time, and she began to wonder about Yi Qingtian's identity. Lin Yun had long reached the manifestation stage with the divine tortoise transformation. So unless he was suppressed by a saint aura or someone proficient in eye techniques, even a saint wouldn't be able to see through his identity. On the other hand, Xianxia couldn't figure out the doubt within her heart, no matter how she pondered it. When the two palaces' disciples came, the chess Dao field became bustling, and Lin Yun could sense many ill gazes directed at him. Outside the chess Dao field, the other inner disciples and older saint disciples didn't have good faces. After all, the heavenly Dao sect was the strongest holy land within the Eastern Desolation, and anyone who could enter the sect were prideful. So in their eyes, someone like Yi Qingtian was the shame of the sect, so who could accept someone like him becoming a saint disciple? As for those who were already saint disciples, they felt ashamed that someone like Yi Qingtian would be on the same level as them. As for the inner disciples, they found this ridiculous. Let's wait and see if you can continue to smile later. Luo Chang glared at Lin Yun with flames blazing within his pupils. He had long heard that many people wanted to teach Yi Qingtian a lesson on the conferring ceremony and step on him. This included the disciples of the two palaces. When the conferring ceremony began, over 200 people from the two palaces, 3 courtyards, and 108 peaks would become saint disciples. The numbers were close to 300, meaning the saint disciples weren't valuable within the heavenly Dao sect, and only saints' disciples would have some position within the sect. After figuring that out, Lin Yun lost interest in the conferring ceremony and hoped it would end quickly. On the high altar, a group of people descended from the sky with a white-bearded saint elder taking the lead. Those around him were all at the quasi-saint realm. The Indigo Thunder Peak's Peak Master was amongst those people, and he even wore a new robe today. He was at the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm and was stronger than other quasi-saints. He had always been in seclusion, trying to reach the saint realm, and he wouldn't have attended if it was in the past. But he had a smile was plastered on his face today because there was finally a saint disciple coming from the Indigo Thunder Peak. He instantly noticed Yi Qingtian within the crowd and stroked his beard with a smile. "We greet Saint Elder." Everyone bowed. After everyone greeted the white-bearded Saint Elder, the old man said, "The heavenly Dao sect has a long history, and our ancestor relied on 2 swords to cut down all the obstacles for humanity and contributed significantly to the divine dragon era's stability. The heavenly Dao sect has the heavenly sword and Dao sword, and the wielders of those swords would come to this altar before their deaths and turn into flames to strengthen our heavenly Dao sect, enabling our sacred flame to burn for eternity. After the conferring ceremony, all of you will be able to comprehend the sacred flame once, which is a rare opportunity. So you guys have to cherish it well." The conferring ceremony was formal. After Saint Elder was done reciting, Saint Elder smiled as the conferring ceremony was finally about to begin. "The conferring ceremony today will be a little different, and this is also the first time I've met something like this." Saint Elder briefly paused before he roared, "Yi Qingtian, where are you?" His gaze was like 2 sharp swords directed at Lin Yun. If it were in the past, Lin Yun's divine tortoise transformation would have been instantly broken. Cupping his hands, Lin Yun said, "Saint Elder, I'm here. Since last night, many disciples from the various peaks came to me, wanting me to remove your qualification to become a saint disciple. Even the elders and people from the 2 palaces and 3 courtyards came, listing your crimes. There are over 300 of them, not to mention you were expelled from the sect a year ago." His voice instantly caused an uproar because no one expected the Saint Elder to openly say this. But the saint disciples waiting to be conferred were briefly stunned before they revealed mocking expressions and even sneered. After all, no one had been treated in this manner before during the conferring ceremony, and this was equivalent to a colossal shame. Their gazes then fell onto Lin Yun, gloating at his misery. At this moment, the uniform belonging to a saint disciple he wore became a laughingstock. But Lin Yun wasn't bothered by that and merely sneered, dropping the manners he had for Saint Elder earlier. "Saint Elder, you can't do that. No matter what, Yi Qingtian's cultivation is at the profound death stage, and he has already been punished for his crimes. How can you mention it again?" The Indigo Thunder Peak's Peak Master spoke out. "Why did I hear that his cultivation came from the seniors of his clan and a saint origin? A black-robed old man spoke out with a smile. Wind Origin Quasi-Saint. What do you mean by that? The Indigo Thunder Peak's Peak Master looked over with a dark expression. Nothing much. I'm only worried that the Yi clan seniors brought more harm than good to him. After all, it'll be disastrous if this matter affects the prestige of our heavenly Tao sect. The Wind Origin Quasi-Saint said. Bullshit. The Indigo Thunder Peak's Peak Master roared. He long had grudges with the Wind Origin Quasi-Saint, and he knew that the latter was trying to cause problems for him on purpose. But Saint Elder soon stopped their conflict and looked at Lin Yun. Yi Qingtian? What do you have to say? Nothing. A lot of people hate me, but they're nothing. I won't accept it if they want me to leave the chess Dao field. But I have nothing to say if you want me to leave. Just know that you better not regret it when I become a saint in the future, Lin Yun said. His words instantly caused an uproar as everyone looked at Lin Yun in disbelief, wondering if he had gone insane to speak to Saint Elder in this manner. How arrogant! Where are the law-enforcing elders? Drag him down. Yi Qingtian, where did you get the guts to be rude to Saint Elder? All the quasi-saints around Saint Elder roared after hearing what Lin Yun said. But Saint Elder stopped them with a wave of his hand and asked with a smile. Yi Qingtian, do explain to me what you mean by telling me not to regret it in the future. Saint Elder might be wearing a smile on his face, but he gave off an intense pressure. Facing the pressure he gave off, Lin Yun didn't cower, but smiled. A bunch of garbage who only knows how to talk behind one's back. How can I accept it? But I naturally have nothing to say if you want me to leave because you're stronger than me. But when I become a saint, I'll give you a beating until you are convinced. When Lin Yun said those words, everyone's faces turned pale. Even the lips of the Indigo Thunder Peak's Peak Master twitched, and wondered if Yi Qingtian forgot to take his medicine today. He wants to beat up a Saint Elder? Everyone in the surroundings were also looking at Lin Yun with shock on their faces. There was no lack of geniuses within the Heavenly Tao sect, but it was unprecedented for someone to tell a saint that he would beat him up. Regardless of Lin Yun's strength, no one could match his arrogance, at the very least. The disciples of the profound maiden courtyard sneaked peeks at Lin Yun with their eyes shining brightly. Even Bai Shuang locked her brows together, wondering if Yi Qingtian was courting death. On the other hand, Yi Xinyan dazed while looking at Yi Qingtian because she found this figure to be resembling someone she knew. But surprisingly, the smile on the Saint Elder's face became even denser. I don't want to be beaten up, so I naturally won't ask you to leave. As he spoke, his face suddenly sank, and he roared. Did you guys hear what he said? Where are those that reported him? I don't want to be beaten up in the future. And it depends on you guys if you can convince him to leave. When Saint Elder became furious, thunderclouds covered the sky as though the sky would collapse the next moment. This naturally scared everyone. Luo Cheng jumped up. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time, but this made Bai Shuang furrow her brows. This Luo Cheng might be a disciple of the Nether Orchid Courtyard, but she didn't like looking at this person now. Yi Qingtian, you didn't dare to fight me earlier, and yet you dare to be so unruly to Saint Elder? It looks like I'll have to teach you a lesson today. Luo Cheng drew his sword and disappeared on the spot, leaving behind flower petals. The Nether Orchid Shadow. Everyone's eyes lit up, instantly recognizing the Nether Orchid Courtyard's secret technique. Learning this technique wasn't easy, but if anyone managed to learn it, their movements would become like shadows. It looks like Luo Cheng was careless back then. Based on this movement technique alone, how can he lose to Yi Qingtian? When Luo Cheng reappeared, he was already standing before Lin Yun. His pupils flashed with a cold light and murderous intent. He didn't want to drag the battle on, so he wanted to end this quickly. But just when his sword was about to come in contact with Lin Yun, the smile on his face disappeared because Lin Yun was nowhere to be found. When Luo Cheng felt uneasy, a sword vibration echoed from the sky with a dazzling sword ray spreading out. In the next moment, a powerful sword aura enveloped him. When Lin Yun reappeared, he was still standing in his original position and hadn't moved a step. But the sword aura he gave off was like a massive mountain. Luo Cheng was merely standing at the foot of the mountain, so he naturally couldn't see Lin Yun. Lin Yun merely raised his hand, then swung it down. Luo Cheng's sword aura began to collapse before he threw out a mouthful of blood. Luo Cheng's face became pale, and his sword slipped out of his hand as he took several steps back. "Come back!" Lin Yun smiled and reached out to grab Luo Cheng. His grasp unleashed a powerful suction force, and Luo Cheng was horrified to discover that he couldn't break free from the suction force, no matter how he struggled. Yi Qingtian's cultivation was lower than his, but his profound death aura had far surpassed him. But how was this possible? While Luo Cheng was in disbelief, Lin Yun kicked him and sent him flying away like a cannonball, before rolling on the ground. As the surroundings fell silent, Lin Yun raised his brow and smiled. "I know a lot of people hate me, but those at the third channel of the profound death stage don't even bother standing out. I'm afraid that you guys will only embarrass yourselves." Those initially eager to stand out suddenly died down, but their gazes glared at Lin Yun. Half of the people here weren't even at the third channel of the profound death stage, and Lin Yun's words had targeted almost everyone present. But no one dared to say a word because Luo Cheng lost too quickly, and even the Nether Orchid Courtyard's disciples felt ashamed of him. As for all the quasi-saints present on the altar, they had disbelief on their faces, especially the Wind Origin quasi-saint. Lin Yun's performance was a resounding slap to his face. It appeared that Lin Yun's cultivation didn't seem to be forcibly boosted. The Indigo Thunder Peak's Peak Master smiled when he saw this scene. "That brat looks like me from the past. He's arrogant enough." All the quasi-saints became speechless when they heard that. The Indigo Thunder Peak's Peak Master was really shameless to say that. Luo Cheng was defeated before he could even unleash his attack. Those who belittled Yi Qingtian and thought he cowered against Luo Cheng's challenge earlier were dumbfounded. All the saint disciples waiting to be conferred on the stage were wearing grave expressions. Those who were initially looking at Yi Qingtian with disdain were stunned. That fellow hid his strength? His sword aura is too powerful. His cultivation is lower than Luo Cheng, but he managed to suppress the latter entirely based on his aura. Seeing that no one dared to stand out this time, Lin Yun grinned. "I seem to have been a little too heavy on him. Saint Elder, are you lying to me? It looks like there aren't many who reported to you last night." He might sound like he's exclaiming, but his tone was filled with provocation directed at Saint Elder. At this moment, everyone gritted their teeth upon seeing the smile on Yi Qingtian's face. A formidable figure finally appeared from the Indigo Thunder Peak. "Indigo Thunder Peak's Peak Master, is he personally taught by you?" Saint Elder turned to the Indigo Thunder Peak's Peak Master. The face of the Indigo Thunder Peak's Peak Master froze, and he didn't dare to answer. He looked at Lin Yun and roared, "Yi Qingtian, watch your tone when you speak to Saint Elder. I'll give you a tight slap if you dare to be disrespectful." After reprimanding Lin Yun, he smiled. "But Saint Elder, what he said is true because no one else stood out. The fact that he can defeat Luo Cheng means he qualifies to become a saint disciple. Why don't we end this matter here?" The Wind Origin quasi-saint was unhappy but didn't say anything about it. After all, strength matters everywhere you go, and even an idiot could tell that Yi Qingtian qualified to become a saint disciple. Saint Elder didn't reply to Lin Yun. He naturally wouldn't lower himself to Lin Yun's level, but his attitude changed as he realized that Lin Yun was an excellent sapling. He asked, "Since the Indigo Thunder Peak's Peak Master already said it this way, we'll end this matter here, then. Yi Qingtian, I won't hold your past against you now." "Saint Elder, why didn't you ask if I wanted to pursue this matter?" Lin Yun asked. The surroundings fell silent when they heard what Yi Qingtian said, and even wondered if Yi Qingtian had gone insane. "How do you want to pursue this matter, then?" the Saint Elder asked. "Didn't Saint Elder say that many people reported to you? So I'd like to ask where they are," Lin Yun said, fearlessly looking at Saint Elder. The surroundings fell silent because they never expected that Yi Qingtian would be so overbearing. "Yi Qingtian, we'll fulfill your wish since you want to be humiliated." Three figures stood out from the crowd, looking at Lin Yun. They all wore the Daoyang Palace uniform and were all at the fourth channel of the profound death stage, giving off an immense aura. When they stood together, Their auras even connected and became one. Zhang Sun, Chao Zijing, Wang He. The three reported their names, and it immediately caused an uproar. The three of them were top-tier geniuses of the Daoyang Palace, and they were ranked within the top 10 inside of the Daoyang Palace when they were still inner disciples. Seeing the three of them stand out, many people breathed a sigh of relief because they could easily suppress Yi Qingtian with their strength. You haven't changed at all. We're the ones who reported to him last night. So what can you do to us? Zhang Sun provoked. Don't tell me you don't dare to say it to our faces? We couldn't be bothered about you earlier. Did you think that you're somebody? Wang He looked at Lin Yun with a provocating smile. Hearing what they said, Lin Yun smiled. I never once said that I'm someone. But anyone is qualified to say what I said earlier, even an ant. Since Saint Elder could say them, I naturally could too. Lin Yun briefly paused before he continued in a lazy tone. You guys can come at me together so that you can't claim that I bullied you later on. The moment he said that, the three disciples from the Daoyang Palace released powerful sword auras, instantly making the surrounding atmosphere intense. Everyone could sense that those three were genuinely furious, and no one from the Daoyang Palace was a pushover. After all, no one dared to offend them, usually aside from the Heavenly Yin Palace and 3 courtyards. It appears you've forgotten how you begged senior brother Zhang for mercy back then. Chao Zijing made the first move and unleashed a dazzling sword ray. The sword ray he gave off was dazzling, and it instantly arrived before Lin Yun. This made many people take in a breath because of the sheer speed. Everyone noticed that Chao Zijing was purposely trying to show off, especially after seeing how Lin Yun suppressed Luo Cheng with his aura. His attack was fast, but it disappeared even faster. When Lin Yun raised his hand, the sword ray around Chao Zijing disappeared. When Lin Yun grasped his hand, all the sword rays gathered in his palm. It's this move again. Bai Shuang was inwardly alarmed because Lin Yun had used it half a month ago. But even this time, she still couldn't see through anything. She could only tell that it had something to do with thunderstorm intent. It might be a secret technique, but she couldn't tell anything else. Here, you can have it back. Lin Yun smiled and opened his hand. Before Chao Zijing could catch a clear view, he was sent flying by his sword intent and threw out blood when he fell to the ground. He couldn't believe that his sword aura was returned to him several-fold, and his face became pale. This was an outcome that no one had expected. Even if Chao Zijing had underestimated his opponent, it made no sense for him to lose so terribly. Zhang Sun and Wang He's faces were covered with shock when they looked at Lin Yun again. Who do you guys think you are to report me? Do you think I really care about a bunch of garbage like you guys? I'm here to beat people up. Since I can't beat up a saint, I'll beat you people up. Lin Yun became furious with his hair wildly fluttering in the wind. Before anyone could respond, Lin Yun spread his arms apart and dashed towards the trio with a massive pressure being emitted from him, forcing the trio to unleash their martial techniques. The four soon fought together, with dragon origin and sword rays splashing around. The trio already used their full strength, aside from their constellations, but their attacks were easily resolved by Lin Yun. Go down! Lin Yun limited his sword intent in the firmament sword intent before releasing it, instantly causing the trio to throw out a mouthful of blood. He waved his hand and swept the trio out before commenting, "The Daoyang Palace? Doesn't look so impressive after all. Complete mastery of the firmament sword intent. No, it has already reached the manifestation stage. He's only one step away from achieving the heavenly dome sword intent. How did he manage to do it?" An uproar rose from the surroundings as they looked at Yi Qingtian with disbelief. After all, someone who could bring the firmament sword intent to this level before 25 could be considered a top-tier genius within the Heavenly Dao sect. It wasn't an understatement to call him a genius swordsman. They couldn't imagine the term genius swordsman could be connected to Yi Qingtian since the contrast was too huge. This scene gave everyone who looked down on Yi Qingtian a resounding slap to their faces, and they knew that Yi Qingtian had risen. He had cleansed all the humiliation the Daoyang Palace gave him, defeating 3 promising geniuses of the Daoyang Palace alone. Yi Qingtian, Do you think the Daoyang Palace has no one? A cold snort resounded, and a slender figure walked out from the Daoyang Palace's party, donning a black robe. Chen Jun is going to make a move. An uproar came from the crowd. Chen Jun was a famous genius in the sword in recent years, and his sword intent had already reached the pinnacle of the firmament sword intent when he was at the Dragon Pulse realm. It wasn't an underestimation to call him a rising star of the Daoyang Palace to grasp the heavenly dome sword intent before the Nirvana stage. Furthermore, he was only 23 this year. Bai Shuang's expression changed. Chen Jun was prideful, and he couldn't even be bothered by Yi Qingtian in the past. As Chen Jun walked forth, he was enveloped by a dazzling sword ray. Your sword intent is surprising, but it's nothing in my eyes. The heavens suddenly shattered, and no one had expected that Chen Jun's sword intent had already reached the quasi-heavenly dome sword intent. Quasi-heavenly dome sword intent at 23. It's no wonder why he's the rising star of the Daoyang Palace. Junior brother Chen Jun really keeps a low profile. This is a true genius, not like Yi Qingtian. Yi Qingtian is nothing compared to Chen Jun. Yeah, he was really arrogant earlier. Now, he'll know he's just a frog in a well. Those who were previously unhappy with Yi Qingtian became excited because they could finally vent their emotions. You still have time to admit defeat now. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I'll cripple you again. You can't imagine how powerful the quasi-heavenly dome sword intent is. I can easily kill you with a slap, Chen Jun said coldly. To achieve the quasi-heavenly dome sword intent at 23, he naturally qualified to be prideful. Why don't you give it a try, then? Lin Yun tugged his arms together and wore a playful smile. But in the eyes of others, his smile was filled with arrogance. Junior brother Chen. Kill him! Kill him! Kill that lecher! Voices echoed across the plaza. As you wish, Chen Jun said, pushing his palm forth. This might seem like a simple palm, but it contained a massive sword aura. But Lin Yun merely stood there, and Chen Jun threw out a mouthful of blood and took several steps back instead. Chen Jun's face was covered with shock, and he couldn't comprehend what had just happened. Lin Yun had his eyes closed and his hair fluttering in the wind as if a breeze was blown. He opened his eyes and smiled. Are you done? It's my turn, then. When Lin Yun pushed his palm forth, Chen Jun's quasi-heavenly dome sword intent shattered, and he was sent flying away. Lin Yun was radiating with the heavenly dome sword intent. Paired with his handsome looks, even men had to admit he was a little too good-looking. Everything happened too quickly, and it ended when Lin Yun released his heavenly dome sword intent. He said, I initially planned to maintain a low profile upon returning to the heavenly Dao sect, but it appears that my strength doesn't allow me to do so. Before anyone could react, Lin Yun raised his head and roared, Any more reporters? Stand out. This time, no one dared to say a word about it. Lin Yun shocked everyone with his performance, and even Bai Shuang's face changed. As for those newly conferred saint disciples, they were long dumbfounded and wondered if Lin Yun was still a human. Everyone had just entered the profound death stage, and yet Lin Yun had shaken them away with his heavenly dome sword intent. Bai Shuang locked her brows together with doubt flashing across her pupils. She couldn't believe how someone could change so much in just 1 year, and this was too unbelievable. 1 year ago, Yi Qingtian was only at the Dragon Pulse realm. But 1 year later, he had reached the profound death stage and grasped the heavenly dome sword intent. The saints' disciples of the 2 palaces and 3 courtyards were seriously looking at Lin Yun. Within the heavenly Dao sect, saint disciples were nothing compared to saints' disciples. No one within the heavenly Dao sect dared to offend the saints' disciples, not even the peak masters. Saints' disciples didn't only represent their potential, but they also represented their masters. Saints had a lot of authority within the heavenly Dao sect, which naturally brought endless benefits to the disciples. So every single heavenly Dao sect disciple dreamt about becoming a saint's disciple. The saints' disciples had shown interest in Lin Yun's heavenly dome sword intent. Chen Jun's face had long turned pale with disbelief in his pupils. He struggled back onto his feet and coldly looked at Lin Yun. It's just the heavenly dome sword intent. Give me half a year and I can also grasp it. Junior brother Chun, I must praise you for how shameless you can be. How can you be so arrogant with the quasi-heavenly dome sword intent? What's the matter? My heavenly dome sword intent cannot be compared to your quasi-heavenly dome sword intent. Lin Yun smiled. Humph. Qin Jun snorted. But just when he wanted to say something, he threw out another mouthful of blood. It was as though something was triggered because Qin Jun kept throwing out blood and fell onto one knee, clutching his chest. His state was a little pathetic. On the altar, the quasi-saint peak masters began to discuss amongst themselves. That's the heavenly dome sword intent. It looks like Yi Qingtian has undergone a thorough transformation. The Indigo Thunder Peak produced a genius swordsman. Congratulations, Indigo Thunder Peak Master. They were surprised and weren't trying to flatter the Indigo Thunder Peak's Peak Master because they didn't have any grudges. If Yi Qingtian could change, it would be good news for the Heavenly Dao sect. Indigo Thunder Peak Master. I remember that he hasn't taken a master, right? Saint Elder turned to look at the Indigo Thunder Peak Master. When the Indigo Thunder Peak Master heard that, he wore an awkward expression and explained, he did have a master in the past, but he was kicked out. Nodding his head, Saint Elder said, Great. A few Saint Elders intend to take in disciples recently, so ask him for his opinion. I'm also optimistic about him. The surrounding quasi-saints were shocked upon hearing that. Yi Qingtian had just become a saint disciple and would become a saint's disciple now. Furthermore, judging from his tone, anyone could tell that Saint Elder was interested in Yi Qingtian. They had no idea what was going on because Yi Qingtian said he wanted to beat up Saint Elder in the future. The Indigo Thunder Peak Master rejoiced upon hearing that, and he smiled. Okay, I'll ask him about it when I go back. Saint Elder, you can't do that. His reputation is notorious within the sect, not to mention what he did a year ago. Furthermore, he has no sense of regret, judging from his tone, and no one can ensure it won't happen again. Someone spoke out. Anyone can change. I looked through the reports last night, and they were all small matters in general. As for what happened a year ago, no need to mention it since the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint is no longer pursuing it, said the Saint Elder. But he didn't show any talent as a swordsman in the past, so it's hard to ensure that he'll keep up with his pace. It doesn't matter. I trust in my eyesight. In the sect's history, there were similar incidents. I remember there was a sword saint who didn't even grasp the firmament sword intent at the age of 40, but he suddenly rose upon enlightenment, said the Saint Elder. They naturally isolated their conversation from the outside world so no one had heard it. Lin Yun also didn't know that he caught the Saint Elder's attention and would soon become a saint's disciple. Indigo Thunder Peak Master, you have to hurry up on that because his talent cannot be wasted, said the Saint Elder. I understand. The Indigo Thunder Peak Master smiled. Seeing that Saint Elder was determined, the other quasi-saints said nothing. At the altar, no one said anything after Lin Yun's question. It wasn't because there weren't any geniuses amongst the newly conferred saint disciples, but that they were mainly on the same level as Qin Jun. Even if some was stronger than Qin Jun, they weren't much stronger. Thus, they weren't confident about winning against Yi Qingtian. As for the other saint disciples, they didn't have the guts, even if they wanted to. Yi Qingtian, the Saint Elder roared. I'm here, Lin Yun replied. Put this matter to a stop now. If you mention it again, I'll beat you until you're convinced, the Saint Elder said coldly. Well, I naturally have nothing else to say since you put it that way, Lin Yun replied lazily. This made the Indigo Thunder Peak Master anxious, fearing that Saint Elder might change his mind about taking Lin Yun in as a disciple. Saint Elder ignored what Lin Yun said and continued. Everyone will have an hour of rest. Send the injured back and let them return once they've recovered. Anyone could tell that Saint Elder was generous. He didn't punish Lin Yun nor seize the qualifications of those who lost. An hour quickly passed, and Saint Elder recited the ceremony again before placing down mats for the newly conferred saint disciples to sit on. I will light the heavenly Tao sacred flame for you to comprehend. After receiving the sacred flame's acknowledgement, you guys will become saint disciples, said the Saint Elder, and he soared to the sky with the peak masters. They all began to form seals, and an ancient spiritual array soon appeared above everyone. The entire Tao field began to tremble with a terrifying aura sweeping out. "Welcome the sacred flame," the Saint Elder roared with echoes following from the surroundings. "Welcome the sacred flame. Welcome the sacred flame." Two ancient balls of flames ignited on the heavenly Tao altar, one golden and the other silver. They both represented the heavenly sword and Tao sword. The flames manifested into two fishes chasing each other as the flames accumulated. In the end, the warmth and light of the sacred flames enveloped the entire Tao field. Basking in it, Lin Yun felt warmth and peace, accompanied by various majestic scenes appearing before his eyes. Those weren't illusions but the histories of those who once wielded the sword, including the various legends of the heavenly Tao sect. Comprehend. Following the Saint Elder's word, everyone closed their eyes and began comprehending. This was the crucial part of the ceremony. They had to comprehend to be bestowed with a corresponding sacred flame from the heavenly Tao sacred flame. The sacred flames came from the remains of the past sword wielders, containing the martial insight of their lifetime, and it was differentiated into 6 grades. They were the Sage Flame, King Flame, Saint Sovereign Flame, Great Saint Flame, and the Saint King Flame. Sage Flame was the bare minimum. It might contain the sword wielder's cultivation technique, secret technique, or pure energy. Only newly conferred saint disciples were qualified to comprehend it, so everyone naturally cherished this opportunity. It didn't take long for someone to open their eyes. They looked disappointed because they were only bestowed with Sage Flame, a speck of white flame that flew out from the golden fish. "Thank you for the bestow." The person who was bestowed the Sage Flame felt humiliated and quickly left. Everyone in the surroundings snickered and soon identified the peak that person was from. "I wonder which grade senior brother will receive." The Indigo Thunder Peak's disciples were excited and nervous as they waited. "Senior Sister Miao Yin, which grade do you think Yi Qingtian will receive?" The Profound Maiden Courtyard's disciples asked. They were already won over by Lin Yun's performance back at the Nether Orchid Courtyard, not to mention his performance again. Some even felt that Yi Qingtian must have worked hard over the past year because of Bai Shuang. While they were chatting, they nearly praised Yi Qingtian to the heavens. Yi Xinyan smiled. He has grasped the heavenly dome sword intent. According to records, he will obtain a Saint Flame at the very least. There's a high chance he'll obtain the Saint Sovereign Flame and a small chance for the Great Saint Flame. The eyes of the Profound Maiden Courtyard's disciples lit up. "Senior Brother Yi is so strong? That's the Great Saint Flame we're talking about. I knew that Senior Brother Yi was extraordinary." Yi Xinyan smiled, but no longer said a word. Lin Yun's popularity amongst the Profound Maiden Courtyard's disciples naturally made many people unhappy. "Humph. How can someone like him possibly obtain anything? He's only qualified with the Sage Flame. I don't think he's even qualified to receive the Sage Flame. That fellow has nothing apart from his looks." "That's right. He has no merits aside from his looks. He's arrogant and overbearing. He's still the same as before. He hasn't changed." A heated discussion resounded from the surroundings, and everyone chose to attack Lin Yun's good looks this time after witnessing his strength. Most people were concerned with the sacred flame that Yi Qingtian would receive. After all, Yi Qingtian's earlier performance had drawn much attention, and many people were concerned about him. The 6 grades were the Sage Flame, King Flame, Saint Sovereign Flame, Great Saint Flame, and Saint King Flame. The Sage Flame was the lowest grade, equivalent to ancestors taking pity on you. So those who obtained the Sage Flame were placed in an awkward position, and it was no different from being shamed in public. It was an old tradition to be shamed in the conferring ceremony if you obtained a Sage Flame. Whoever obtains the Sage Flame would be a laughingstock, and the peak they came from would also be mocked. The King Flame was the minimum to be acknowledged, but those with King Flame couldn't be accepted as a saint's disciple. Only those who obtained the Saint Flame could be considered outstanding, possessing a wisp of possibility to become a saint's disciple and be considered monstrous geniuses. Those with the Saint Sovereign Flame could be considered a genius of the century, receiving praises from all over. The Great Saint Flame was rare, Anyone who obtained it would instantly become the hot potato amongst saints, wanting to take them in as a disciple. As for the Saint King Flame, it had been centuries since it last appeared. Based on Yi Qingtian's performance, many people were optimistic about him obtaining the Saint Sovereign Flame, and there was a small possibility of him obtaining the Great Saint Flame. After all, Lin Yun had grasped the heavenly dome sword intent, enough for him to pull the distance with the other saint disciples. An exclamation suddenly resounded. When Luo Cheng opened his eyes, he obtained 2 specks of the Saint Flame from the golden and silver fishes. Everyone could see that his cultivation was rapidly rising, and a powerful aura swept out from him. Luo Cheng might have lost to Yi Qingtian, but he can still be considered a genius. Ha! Yi Qingtian was just lucky to receive help from his clan's seniors. In terms of talent, Luo Cheng is stronger than him. That's right, 2 specks of the Saint Flame. It appears that Luo Cheng has obtained a decent harvest. Luo Cheng's harvest made everyone from the Nether Orchid Courtyard happy, and even Bai Shuaying nodded. As the chief disciple of the Nether Orchid Courtyard, Bai Shuaying was naturally happy to see her junior brother obtaining a good result. But for some reason, her gaze briefly stopped on Luo Cheng before turning to Yi Qingtian. She was curious about Yi Qingtian's harvest. It wasn't because she had fallen for him, but was genuinely curious. On the altar, many peak masters were also waiting with anticipation. This feels great. Luo Cheng stood up with a rosy face. When he got up, he glanced at Yi Qingtian and sneered. As long as Yi Qingtian's harvest couldn't be compared to his, it would prove that Yi Qingtian was a piece of trash. At that time, he could cleanse the humiliation he suffered. When he walked past Lin Yun, Luo Cheng purposely let out a cold snort filled with provocation. Hasn't that fellow learned from his lesson? Hasn't he suffered enough defeat at the hands of senior brother? Just look at that disgusting smug on his face. Senior brother has the heavenly dome sword intent. How can he be inferior to Luo Cheng? The Indigo Thunder Peak's disciples unhappily muttered. Chen Feng didn't say anything because he was feeling nervous right now. After all, no one could determine the outcome before everything ends. Half an incense of time later, most of the saint disciples were done. Most of them obtained the King Flame, with some obtaining the Saint Flame. There weren't many who obtained the Sage Flame. Right then, a dazzling golden radiance shone out from the altar with a beam of light soaring to the sky. The pillar of light reached 800 feet, and auspicious clouds appeared in the sky within a 10-mile radius. The golden fish representing the heavenly sword's inheritance spat out a ball of golden flame the size of a fist. When the golden flame flew out, it descended onto the Daoyang Palace's Chunjun, Saint Sovereign Flame. Senior Brother Chun obtained the Saint Sovereign Flame. A monstrous genius has finally appeared at this conferring ceremony. Look, Senior Brother Chen's sword intent will make a breakthrough. Exclamations resounded from the surroundings as everyone's gazes fell on Chunjun. Chunjun's quasi-heavenly dome sword intent broke through the boundaries and reached the heavenly dome sword intent in a split second. This showed the benefits one could obtain from the Saint Sovereign Flame. But that wasn't the end. Chunjun's cultivation also made a breakthrough, reaching the 5th channel of the profound death stage under everyone's gazes. When he reopened his eyes, his face was plastered with a smile. The heavenly dome sword intent. This is the actual heavenly dome sword intent? Chen Jun inwardly muttered. He now understood how Lin Yun trounced him. After all, there was a massive difference between the quasi-heavenly dome sword intent and heavenly dome sword intent. But he had now grasped the heavenly dome sword intent, not to mention he also made a breakthrough in his cultivation. He was confident that he could win if he fought Yi Qingtian again. Daoyang Palace's saint disciple, Chun Jun, is grateful for the ancestor's gift. Chen Jun went down on one knee and kowtowed in the direction of the altar 3 times before leaving the altar. When he passed by the Indigo Thunder Peak's disciples, he stopped and raised his head. When the ceremony ends, I will fight with Yi Qingtian again. Isn't it just the heavenly dome sword intent? I happen to have grasped it as well. Everyone from the Indigo Thunder Peak, including Chun Feng, immediately cowered and lowered their heads. Ha! A bunch of garbage. Jun sneered with disdain before leaving. After he left, only then did the Indigo Thunder Peak's disciples slowly raise their heads. That fellow is too arrogant. He obtained the Saint's sovereign flame. Doesn't it mean that Senior Brother won't be able to defeat him if he doesn't obtain the Saint's sovereign flame? That fellow is too lucky. He even made a breakthrough in his cultivation. Everyone from the Indigo Thunder Peak lowered their heads in depression after they became intimidated by Jun's aura. Chun Feng whispered, "Don't panic. Senior Brother is still on the altar. Ha ha ha. Yi Qingtian is doomed. Jun is going to rise this time, making a breakthrough in his cultivation and sword intent. It might be thanks to Yi Qingtian. Without that loss and witnessing the power of the heavenly dome sword intent, he might not have been able to grasp the Saint's sovereign flame. The golden radiance was 100 feet, and the auspicious cloud reached 10 miles. Jun's Saint's sovereign flame had caused an uproar outside, bringing the atmosphere in the conferring ceremony to a new height. Everyone was waiting to see what level of sacred flame Yi Qingtian could obtain, and many people began to lose their patience. As time gradually flowed, more people began to leave the Dao field. Before they knew it, Yi Qingtian was the only person left on the altar, while everyone else had received their sacred flame. Even those with a weaker talent have obtained a sage flame, but many people have lost their patience when dusk came. Weird. Even if his talent is terrible, he should at least obtain the sage flame. Who knows? Didn't I say that Yi Qingtian is fortunate? His cultivation and sword intent don't belong to him. How can the ancestors possibly bestow any inheritance to someone like him? His qualification as the saint disciple should be taken from him. Yi Qingtian, stop wasting time and get down. Come down. More people began to echo, and their voices soon formed into a wave. After all, Yi Qingtian sat there for a long time. The conferring ceremony started in the afternoon, and dusk was already arriving. Even the peak masters on the altar had doubts on their faces. In my opinion, Yi Qingtian must have an issue. The Wind Origin Quasi-Saint spoke up. His cultivation and sword intent might not belong to him but instilled into him by the seniors of his clan. In addition to his vile character, it's not surprising that the ancestors don't want to bestow him with any sacred flame. Although there isn't a precedent, it doesn't mean this is impossible. The other peak masters echoed. Saint Elder. This might be a sign that the ancestors have determined that Yi Qingtian cannot become a saint disciple. This isn't a small issue. The ancestors are angry, and this is no different from being disrespectful to the ancestors. More voices echoed in agreement, making the Indigo Thunder Peak master nervous. He said, "Saint Elder, let's wait a little longer." Looking at the anxiety on the Indigo Thunder Peak master's face, the Wind Origin Quasi-Saint rejoiced in his heart. But then Saint Elder said, "Let's wait for another half an incense of time. If the ancestors don't accept him, I'll take him in." The Indigo Thunder Peak master felt relieved and said, "Thank you, Saint Elder." The other peak masters were shocked because Saint Elder held too high a hope for Yi Qingtian. Silence! Saint Elder raised his head and roared, suppressing the surrounding voices. With that, everyone died down. No matter how unhappy they were with Yi Qingtian, none dared to stand against Saint Elder. But as time passed, Lin Yun stood unmoving and completely isolated from the outside world. When the time was about to end, the Indigo Thunder Peak master became increasingly nervous, constantly wiping the sweat on his head. The other peak masters also whispered amongst each other, finding this situation strange. But only Saint Elder was quietly waiting. "Saint Elder, time's up," the Origin Wind Quasi-Saint said. Right then, the two fishes sank on the altar, and the heavenly Tao sacred flame was extinguished. The sky suddenly became dark. This scene shocked everyone as a terrifying aura spread out from the depths of the altar. What's going on? Everyone was shocked because they had never seen this scene before. Just when everyone felt uneasy, sounds of Tao echoed from above the sky of the altar. When the sounds of Tao echoed, everyone could hear it as it rumbled like thunder. It was weird because none of them felt discomfort, even though the sound was loud. It felt as though they had gained enlightenment, and many of them gained enlightenment on the spot, including the peak masters on the altar. When everyone came to their senses, they all had shock on their faces. How is this possible? The sound of Tao. That's the sound of Tao. A blue radiance. This has never appeared before. But the heavenly Tao sacred flame is extinguished. Those who felt that Yi Qing Tian wouldn't gain any acknowledgement were stumped, looking at the direction of the altar with their eyes wide open. The golden and silver fishes manifested by the heavenly Tao sacred flame had disappeared, but a blue aura was spreading out. This left Saint Elder, who was on the altar, dumbfounded. He was experienced and had participated in hundreds of conferring ceremonies. But he had never seen this before. The blue aura soon manifested into blue flames before soaring to the sky. A brief moment later, it dyed the clouds within 100 miles of radius in blue. When the blue radiance shone down, all the buildings around the heavenly Tao altar were dyed blue, and this phenomenon soon alarmed the entire heavenly Tao sect. When the disciples of the 2 peaks, 3 courtyards, and 108 peaks saw this scene, they raised their heads to look at the sky with shock filling their pupils. Blue clouds covering 100 miles. What sort of phenomenon is this? This phenomenon was shocking and even attracted the attention of those Saint Elders in seclusion. A person hovered above the nether orchid courtyard, looking at the altar's direction. This person was naturally one of the 3 sword saints within the Eastern Desolation, the heavenly Jade Sword Saint. She wore a white robe that made her look pure and clean. She was also emitting a faint radiance that concealed herself, since she didn't want to attract too much attention. Only the peak masters and Saint Elder on the altar could see her. "We greet Martial Ant." All the peak masters bowed, but only Saint Elder nodded his head. But the heavenly Jade Sword Saint didn't reply. Her gaze was on the altar before turning to Lin Yun. She muttered, "Yi Qing Tian?" The Indigo Thunder Peak Master quickly said, "Reporting to Martial Ant, that brat is a newly conferred saint disciple of my Indigo Thunder Peak. I know him. He's pretty talented, and I noticed he has grasped the heavenly dome sword intent some time ago," said the heavenly Jade Sword Saint. When the Peak Masters heard what the heavenly Jade Sword Saint said, they were shocked because they didn't expect that Yi Qing Tian had long caught the attention of the heavenly Jade Sword Saint. The Indigo Thunder Peak Master nodded his head with a gratified expression. On the other hand, the Wind Origin Quasi-Saint wore an awkward expression, unable to accept this result. But before the heavenly Jade Sword Saint, he didn't dare to say a word. The heavenly Jade Sword Saint was one of the 3 sword saints of the Eastern Desolation, and she had a high position within the heavenly Tao sect, far beyond quasi-saints like him. After all, what the heavenly Jade Sword Saint said was no different from praising him. "Martial Ant, what's that blue aura? Why have we never seen it before?" Peak Master asked. "You guys don't have to care about that. Long Yun, what do you think of him?" Long Yun was the name of the Saint Elder, and no one dared to call him by his name, aside from the heavenly Jade Sword Saint. This was because he had a high cultivation, even amongst all the Saint Elders. Before Martial Ant came, he said that he'd beat me up in the future if I dared to deny his qualification to become a saint disciple, said Saint Elder Long Yun. "Oh," the heavenly Jade Sword Saint smiled. "I believe that's something he would say, and only he would dare to say something like that." She didn't stay for long and left swiftly. "What's wrong with senior brother?" Chen Feng asked. He naturally didn't expect Yi Qing Tian to cause such a huge commotion. As the sounds of Tao became even louder, it soon manifested into a dragon roar that rippled like a shockwave. 3 blue flames appeared, manifesting into blue dragons that entered Lin Yun's Violet Palace. Shortly after, a powerful aura swept out from Lin Yun's body, and the blue radiance manifested into an energy sphere that enveloped him. Densely packed runes appeared on the blue energy sphere with swords hovering in the sky around the sphere. Shortly after, the runes and swords entered his body. Before anyone could come to their senses, Lin Yun made a breakthrough in his cultivation, reaching the pinnacle 3rd channel of the profound death stage. What grade are those 3 blue dragons' sacred flames considered as? the Indigo Thunder Peak exclaimed. A phenomenon of this level is simply unheard of. How did that brat manage to do it? He and the other peak masters were also dumbfounded as they looked at Saint Elder Long Yun. The 4th grade, and it can be comparable to the Saint Sovereign Flame, Long Yun explained. The eyes of the Indigo Thunder Peak master flickered. He felt that Saint Elder knew something, and the grade of Lin Yun's sacred flame wasn't just at the Saint Sovereign Flame. It might involve some secrets, so Saint Elder wanted to handle this matter in a low profile. Thus, the Indigo Thunder Peak Master no longer asked questions about it. The entire Heavenly Tao altar was covered in an uproar, and this scene excited everyone from the Indigo Thunder Peak. Chun Feng yelled, 3 strands of blue dragon's sacred flames. This proves our senior brother is the best in today's conferring ceremony. Only he can be considered a true genius. Those who belittled and yelled for Yi Qingtian to get lost earlier were filled with envy. Even if they didn't know the origin of the blue dragon's sacred flame, even an idiot could tell that it wasn't on the same level as Chun Jun's Saint Sovereign Flame. As for Luo Chang, he looked no different from a clown at this moment after provoking Yi Qingtian when he had obtained a mere Saint Flame. Damn it! What's going on? It's simply unheard of. Luo Chang couldn't help cursing. He had only obtained the acknowledgement of a Saint Flame and could barely be considered outstanding. But he was nothing compared to Yi Qingtian. Does this mean that I will be suppressed by Yi Qingtian in the future? Thinking about it, Luo Cheng's face became ugly. 1 year ago, Yi Qingtian was still a piece of garbage. But now he had to look up to him. How could Luo Cheng possibly accept this? It didn't matter if he could accept it. As Lin Yun slowly opened his eyes, Luo Cheng hoped that this was a dream, hoped that everything would disappear when he reopened his eyes. Meanwhile, Lin Yun could sense countless gazes from the surroundings, leaving him shocked. He had no idea what was happening, but he discovered 3 strands of the blue dragon sacred flames within his violet palace. Every single strand of the flames contained an ancient and powerful aura. Blue dragon sacred flames? Which grade is this considered? Lin Yun was shocked and raised his head to look at the altar. Saint Elder had long left, and the Indigo Thunder Peak Master nodded his head with a smile before leaving. Weird. Why is their sword intent hidden within the sacred flames? It doesn't feel connected to the Heavenly Sword and Tao Sword. Lin Yun looked at Heavenly Sword Mountain and Tao Sword Mountain. The 2 mountains were massive, but he couldn't sense any response from the sacred flames within his body against those 2 mountains. Yi Qingtian, pretty impressive, Chen Jun said with a cold expression. He thought his result was the best with 2 strands of Saint Sovereign Flame, but everyone instantly forgot him after Lin Yun obtained his sacred flame. Hehe. Senior brother, he only obtained the Saint Sovereign Flame. He even declared he would step on you after the conferring ceremony with his newly obtained Heavenly Dome Sword intent. Chun Feng smiled, and the other Indigo Thunder Peak's disciples also looked at Chun Jun with mockery. They were previously afraid of Chun Jun, but no more. Chun Jun's face froze because he initially planned on leaving, but he was forced to stand out now. He initially wanted to briefly provoke Yi Qingtian before leaving, but he never expected those from Indigo Thunder Peak would immediately expose him. Oh! Lin Yun turned to look at Chen Jun with a playful smile. The corner of Chen Jun's lip twitched, and he coldly said, Yi Qingtian, don't think too highly of yourself. We have both obtained the Saint Sovereign Flame and possess the Heavenly Dome Sword intent. Not to mention that my cultivation is higher than yours. Why don't we have some fun then? Lin Yun replied in an indifferent tone. Sure, I'll fulfill your wish, since you're asking to be humiliated. Half a month from now, on the Windcloud stage. Chen Jun sneered. To be honest, Chen Jun was a little afraid, so he set the date to half a month from now. It was mainly because the phenomenon created by Yi Qingtian was too terrifying, and Chen Jun had no confidence. But it would be a different story half a month after he got used to his Heavenly Dome Sword intent and asked for advice from the Daoyang Palace's senior brothers. Why wait half a month? I'm allowing you to humiliate me now. Lin Yun smiled. Chun Jun immediately lost it and coldly said, Yi Qingtian, I'm at the 5th channel of the Profound Death stage. If I use my full strength, I'm afraid I might not be able to hold my strength back. When he was done, he released his cultivation and unleashed a terrifying aura, with hundreds of sword auras coiling around him. Under the empowerment of his heavenly dome sword intent, the sword ray he gave off became dazzling. The faces of all the disciples present changed, and they quickly retreated with fear lingering within their pupils. You're nothing but an ant trying to shake a tree. Lin Yun raised his hand and pushed forth, instantly causing all the sword auras to collapse, and Qin Jun was sent flying back. When he crashed against a stone pillar again, his outcome was even more severe, with his face becoming pale and falling on his knees. This is impossible. Chen Jun raised his head to look at Lin Yun with fear reflected within his pupils. He never expected that Yi Qingtian would be so strong. If his heavenly dome sword intent was a sapling, Lin Yun's heavenly dome sword intent was like a towering tree. This scene also left everyone dumbfounded, unable to figure out what happened. Chun Jun, who was at the 5th channel of the profound death stage and grasped the heavenly dome sword intent, was easily defeated by Yi Qingtian. Just what happened in the past year? Bai Shuang's pupils shone brightly. She felt that Yi Qingtian was deep and unfathomable. A piece of garbage managed to rise after 1 year? A clear voice resounded as a youth with a robust figure stepped forth. He strolled to the stone pillar and helped Qin Jun from the ground. Although he didn't circulate his dragon origin, everyone could sense that the tremendous pressure that was coming from him was like a volcano. Senior brother Zhang, you're back. Qin Jun rejoiced when he saw this person. Senior brother Zhang. Even the depressed Luo Cheng ran over in excitement. On the other hand, those from the Indigo Thunder Peak panicked, with their faces becoming pale. Chan Feng muttered, "Why is this madman back?" While everyone was shocked, more people walked over to Zhang Yu, and the atmosphere became lively. Senior brother Zhang is back. Finally, someone who can teach Yi Qingtian a lesson. He had already gotten on my nerves. Zhang Yu wasn't only a saint disciple but also a saint's disciple. This meant that his master was a significant figure within the heavenly Dao sect. Zhang Yu was strong before becoming a saint disciple and was ranked within the top 10 amongst the saint disciples in the Daoyang Palace. He was young, and his name was on the Eastern Desolation's king ranking. Most importantly, he had a feud with Yi Qingtian. When Yi Qingtian was expelled from the sect a year ago, Zhang Yu taught Yi Qingtian a lesson outside the heavenly Dao sect, nearly crippling the latter. It was rumored that Yi Qingtian's dragon pulses were nearly severed, and he left the heavenly Dao sect by crawling. Zhang Yu. Lin Yun raised his head when he heard this name. He had heard this name multiple times within the heavenly Dao sect and finally saw the person in question now. Senior brother, let's go, Chen Feng said with his head lowered. Lin Yun was looking at Zhang Yu. The latter was pretty decent to reach the nirvana stage at his age, but he wasn't too sure how far Zhang Yu had gone at the nirvana stage. He should be lower than the 3rd transformation of the nirvana stage, which was already terrifying. Leaving so soon? You're not planning to greet me? Zhang Yu said with a playful smile. We greet senior brother Zhang. Chun Feng cupped his hands together. It's your turn, Yi Qingtian. Do you remember what you said a year ago? I don't mind reminding you, if you've forgotten. I remembered you said that you'll bark like a dog and kowtow whenever you see me in the future. Zhang Yu smiled. He was arrogant and had no intentions of giving Yi Qingtian any face. His words naturally caused an uproar, and they all turned to look at Yi Qingtian with playful gazes. They wanted to see how Yi Qingtian would resolve this matter today. Senior brother Zhang, that person was flirting with Bai Shuang at the Nether Orchid Courtyard when you were not around, Luo Cheng said. I already heard about that, and that's why I'm here. It appears that Yi Qingtian has a poor memory, Zhang Yu coldly said. As he spoke, he took a step forth, instantly making all the disciples within the surrounding excited because Zhang Yu was personally going to make a move. Lin Yun had proven his strength, but no one was optimistic about him facing Zhang Yu. After all, Zhang Yu was a saint's disciple, which meant he could cultivate in the heavenly will pagoda. This was why he could reach the nirvana stage at a young age. Zhang Yu wasn't weak in his martial intent, either. Aside from that, Zhang Yu even possessed the heavenly flame spirit physique, and he could be considered a monstrous genius within the Eastern Desolation. Everyone from the Indigo Thunder Peak was frightened and didn't dare to utter a word. But Lin Yun glanced at Zhang Yu and replied, "It's true that I don't have a good memory, and I've forgotten what happened a year ago. But who do you think you are? Get lost? Or I don't mind embarrassing you before senior sister Bai." Lin Yun's words instantly caused an uproar, and everyone looked at Lin Yun as though they were looking at a madman. Holy shit! What did I just hear? Yi Qingtian asked Zhang Yu to get lost. Did he think he's invincible after obtaining the 3 stands of Blue Dragon Sacred Flame? Senior brother Zhang is at the Nirvana stage and a saint's disciple. Lin Yun's words naturally caused an uproar, leaving all the Dao Yang Palace's disciples dumbfounded. Senior brother Zhang, you don't have to dirty your hands on someone like him. I'll teach him a lesson on your behalf. A saint disciple from the Dao Yang Palace stood out. His name was Zhang Yi. He had long become a saint disciple 3 years ago, and his cultivation was at the pinnacle 7th channel of the profound death stage. He might not be comparable to a saint's disciple, but he was pretty powerful amongst the saint disciples. The fact that he was at the pinnacle of the profound death stage alone was shocking enough. As he stepped forth, his hand manifested into a claw, and a ferocious bird appeared behind him. This was the Azure Bird, a saint beast. Azure Bird's sky-tearing claw. This was a ghost spirit martial technique of the Dao Yang Palace, derived from the ancient beast, the Azure Bird. There were rumors that the Dao Yang Palace had an Azure Bird painting. So practicing the Azure Bird sky-tearing claw by observing the Azure Bird painting would bring the power of this technique to a new height. When the Azure Bird spread its wings, fine cracks appeared in the surrounding air. This was a powerful martial technique. One would be torn into pieces if they weren't careful. This technique was the bane of all body-refining cultivators, and it was effective against swordsmanship as well. As long as Zhang Yi could comprehend the Azure Bird intent, he would be fearless against sword intent. Even a sharp sword intent would be torn into pieces before this martial technique. Zhang Yi intended to use his martial techniques and cultivation advantage to suppress Yi Qingtian. Even if Yi Qingtian could block his attack, he could quickly follow up and aim to suppress him. He didn't believe Yi Qingtian could shatter his claw with one strike. Looks pretty terrifying, but it's a pity that you're lacking in the Azure Bird intent. It's sufficient to deal with the weak, but it's nothing but a joke before a true expert. Lin Yun calmly commented and reached out with his hand. When 2 sword rays were shot out from his fingertips, the eyes of the Azure Bird behind Zhang Yi were instantly blinded, making the Azure Bird scream out in pain. "Kneel and submit to me." Lin Yun reached out and executed the Azure Dragon Grasp. A mighty Azure Dragon's aura spread out as a thunderstorm vortex appeared on his palm. Before anyone could look closer, Lin Yun waved his hand down, and the Azure Bird fell to the ground under the dragon aura. Zhang Yi was horrified that he could no longer control the Azure Bird's sky-tearing claw and was suffocating under the immense pressure. He clearly had a higher cultivation than Lin Yun, but Lin Yun easily suppressed him. When he tried to resist, Lin Yun loosened his grasp and made Zhang Yi throw out a mouthful of blood before he was sent flying away. This was like Lin Yun pressing down on his head, and he was trying his best to resist. But when Lin Yun suddenly let go, he was naturally sent flying away under his strength. When he got back up, the Azure Bird phenomenon had shattered, and his face had become pale. The surroundings immediately fell silent as everyone took a deep breath while looking at Yi Qingtian. Zhang Yi's cultivation was much higher than Yi Qingtian's, but Yi Qingtian easily toyed with Zhang Yi like an adult messing around with a kid. This was too terrifying, and this had far exceeded their imagination. Yi Qingtian. When everyone was shocked, Zhang Yi dashed forth and no longer suppressed his cultivation. The pressure he gave off was terrifying. After all, he was 4 channels higher than Lin Yun's cultivation. Seeing Zhang Yi charging forth, Lin Yun took a deep breath and circulated the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra. As black petals flew out from his body, they formed a black flower that swiftly expanded. By the time Zhang Yi got close, he had circulated the 8th stage of the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra to the limit. The flower had 72 petals, and Lin Yun's nether energy easily corroded the dragon origin around Zhang Yi. But that wasn't all. Lin Yun then summoned the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Cauldron from the Dragon Origin Ocean, and a terrifying power gushed out, filling his body. As a crimson demonic light flashed across Lin Yun's pupils, he clasped his hands together before pushing his right palm forth. When Lin Yun's palm came in contact with Zhang Yi's palm, the latter threw out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying away. But Lin Yun was unmoving and was enveloped in nether energy. Everyone in the surroundings was shocked because they never expected that Zhang Yi would lose from a frontal confrontation. The only explanation was that Yi Qingtian was stronger than Zhang Yi and could fight the latter, who was 4 channels above him. The Divine Firmament Sword Sutra. Did the Azure River Sword Saint teach him that? I thought this Sword Sutra was hard to practice. So how did Yi Qingtian reach so high in it? This is too terrifying. A brief moment later, a series of commotions came from the surroundings, and they all looked at Lin Yun with disbelief. He was only at the 3rd channel of the profound death stage and had just become a saint disciple. So how strong would he become if he became a saint's disciple? Everyone could feel their scalps becoming numb, and they didn't dare to think about it. Yi Qingtian has undergone countless difficulties, and he has transformed, breaking through the cocoon and soaring to the sky. He's no longer a piece of trash now, an old man outside the Daofield side. The faces of the profound Maiden Courtyard's disciples turned red, with their pupils shining brightly. This was because Yi Qingtian was too strong in their eyes. Not only did he transform, he even rose from despair. How many people could accomplish that? Yi Qingtian, I have belittled you. Let us have some fun. Then, Zhang Yu sneered. Zhang Yu, how shameless can you be? A voice resounded, coming from someone that no one had expected. Not long later, the voice's owner came to Lin Yun's side. The voice's owner was Miao Yin, the disciple of the profound Maiden Courtyard's serene dust great saint. Everyone was shocked when they saw Miao Yin coming over to Yi Qingtian's side, and even Bai Shuang was surprised. Who in the Heavenly Dao sect didn't know that Yi Qingtian was a lecher? He was so notorious that even several saint elders have heard of him, and he was known as the shame of the sect. Even if he had an outstanding appearance, which woman dared to stand beside him in public? But Miao Yin stood out for him and even stood by his side, which shocked everyone. Lin Yun was also surprised and even wondered if his identity had been exposed. But that made no sense because Yi Xinyan would have transmitted her voice to him if his identity had been exposed. This meant that Yi Xinyan had a speculation, but she didn't dare to confirm it. But as long as there was a wisp of possibility, she wouldn't allow Zhang Yu to suppress Lin Yun. It was like how she protected him back at the Firmament Sword Pavilion, bearing it all. As memories began to surface within Lin Yun's mind, Lin Yun felt heartache, for some reason, and a strong urge to reconcile with Yi Xinyan. But the more he felt, the more he suppressed himself. Even if Yi Xinyan stood beside him, he didn't even dare to take a peek at Yi Xinyan. Zhang Yu was also stunned and even suspected that he was dreaming. He couldn't figure out why the profound maiden would stand with Yi Qingtian. After a long silence, he asked, Profound Maiden Miao Yin, what did you just say? You're a saint's disciple at the Nirvana stage, and yet you want to move against a newly conferred saint disciple in public. How shameless can you be? Yi Xinyan raised her head. The surroundings fell into silence. It wasn't because no one had considered that problem, but they overlooked it. After all, Yi Qingtian was a lowlife lecher in their eyes, and no one would care if someone taught him a lesson. Zhang Yu's face sank. He naturally knows shame and wouldn't make a move if it was someone else. But it was a different case for Yi Qingtian because no one had said a word when he taught Yi Qingtian a lesson in the past. Hearing the surrounding discussions, Zhang Yu's face became uneasy, and he roared, Profound Maiden Miao Yin, you have always been prideful. Why are you standing out against me today? Don't tell me that you fancy that brat. Zhang Yu, shut your nonsense, Miao Yin said furiously. How is that nonsense? Otherwise, why are you standing out for him? Don't tell me you guys already had an affair in the dark. Zhang Yu sneered. Lin Yun squinted his eyes with chill flashing across his pupils because Zhang Yu was courting death. But Zhang Yu wasn't bothered by that, and wore a playful smile. The profound maiden Miao Yin is beautiful, and you have plenty of people chasing after you. But I never expected that you'd fall for someone like him. Don't tell me that this lecher did something to you. His smile was filled with sinister mockery, and many people echoed along with him. The heavenly Tao sect had 3 beauties. Bai Shuang was a heroic beauty. Miao Yin was famed for her outstanding appearance, voluptuous figure, and ethereal and fairy-like temperament. She naturally became the dream lover of many people, not to mention that the profound maiden courtyard allowed their disciples to get married. So Zhang Yu's words naturally sent many people into a frenzy. Far away, Bai Shuang furrowed her brows with disgust being revealed within her pupils. What Zhang Yu did was absolutely disgusting to her. Zhang Yu, what nonsense are you talking about? Don't humiliate our senior sister without any evidence. How can there be someone as disgusting as you? Humph, you look more like a lecher in my eyes. Where did you get the guts to comment about senior brother Yi? The disciples of the profound maiden courtyard stood out upon seeing Miao Yin being bullied. This instantly placed Zhang Yu in a difficult position and forced him to retreat. Dao Yang Palace's Zhang Yu, remember what you said today. A cold voice resounded, and everyone could sense the surrounding temperature falling. The one who spoke was Lin Yun, and he coldly looked at Zhang Yu before leaving. Before he left the Dao field, he threw a punch at the stone pillar that was beside him, causing the stone pillar to cave in and the entire ground to tremble. The sound produced was reverberating within the eardrums. Xianxia turned around and fell into deep thought when she saw this scene. After all the profound maiden courtyard's disciples left, Chun Jun's face was pale, and he said, "Senior brother, the Yi Qingtian today is terrifying. So what can he do about it? He's just a piece of garbage. What can he do to me? If Miao Yin didn't stand out today, I would have made him beg on his knees," Zhang Yu said with disdain. "Well, that's for sure. Senior brother is at the nirvana stage, and you can easily crush him to death like an ant," Qin Jun said. But Zhang Yu was still furious and coldly snorted. "Consider him lucky this time. Let's hope he doesn't run into me in the future." Lin Yun had just walked out and briefly paused before quickening his footsteps. When Lin Yun returned to the Indigo Thunder Peak, Lil Purple was terrified when she saw Lin Yun's facial expression. It had been a long time since she saw Lin Yun's face so ugly, and she quickly asked, "What's the matter?" Lin Yun simply explained what happened at the Dao field to Lil Purple. "What do you plan to do?" Lil Purple knew Lin Yun's temper, and Zhang Yu would normally be taught a lesson if Lin Yun made a move on the spot. But since Lin Yun endured it, Zhang Yu's outcome would be terrible once he made his move. When Lin Yun whispered his plan to Lil Purple's ears, her eyes gradually lit up before she laughed. Lin Yun, you're so bad." But despite saying that, Lil Purple had excitement on her face, and she rubbed her hands together. "When are we going to start?" "Tonight." Lin Yun raised his head. I like how decisive you are. I'll go and scout the place with Lil Red," Lil Purple said in a hurry. "There's no need to hurry. Let me get some paper," Lin Yun said. When he prepared all the paper, he said, "You write it." "Write what?" "I'll recite and you write. I am incredibly impressed by the heroism you displayed on the Dao field today, and I'm grateful for what you said on my behalf. To be honest, Shuang has long taken a fancy to you. I have suppressed my feelings for years, and I'm vexed about that. I hope that we can spend the night together in a place where no one is around." Lil Purple could feel her scalp tingling after hearing what Lin Yun said, and she commented, "It sounds really disgusting. Carry on writing. Tonight, when the moon is high, we'll meet at—" Lin Yun continued after glaring at Lil Purple. Lil Purple wrote seriously. Her handwriting was feminine because she was a woman. In the end, she signed it with Bai Shuang's name. This letter is cheesy. I'm afraid that he won't fall for it," Lil Purple said with her eyes squinted. "Oh, and pluck a strand of hair as well." "Never mind. I'll do it myself." Before Lil Purple could respond, Lin Yun plucked a strand of hair from her. "Ouch, that hurts." Lil Purple pouted her lips while rubbing her head. But Lin Yun ignored her complaint and placed the strand of hair with the letter. He said, "All right, you can go now, and keep in mind to be cautious." "Humph. You don't have to worry about that since I'm personally making a move. Tonight, I'll scout the entire Dao Yang Palace." Lil Purple was excited about the mission she was given and quickly ran out of Lin Yun's courtyard with Lil Red. After Lin Yun stowed the letter, he headed to the Indigo Thunder Peak's main hall and met the Indigo Thunder Peak Master, who was cultivating with his eyes closed. The Indigo Thunder Peak Master opened his eyes and asked, "Yi Qingtian, how did you know that I was here? The other Peak Masters already left, and yet only you stayed behind. You're signaling that you have something to tell me?" Lin Yun casually said as he sat down. "I never realized you're pretty smart." Indigo Thunder Peak Master sighed. "That's because you've never intended to take a look at me in the past." Lin Yun smiled. That was the truth because the Indigo Thunder Peak Master was at the 9th stage of the Quasi-Saint Realm and was only one step away from reaching the Saint Realm. Not to mention Yi Qingtian, the Indigo Thunder Peak Master, probably wouldn't be bothered about the other Saint disciples on Indigo Thunder Peak. "I already knew about the matter with Xianxia. He won't dare to do anything to you within the Heavenly Dao sect, but don't be carried away by your emotions." The Indigo Thunder Peak Master changed the topic. "Peak Master, what are you talking about? He's a saint disciple at the Nirvana stage, and I'll be fortunate if he doesn't come to look for me. So why would I possibly be impulsive?" Lin Yun smiled. "It's good that you know, but..." The Indigo Thunder Peak Master smiled, nodding his head. For some reason, he wasn't relieved about Yi Qingtian, especially when he heard that Yi Qingtian nearly lost his temper today. When he left the Dao field, he even broke a stone pillar with a punch. Those stone pillars might not be saint artifacts, but they were empowered with saint runes. That also made him feel weird because the Yi Qingtian he knew was arrogant, and he wouldn't have any reservations about teasing by Shuang. But why did he lose his temper when it came to Miao Yin? It was so unlike him to be so righteous. "But what?" Lin Yun smiled with a wink, but his facial expression was serious. "Forget about it. I'll stop beating around the bush," said the Indigo Thunder Peak Master. "Elder Long Yun wishes to take you in as his disciple." "Who's he?" Lin Yun asked curiously. "The Saint Elder who hosted the conferring ceremony today. You even threatened that you'd give him a beating in the future. What's the matter? You forgot about it so quickly." The Indigo Thunder Peak Master teased with a smile on his face. Lin Yun was dumbfounded when he heard that and had no idea how to respond. "Don't look down on him. He's a great saint," said the Indigo Thunder Peak Master when he saw that Lin Yun wasn't replying. When he heard that, Lin Yun's teacup fell onto the ground. Then he muttered, "He's a great saint?" He was utterly dumbfounded and could feel a chill run down his spine because he was arrogant during the day. He couldn't believe that he publicly declared that he would give a great saint a beating in the future. He now knew why everyone looked at him as if they were looking at a fool back then. What he said wasn't just courting death but was no different from digging a grave for himself. "Look at how terrified you are. Don't tell me that you thought that he's only a Saint Lord? Even a Saint Lord can easily crush you to death, but the Dragon Origin Great Saint won't lower himself to your level," the Indigo Thunder Peak Master said with disdain. "The other Peak Masters were criticizing you when you couldn't obtain the Sacred Flame back then, asking to have you removed from the altar. But the Dragon Origin Great Saint said that if the ancestors didn't accept you, he'd take you in as his disciple," instantly shutting everyone's mouths. Lin Yun's facial expression immediately became awkward when he heard that. He never expected the Saint Elder holding the ceremony to be a great saint, nor that he would have such a vast breadth of mind. After hearing what the Indigo Thunder Peak Master said, Lin Yun couldn't help feeling ashamed for what he did during the day. The moment he accepts you as his disciple, you will immediately become a saint's disciple. The greatest benefit of becoming a saint's disciple is that you can go to the Heavenly Wheel Pagoda. The Indigo Thunder Peak Master continued. In the Heavenly Wheel Pagoda, cultivating there for a month is only equivalent to 15 minutes in the outside world. Lin Yun was alarmed to hear that the Heavenly Dao sect had a time-space treasure, and he exclaimed, "There's such a treasure in the Heavenly Dao sect?" He had only heard of time-space treasures before and never expected that Holy Lands possessed them. You're only an inner disciple in the past, and there are many secrets you're unaware of. The treatment of a saint's disciple is different. Without the heavenly will pagoda, how do you think those saints' disciples can reach the nirvana stage at such a young age? The Indigo Thunder Peak Master continued. Furthermore, you'll become the disciple of a great saint at that time, so you naturally have a higher position than the disciples of Saint Lords. Lin Yun fell silent because the Dragon Origin Great Saint was a great person, placing him in a difficult position. If he didn't take the Radiant Sword Saint as his master, he naturally wouldn't mind letting the Dragon Origin Great Saint become his master. Not to mention that this great saint didn't mind his disrespectful behavior during the day. But Lin Yun pondered briefly and replied, "Let me consider it." But his reply immediately made the Indigo Thunder Peak Master glare at him. He furiously said, "What's the matter? Don't tell me that even a great saint isn't qualified to become your master. How is that possible? Humph, you also won't dare to do that. Look for the Dragon Origin Great Saint within 3 days, and prepare a gift during your visit. Don't let a great saint come and look for you. If that happens, I won't let you off so easily, even if Xianxia doesn't come and look for you." The Indigo Thunder Peak Master waved his hand in annoyance when he saw the reluctance on Lin Yun's face. "Get lost. You don't know what's right for you, and remember what I said." Standing up, Lin Yun suddenly thought of something and asked, "Peak Master, what's the matter with the blue dragon's sacred flames I received?" The Indigo Thunder Peak Master squinted his eyes and smiled, stroking his beard. "I don't know about that, but the Dragon Origin Great Saint knows something about it. So you can ask him yourself if you want to know about it." He had some speculations about the blue dragon's sacred flames, but he was afraid that Yi Qingtian wouldn't go look for the Dragon Origin Great Saint if he was told. So he kept the information from him, letting Yi Qingtian ask the Dragon Origin Great Saint himself. When Lin Yun left the hall, the Indigo Thunder Peak's voice resounded again, reminding him to visit the Dragon Origin Great Saint. This instantly made the corner of Lin Yun's lips twitch, and finally realized that the Indigo Thunder Peak Master was stingy. When night descended, the moon hung high in the clouds. When Lil Purple returned to Indigo Thunder Peak, she heard someone playing the flute. It was Lin Yun, who was playing the Phoenix Heart song on the roof. Upon seeing Lil Purple's return, Lin Yun stowed the Divine Indigo Jade Bamboo Flute and leaped down from the roof, and shared his conversation with the Indigo Thunder Peak Master with her. "The Heavenly Wheel Pagoda?" Lil Purple's eyes lit up and she said, "Go on and agree to it. Let's talk again in the future." "So, how was it?" Lin Yun asked. "It's naturally not an issue with me making a trip over." Lil Purple smiled. "It's not easy to enter the Daoyang Palace." "You're not boasting, right?" Lin Yun asked. "You naturally can't barge into the Daoyang Palace, but that doesn't mean you can't sneak in. There are flaws in the complicated spiritual runes. I'm not boasting, but no one in the Kunlun realm can be compared to me in regards to spiritual runes," Lil Purple said. Lin Yun didn't reply to that declaration. She might be invincible regarding the theory, but practicality was another issue. "But we can't move within the Daoyang Palace, and it'll be troublesome if we're found. There are at least 3 Saint Realm experts there, and we can't remain there for long," Lil Purple continued. "So we can lure him out." Lin Yun's eyes flashed with a cold light. He had already thought of how to deal with Xianxia. He took a silver mask from his interspatial bracelet and said, "Let's get going." When Lil Purple saw the mask, her eyes lit up, and she jumped up in excitement. "The Silver Moon Mask! I want it! I want it!" But Lin Yun merely smiled and raised the mask in the air. No matter how Lil Purple tried to jump, she couldn't reach it. Ultimately, she began to furiously hammer against Lin Yun. When Lin Yun put on the mask, his long hair grew to waist length and turned silver. Every strand of hair flickered with radiance, and his hair was smooth. Even his clothes turned silver, basking him in a layer of moonlight that made him seem cold and aloof. Lin Yun's transformation entirely stumped Lil Purple, but she fancied the Silver Moon Mask, out of all of Lin Yun's items, the most. When Lin Yun carried the sword box, He got Lil Purple and Lil Red to enter the sword box, then left. He used the divine tortoise transformation to conceal his aura. In addition to the silver moon mask, even a saint wouldn't be able to notice him if they weren't attentive enough. His existence was insignificant like a rock at this moment. Lin Yun, this way isn't to the Daoyang Palace. Where are you going? Lil Purple asked from the sword box. The Daoyang Palace was situated at the foot of the Dao Sword Mountain, and the two palaces were famous within the heavenly Dao sect. So how could anyone lose their way to the Daoyang Palace? Very quickly, Lil Purple knew where Lin Yun was going. He stopped outside the profound maiden courtyard. But after facing the strict guards, Lin Yun easily sneaked into the profound maiden courtyard after a brief observation. An hour later, after brief scouting, Lin Yun finally found Yi Xinyan's residence. She was the disciple of the Serene Dust Great Saint, and it wasn't hard to find her residence. Her residence was brightly lit, and he saw a shadow seated on the ground. This should be the place, Lin Yun muttered, looking at the residence from a tree. You're a scumbag. You looked so devoted to Bai Shuang just a moment ago, and yet you're going after profound maiden Miao Yi now. Lil Purple mocked from the Iris secret realm. But Lin Yun simply ignored her. He was forced to try and flirt with Bai Shuang because his identity would be exposed if he did nothing when he saw Bai Shuang. So he merely flirted with Bai Shuang to maintain his identity, and Lin Yun could sense that Bai Shuang was pretty annoyed with him. This was why he had no reservations, but it was a different story for Yi Xinyan. Yi Xinyan was his senior sister and the closest person to him in the profound Amber realm. Even without mentioning his relationship with Yi Xinyan, he promised Yi Xianxia that he would take care of her. So he wouldn't allow anyone to harm Yi Xinyan, and Zhang Yu had crossed his bottom line. Lin Yun took out a jade bottle that contained his prepared demigod wine. He briefly glanced at it before sneaking into the courtyard and left the jade bottle on the spiritual array before he came in contact with it. This commotion naturally alarmed Yi Xinyan, and she came out from her residence to see the jade bottle in her hand. But she was cautious and didn't open it. She was scouting her surroundings first. The demigod wine is rare, and she might not recognize it, Lil Purple said within the Iris secret realm. Her master is a great saint, so she recognizes it. You might as well tell her directly. Wait, do you know her? Lil Purple suddenly thought of something and began to gossip. She's my senior sister from the Firmament Sword Pavilion in the profound Amber realm. Lin Yun didn't explain much and left after he saw Yi Xinyan returning to her residence. Now that he had done what he wanted, he followed Lil Purple's route and sneaked into the Daoyang Palace. The Daoyang Palace was at the foot of the mountain, and the security here was higher than at the profound maiden courtyard. Occasionally, Lin Yun could sense a terrifying aura. Zhang Yu's residence was built on the requirement of a saint's disciple. Not only was it grand, but the density of spiritual energy here was also higher. When he entered the residence, he soon found Zhang Yu, and a cold light flashed across his pupils. Are you going to kill him? He's a saint's disciple, Lil Purple warned after she sensed the murderous intent Lin Yun gave off. It's easy to kill him, but I want him to lose what he cherishes the most. Lin Yun flicked his finger, and the paper shot through the window under the empowerment of his sword intent. Zhang Yu naturally sensed this and opened his eyes to grab the paper. He quickly released his senses and jumped through the window. Who is it? But no one was in the surrounding area. Lin Yun had long left. This made Zhang Yu fall into deep thoughts, and he opened the paper. His breathing became hurried when he read the paper, and his eyes shone even more brightly. I am incredibly impressed by the heroism you displayed on the Dao field today, and I'm grateful for what you said on my behalf. To be honest, Shuang has long taken a fancy to you. I have suppressed my feelings for years, and I'm vexed about that. I hope that we can spend the night together in a place where no one is around. Shuang is asking me out? Zhang Yu rejoiced, his face becoming red because this all felt like a dream. Although it felt impossible, he couldn't help feeling a flame blazing within his lower abdomen. I am incredibly impressed by the heroism you displayed on the Dao field today, and I'm grateful for what you said on my behalf. A smug expression appeared on Zhang Yu's face as he reread the paper. After all, he outshone Yi Qingtian on the Dao field today and stood out when no one could do anything to Yi Qingtian. The more he thought about it, the more he believed what was written on the paper. I have suppressed my feelings for years. Does this mean that Shuang has long taken notice of me? A faint smile appeared on Zhang Yu's face, and it seemed that Bai Shuang hated Yi Qingtian. But it was a pity that he couldn't teach Yi Qingtian a lesson during the day, or Bai Shuang would become even happier. But he had plenty of opportunities to teach Yi Qingtian a lesson in the future. Holding onto the paper, Zhang Yu's thoughts wandered around, and he muttered, "Is this a prank? But I'm a saint's disciple of the Daoyang Palace, and who dares to prank me? Even if it's a prank, I'm curious to see who's that bold to prank me. But if it's true, spending the night together?" A lecherous expression appeared on Zhang Yu's face, and he couldn't help fantasizing about it with Bai Shuang's face flashing across his mind. The more he thought about it, the harder it was for him to suppress the flame within his lower abdomen. Hee. Zhang Yu couldn't help smiling. He might seem rational, but this came from his self-confidence, and he didn't believe anyone dared to prank him. He also felt that he was a perfect match for Bai Shuang, and that he must have caught Bai Shuang's attention when he beat up Yi Qingtian in the past. Is this a strand of Shuang's hair? It smells nice. Zhang Yu wore an intoxicated expression as he held onto the hair left in the paper. When he reopened his eyes, he no longer doubted the content written on the paper. He immediately prepared himself before leaving in a hurry. Before he left, he briefly pondered and retrieved a jade bottle from his residence. This bottle contained a potent vitamin that could strengthen his performance. After retrieving the pellet and briefly observing it, Zhang Yu smiled. Hee. I never expected that senior sister would be so bold. It looks like I have to do well to satisfy her. Stowing the jade bottle, Zhang Yu left the Daoyang Palace and sped to the location written on the paper. Throughout the trip, he was excited, with joy on his face. When he reached a serene forest, he could hear a resounding piece of flute music. Flute music! Zhang Yu's eyes lit up because Bai Shuang was proficient in the flute, and she even grasped the saint tune. This further confirmed that the one who gave him the letter must be Bai Shuang, and he sped towards the source of the music without any hesitation and came to a towering tree. The flute music came from the tree. When Zhang Yu stopped, he smiled and yelled, "Senior Sister Bai, I have come as you've asked." When the flute music stopped, Zhang Yu's heartbeat increased with anxiety and anticipation. "Senior Sister Bai? There's no Senior Sister Bai here." A cold voice resounded, and a silver figure descended from the tree. This person was donned in a silver robe, enveloped in moonlight, his silver hair draping down to his waist, and he wore a silver mask that made him seem aloof and cold. "Who are you? Where's Senior Sister Bai?" Zhang Yu's face sank, and he began to look around, trying to find Bai Shuang. Beneath the silver mask, Lin Yun snickered, "I hope we can spend the night together in a place where no one is around." "How do you know about that?" Zhang Yu exclaimed with his face changing. But he soon understood what was going on, and his face sank. "You must be courting death. How dare you fool me?" Zhang Yu immediately lost control of his emotions, and a terrifying aura spread out. His face was terrifyingly dark, and he gritted his teeth. "You have crossed the line." He immediately appeared before Lin Yun with his palm directed at the latter's chest. His speed was fast, but Lin Yun wasn't sent flying away with that palm. "A Glory Saint artifact? Who the hell are you?" Zhang Yu's face turned pale, and he took several steps back. The Glory Saint artifact that Lin Yun wore was the repaired Myriad Scales armor. Zhuge Qingyun managed to damage it with his cultivation at the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm. But how could Zhang Yu possibly damage it with his cultivation that's only at the third transformation of the Nirvana stage? Not to mention that Lin Yun had gotten a lot stronger than he was during his fight with Zhuge Qingyun back then. "Who the hell are you?" There are not that many disciples within the Heavenly Tao sect who possess Glory Saint artifacts, and I should know all of them. Zhang Yu's facial expression gradually became solemn as he stared at Lin Yun. "To dare to lure me out under Bai Shuang, you must be a saint's disciple. Are you from the heavenly Yin Palace? The 9 upper peaks? Or the nether orchid courtyard? Zhang Yu stared at Lin Yun. If you can't kill me today, I won't let you off if I manage to find out who you are in the future. It's okay. You can carry on and try to buy time. I have plenty of time to play with you today, Lin Yun said. Zhang Yu took a deep breath to calm himself down after having his intention exposed. His pale face became a little rosier, and he looked around before he smiled. I never expected that there's someone within the heavenly Tao sect who dared to fool me. Don't tell me you think you're invincible with a Glory Saint artifact? Or do you think only you possess a Glory Saint artifact? As he spoke, a sword appeared in his hand. When Zhang Yu held onto the sword, the Glory Spirit was activated, and a powerful aura swept out from him. But that wasn't all. His aura rose to the 3rd transformation of the Nirvana stage before stopping. A powerful Nirvana aura filled his body, bringing the pressure he gave off to a new height. You dare mess around with me? Zhang Yu's smile disappeared, replaced by a dark expression. How dare you mess with me by using Bai Shuang's name? Let me see who you are. His pupils were blazing with flames. His hopes were high earlier, and it felt like he had fallen from the sky. In the next second, a terrifying murderous intent swept out from him. Regardless of his identity, he was determined to make this person before him pay the price. But before Zhang Yu could reach Lin Yun, a black figure appeared before him. A cat. Zhang Yu squinted his pupils, and his sword was sent flying away before he could comprehend what was happening. The sword plunged into a rock, but what shocked Zhang Yu came next. The black cat grew in size. In the next second, it turned into an ancient dracope that was nearly 100 feet in height, and releasing the pressure of the 5th transformation of the Nirvana stage. With a gentle wave of its hand, Zhang Yu was sent flying away, and the Nirvana aura enveloping him swiftly collapsed. He couldn't even withstand a hit from the ancient dracope. Ancient dracope? What the hell is this? Why is there something like this within the heavenly Tao sect? Zhang Yu coughed, and he was dumbfounded because this had surpassed his understanding. He bumped into a little girl when he turned around and wanted to flee. He naturally wouldn't treat her seriously and roared, wanting to push her away. Get lost! But he realized she didn't move when he pushed her, and he was sent flying away instead. This made him throw another mouthful of blood, and Zhang Yu was heavily injured. As he watched the little girl slowly getting closer, he could feel a chill run down his spine and wondered where this monster had come from. Zhang Yu immediately took out a talisman and threw it out. But when the talisman flew out, it bumped into a spiritual array, and the talisman became invalid. How is this possible? Zhang Yu fell into despair because the talisman was meant to seek help from the Daoyang Palace. Futile attempts. No matter what happens today, no one can save you, Lin Yun said. Zhang Yu tried to spread his senses, but he discovered that his senses rebounded after reaching a specific range. Most importantly, his Nirvana aura was dispersed by the ancient dracope, and the backlash from the earlier push damaged his meridians. He was already rendered powerless after several exchanges, which was too terrifying. Who the hell are you? I believe we don't have any feud. Zhang Yu gritted his teeth, looking at Lin Yun. Sorry, but we have a huge feud between us. Lin Yun plucked a tree branch off the tree and lashed it against Zhang Yu's face. This instantly left a bloody gash on Zhang Yu, causing him to scream and roll on the ground. But Lin Yun didn't take any pity on him and continued to use the tree branch as a whip against Zhang Yu's body. In a brief moment, Zhang Yu was already covered in blood, and his clothes were dyed in his own blood. But none of the wounds were fatal, and each strike only made Zhang Yu feel pain. Stop! Stop! Zhang Yu could only cover his head and roll on the ground, sobbing. He had never suffered such humiliation and torture before in his lifetime. Lin Yun was decisive, and he wouldn't swing his sword again if he could take his opponent's life with one swing. But Zhang Yu wasn't worthy of him drawing his sword. Does it hurt? I'm only paying you back for how you humiliated Yi Qingtian back then. Have you never thought that you would experience this one day? Lin Yun roared, and he gave Zhang Yu another lash. The actual Yi Qingtian was dead. So even if Zhang Yu didn't insult Yi Xinyan today, Lin Yun would still take revenge for Yi Qingtian since he was using the latter's identity. You're Yi Qingtian. No, you're not Yi Qingtian. Zhang Yu was briefly alarmed before he denied it. He refused to believe that Yi Qingtian dared to do this to him, but what replied to him was another lash from Lin Yun. Without any expression, Lin Yun gave Zhang Yu 100 more lashes. Lin Yun would awaken Zhang Yu with another lash whenever he was about to faint. You madman! Just kill me! Kill me! Zhang Yu wailed. You don't have to worry because I won't take your life. Lin Yun gave Zhang Yu another lash, and the tree branch in his hand broke. However, Zhang Yu couldn't take the pain any longer and fainted. Is he dead? Lil Purple came over and kicked Zhang Yu. Not yet, Lin Yun replied. What should we do now? Leave him here, Lil Purple asked. It'll be too easy on him this way. Doesn't he like to look at others becoming a joke? After today, he'll become the biggest joke of the Heavenly Tao sect, Lin Yun said. He already had plans on how to deal with this person. Let's bring him to the profound Maiden Courtyard's gate. First, Lin Yun lifted Zhang Yu and left with Lil Purple quickly following after him. Lil Purple had no idea what Lin Yun was planning. When they arrived before the profound Maiden Courtyard, Lin Yun found a tree and said, Turn around. Don't look. I want to see how you will deal with him, Lil Purple said. But her face soon blushed because Lin Yun stripped Zhang Yu naked. You're disgusting. Lil Purple quickly closed her eyes but left a small gap open. Lin Yun took some rope and tied Zhang Yu's hands up before hanging him on the tree. At this moment, Lil Purple finally knew what Lin Yun was trying to do, and she smiled. You're nasty. This is worse than killing him, and he'll become the biggest joke within the Heavenly Tao sect tomorrow. But that wasn't all. Lin Yun then took a brush and pondered what to write on Zhang Yu's back. I'm sinful and I shouldn't have peeked on. Lin Yun initially planned to write the Serene Dust Great Saint, but it didn't seem appropriate. I'm sorry about this, Lin Yun muttered, and he continued to write. I'm sinful, and I shouldn't have peeked on the Dragon Origin Great Saint showering. This immediately made Lil Purple laugh, and she continued, Ha ha ha! You're nasty! There was nothing Lin Yun could do about it because he didn't know many Saint Elders and could only apologize to the Dragon Origin Great Saint in his heart. Hee. Why don't you guess what he'll do to you if he knows about this? Lil Purple smiled. I believe Master will forgive me, Lin Yun said without any change on his face. Humph, you're a scumbag. Why are you calling him your master now? Lil Purple said with disdain on her face. Do you know any seals that even quasi-saints won't be able to undo? Lin Yun asked. He needed Zhang Yu to hang on the tree for as long as possible, or it wouldn't achieve his desired effect. I do, but I can't use them with my current cultivation. Even if I forcibly used them, quasi-saints could undo them. Lil Purple helplessly spread her arms apart. That's not enough. Lin Yun shook his head. There are too many quasi-saints within the Heavenly Tao sect. Can you set up a seal that will cause his death if anyone tries to forcibly break it? This way, even quasi-saints won't dare to undo the rope so easily. That's simple. But I realized that you're really nasty. Lil Purple smiled. Despite saying that, she wasn't slow in her movements and was clearly having fun. Let's go. Hee, there's no need to hurry. I want to write something on him as well. Lil Purple seized the brush and drew a tortoise on Zhang Yu's face. When Zhang Yu wakes up tomorrow, he would probably want to die. Once they were done, they left in satisfaction. But when they were about to return to the Indigo Thunder Peak, Lil Purple's face suddenly changed, and she yelled, Not good! We've been discovered. When she said that, Lin Yun sensed several figures bolting in his direction, and the one leading the group was a quasi-saint. They didn't discover him with their senses but with their naked eyes. It's the patrolling elders. Quick! Return to the Iris secret realm. Lin Yun's face changed, before he quickly turned in another direction and ran. Who dares to intrude on the Heavenly Tao sect? That quasi-saint roared, and he pushed his palm forth. A colossal palm soon appeared on the ground, and Lin Yun was blown away by a powerful shockwave when he tried to dodge it. Lin Yun didn't hesitate to enter a forest and bolted for his life. But that quasi-saint continued to pursue him, leveling all the trees and hills along the way. Soon, the commotion alarmed more quasi-saints, who soared to the sky and sealed off Lin Yun's path. The Heavenly Tao sect was too terrifying, and Lin Yun could only run in the direction where there weren't so many people. He only focused on running and didn't even know where he was heading. So once he entered a quiet valley, he discovered that the pursuers behind him had slowed down. His first reaction was that he had intruded a forbidden ground, or those quasi-saints wouldn't have slowed down. "Back down!" A loud and indifferent voice echoed from the depths of the valley. This made all the quasi-saints throw out a mouthful of blood before retreating. Lin Yun had no idea what was happening, but he didn't dare to make a sound. "They're all gone now, so why aren't you coming out?" A person walked out from the valley, indifferently looking at Lin Yun. Lin Yun knew he was exposed and could only stand out. He wanted to see who this person was, but he could only see a rough outline and a terrifying aura being emitted from this person. The aura of this person was so terrifying that it froze his blood. When Lin Yun was uneasy, that person said, "Yi Qing Tian, is this how you visit me? Under disguise and pursued. Yi Qing Tian, is this how you pay me a visit?" The voice made Lin Yun tremble because the owner of this voice was Elder Long Yun. But how did Elder Long Yun manage to recognize him? The Mo clan forged the Silver Moon mask, which had a powerful disguise aside from protecting his fatal spots. "Why are you sneaking around when visiting me? Remove your mask," the Dragon Origin Great Saint roared. This made Lin Yun bitterly smile before he removed the mask. "It's really you. I was just wondering who was so bold to disrupt my peace." The Dragon Origin Great Saint sneered after seeing Lin Yun's appearance. "What's the matter? Is it so embarrassing to take me as your master that you have to sneak in while wearing a mask?" The corner of Lin Yun's lips twitched, and he knew that he was careless. The Dragon Origin Great Saint wasn't sure about his identity, and yet he fell for his trap. The two passed by a river and casually sat down. Opposite the river was a towering palace, hidden in the mist that made it seem mysterious. "Why didn't you remove the mask when the elders came after you?" the Dragon Origin Great Saint asked. Lin Yun was stunned and immediately tried to find an explanation. But he suddenly realized what the Dragon Origin Great Saint said made sense. He didn't steal anything. No one saw what he did to Xianxia, and he had violated no rules of the Heavenly Tao sect. So he should have removed his mask when he was pursued. His current identity was Yi Qing Tian, a newly conferred saint disciple, and no one would make things difficult for him. The reason why he didn't remove his mask was because he was guilty. If he removed his mask back then, the elders would probably stop pursuing him. In the end, Lin Yun could only devise a random excuse. "I was too nervous earlier." No matter how nervous you are, you must remove your mask. What if those quasi-saints killed you? Or do you not want everyone to know that you've become my disciple even when facing death? The Dragon Origin Great Saint then coldly asked, "Or you're not here to visit me, and you have other motives? What are you trying to do by sneaking around in the dark?" Sensing the terrifying aura from the Dragon Origin Great Saint, Lin Yun could only toughen his scalps and reply, "I'm naturally here to pay you a visit." "Good." The Dragon Origin Great Saint's face eased, and he asked, "You come visiting empty-handed?" "I didn't." Lin Yun inwardly sighed and took out a bottle containing demigod wine. Demigod wine? The Dragon Origin Great Saint wasn't bothered initially, but when he opened the bottle, he asked in a shocked tone, "You're really here to take me as your master?" "Of course I am," Lin Yun replied. "I never expected that you'd be so generous. The demigod wine is a treasure, and I have only drunk it once, many years ago." "Let me change it," Lin Yun said, wanting to reach out for the bottle. He still felt a little heartache about giving away a bottle of demigod wine. After all, he didn't have a lot of them left. "It's fine." The Dragon Origin Great Saint stowed the demigod wine and smiled. "All right, you can kowtow and take me as your master now." But Lin Yun hesitated upon hearing what the Dragon Origin Great Saint said. He replied, I'm here today to tell Senior that I have to ask the Azure River Sword Saint about taking you as my master. Yi Guhan. The Dragon Origin Great Saint was puzzled, and he continued, You might have practiced his Divine Firmament Sword Sutra, but the two of you are from the same clan. It'll mess up your seniority if you take him as your master. I just want to ask his opinion because it's fine. I've watched him growing up, and I can be considered half of his master. So he won't dare to say a thing if I take you as my disciple. The Dragon Origin Great Saint continued, but he's a sword saint now, so we'll talk about you becoming my disciple officially again when he returns. For now, you can be considered an outer disciple of mine, and I'll confer you the identity of my direct disciple when he returns. Thank you, Senior. Lin Yun cupped his hands and let out a breath of relief. Not bad. Not bad. The Dragon Origin Great Saint laughed. You can keep this medal with you. You might be my outer disciple now, but you will receive the treatment of a saint's disciple as long as you hold this medal. I mainly cultivate in the Heavenly Lake, and you can find me any time with this medal. Stowing the medal, Lin Yun said, Thank you, Master. I just happen to have something to ask you about. I know. You want to ask about the 3 Azure Dragon Sacred Flames, right? I'll tell you about it, even if you didn't ask me, the Dragon Origin Great Saint said. That's right, Master. The Dragon Origin Great Saint's expression suddenly became grave, and he asked, Have you heard before that the Heavenly Tao sect initially has 3 swords? The legend isn't fake. Aside from the Heavenly Sword and Tao Sword, there's still the Emperor Sword, which suppresses the Heavenly Tao. Others have only obtained sacred flames, became sword wielders, or obtained the inheritances left behind by the sword wielders. But the Azure Dragon's sacred flames you obtained are related to the Emperor's sword. So, where's that sword now? Lin Yun asked. It has gone missing. Long ago, the Kunlun realm faced a huge tribulation, and the wielder of the Emperor's sword fell in the Battle of Gods. Since then, the Emperor's sword has gone missing, the Dragon Origin Great Saint said. Ever since the heavenly path was severed, there were no more gods in the Kunlun realm. Gods were extremely rare in ancient times, and the number of gods in ancient times was lesser than the number of emperors today. Even an emperor cannot imagine how powerful the gods are because they're an undying existence. This means that no ordinary means can kill them. Even a god cannot kill another god so easily. But did you know that the Emperor's sword can slay gods? Lin Yun's heart trembled when he heard that, and he immediately linked it with legends of the Iris Sword Saint slaying gods in ancient times. You should ask him why the Azure Dragon Sacred Flame is connected with the Emperor's sword and if it's related to that person. Lil Purple asked, her voice resounding from the sword box. It was directly transmitted within Lin Yun's mind. Lin Yun briefly hesitated and ultimately asked the question. You know a secret of this level? The Dragon Origin Great Saint was surprised. Lin Yun panicked when he heard that, fearing that the Dragon Origin Great Saint might doubt his identity. The Divine Tortoise transformation could conceal his identity from saints, but he wasn't sure if it was effective against great saints. If the Dragon Origin Great Saint was determined to probe, he could force Lin Yun to reveal his appearance. But the Dragon Origin Great Saint didn't doubt his identity and asked, There is such a legend, and that person is related to the forging of the Emperor's sword. That Lord has a wide breadth of mind, and he didn't suppress other forces aside from the Dragon Gate just because he was the ruler of the era. The treasures of all holy lands within the Kunlun realm have some relationship with that person, and my Heavenly Tao sect has inherited his mission to protect the Kunlun realm. Otherwise, that sword wielder wouldn't have participated in the Battle of Gods. The fact that you can obtain those 3 Azure Dragon Sacred Flames isn't only because you're talented, the Dragon Origin Great Saint said. What else, then? Does Master think that I have a relationship with that person? Or I'm the new heir of the Emperor's sword? Lin Yun smiled. Who knows? The Yi Qing Tian of the past might not, but it's unsure about the current Yi Qing Tian, said the Dragon Origin Great Saint with a deeper meaning within his words. Lin Yun was inwardly alarmed. He had no idea if the Dragon Origin Great Saint managed to see through his identity, and he was afraid that the latter might expose his identity the next moment. But the Dragon Origin Great Saint suddenly said, It's getting late. You can return now, and I'm also tired. Lin Yun breathed a sigh of relief because he felt immense pressure while conversing with the Dragon Origin Great Saint. He bade his farewell and left. But when he took 10 steps out, the Dragon Origin Great Saint said, Yi Qing Tian, don't wear a mask in the future when you're out. There are rumors that the Blue Dragon record will appear. If it appears, the geniuses within the Kunlun realm will begin to appear, and a new golden era will arrive again. Your name might appear on the Blue Dragon record if you're hard-working enough. I will keep it in mind, Lin Yun replied. Your heavenly dome sword intent has already reached the manifestation stage, so you can pay the celestial purging mountain a visit if you want to take a further step out. The Dragon Origin Great Saint said and left. When Lin Yun left the valley, he could feel that his back was covered in a cold sweat. He never expected that the Dragon Origin Great Saint could see through his sword intent. He didn't know that the other party was a great saint during the day, and he had no reservations in his words. He even declared that he wanted to give the Dragon Origin Great Saint a beating in the future. But when he learned from the Indigo Thunder Peak Master that the other party was a great saint, he naturally couldn't maintain his composure. The Heavenly Tao sect is really deep and unfathomable, running into a great saint so casually. There are also countless quasi-saints, and it's not guaranteed that my identity is being kept hidden with the divine tortoise transformation. Lin Yun sighed. Lin Yun, that nasty old man probably knew what you're planning to do by wearing a mask, and he's threatening you on purpose just so that you'll take him as your master. Lil Purple's voice resounded from the sword box. I naturally know that, Lin Yun said. But just think about what I wrote on Zhang Yu's back. If he knew about it, do you think I could live? Since he's pretending not to know about it, I can only pretend not to know anything about it. Hehe. It appears he holds high regards for you, so you're safe for now. Coincidentally, you can give the Indigo Thunder Peak Master an explanation now. Lil Purple smiled. Lin Yun didn't say a word and decided not to interact with the Dragon Origin Great Saint too often before his senior brother returned. But he had to ask around to find out what kind of place the Celestial Purging Mountain was. When he returned to the Indigo Thunder Peak, it didn't take long for dawn to rise. When he opened his eyes, Lin Yun looked at the sunlight shining through the window. But before he could do anything, a group of people ran over, with Chun Feng taking the lead. Senior brother, something big happened, Chun Feng yelled. Lin Yun roughly knew what he was talking about but could only pretend not to know. He asked, What is it? Hee, something good. Senior brother, Zhang Yu was stripped and hung on a tree outside the profound maiden courtyard. Ha ha ha. He's buck naked and was hanging there for an entire night. Senior brother, let's go and take a look. The entire Heavenly Tao sect is alarmed, and we won't have a good view if we don't go there quickly. The other Indigo Thunder Peak's disciples said before Chun Feng could continue. They were all laughing, gloating at Zhang Yu's misfortune. Lin Yun initially didn't want to go and take a look, but it would only make him seem suspicious. Thus he smiled. Let's go and look, then. Let's go. Several quasi-saints from the Daoyang Palace came but failed to remove him from the tree. They're all fuming in anger right now. The profound maiden courtyard's elders are also furious, declaring that they want to kill him for tainting their sights. The profound maiden courtyard is bustling right now, even more than yesterday's conferring ceremony. Ha ha ha. The Indigo Thunder Peak's disciples were excited, and they didn't notice the profound smile on Lin Yun's face. Senior brother, you don't seem to be surprised by this matter, Chun Feng asked with puzzlement when he saw Lin Yun's expression. The reason why he smiled was because he was the mastermind who hung Zhang Yu on the tree. So how would he be shocked by something he did? Those who humiliate naturally have to be prepared to be humiliated. He deserved it, so why would I be surprised? Let's go and look at him, Lin Yun said indifferently, and he led the Indigo Thunder Peak's disciples to the profound maiden courtyard. How was he discovered? He asked. Hee, that's a coincidence. He was discovered by a disciple passing by, not by the profound maiden courtyard's disciples. That person wanted to remove him from the tree, but Zhang Yu had a restriction placed on him, and he yelled not to let anyone touch him. The Indigo Thunder Peak's disciples shared. Oh, Lin Yun feigned not to know about this matter. That's true. Even a quasi-saint can't do anything about it. When the profound maiden courtyard was opened, this matter was instantly known to everyone within the heavenly Tao sect in less than half an incense of time. Senior brother, hurry up, or we won't have space to watch, the Indigo Thunder Peak's disciples urged. It was just as they said. The surroundings were filled with people when they came to the profound maiden courtyard. Everyone from the 2 palaces, 3 courtyards, and 108 peaks was here. The profound maiden courtyard's gates couldn't be compared to the heavenly Tao altar, so this place was packed with people. Lin Yun's group found a spot and saw Zhang Yu hanging naked on an ancient tree by a rope. It's really senior brother Zhang Yu. Ha ha ha. Look at the tortoise doodle on his face. Ha ha ha. Wait. Words are written on senior brother Zhang Yu's back. Someone spoke out. I'm sinful and shouldn't have peeked on the dragon origin great saint showering. Ha ha ha. Are you serious? Hee hee. Senior brother Zhang is completely exposed. It turns out to be so small. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed aloud because this scene was too interesting, and they could not endure it. Stop laughing. All of you, stop laughing. The Daoyang Palace's disciples around Zhang Yu roared with their faces pale. What's the matter? He peeked at the dragon origin great saint showering, and we can't talk about it? Those from the Daoyang Palace really have a fiery temper. Heh, a saint's disciple? He's still stripped and hung on a tree. Wasn't he awe-inspiring yesterday? Those who the Daoyang Palace usually bullied spoke up. Quick, get me down. Zhang Yu struggled on the tree with shame on his face. Hee hee, it's him. Right then, the profound maiden courtyard's gate opened, and a series of chuckles resounded as the profound maiden courtyard's disciples came out. They already couldn't hold back their curiosity a long time ago, but they had reservations before because of their master. He's really stripped naked. Speaking of which, don't you think that's senior brother Zhang's but is really white and round? So small? Ha ha ha. The profound maiden courtyard's female disciples were a lot bolder and would occasionally sneak a peek before discussing amongst themselves. Cover me up, Zhang Yu said with shame covering his face. Senior brother, we can't touch you. If we do, the shackles on you will break, and your life will be in danger. The elders have already gone to look for a saint. So bear with it for now, the Daoyang Palace's disciples helplessly said. The few quasi-saints who came were so furious that they wanted to throw out a mouthful of blood while looking at Zhang Yu. But they discovered that they couldn't touch Zhang Yu at all or cover him up. Thus, they could only return to the Daoyang Palace and invite a saint elder. The Daoyang Palace's saint elder is here, someone exclaimed. Right then, 3 figures enveloped in saint aura descended from the sky. They all donned blue robes, and the one leading was the saint elder of the Daoyang Palace, Tuyu, also known as the Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign. Master, save me, Zhang Yu yelled upon seeing the saint elder. Tuyu, your Daoyang Palace better give me an explanation for what happened today. Hanging in front of my profound maiden courtyard's gate buck naked. What are you guys trying to do? Before Saint Elder Tuyu was going to make a move, a woman came out from the profound maiden courtyard. Serene dust great saint. An exclamation resounded from the surroundings, and everyone became quiet. The serene dust great saint was notorious within the heavenly Tao sect, and she had crippled a few saints' disciples in the past. She was infamous for her brutality. Yi Xinyan was standing beside her, and she soon discovered Yi Qingtian, who was amongst the crowd. But the other party seemed to be avoiding her by shifting his gaze away the moment their eyes bumped. She discovered that Yi Qingtian wasn't like the rumors, making her fall into deep thoughts. Saint Elder Tuyu wore an awkward expression and said, Serene dust great saint, someone is clearly behind this. Zhang Yu is my disciple, and I believe he won't do something as humiliating as this. Last night, an intruder was discovered by the patrolling elders, and I suspect that person did this. This matter concerned the face of the Daoyang Palace, and Saint Elder Tuyu could only toughen his scalp despite the fury blazing within his pupils. Master, save me. I'm innocent. Zhang Yu yelled from the tree. The corner of Lin Yun's lips twitched within the crowd. Everyone knew that someone had done this to Zhang Yu, but that wouldn't affect Zhang Yu becoming a laughingstock within the heavenly Dao sect. Zhang Yu was ranked within the top 10 amongst the saint disciples in the Dao Yang Palace, possessing the flame spirit saint physique. This meant that he had excellent prospects ahead of him. But the fact that he was humiliated in this way proved that he was a piece of garbage. Thus, despite his talent, he was destined to become a laughingstock within the heavenly Dao sect. Lin Yun wore a faint smile as he watched from the crowd. Serene Dust Great Saint, I'll investigate this matter well and give the profound maiden courtyard an explanation, the Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign said. Before the Serene Dust Great Saint said anything, the Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign released an outburst of saint aura before reaching out with his finger. Crimson threads also appeared on Zhang Yu's body. When the threads appeared, the Serene Dust Great Saint and Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign reached out, grabbing a portion of the crimson threads. The soul-locking threads. This is an ancient method. Zhang Yu, what happened last night? And who did you offend? The Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign asked coldly. Zhang Yu was putting on clothes and quickly replied, Master, I was cultivating last night within the Dao Yang Palace the whole time. I was already hanging on the tree when I woke up. His reply made the Serene Dust Great Saint's face sink with a cold light flashing across her pupils. But just when she was about to make a move, the Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign slapped Zhang Yu, and he roared, How dare you lie before the Serene Dust Great Saint? If you stayed within the Dao Yang Palace the whole time, no one could bring you away without causing a commotion. He was signaling to Zhang Yu that the Serene Dust Great Saint hated liars the most, and Zhang Yu would lose at least a limb if the Serene Dust Great Saint made a move. The slap made half of Zhang Yu's face swollen, and tears rolled down his cheeks. Most importantly, a great saint and a saint sovereign's attention was on him, and the pressure they gave off nearly made him collapse. In the end, Zhang Yu looked at the Nether Azure Saint Sovereign and begged, Master, I have my difficulties. Can I tell you about it when we get back? Speak, the Serene Dust Great Saint said without any expression on her face. When she roared, she gave off a powerful saint aura that made Zhang Yu throw out a mouthful of blood, making his face pale. But even when facing immense pressure, Zhang Yu still gritted his teeth and said nothing. The Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign's eyes flickered. He sensed that there must be a story, and his face changed. To you, your disciple is pretty stubborn to keep his mouth shut even when I asked him to speak. The Serene Dust Great Saint turned to coldly look at the Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign. Facing the Serene Dust Great Saint's unhappiness, the Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign could only toughen his scalp and said, Zhang Yu, speak up. With me around, you don't have to be afraid of anything. I have my difficulties. Zhang Yu was on the verge of crying and lowered his head. Zhang Yu might have room for maneuvering if he kept his mouth shut. But if he speaks, he would instantly become a laughingstock. What was he going to say? Was he going to say that Bai Shuang asked him out, and he was overtaken by his desires? What did Zhang Yu do? There must be something fishy about this. Interesting. This is getting more interesting. Everyone's interest was piqued when they saw that Zhang Yu wasn't willing to say anything under the pressure of two saint elders. Lin Yun also covered his mouth, restraining his laughter. When he swept his gaze around and saw the Nether Orchid Courtyard's party, his eyes lit up, and his gaze became playful. After he lowered his head, the corner of his lips rose. This was because he saw a familiar figure amongst the crowd, Bai Shuang. She still looked heroic and elegant, giving others a feeling that she didn't belong to the mortal world. Senior brother, your eyes are sharp. I didn't notice that the Nether Orchid Holy Maiden was already here. Chun Feng chuckled. Lin Yun coughed and quickly retracted his gaze. Senior brother, what do you think Zhang Yu was trying to do? Chun Feng asked curiously. Who knows? Lin Yun replied with a playful smile. Right then, the Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign gave Zhang Yu another slap on his face, sending Zhang Yu flying away with the other half of his face swelling up. The Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign was furious, seeing that Zhang Yu was still unwilling to speak. What did you do last night? Speak. Master, I really have my difficulties. I will tell you about it when we return. So please help me. Xianxia said in a sobbing tone, and gave the Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign 3 kowtows with blood dripping down his forehead. This scene made the Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign's heart soft, and he suggested, Serene Dust Great Saint, why don't I bring him back with me first? I swear that I will give the profound maiden courtyard an explanation. After all, Xianxia is my disciple. So what if he's your disciple? This incident occurred before the profound maiden courtyard, and everyone within the Heavenly Tao sect already knows about this. If he doesn't make it clear today, there might be rumors revolving around my profound maiden courtyard in the future, the Serene Dust Great Saint said. The Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign's face sank because the Serene Dust Great Saint didn't give him any face. If Xianxia could talk about it, he would have done so long ago. Do me this favor and consider me owing you one, the Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign said, suppressing the fury within his heart. This was equivalent to him lowering his head. The Serene Dust Great Saint suddenly smiled. To you. Did you know that this disciple of yours humiliated my disciple in public at the conferring ceremony yesterday? I have already given you face by not killing him. The Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign became speechless, and he turned to look at Xianxia. He knew why the Serene Dust Great Saint wasn't letting him go. It turned out that the Serene Dust Great Saint was taking revenge for her disciple, and this hopeless disciple of his just had to offend the Serene Dust Great Saint out of everyone else. Serene Dust Great Saint, I have already acknowledged my mistake. I didn't mean what I said yesterday, and I have no intentions of humiliating the profound maiden. Xianxia apologized. You don't have to apologize to me, but speak about what happened last night, the Serene Dust Great Saint said. This? Xiangxia's forehead was covered in sweat. He didn't know where to start and noticed that Bai Shuang was amongst the crowd. I know what happened last night. Right then, a voice echoed from the crowd, and everyone turned their gazes over. Yi Qingtian. Everyone was shocked when they looked at the one who spoke. They weren't surprised that Yi Qingtian would be here. After all, everyone within the Heavenly Tao sect knows about the feud between Xianxia and Yi Qingtian, not to mention that they nearly fought at the conferring ceremony last night. But no one expected Yi Qingtian to be daring enough to stand out at this moment, even claiming that he knew what happened last night. This instantly caused an uproar, and everyone looked at Yi Qingtian in doubt, wondering if he really knew what had happened last night. But how could Yi Qingtian know about it when Xianxia wasn't willing to say? When Lin Yun stepped forth, the crowd split apart and opened a path for him. Yi Qingtian, get lost, Xianxia roared. He was on the verge of collapsing because Yi Qingtian was nothing in his eyes before. Back then, Yi Qingtian practically crawled out of the Heavenly Tao sect after nearly breaking all of Yi Qingtian's dragon pulses. So he never expected that Yi Qingtian would dare to stand out at this moment. This naturally made him furious, and he was on the verge of losing control. Let him speak, the Serene Dust Great Saint said, suppressing Xianxia and immobilizing him. Yi Qingtian pays his greetings to 2 seniors. Lin Yun cupped his hands together. You know what happened last night? The Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign coldly questioned. Yi Qingtian, I have heard of you before. If you dare to slander my disciple, not even the Azure River Sword Saint will be able to save you. I naturally don't dare to slander him. Both of you know what happened to him last night. It's just that everyone has overlooked it. Lin Yun smiled. Oh? Go on, the Serene Dust Great Saint said. Lin Yun's words instantly piqued everyone's interest, and he smiled. It's simple. Isn't it written on his back? I'm sinful and shouldn't have peaked on the Dragon Origin Great Saint Showering. Since it's written that he peaked at the Dragon Origin Great Saint Showering, we just have to ask the Dragon Origin Great Saint if it's true. Ha ha ha. Judging from how Xianxia isn't willing to speak about it, it might really be true. I wouldn't dare to talk about it if I was in his position. After all, it's too humiliating. Haha, Yi Qingtian is really a talent. He was humiliated by Xianxia yesterday, and it seems that he's determined to pay it back. Everyone was briefly stunned before they laughed. Xianxia was panicky while wearing his clothes, and he immediately lost it when he heard what Lin Yun said. He roared, Yi Qingtun, how dare you? He immediately charged towards Lin Yun, but he had lost his rationale, and naturally wouldn't be able to fight against Lin Yun. Lin Yun simply kicked Zhang Yu and sent him flying back, rolling on the ground, and stopping after he smashed against the tree. Yi Qingtian, how dare you hurt my disciple? Are you courting death? The Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign became furious. But just when he wanted to teach Lin Yun a lesson, a jade bottle fell from Zhang Yu's body. When Zhang Yu saw the jade bottle, he instantly panicked and wanted to retrieve the jade bottle. But it was already too late. The Serene Dust Great Saint seized it with a wave of her hand. Return it to me? Zhang Yu anxiously said, wanting to seize the jade bottle back. The Serene Dust Great Saint knocked him away with a wave. When she saw the name on the jade bottle, her face changed. Even Yi Xinyan covered her mouth when she saw the name on the jade bottle from the side. This scene made the Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign's heart throb, and he said, Serene Dust Great Saint, what is that? Look at it yourself. The Serene Dust Great Saint tossed the jade bottle over. When the Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign caught the jade bottle, the two quasi-saints beside him also looked over. When they saw the name on the jade bottle, their faces changed. The faces of the two quasi-saints became pale, and they turned to look at Zhang Yu in shock. They exclaimed, the Sky Pillar Pellet! Everyone was first stunned before their faces changed. Everyone naturally knew what it was for, and it was only effective for men. All the faces of the female disciples present also turned red, and they sent weird looks at Zhang Yu. On the contrary, Zhang Yu's face sank, and he sat on the ground. Lin Yun couldn't hold back his laughter and raised his head. Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign, your disciple brought the Sky Pillar Pellet with him to peek at the Dragon Origin Great Saint showering. Is it because he thinks he's not hard enough? It looks like he's a little arrogant. The solemn atmosphere changed upon hearing what Lin Yun said, and everyone burst out laughing. Many female disciples also began to laugh, and their laughter grew even louder as time passed. The peals of laughter made the Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign's face pale, and he began to tremble from the anger. Zhang Yu's face was ashen as he sat on the ground. The appearance of the Sky Pillar Pellet made his face even darker, making the Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign furious. The Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign's cheeks trembled, wanting to slaughter Zhang Yu for embarrassing him. Facing Lin Yun's questions, the Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign's face turned pale, and he coldly looked at Lin Yun. Yi Qingtian, do you know the identity of the Dragon Origin Great Saint? You must be tired of living by slandering his name, and I can kill you on the spot now. When everyone heard what the Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign said, their faces changed because they knew that the latter was genuinely furious. If he killed Yi Qingtian on the spot, no one could say a word about it. After all, anyone who dared to joke around with the Great Saint's name was simply courting death. But Lin Yun was calm as he smiled. It's unsure if the Dragon Origin Great Saint will punish me for what I said, but I know that the Dragon Origin Great Saint won't let you off if you dare to kill me. What do you mean? The Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign coldly said. I'll be honest with you. I am now the direct disciple of the Dragon Origin Great Saint, and I'm only waiting for the Azure River Sword Saint's return before we hold the official ceremony. Lin Yun indifferently smiled. The moment he said that his words, it was like thunder was rumbling within everyone's minds, and their faces drastically changed. After all, Lin Yun had just become a saint disciple. So how did he become the disciple of a great saint? Not to mention his notorious reputation within the Heavenly Dao sect. Didn't that mean that Yi Qingtian had risen to the sky? Everyone initially didn't believe it, including the Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign and the Serene Dust Great Saint. But Lin Yun didn't waste time explaining and took out a medal. He smiled. This is the medal to prove my identity as the Dragon Origin Great Sovereign's disciple. It might not be official yet, but I can receive the treatment of a direct disciple with this medal. I believe the Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign recognizes this medal. How is this possible? The Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign was shocked because he had planned to kill Yi Qingtian earlier. So Lin Yun's words naturally left him dumbfounded. Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign, you better let your disciple explain himself. What does he mean by bringing the Sky Pillar Pellet to peek at my master showering? Is he trying to do anything to my master? The corner of Lin Yun's lips rose as arrogance flickered within his pupils. The Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign's face turned red after hearing what Lin Yun said, and the sky pillar pellet in his hand felt like a hot potato. He never expected that a junior would force him into such a dead end, and he was on the verge of losing his temper. The Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign suppressed his anger and said, Yi Qing Tian, I will give your master an explanation. If my disciple really did it, I will punish him accordingly. I'll wait for you then. Don't forget what you just said. Lin Yun smiled. To you, why are you holding it against a junior? Ask your disciple what he was trying to do by walking around with the sky pillar pellet. If he's still unwilling to say anything, we can bring the Dragon Origin Great Saint over and ask him about it. The Serene Dust Great Saint furrowed her brows. The corner of the Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign's lips twitched upon hearing what the Serene Dust Great Saint said. If the Dragon Origin Great Saint really came, he would probably kill Zhang Yu on the spot. Zhang Yu, speak. What happened last night? And why were you carrying this sky pillar pellet? The Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign roared. If the Dragon Origin Great Saint really comes, no one can protect you. Master, I really have my difficulties, Zhang Yu said as he collapsed on the ground. You're still not going to say? The Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign finally lost his temper, and his facial expression became cold. You think I can't find the truth if you're not willing to tell me? You can still retain some face if you speak. If the Dragon Origin Great Saint comes, he can extract your soul and search it to find out what happened last night. This is your last chance, so speak. Zhang Yu finally panicked when he heard what his master said. He naturally knew the means of a great saint. Not to mention a great saint, but even a saint sovereign had plenty of means to make him speak. The reason why he kept his mouth shut was because he believed that his master would protect him. But after Lin Yun came and brought out the Dragon Origin Great Saint's medal, there was nothing the Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign could do, even if he wanted to protect him. Thus, this immediately placed Zhang Yu in a difficult position. His gaze alternated between the Serene Dust Great Saint, Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign, and Yi Qing Tian before he ultimately lowered his head. I was cultivating within the Daoyang Palace last night until I received a letter. What was written on the letter? The Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign roared. Zhang Yu lowered his head, but facing the immense pressure, he could only speak out with a sob. It's written on the letter that the Nether Orchid Holy Maiden has been in love with me for years, and she wanted to spend the night with me. So you left your residence with the sky pillar pellet? Yeah. Zhang Yu nodded his head, but he soon discovered that it was Yi Qing Tian who had asked that question. When he raised his head, he saw Yi Qing Tian looking at him with a playful smile, instantly driving him insane. Master, that's not the case. Zhang Yu quickly turned to the Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign. The Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign was immediately left dumbfounded, and he instantly figured out what had happened. But it was more humiliating after knowing the truth because his disciple fell for such a simple trap, and he even ran to the meeting location with the sky pillar pellet. Everyone in the surroundings was stumped, and an uproar broke out the next moment. Even Bai Shuaying was stumped because she didn't expect this matter would implicate her, and murderous intent soon filled her pupils. Zhang Yu, what nonsense are you talking about? How can our senior sister possibly fall for someone like you? Why don't you take a look at yourself in the mirror? You said our senior sister wants to spend the night with you? You really know how to dream. Do you think the Nether Orchid Courtyard is a pushover? We'll report this matter to the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint to have a lecture like you killed. The disciples of the Nether Orchid Courtyard immediately burst with anger, and even Bai Shuaying's facial expression was terrifyingly dark. Seeing so many people wanting to charge over, this terrified Zhang Yu, and he immediately explained, I know that I'm in the wrong. I later figured out that senior sister Bai wouldn't write something like that, and I was muddle-headed for a moment. Muddle-headed? I feel that what they're saying is right. Just look at yourself. Let's not mention the Nether Orchid Holy Maiden. Who in their right mind will fall for you? Even a pig won't believe what's written in the letter. The Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign sneered. The Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign might be scolding Zhang Yu, but he was actually trying to protect his disciple by dismissing the rage of the Nether Orchid Courtyard's disciples. Otherwise, Zhang Yu would be in deep trouble if the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint hears about this. Why aren't you apologizing to the Nether Orchid Holy Maiden? The Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign roared. There's no need. This is your Dao Yang Palace's matters, Bai Shuang said coldly. She wasn't even willing to take another glance at Zhang Yu. But the Nether Orchid Courtyard's disciples naturally wouldn't let this go so easily. They were still cussing Zhang Yu. What happened then? The Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign asked. I was ambushed after that by a masked person, a cat, and a little girl, Zhang Yu explained. But the ones who attacked me were the cat and the little girl. That little girl was terrifying, quickly inflicting severe injuries on me. The cat might seem ordinary, but it nearly killed me with a slap. The moment he explained, everyone in the surroundings burst into laughter. In the end, Zhang Yu was beaten by a cat and a little girl? This was the biggest joke they had heard in their lifetime. How dare you lie again? The Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign lost his temper and slapped Zhang Yu. The slap made Zhang Yu throw out a mouthful of blood, but he still argued, there's really a cat. Still lying? The corner of Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign's lip twitched, and he gave Zhang Yu another slap. Master, there's really a cat. Zhang Yu was slapped to the point he broke down and cried. I'll kill you, bastard. The Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign was furious. He would have rather had Zhang Yu not say anything right from the beginning. After all, this meant that a cat beat his disciple, which greatly humiliated him. The Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign was so furious that he began to cough, with the two quasi-saints beside him comforting him. The Serene Dust Great Saint said, I believe he's speaking the truth and shouldn't dare to lie. But even if he's innocent, he shouldn't be so shameless. He practically deserves what he has suffered. So the Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign can determine how to deal with him. Those words made the Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign's face change, and he had no idea what to say now that the Serene Dust Great Saint tossed the ball back to him. He knew that the Serene Dust Great Saint was signaling him to abolish Zhang Yu's identity as a saint disciple, or this matter wouldn't be put to rest. But the Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign wasn't willing to abolish Zhang Yu's identity as a saint disciple because he held the latter in high hopes. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken Zhang Yu as his disciple. In my opinion, why don't we castrate him? A voice resounded right at this moment. This voice wasn't loud, but it was filled with murderous intent that made Zhang Yu feel a chill run down his spine as he clamped his legs together. When everyone turned their attention over, the corner of their lips twitched because it was Yi Qingtian who spoke. Yi Qingtian, are you done? The Serene Dust Great Saint and I will deal with this matter so you can get lost. Stop interfering. The Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign roared. Lin Yun didn't argue with him, but nodded. All right, I'll get lost and tell my master about this matter. I have to seek justice for my master, and I can get him to search Zhang Yu's soul and see if he peeked at my master showering. He didn't hesitate to turn around and wanted to leave, but this left the Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign dumbfounded. Even the Serene Dust Great Saint had widened her mouth in shock because Yi Qingtian was too shameless. Everyone in the surrounding area also widened their mouths in disbelief. They didn't expect that Yi Qingtian could be so shameless. Yi Qingtian, stop right there. The Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign called out to Lin Yun, and he even released his saint aura to stop Lin Yun from taking another step forth. Lin Yun reached out and felt an invisible barrier ahead of him. Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign, what do you mean? Or do you want me to get lost by rolling on the ground? Lin Yun said. He even wanted to get down on the ground to roll away. But the Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign couldn't be bothered about that and stepped forth to stop Lin Yun. He said, Yi Qingtian, I was a little anxious earlier. If you really rolled on the ground, the Dragon Origin Great Saint won't let me off. So don't force me. You can just say what you want. The corner of Lin Yun's lips twitched, and he said, Didn't I say it earlier? You can just castrate him. You! The Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign was furious, but he still suppressed his anger and whispered, Yi Qingtian, don't forget what you did in the past. He wanted to threaten Lin Yun that if Zhang Yu were castrated, Lin Yun would also have to be castrated. Saint Sovereign, Did you make a mistake? Mine is because of love, so how can it be compared to your disciple? Furthermore, I didn't bring a sky pillar pellet with me. Just because your disciple can't get hard, it doesn't mean others can't get hard either. Or do you want to take a look? The Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign's face changed when he saw Lin Yun's smile. He had no idea how to refute those words. Ultimately, he sighed. What do you want, then? Lin Yun didn't waste any words with him. Coldly said, What do I want? Zhang Yu should suffer what I suffered back then. Zhang Yu's face changed as he laid on the ground. The Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign's face also became grave as he seriously examined Yi Qingtian for the first time. He finally realized that Yi Qingtian already planned this right from the start, slowly making him fall for his trap. Yi Qingtian had no intentions of letting Zhang Yu go at all. I don't understand what you mean, the Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign said. You don't understand? I'll repeat it, then. He has to experience what I went through, or this isn't finished. Lin Yun said. The Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign's face changed, and he asked, Yi Qingtian, are you behind this matter today? Saint Sovereign, you really think highly of me. Your disciple is at the third transformation of the Nirvana stage, and he can easily kill me with one hand. Well? Lin Yun briefly paused and continued with a smile. After all, I doubt his strength since a cat can defeat him. He's someone a cat can defeat, and I'm afraid he doesn't deserve his status as a saint disciple at all. The corner of the Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign's lips twitched. After today, everyone within the Heavenly Tao sect would probably know that his disciple couldn't even defeat a cat. Zhang Yu, why aren't you seeking forgiveness from Yi Qingtian? Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign couldn't be bothered about this matter any longer. Master. Zhang Yu panicked and sobbed in the Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign's direction. Master, how will I be able to stay in the Heavenly Tao sect after today if I go down on my knees? You think you won't become a laughingstock even if you don't go down on your knees? Why didn't I discover that you're so stupid? If the Dragon Origin Great Saint comes, it'll be futile even if you kneel. The Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign snickered. Upon hearing that, Zhang Yu's face became pale, and he struggled as he turned in Yi Qingtian's direction. A brief moment later, Zhang Yu fell onto his knees with his head planted on the ground. Yi Qingtian, I apologize for what I did. So please let me go. Zhang Yu dared not even raise his head, and his nails were deeply dug into the ground. He couldn't believe that he was actually kneeling towards someone who was a piece of garbage in his eyes, and the humiliation was even more significant than killing him. Everyone in the surroundings fell into silence because they were stumped. No one expected that Zhang Yu, who was still arrogant yesterday, would kneel before Yi Qingtian today. But they began to think about what Yi Qingtian said yesterday and realized that everything was too coincidental, which made everyone's scalps numb. Let you go? You're naive. I'll do to you what you did to me a year ago, and this is only the beginning. Lin Yun kicked Zhang Yu in the face. Zhang Yu was already heavily injured to begin with, so he was like a rock as he slammed against a tree, which made Zhang Yu throw out a mouthful of blood and let out a painful howl. Yi Qingtian, you won't be able to turn back if you take another step forth. But just when Lin Yun was about to make his move, the Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign's voice resounded, containing a hint of threat. Can I still turn back? Lin Yun didn't turn around and bitterly smiled. I was heavily injured by him a year ago, and I crawled out of the Heavenly Tao sect. Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign, you don't have to worry about it. I will just do to him what he did to me a year ago, and I won't do anything more. Since you didn't stand out a year ago, don't stand out now. His voice was reverberating within everyone's ears. Even the Serene Dust Great Saint and Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign were stunned because these words didn't seem like something from a profound death stage. As Lin Yun stepped forth, he first broke Zhang Yu's ribs and fingers before crushing Zhang Yu's knees. Ultimately, he punched forth, creating a hole in Zhang Yu's body. Bone fragments flew out of Zhang Yu's body, but that wasn't all. Lin Yun even destroyed all of Zhang Yu's dragon pulses, only leaving a thread still connecting the dragon pulses together. Everything took place in the blink of an eye, and Zhang Yu couldn't even let out a snort before he immediately fainted. His outcome was horrible, making everyone feel a chill run down their spines. Although Yi Qingtian merely did what Zhang Yu did to him, it was still shocking to watch. Indigo Thunder Peak's disciples. Let's go. From today onwards, this is the outcome if anyone dares to bully the disciples of my Indigo Thunder Peak. Lin Yun turned around and left with the Indigo Thunder Peak's disciples quickly following behind him after they came to their senses. Yi Qingtian. The Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign roared after examining Zhang Yu's injuries. This was humiliating because he could do nothing to Yi Qingtian, even though he was a Saint Sovereign. But Lin Yun merely laughed as he continued to leave. I've always been like a madman, singing satires on Confucian ideals, so what if he couldn't turn back? He would just laugh it off and continue forth. The crowd split open a path and allowed Lin Yun to leave with the Indigo Thunder Peak's disciples, and only Lin Yun's peals of laughter still echoed in their ears. After Lin Yun left, the Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign didn't dare to look at the Serene Dust Great Saint because what happened today was simply humiliating. I apologize for disrupting Senior Serene Dust today. He had no face left and could only leave in a hurry. The Serene Dust Great Saint merely glanced in a specific direction before she turned around and entered the profound maiden courtyard. With that, this matter had come to an end. But there was no doubt that Zhang Yu would become a laughingstock after today. In a forbidden ground at the back mountain of the profound maiden courtyard, the Serene Dust Great Saint arrived and said, "Long Yun, why aren't you showing yourself since you're already here?" After a dry laughter, the Dragon Origin Great Saint appeared with a flash. "I'm surprised you can patiently watch, based on your personality." The Serene Dust Great Saint squinted her pupils. The Dragon Origin Great Saint smiled. "If I didn't come, you might have really killed him. Furthermore, I'm not the only one who came today. There were a lot of people who came, including Tianxian, the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint." Hearing the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint's name, the Serene Dust Great Saint's face became cold. "Why are you mentioning her? She's pretty concerned about that brat, and she told me she held high hopes for him at the conferring ceremony." The Dragon Origin Great Saint smiled. "Oh!" The Serene Dust Great Saint's eyes flickered, and she asked, "She held high hopes of that brat? What's the matter? You want to snatch him?" The Dragon Origin Great Saint naturally knew about the matter between the Serene Dust Great Saint and Heavenly Jade Sword Saint. "I will naturally snatch someone she held high hopes for," the Serene Dust Great Saint said grudgingly. The Dragon Origin Great Saint was tactful and said nothing about it. No one could imagine a great saint would be as petty as a child, and no one could understand the feud between the two women. "Let me ask you this. Is he Yi Qingtian?" the Serene Dust Great Saint asked. She felt that there was something weird about Yi Qingtian, but she couldn't see through anything. Her instincts told her there was something fishy about him, but her rationale told her someone at the profound death stage couldn't fool a great saint. The Dragon Origin Great Saint didn't directly reply, but said, "The Azure River Sword Saint brought him in, and even taught him the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra. So it doesn't matter if he's Yi Qingtian. So, you want to take him as your disciple under Yi Qingtian. Starting today, he'll be Yi Qingtian even if he's not." The Serene Dust Great Saint smiled. They didn't expose each other and couldn't confirm Yi Qingtian's true identity. Otherwise, it would be humiliating if great saints like them couldn't see through Yi Qingtian's disguise. "But that brat is pretty generous. On the day he visited me, he gave me a bottle of demigod wine." The Dragon Origin Great Saint smiled, taking out a jade bottle. "Demigod wine?" The Serene Dust Great Saint's eyes lit up. "It might not be helpful to great saints, but it's still a rare treasure. Where the hell did he get it from? Let's leave that aside. I'm here to give you the demigod wine. I drank it once and it's a rare delicacy. You can try it if you've never had it before." The Dragon Origin Great Saint smiled. Receiving the jade bottle, the Serene Dust Great Saint said, "You can leave first. If that woman does anything to that brat, inform me immediately." "That's for sure, junior sister." The Dragon Origin Great Saint smiled. "Leave through the back door, and don't let anyone see you." But before she could finish, the Dragon Origin Great Saint already left. This wasn't her first time saying this. This wasn't the Dragon Origin Great Saint's first visit to the profound maiden courtyard. The back door was a complicated, ancient gate with 9 shackles and countless saint runes. But the Dragon Origin Great Saint easily unraveled the shackles, and his proficiency looked heart-aching. When Lin Yun returned to the Indigo Thunder Peak, he was called over by the Indigo Thunder Peak Master before he could sit down in his residence. "Brat, you're really bold. Are you the one behind what happened last night?" the Indigo Thunder Peak Master asked. "About Xianxia? He already said it was done by a cat, which has nothing to do with me." Lin Yun smiled. "Then, why did you cripple Xianxia before the Nether Slaughter, Saint Sovereign?" But before he could finish, Lin Yun interrupted him. "Firstly, he's not crippled. Secondly, he has become a nightmare for him, and I have to walk out of it, or I will be in trouble in my future cultivation." Lin Yun had already shut the Indigo Thunder Peak Master's mouth before he could finish, and he felt what Lin Yun said made sense. Just when the Indigo Thunder Peak Master was pondering how to teach Lin Yun a lesson, Lin Yun threw a medal over. "Ha ha ha! You have become the direct disciple of a great saint." The Indigo Thunder Peak Master smiled when he saw the medal. He caressed it for a long time before sighing. "The Dragon Origin Great Saint really took you in, a direct disciple of a great saint. It's just a medal. Why are you so obsessed with it? Isn't it just becoming a saint's disciple?" Lin Yun said casually. "Do you know that there are differences between the saint's disciples? Now that you have become the direct disciple of a great saint, it's not an issue for you to beat Xianxia up today," the Indigo Thunder Peak Master said. "Oh? What's the difference?" Lin Yun asked with his eyes lit up.